So Pure So Flirtatious Chapter 640 to Chapter 706. Chen Mingyan was a relatively impulsive person emotionally. Every time she quarreled with Yang Ming, she felt regret. This time was the same. After Chen Mingyan returned home, she thought about it and felt that she was really too much. Zhao was her former teacher, and she actually ridiculed her. What if she really had nothing with Yang Ming? Moreover, Chen Mingyan also felt that it seemed that there was no possibility between Yang Ming and Zhao. Did she really misunderstand him? Chen Mingyan, who had calmed down, decided to give Yang Ming a chance to explain. If he called her, then she would give him a chance to explain. However, unfortunately, after waiting for a night, Yang Ming's call didn't come. Early the next morning, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but call Yang Ming's home. Chen Mingyan still couldn't put down her face to call Yang Ming. Why should I take the initiative to call you when you provoked me? But calling Yang Ming's home could be an excuse to call Yang Ming's parents to wish them a happy new year. Moreover, every time she called, Mother Yang would take the initiative to find Yang Ming to talk. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan directly called Yang Ming's home. It was Mother Yang who answered the phone. Chen Mingyan quickly said, "Auntie, I am Chen Mingyan." "Oh, it's Mingyan." Mother Yang immediately said enthusiastically, "What's wrong?" "What's the matter?" "Nothing. I just called to wish you and Uncle a happy new year." Chen Mingyan certainly couldn't directly say that she was looking for Yang Ming. "Hee, thank you. This child is really thoughtful. Big Ming just left, and you were afraid that we would be lonely, so you called to say hello." Mother Yang smiled and said, "I'm very happy." "What? Yang Ming left? Where did he go?" Chen Mingyan asked curiously. "Didn't Big Ming go abroad to discuss business?" "Why? You don't know?" Mother Yang was also very baffled. It was reasonable to say that if Yang Ming went out, it was impossible for Chen Mingyan not to know. Going abroad, to discuss business. Chen Mingyan's face stiffened, then she said perfunctorily, I know. I thought he didn't leave." "Oh, he left last night." Mother Yang said, "Mingyan, if you have nothing to do, then come over and play. Big Ming is gone, so the two of us have nothing to do." "Okay." Chen Mingyan hurriedly replied and hung up the phone. Went abroad? Yang Ming actually went abroad? Chen Mingyan sat on the bed in a daze. How could this be? Yang Ming, you're really something. You didn't even tell me that you were going abroad? However, after being annoyed, Chen Mingyan suddenly became scared again. Last time, it was because she misunderstood Yang Ming, which led to a quarrel between the two of them. As a result, Yang Ming brought back Lan Ling when he went out. This time, it was the same. Could it be that Yang Ming brought back another one? God, what is this? How can it be so coincidental? Chen Mingyan couldn't care much anymore. She picked up the phone and called Yang Ming's cell phone. But there was a cold female voice on the other side of the phone. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off or not in the service area. Please try again later." Yang Ming went abroad. Naturally, he wouldn't bring his phone. The GSM network in Europe and the United States was 1900 MHz, which was different from the domestic 900-1800 MHz. Moreover, Yang Ming's SIM card didn't have a global roaming function. Besides, this time he went out to kill people. How could Yang Ming use his own SIM card? After arriving at the local area, he simply bought a temporary prepaid card and mobile phone to use. This was also the reason why Xianxia couldn't contact Yang Ming. Unable to contact Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan was very anxious. What should I do? If Yang Ming brought back a woman this time, then I would really have the heart to die. Just as Chen Mingyan was at a loss, Zhao Ying's phone call came in. She asked Chen Mingyan to go out for tea. Chen Mingyan didn't care about being angry with Zhao Ying at the moment. It was better to have someone to discuss it with, not to mention that Zhao Ying was probably wronged by her. After Chen Mingyan said okay, she rushed to the coffee shop that Zhao Ying mentioned. This coffee shop was not far from the entertainment street of the temple fair. Zhao Ying had already gone to find the organizer of the rock climbing, who was the boss, this morning. She told the boss about yesterday's matter, hoping that the boss could help to clarify. The boss didn't care, and he did see Yang Ming being pulled down yesterday. It was just a lucky kiss, so he nodded and agreed. When Qin Mengyan arrived, Zhao had already been waiting there. When she saw Qin Mengyan coming over, she smiled and nodded to her. She reached out and greeted, "Here, Mengyan." Seeing that Zhao was as enthusiastic as usual, Qin Mengyan suddenly blushed. At this moment, she had almost determined that yesterday's matter was a misunderstanding. Otherwise, how could Zhao still have the nerve to ask her out? Moreover, her father had told her before that what she saw was not necessarily the truth. It was just that she was too impulsive yesterday, so she didn't think much about it. It was only after she went home and calmed down that she figured out these things. Sister Zhao. Qin Mengyan sat there hesitantly as if she was sitting on pins and needles. She didn't know what to say. Mengyan, what's wrong with you? Zhao looked at Qin Mengyan's strange look and asked with some puzzlement. No, yesterday, actually. Qin Mengyan was anxious to explain, but the more she wanted to say it, the more she couldn't understand. Okay, Mengyan, let me say it. Zhao smiled and then said softly, yesterday's matter is actually like this. You know, my family is from the south. I haven't been to the temple fair in Songjiang. I came back early this year, so I went to the temple fair. I don't know anyone here. It just so happened that Yang Ming picked me up at the airport, so we went to the temple fair together, and then. So, Zhao told Qin Mengyan what happened when she was rock climbing. Ah. It turned out to be like this. Qin Mengyan listened to Zhao Ying's explanation. Although she felt it was incredible, she also understood that yesterday's matter was actually a misunderstanding. Yeah, let's go rock climbing together in a while. You can ask the boss there. He knows the whole process. Zhao said. Then there's no need. Sister Ing, I'm sorry for yesterday. Qin Mengyan didn't need to ask the boss again. Since Zhao dared to let her ask, then what she said was naturally the truth. What are you apologizing for? Zhao touched Qin Mengyan's forehead with some affection and said, You and Yang Ming are my students. Now you are my younger brother and sister. You two are throwing tantrums at me. How can I put it in my heart? Oh. Sister Ing, you are so good to me. Qin Mengyan also believed that yesterday's matter was a misunderstanding at the moment. She also knew the relationship between Yang Ming and Zhao. Although they were teacher and student, they were more like siblings. So when Zhao returned to Songjiang, it was normal for Yang Ming to pick her up and accompany her to the temple fair. It was just that she was too subjective yesterday. She thought that there was something between Zhao and Yang Ming. In fact, Qin Mengyan couldn't be blamed. Before, Yang Ming pretended to be Zhao Ying's boyfriend, which made Qin Mengyan faintly uncomfortable in her heart. Although she didn't say anything, she was also afraid that Yang Ming would make it real. When she saw Yang Ming and Zhao kissing, she subconsciously thought of the matter of pretending to be her boyfriend. She couldn't help but think, could this be Yang Ming deliberately pretending to be her boyfriend? In fact, there was already a tacit understanding between the two. In this way, it was difficult for Qin Mengyan not to be angry, so there was the angry scene yesterday. Well, I will reconcile with Yang Ming in a while. Zhao shook her head. You two are really a pair of quarrelsome lovers. In a while. I'm afraid it won't work. Yang Ming went abroad. Qin Mengyan smiled bitterly and shook her head. What? Yang Ming went abroad? Zhao widened her eyes in surprise. What went abroad? Didn't I see him yesterday? Looking at Zhao Ying's surprised expression, it didn't seem to be fake. Qin Mengyan finally felt relieved. It seemed that there was indeed no relationship between Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. Otherwise, if Yang Ming went abroad, it was impossible for Zhao Ying not to know. He left last night. Didn't you know? Qin Mengyan shook her head. Last night? Yesterday, after you were angry with him, we separated. I didn't know he was going abroad. Zhao Ying said in surprise. I just found out. Qin Mengyan sighed. I called Yang Ming's home in the morning. Auntie said that Yang Ming went abroad yesterday. This Yang Ming, why didn't he tell you that he went abroad? Zhao Ying said with some anger, he didn't even tell me, his sister. This kid is asking for a beating. When he comes back, I will scold him. Jiaoying was just saying it casually. When she was in school, she couldn't win against Yang Ming once, let alone now. I don't blame him. Who asked me to be angry with him at this time? Chen Mingyan was also very helpless. Sister Ying. I'm scared. What are you scared of? Jiaoying asked, puzzled. You see, Yang Ming was angry with me last time, so he went to Yunnan. As a result, he brought back a girl named Lan Ling. Do you think he can bring back another one when he goes abroad this time? Chen Mingyan and Jiaoying didn't have anything to hide. Previously, they talked about Lan Ling's matter to her. This? It can't be. Jiaoying was dumbfounded. Yang Ming is not as bad as you said. Jiaoying thought, if Yang Ming loves every girl he sees, then the matter between me and Yang Ming can't be delayed. She also knew about Lan Ling's matter. It was just an accident. It was the type of get on the boat first, then get on the boat later type. It was purely out of helplessness. So, she said, wasn't it because Zhang Bin acted on his own accord? Moreover, at that time, you and Yang Ming weren't really together. Love is free. If you really want to talk about it, Lan Ling is the boss. You are the latecomer. Jiaoying intentionally or unintentionally instilled this idea in Chen Mingyan. It was also to pave her own way in the future. That's true. Chen Mingyan was relieved. This time, if he finds another one, then I will break up with him. Hee, I'm just afraid that you can't bear to. Jiaoying smiled and shook her head. Sister Ying, you are making fun of me too. Chen Mingyan was embarrassed. Jiaoying said what was in her heart. Chen Mingyan was indeed reluctant, especially after the experience of Yang Ming taking her rock climbing the day before yesterday. Chen Mingyan was more and more attached to Yang Ming. However, Chen Mingyan was also a lot more relaxed at the moment. Yes, I was just angry with Yang Ming yesterday. I didn't say anything about breaking up. Those two people can only be regarded as a Cold War now. Yang Ming shouldn't have any bad thoughts, right? Besides, Yang Ming went abroad. Those foreign women looked like Caucasians. Yang Ming shouldn't like them. Chen Mingyan comforted herself. Back in the room, Yang Ming called Xianxia with a bitter face. Yang Ming. As soon as the phone was connected, Xianxia's angry rebuke came, you finally showed up. Sweat. What do you mean I showed up? I have always been here. Yang Ming was not a person who didn't keep his promise, but this time, he really forgot. He was troubled by Chen Mingyan's matter before, and then he went directly with Fang Tian to perform the mission. He completely forgot about Xianxia's matter. Yang Ming, where have you been for so many days? You didn't even turn on your phone. Xianxia was obviously angry. I asked where you went, but your parents didn't tell me. Are you trying to avoid me on purpose? Yang Ming broke into a sweat. He went abroad to discuss business. Because Xianxia and his parents were not very familiar, she might not have told him the details. But Xianxia mistakenly thought that he was not willing to tell her and was avoiding her. He quickly explained, Xianxia, I went out these days to discuss business. If he said that he went abroad, Xianxia would definitely get to the bottom of it, so it was better to say that he went abroad. Then you didn't turn on your phone? Xianxia was obviously not ready to let go of Yang Ming so easily. I didn't turn on the roaming function of my phone, so I left it at home. Yang Ming said, I'm sorry. Xianxia, the thing you said, are you still in time? So what if I'm not in time? I have been waiting for you for the stars and the moon. Xianxia said sarcastically, my dad already knows you. How do you expect me to find someone else to replace you at the last minute? Then I'll go tomorrow? Yang Ming said carefully. He was indeed in the wrong in this matter. He had already promised Xianxia, but in the end, his own people disappeared and stood her up. Humph. Hurry up and come. Xianxia said angrily, but let me tell you, my dad's impression of you is very bad. He said that you are better than him, and he has to wait so long to see you. I'm sorry. Yang Ming quickly apologized, fortunately, it's not true. It's just an act. If I were really your boyfriend, I would be done for this time. You know it too. Xianxia said, but you can't show it. My dad's temper is very bad. If he knows that you are an imposter, you have to bear the consequences. The consequences won't be that I go in standing and come out lying down, right? Yang Ming smiled. There is this possibility. Xianxia said, you can try. Then I won't try. I will try my best to perform well. Yang Ming took back his joking tone and said, I'll go over tomorrow? And I will drive back to pick you up tomorrow. Xianxia said. I won't bother you. I will find a car myself. Yang Ming said, it's quite troublesome for you to come from there. That's fine. Call me when you arrive in Donghai City tomorrow, and I will pick you up. Xianxia also felt that this was better. It would take a lot of time to go to Songjiang and then return to Donghai. Besides, when her boyfriend came to visit, she had to personally go to Songjiang to pick him up. It would seem that she had no status. It wasn't very good to let her father see it. After talking to Xianxia on the phone, Yang Ming could only smile bitterly. Other people would have a good rest and play at home during Chinese New Year, but what about me? I'm so busy every day that I can't even take a break. I just came back from training, and I have to go to Donghai. Yang Ming called Ho Zhenhan and prepared to borrow his car. Hello, Big Ho? I'm Yang Ming. Said Yang Ming. Brother Yang, you finally called. I have something to ask you. Ho Zhenhan heard Yang Ming's voice and said quickly. Oh? I've been gone for a few days. Is there anything that you can't handle? Yang Ming didn't take it seriously. Brother Yang, I don't know where Guo Jinbiao found Master Qi's connection. Under the leadership of Master Qi, he came to negotiate with us, said Ho Zhenhan. What is Master Qi? Yang Ming had never heard of this name. Who knows what kind of person he is? Master Qi. How do I say it? It turns out that he is a gangster leader in our province. He was very famous in the 70s. He was a famous stubborn person. Later on, during the crackdown in 1983, he had washed his hands of it. However, he is still respected by many people in the underworld. He is respectfully called Master Qi. Even Sun Hongjun gives him some face. Ho Zhenhan explained, Guo Jinbiao took advantage of the fact that we injured his son this time and found Master Qi. I don't know if Master Qi is old or he took advantage of Guo Jinbiao. He is obviously biased toward Guo Jinbiao. The conditions offered during the negotiation are very harsh. It is simply aimed at us. Oh? This Master Qi is still very powerful now? Yang Ming frowned. I can't say that he is powerful. It's just that when we mingle in the underworld, we pay attention to seniority. He is an old senior. Everyone gives him some face. Moreover, when there are disputes in the underworld, everyone likes to let him preside over justice. After all, he is highly respected, said Ho Zhenhan. Really? What did they say? Asked Yang Ming. We have talked about it once before, but I don't want to agree to their conditions. Ho Zhenhan said, Bao Sanli also thinks that they are too much. But because of Master Qi, we can't turn against them on the spot. What are the conditions? Asked Yang Ming. This? It's not clear on the phone. Master Qi and Guo Jinbiao will come over for the second negotiation. Brother Yang, why don't you come and take a look? Ho Zhenhan also hoped to let Yang Ming make the decision. Well, then you come and pick me up. Yang Ming thought, this phone call. Isn't it looking for trouble for me? Yang Ming believed that even if he didn't appear, with Ho Zhenhan's ability, he could eventually deal with this matter. Now, since I know, there is no reason to ignore it. Why are these things happening at the same time? Can't they let me rest? He put on the coat that he had just taken off and walked out of the room. Big Ming, why are you wearing clothes again? Yang Dahai was watching TV. When he saw Yang Ming come out, he immediately asked, baffled. Dad, there is still something at my friend's place. I have to go there immediately. Yang Ming explained. This child, you just came home and went out. You didn't stay for a while. Yang Dahai said helplessly. Old Yang, now the child is busy with the company's business. It's all business. Why do you always worry about it? Mother Yang understood Yang Ming very well. Oh, that's true. Yang Dehai nodded and said, then you pay attention to your safety. Go early and come back early. I know, Dad, Mom, I will go first. Yang Ming glanced at the mobile phone text message. Ho Junhan had already arrived downstairs at his home. In the car, Ho Junhan handed a settlement letter to Yang Ming and said, this is the settlement letter that Guo Jinbiao handed to us through 7th Master. The money on it has been approved by 7th Master. Yang Ming took the settlement letter from Ho Junhan's hand and read it. Can you see it? Do you want to turn on the reading light in the car? Ho Junhan saw that Yang Ming immediately read it, so he asked. It's okay. I'm just looking around with the help of the moonlight. Yang Ming's ability to see in the dark naturally couldn't be shared with Ho Junhan. Compensate 10 million in medical expenses? Allow him to open a large nightclub in Songjiang? Hold a banquet to apologize? Yang Ming looked at the settlement letter and couldn't help but be amused. He really dares to think about it. Why doesn't he ask us to give up Songjiang's territory to him? He probably has this idea, but he doesn't have the guts. Ho Junhan smiled. Brother Yang, do you think it's too much? It's not too much. This Guo Jinbiao is simply a psychopath. Yang Ming opened the window, tore the settlement letter, and threw it out of the window. Brother Yang, are you not going to give 7th Master face? Ho Junhan saw Yang Ming's move and knew that Yang Ming had decided not to buy it. 7th Master, I haven't heard of it. Yang Ming said faintly, if he is really fair, then I can respect him. After all, he is an old man. But if he is biased, then I can only apologize. Although I am not good at bullying the old man, it is okay to bully him occasionally. Huh. Ho Junhan listened to Yang Ming's words and laughed. Brother Yang, what do you say next? This Guo Jinbiao makes me annoyed. He jumps around all day like a retard. What was Yang Ming's current identity? He was the king of assassins. It was an insult to be troubled by a clown. I feel annoyed just by looking at him. Brother Yang, you mean? Ho Junhan's body shook. He vaguely understood Yang Ming's idea. Does Yang Ming want to cross the line? Guo Jinbiao is coming with that 7th Master tonight? Yang Ming asked. Yes, they came together last time, said Ho Junhan. That's great. Without a leader, we can just destroy Guo Jinbiao's lair. As for Guo Jinbiao, he doesn't need to go back. Yang Ming smiled evilly. If that 7th Master is tactful, then he'll wait and see. If he's not, then there's nothing I can do. Brother Yang, do you mean that our people are going to Jiduan City now? Ho Junhan looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. Isn't this a bit too fast? We aren't prepared at all. If we go directly to Jiduan City, even if we win, it will definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. Seeing Ho Junhan's thoughts, Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. I don't need your people. Have you forgotten that I still have a group of dark forces? Brother Yang, are you talking about Li Chang and the others? Ho Junhan's expression changed as he remembered Yang Ming's group of devils. At first, Ho Junhan didn't put them in his eyes, but with Yang Ming's intensive training, Li Chang, who was originally on par with Ho Junhan, could easily take down Ho Junhan. Ho Junhan was now developing in the direction of leadership and management. Otherwise, he would have gone to train with Li Chang. After all, the strength of these people was simply terrifying and strange. However, thinking of Yang Ming's skill, Ho Junhan didn't feel strange. A great teacher produces a great disciple. Ho Junhan wasn't very clear about how high Yang Ming's kung fu was. Yes, it's them. Yang Ming nodded. It's time to release them. Since he made up his mind, Yang Ming would immediately execute it. He let Ho Junhan change the direction of the car and drive to the abandoned warehouse. Right, Big Ho, I want to use the car tomorrow. Yang Ming remembered that he still had an appointment with Sun Jia tomorrow. This person, why can't he be idle when he's bad *SS? I'm not that bad *SS yet, and I'm already so busy. If I were to be bad *SS in the future, wouldn't I be exhausted? Okay, then Brother Yang, you can drive the car directly tonight. Ho Junhan now had no doubt about Yang Ming's ability. In the conversation between the two people, It seemed that they didn't take Guo Jingbiao seriously at all, as if his death had become a fact. The two people had now begun to calmly talk about tomorrow's car problem. Let's do this. You buy a few more cars. Ming Yang is now very developed, and one car is not enough. Yang Ming said, right, the Nightless Club is not small now. You should buy a long luxury car as a VIP car. Okay, Brother Yang, about buying a car, I don't dare to make a decision without you saying it. Ho Zhenhan said, just buy this BMW X5. I'm afraid that you will scold me. I'm not a miser. Yang Ming said with a smile, then I won't return this car to you first. I will drive it for a while. I'm too lazy to buy a new car. It's too troublesome to go through the formalities. Ho Zhenhan naturally had no objection. This car was originally Yang Ming's. It was normal for Yang Ming to drive it away. Now, Yang Ming's mentality was different. Since his parents knew that he was rich, and he opened a jewelry company and invested in a bus factory with great fanfare, there was no need to avoid anything. The original idea of buying a cheap car to drive first was dispelled. Yang Ming's BMW X5 felt good, and the control performance was excellent. Yang Ming drove it very smoothly, so he directly asked for it. Now, Yang Ming's mentality was different. He thought that he was already very rich before, sitting on more than $300 million, but he didn't expect that when Dorsk died, he actually extorted more than 30 billion and nearly 40 billion euros from him. It could be said that even if Yang Ming squandered it, the money wouldn't be spent in dozens of lifetimes. It turned out that being an assassin was so profitable. The first mission had such a large income. Moreover, there was still a diamond mine in South Africa that he had not yet received. With his special abilities, it was another large fortune. The car stopped at the door of the old warehouse and was stopped by a few people. It seemed that the vigilance of these people was still very high. Yang Ming opened the window and said to the person who stopped him, "It's me. Boss." Seeing that it was Yang Ming sitting in the car, several other people quickly opened the door of the warehouse yard and let Yang Ming in. Li Chang, Lu Chao, and Wang Peng apparently got the feedback from several people on duty at the door. They were already standing at the door of the warehouse to greet them. "Boss, President Ho." Li Chang saw Yang Ming and Ho Zhenhan get out of the car and immediately greeted them. Yang Ming nodded. He was very satisfied with the current situation. The division of labor was clear, and the strict military management had greatly improved the security and secrecy here. Although in Songjiang, no one would come here to find trouble, Yang Ming also wanted to improve the overall quality of these people, so he was strict with them. "Li Chang." Yang Ming said loudly. "Yes." Li Chang immediately trotted in front of Yang Ming, then he stood at attention and replied crisply, "What orders does the boss have?" "Before I left, have you completed the training task that I ordered?" asked Yang Ming. Reporting to the boss, Team 1 and Team 2 have successfully completed the training task. A member of Team 3 pulled a muscle during training and is resting now. Li Chang said loudly. "Oh? Is it serious?" Yang Ming asked with some concern. Li Chang didn't expect Yang Ming to be so concerned about an inconspicuous member, and he was immediately moved. Although these people had basically sold their lives to Yang Ming, they wouldn't say anything even if Yang Ming treated them like servants. But after all, people had feelings, and they also wanted to be respected by others. "Thank you for your concern, boss." Wang Peng was the captain of Team 3. He quickly reported to Yang Ming. Lu Xinyang, a member of Team 3, pulled a muscle in his leg during training. He is now recuperating. He will be fully recovered in about a month. "Oh?" Yang Ming frowned and said, "Take me to see it." "Yes." Wang Peng said quickly. Then he led the way in front. "Boss, please." Wang Peng took Yang Ming to the dormitory of the warehouse. This was originally the staff dormitory of the warehouse. Later, the warehouse was abandoned, and it was left idle. After Li Chang and the others came in, the dormitory was renovated. The environment inside was not bad. When they came to a dormitory, Wang Peng pushed the door open and shouted inside, "Lu Xinyang, the boss came to see you personally." Lu Xinyang was reading Sun Tzu's The Art of War on the bed at the moment. Since the muscle on his leg was pulled, he was very anxious. Not to mention that it delayed the training, he was a person who couldn't stay idle. Think about it. How many people who practice martial arts can stay idle? When he was bored, he took a copy of Sun Tzu's The Art of War and read it. He was very interested in these things, and now he could pass the time. Hearing that the boss came to see him, Lu Xingyang quickly put down the book in his hand, then sat up from the bed laboriously. He quickly said, "Boss, you are here. Your leg is injured. Don't get up." Yang Ming quickly waved his hand to stop him. "How are you, boss?" Lu Xingyang said with some shame, "Thank you for your concern, boss, but this is all my fault." "How can you blame yourself when you are injured? No one can guarantee that there won't be any accidents." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Where is the injury? Let me see." "Boss. In fact, I made the decision to increase the training intensity for you, so you are injured." Lu Xingyang said with embarrassment, "The injury is on my leg. You don't have to look. I haven't bathed for a few days. The smell of sweat on my body is too strong." "Oh?" Yang Ming was stunned and looked at Wang Peng with some surprise. Wang Peng also smiled bitterly. "Boss, Lu Xingyang's physical fitness is worse than others, so his acceptance during training is weaker. He increased the training intensity for himself to catch up with others." Yang Ming frowned after listening. "This is not good. Don't do this in the future. This is not the way to improve. Wang Peng and Li Chang, you two have to pay more attention in the future. If someone else does this, you must stop it. Everyone else's physical fitness is about the same." Li Chang said, "Even if it is a little bit worse, it will not have much impact. Only Lu Xingyang is a special case." "Oh?" "Lu Xingyang, since your physical fitness is not good, why do you still want to learn martial arts?" Yang Ming also saw at this time that Lu Xingyang's qualifications were not high. It would be difficult for him to have a breakthrough. This was like the martial arts practitioners in the past. Many of the apprentices who entered the sect at the same time learned and practiced together every day. But in the end, some people became peerless masters, and some people were very mediocre for life. Therefore, practicing martial arts was not something that could be improved with hard work. In many cases, the effort and return were not proportional. Take himself as an example. Even Fang Tian was surprised by his growth speed. During those 10 days of training, many of the people who were his opponents had received assassin training since they were young, but they were still not his opponent. Even if a few of them worked together, they would still not be a match for him. This was everyone's aptitude. These things could not be changed through hard work. Hearing Yang Ming's tone, Wang Peng was shocked. He thought that Yang Ming didn't like Lu Xingyang and wanted to eliminate him, so he quickly explained, "Boss, although Lu Xingyang's qualifications are not good, he is already very good now. He can't compare to us, but he is definitely better than the other people in the security company. Moreover, Lu Xingyang is very smart. Although his martial arts are ordinary, when we were in the martial arts school, we all called him Little Zhuge." These people had all graduated from the martial arts school and were as close as brothers. Naturally, they did not want any of them to be eliminated. And as the leader of Squad 3, Wang Peng would definitely speak up for Lu Xingyang. The reason why he talked about Lu Xingyang's strengths in other aspects was to let the boss know that although Lu Xingyang's martial arts were not good, he was still good in other areas and was not useless. "Oh?" Yang Ming looked at Lu Xingyang with some surprise. When he entered the room, Yang Ming saw the Sun Tzu's Art of War in Lu Xingyang's hand. He wondered if Lu Xingyang could understand it, but he didn't expect this guy to really have this talent. "I didn't expect that you have this expertise, boss. I'd just like to think about it and come up with some ideas." Don't listen to Captain Wang Peng's words. Lu Xingyang scratched his head and said with a red face, "Well, I will first look at your wound, and then we will talk about other things." Yang Ming decided to test this Lu Xingyang. What Yang Ming lacked the most now was talents, and they were intelligent talents. Now, with the development of the business, Yang Ming felt a little powerless. He was so busy with just a small scale. If he expanded, wouldn't he be tired to death? How did the Emperor Guangwu of Eastern Han, Lu Xiao, die? Wasn't it because he had to do everything personally? Now, if Yang Ming had to personally plan and follow up on everything, even if he didn't die of exhaustion, it would be suffocating. For example, people like Li Chang had the strength, but they just lacked a think tank, which was a strategist-type character. If this Lu Xinyang was really like what Wang Peng said, he was a strategist-type character, then Yang Ming really picked him up. Lu Xinyang pulled up his pants in fear. Yang Ming glanced at him, then smiled and said, "This is easy. I guarantee that you can walk in a while." After that, Yang Ming took out a bottle of medicinal wine that was prepared according to Feng Tian's secret recipe. This was a necessity. It was often used when performing tasks, so Yang Ming would carry a bottle with him every day. Just like the lily key, these things were commonly used. Yang Ming always carried them with him. Seeing that Yang Ming was going to apply medicine to himself, and the bottle was very small, Lu Xinyang subconsciously thought that this medicine must be very expensive, so he quickly said, "Boss, I think it's better to forget it. I will be fine after a few days. You don't need to waste the medicine." This medicine was indeed expensive. It was simply hard to find outside, but these were prepared by Yang Ming himself. Although the cost was not low, Yang Ming was now rich. He didn't lack this at all. "Tonight, there is a mission for you to do." Yang Ming waved his hand and said seriously, "This is your first mission. I don't want any of you to be absent. If you can't participate in the mission because of this small injury, I think you will regret it, right?" Yang Ming's words made the people present excited. There is a mission today? It's no wonder. These days, these people were really suffocated. Every day in the old warehouse, they were training non-stop. They wanted to test how much their strength had improved, but they didn't have the chance. Therefore, when they heard that Yang Ming would give them a mission today, Li Chang, Wang Peng, and the others' eyes immediately lit up. As for Lu Xinyang, he was even more excited. He didn't expect that the boss would actually treat him personally because he was afraid that he would regret it. This made him very moved. If it weren't for the fact that men don't cry easily, perhaps his eyes would have been filled with tears. Resisting the urge to cry, Lu Xinyang secretly swore that he would follow the boss in the future and do his best. Yang Ming was originally proficient in the massage technique, and with the cooperation of good medicine, Lu Xinyang felt that the injury on his leg was cool, and the pain from before dissipated a lot. "Okay, you just need to rest a little more." Yang Ming stood up, clapped his hands and said, "Boss." Lu Xinyang wanted to say thank you, but he couldn't. In this kind of situation, all the formalities were superfluous. "Well, Wang Peng, since you said that Lu Xinyang is a resourceful person, then let's listen together." Yang Ming said, "In a while, you will go to Jiduan City. This mission is to eliminate the underworld gang in Jiduan City, the money gang." "Okay." Li Chang agreed without thinking. He was already bored enough, and when he heard that they were going to eliminate the underworld gang, he naturally agreed. Li Chang couldn't do it for them to make a move on innocent people, but when it came to the underworld gang, there was no need for any sympathy. Moreover, they had also heard of the money gang. One of the members' families was in Jiduan City. The reason why the money gang in Jiduan City was called the money gang was because Guo Jinbiao's name had the word Jin, but the most important thing was that this gang was only interested in profit. In the eyes of the money gang, there was only money, and there was no morality. This gang controlled almost all the industries in Jiduan City and set a corresponding standard for the collection of protection fees for each industry, from the catering industry to the bookstore and department store. The money gang was not allowed to call for protection fees on the 1st of May. Otherwise, they would not be able to do business. If it was a reasonable fee, this was nothing. After all, some entertainment venues still hoped to have the gang to provide protection, but those bookstores and cultural and educational department stores did not need any protection at all. However, Guo Jinbiao was extremely greedy. The standard of fees for these industries was even higher than the formal tax of the tax bureau. As a result, some industries immediately suffered. Those hotels and entertainment industries could still bear it, but those with smaller profits, such as small supermarkets, small hardware stores, and so on, could not bear it. Originally, they had small profits but quick turnover. Naturally, they were suffering because of this protection fee, but they did not dare to say anything. Well, you dare to call the police? That's fine. Anyway, the people who came to collect protection fees were all little punks. At most, they would be caught and locked up for a few days, but the next day, hundreds of little punks could destroy your house. Although Guo Jinbiao was greedy, he couldn't be caught. His superficial identity was a well-known entrepreneur. It wasn't easy to move him. With this superficial identity, Guo Jinbiao not only cleaned up his black reputation, but he also didn't worry that someone would investigate him. In fact, although the majority of the common people hated the evil forces, very few of them dared to resist. Who didn't have a family and children? What if the other party retaliated against their own family members? In addition, over the years, they were influenced by the gangsters in Hong Kong and Taiwan movies. They thought that the underworld was very cruel and immoral, so they could only let Guo Jinbiao do what he wanted. Many people in Jiduan City didn't know who the mayor was, but it was impossible not to know who Guo Jinbiao was. Guo Jinbiao was the local tyrant of Jiduan City. When they heard that they were going to eliminate the money gang, Li Chang and the others were immediately eager to try. Although these people were now under Yang Ming's command, Yang Ming asked them to stay here and train, so they could only train honestly. However, people who practiced martial arts couldn't stay idle by nature. If there was an opportunity to go out and exercise, how could they let it go? Well, Big Ho, you tell everyone about the distribution of Guo Jinbiao's Golden Gun Gang in Jiduan City and study the action route at night. Yang Ming said to Ho Zhenhan. Okay. Ho Zhenhan said as he took out a pen and paper and began to write on it. Guo Jinbiao's money gang is headquartered in the Xianxia Hotel in the western district of Jiduan City. There are about 300 permanent members. It is the main force of the money gang. In other areas, there are some industries that belong to the money gang, such as the Good Luck Bar in the Eastern District, the Crazy Biao nightclub in the Southern District, and so on. These are the industries of the money gang. There are dozens of money gang members guarding each house. Ho Zhenhan had been following up on Guo Jinbiao's matters these days, so he had a thorough understanding of Guo Jinbiao's background. Now that he said it, naturally, it was clear and detailed. What are we waiting for? It's just 300 people. F***ck them. Li Chang pointed to the Xianxia building on the map and said, let's rush directly to their headquarters and kill them all. What do you think? Yang Ming suddenly turned his head and asked Lu Xinyang. Boss? I think what Captain Li said makes sense. Our people have been trained for so long. It's more than enough to deal with those 300 hooligans. It's just that. Lu Xinyang hesitated. Oh? But what? If you have anything to say, just say it. You don't have to care about Li Chang's face. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, that kid has a one-track mind. There's no other way other than direct PK, heh? Li Chang also smiled embarrassedly and said, Lu Xinyang, if you have any good ideas, hurry up and say it. Why are you still keeping us in suspense in front of the boss? Yes. Boss, I think so too. Lu Xinyang said, although our people are very powerful, we have fewer people after all. We only have 39 people. It's inevitable that there will be casualties if we go head-to-head with more than 300 people. Since this is our first operation, there might be some unexpected accidents. Therefore, I suggest that we start with the properties of the surrounding money gang. What's the use of using those small pieces? Li Chang interjected puzzledly, that can't hurt the other party's vitality at all. Li Chang, don't talk. Let Lu Xinyang continue to speak. Yang Ming waved his hand to stop Li Chang. Li Chang immediately shut his mouth obediently and didn't dare to speak again. In this way, the headquarters will definitely send people to support these surrounding properties when they are in a state of emergency, but they will definitely not send all of them. Lu Xinyang said, I think that our 3 teams will start with the 3 properties of the money gang separately, and then wait for them to ask for help from the headquarters. Before their reinforcements arrive, our 3 teams will quickly evacuate, and then directly kill the money gang's headquarters. We will take this opportunity to take down the Xianxia building in one fell swoop. At this moment, those who went to support will definitely run back after receiving the news that the headquarters was attacked. In this way, these people will be troubled enough. Moreover, the people left in the headquarters have been eliminated by us. It will be easy to deal with the remaining people. In this way, we can minimize our casualties to a minimum. Not bad. Yang Ming's eyes immediately lit up. It seems that Lu Xinyang's plan is still good, so he said, you are so sure that these people will act according to the situation you set. If Guo Jinbiao stays in Jiduan City, there may be some variables, but now that their boss is not here, these people have no leader. They are afraid that the properties below will be destroyed and the boss will blame them when he comes back, so they will definitely send people to support. Lu Xinyang said with certainty, however, taking a step back, even if the people from the headquarters don't go to support, then we have no losses. Smashing these surrounding properties will not pose the slightest threat to our combat effectiveness. Even if they don't come back to support, we can at most go directly to their headquarters like what Captain Li Chang said, *CK them. Yang Ming couldn't help but nod and laugh, ha ha ha, well said. Not bad, it makes sense. Not bad. Li Chang also nodded with appreciation after listening. Your idea is good. The money gang's people are running around in circles. When the time comes, we don't have to waste our energy to fight. Wang Peng, shouldn't you promote him to a vice captain? Yang Ming allowed each captain of the small team to choose an excellent member as the vice captain, so Li Chang had this suggestion. No need. Yang Ming said, from today onwards, Lu Xinyang, you are the military advisor of the entire team. In the future, every action will be commanded by you and Li Chang. Ah? Lu Xinyang was stunned and quickly thanked, thank you, boss. Boss, you can rest assured that I will work hard. No way? In the blink of an eye, you and I are on the same level? Li Chang was also a little surprised, but he was happy for Lu Xinyang. After all, there was a position where he could play his strengths. It was also from this moment that a mythical team was born. From the first mission, this would be a team with 0 deaths. Under Lu Xinyang's planning, every mission was completed smoothly, which also saved a lot of trouble for Yang Ming. It could be seen that Lu Xinyang was a thoughtful and holistic person. He quickly came up with a feasible implementation plan and route with Li Chang. Yang Ming felt that there was no problem after looking at it, so he got up and left the warehouse with Ho Jinhan. Yang Ming had asked Ho Jinhan to buy a golden dragon bus for Li Chang and the others to use, so after Yang Ming left, Li Chang immediately gathered the people, boarded the bus, and drove to Jiduan City with murderous intent. Of course, some things still had to be done. After all, 7th Master's position in the underworld was there. Yang Ming didn't want Ho Jinhan and Bao Sanli to be criticized and said that they didn't know the rules. Of course, the rules were set by people. I gave you face. If you don't know how to be content, then don't blame me for being rude. Yang Ming came to the Nightless Club with such an idea at the moment. If 7th Master was smart and stayed out of it, then Yang Ming wouldn't embarrass him. But it seemed that he had to teach him a lesson. This guy was obviously jackals of the same tribe as Guo Jinbiao. Brother Yang, shall we go and greet them? If only Guo Jinbiao came alone, then Ho Jinhan would definitely not bother with him, but now there was 7th Master, so he had to put on a show. Greet, why don't you greet them? Find an underling and watch at the door. When the time comes, just lead them to the conference room. Yang Ming said very casually, let's go, Big Ho. Accompany me to steam a sauna. Let Bao Sanli come over, too. Huh. Ho Jinhan immediately understood the meaning of Yang Ming. That was, he simply didn't put the people in his eyes. Thinking about it, Guo Jinbiao's nest was about to be destroyed. Why would he be afraid of him? As for that 7th Master, as long as he didn't lose the proper etiquette, it would be fine. Yang Ming had just gotten off the broken fishing boat. There was still the smell of fish and shrimp on his body. When he returned home, he didn't have time to take a shower, so he was ready to take a shower at this moment. Yang Ming had ordered, so Bao Sanli naturally didn't dare to not come. He took off his clothes with Yang Ming, put on a bathrobe, and went into the sauna room. D***MN. Brother Yang, your capital is quite strong. Looking at the muscles on Yang Ming's body, Bao Sanli said very enviously, how did you train? I will throw you to Li Chang. I guarantee that you will become like me in half a month. Yang Ming smiled. Then, forget it. I heard that it's not a place for people to stay. Bao Sanli smiled. During the negotiation, don't give face to Guo Jinbiao and 7th Master. Just say what you need to say. Yang Ming instructed. I understand. Don't worry, Brother Yang. Bao Sanli had heard from Ho Zhenhan that Li Chang was going to destroy Guo Jinbiao's nest, so he answered very quickly. Guo Jinbiao was rich, and he was a nouveau riche. Therefore, he was very pretentious and pretentious. This time, he came with his extended Hummer. However, when he saw that it was only an underling who greeted him at the door, Guo Jinbiao's face immediately changed. This Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan don't take me seriously, right? So, he said to Master 7 with a sullen face, Master 7, it seems that Bao Sanli doesn't put you in his eyes. He only sent such an underling? Master 7 looked at the lights outside the window and Guo Jinbiao's luxurious car. His throat moved, but he didn't speak in the end. When I joined the underworld, I brought a group of people with me. It was good enough that I could eat every day. How was it like now? These underworld people lived such a glamorous life. They drove luxury cars, held beautiful women, and were surrounded by a group of underlings. Although my status in the underworld was very high, Master 7 was very poor. Yes, he was really poor. He stopped in 1983. At that time, he had tens of thousands of yuan in his hands. In 1983, how much was the salary of an ordinary worker at that time? The concept of 10,000 yuan household was proposed in the 1990s, so it was quite bad *SS to have tens of thousands of yuan in savings at that time. It could be said that he was the richest. But now, tens of thousands of yuan was really nothing. Yes, he couldn't even afford a corner of a house. Looking at those latecomers, even an ordinary underling had a higher income than him. Master 7 was jealous and at a loss. Although the younger generation in the underworld respected him as the 7th Master, what was the use? His life was still poor. His only pleasure was to mediate when there were underworld disputes, and then he would take some filial piety. Over time, Grandpa 7 also began to take sides. He would help whichever side gave him more money. Fortunately, there were no particularly big contradictions. Most people respected him as a senior, so they didn't bother with him. This time, Guo Jinbiao promised to give Master 7 500,000 yuan after the matter was done. Master 7 was immediately tempted. 500,000 yuan, TSK, these underworld people are really rich. Thinking about it, I saved a few tens of thousands of yuan, which was a lot. However, apparently, Master Qi also noticed this time that this Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan didn't fall for his trick. He might not be able to get the 500,000 yuan. But even if he couldn't get it, he had to fight for it. There was no other way. Master Qi could only follow Guo Jinbiao to the door of the Nightless Club for the second time. When they first came, Bao Sanli personally came out to greet them. However, after 7th Master stated Guo Jinbiao's conditions, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan's faces immediately darkened. They didn't even send them off before they were kicked out. This time, it seemed like it was going to be tough. Master Qi looked at Guo Jinbiao beside him and shook his head. Sigh, for the sake of 500,000, his reputation was completely ruined by this guy. 7th Master, please. The underling was instructed by Ho Zhenhan. He was still very respectful to Master Qi, but he wasn't so respectful to Guo Jinbiao. Boss Guo, you too. Humph. Master Qi didn't say anything, but Guo Jinbiao snorted. He raised his head and asked, where is Bao Sanli? Tell him to come out and get me. President Bao has a distinguished guest. He can't come. The underling replied coldly. What about Ho Zhenhan? Guo Jinbiao rolled his eyes. President Ho is also accompanying a distinguished guest. The underling replied indifferently. F***ck, can't you see that Master Qi is here? Guo Jinbiao was angry this time. What distinguished guest can be more distinguished than Master Qi? Mother ***ker, this Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan don't give Master Qi face, right? Boss Guo, please pay attention when you speak. The underling glared at Guo Jinbiao. It's not up to you to say what President Bao and President Ho do. F***ck, look at what you can do. No matter what I say, it's not up to you to say it. Guo Jinbiao scolded, who the F***ck are you? You dare to talk about me? F***ck your mother. With that, Guo Jinbiao stretched out his hand and was about to slap his little brother. However, he didn't expect that a large group of people would rush over with iron rods in their hands and stare at Guo Jinbiao like a tiger eyeing its prey. The 4 bodyguards that Guo Jinbiao brought also quickly stood in front of Guo Jinbiao to protect him. Okay. Master Qi said, give me face. Jinbiao, don't be impulsive in other people's territory. Okay, I will give face to Master Qi. Guo Jinbiao pretended to be magnanimous. In fact, his heart was beating like a drum. This is other people's territory. My 4 bodyguards are useless. Idiot. The underling before scolded and said to the people behind him, then give face to Master Qi. Guo Jinbiao followed Master Qi and came to the conference room upstairs. But he didn't see Hou Zhenhan and Bao Sanli, so he asked impatiently, we are all here. Why isn't Bao Sanli here yet? Are you king blind? The underling who served them tea heard it and scolded directly, didn't I just tell you? Brother Bao and Brother Hou are accompanying the distinguished guests. That, Master Qi, please have some tea. Okay, thank you. Master Qi was also strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He only had a reputation now. He had nothing else. So at this time, seeing that the 2 groups of negotiators didn't get along, he didn't dare to say anything. He took the teacup and kept drinking water. Yeah, I was wondering who came. Isn't this Master Qi? Welcome. At this time, Bao Sanli just walked in and saw Master Qi. He quickly said enthusiastically, but he directly ignored Guo Jinbiao on the side. Hou Zhenhan was by Yang Ming's side, following Bao Sanli in. Yang Ming came directly to the main seat of the conference room and sat down. However, when Yang Ming sat down, Guo Jinbiao, who was drinking tea on the sofa, immediately disagreed. He pointed to Yang Ming and said loudly, Yang Ming, what do you mean? The main seat should be made for Master Qi. Who is he? Bao Sanli ignored Guo Jinbiao but said to Master Qi, I think you shouldn't get involved in this matter. You are already so old. TSK, if things are too intense, your heart can't stand it. Mother Bao Sanli, you are too much. Guo Jinbiao stood up suddenly. How can you talk to Master Qi like that? What do you mean by getting involved? The 7th master has always been a respected senior for those of us who come out to mingle. If there is a conflict, we will naturally look for Master Qi to mediate. This has become the rule of the underworld. Do you mean that you want to break this rule and become enemies with all the gangs in the entire province? Guo Jinbiao's words were quite serious. It suddenly turned Bao Sanli into a person who broke the rules and made him an enemy of all the gangs in the province. Rules? Who made this rule? You made it? Yang Ming suddenly sneered. This is Songjiang, not Jiduan. Your rules don't work here. If you continue to act like a bad *SS, do you believe that I won't let you go back to Jiduan? Io? Who the *CK are you? Guo Jinbiao said angrily after listening, this rule was set by the boss of Donghai, brother Sun Hongjun. Why? Do you want to go against him? Let me tell you, you don't have to scare me. It's useless. I, Guo Jinbiao, am not scared. When I came out, you were still wearing diapers. Since I am here this time, then I am not going to go back empty-handed. You have to agree to my conditions even if you don't want to. Don't think that I am talking big. Since I dare to say this, I naturally made sufficient preparations. You want to threaten me? It's ridiculous. I have already talked to brother Sun of Donghai. If you don't agree, then wait for our 2 gangs to punish you together. In fact, Guo Jinbiao was also a little guilty, so he deliberately exaggerated the facts. From just now, he felt that the atmosphere today was not right. It was not good. Not to mention the attitude of the underling before, he didn't know what the young man who came in with Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan was doing. Moreover, looking at their intention, they meant to keep him here. Guo Jinbiao was also a little scared. Therefore, he had to use Donghai's Sun Hongjun as a shield because Sun Hongjuan's power was the largest in the nearby cities. If Sun Hongjun intervened, he believed that Bao Sanli and the others wouldn't dare to do anything to him. However, these words were just his bluff. Although he had mentioned this to Sun Hongjun before, Sun Hongjun's attitude was very unclear. He didn't say that he supported his approach, but he also didn't say that he didn't support it. Guo Jinbiao also understood that Sun Hongjun wanted to sit back and watch the two sides fight. Whichever side won, then he would rope in that side. After all, Sun Hongjun didn't want to get involved in their mess. But bragging didn't need to be taxed, so Guo Jinbiao still made up a bunch of nonsense. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. But he didn't expect that as soon as his voice fell, a harsh laughter came into Guo Jinbiao's ears. Guo Jinbiao looked up angrily, but he saw that the person who sneered was the young man who came in with Bao Sanli. What are you laughing at? Guo Jinbiao was ridiculed, and he immediately felt a little embarrassed. He was also a boss. How could he tolerate being made fun of by a kid he had never seen before? Who are you? Master Qi is here, and you are so presumptuous. Bao Sanli, what do you mean by bringing this kid here? We don't need to let the underlings participate in our discussion, right? He directly regarded Yang Ming as Bao Sanli's underling. It was no wonder. He had never seen Yang Ming, and he didn't know the position of Yang Ming in Songjiang. It was normal to have such an idea. After all, Bao Sanli had sent an underling to humiliate him before. You are wrong. Yang Ming waved his hand and said faintly, Bao Sanli didn't bring me here, but I brought Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan to negotiate with you. You? Bring Bao Sanli? And Ho Zhenhan? Guo Jinbiao immediately felt that his brain was a little short-circuited. What is going on? Something is wrong. What is the background of this kid? He actually brought Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli? Do you think that you have a lot of face? Yang Ming smiled and said with some ridicule, I can come here personally because I am giving face to Master Qi. As for you, you are not worthy of me giving you face. You. Guo Jinbiao just wanted to curse, but then he stopped. It seemed that the person in front of him wasn't an underling. Since he dared to say so, and Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan didn't refute, what did it mean? Could it be that this guy is really a big shot? Thinking of this, Guo Jinbiao had to be cautious. After all, this was someone else's territory. It was fine to curse the other party's underlings. After all, he was also a boss. But if he pointed at the other party's boss and scolded, it was a provocation. He really couldn't go back. But seventh grandpa. Yang Ming changed the topic and looked directly at seventh grandpa. I have already given you face. I respect you as a senior, so I won't make things difficult for you. So, you can leave now. The seventh master's face flushed red. Although he had not been the big brother for many years, his position in the Jianghu was still there. Everyone acted very well on the surface and was very respectful to seventh master. Now, Yang Ming didn't buy his words at all. How could the seventh master not be angry? But what was the use of being angry? He also knew his own weight. These people in front of him were the underworld's rookies. The seventh master had never dealt with them before. If they didn't respect him, he could only accept it. However, since he took Guo Jinbiao's 500,000, he could only bite the bullet. This little brother, Old Seven, was invited to mediate the underworld dispute. Everyone respects me as a senior and respectfully calls me seventh master. So, little brother, since you also call me seventh master, then listen to my advice. Our underworld matters have always been peaceful. This time, you beat Guo Jinbiao's son, Boss Guo's son. You should compensate. This is your fault. If you insist again, then there will be a river of blood. Yang Ming listened to seventh master's words and frowned. Is this old man taking advantage of his seniority? He was so indecisive when he spoke. He waved his hand impatiently and said, if this is the case, then I will call you Old Seven. Old Seven, you should go home quickly. Otherwise, the river of blood will scare you. You, how can you talk like this? Seventh master didn't expect Yang Ming to simply not give him face. Bao Sanli, send the guest out. Yang Ming said faintly. Yes. Bao Sanli nodded and then walked to seventh master. He said coldly, please, seventh master. Our boss asked me to send you home. How can you say this? If you continue like this, you will be swallowed by other gangs sooner or later. The underworld isn't like you. You have to be moral. Seventh Master still wanted to say something, but he was dragged out by Bao Sanli by his arms. Guo Jingbiao's face changed again and again. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so strong that he directly dragged Seventh Master out. How could he know that Yang Ming was already giving face to this old guy? Otherwise, even he would be left here. Originally, Guo Jingbiao wanted to stop Bao Sanli from taking Seventh Master away, but he only had 4 underlings on his side. They were all other people's people. If there was a conflict, it would definitely be disadvantageous to his side. Guo Jingbiao really regretted coming to the Nightless Club. Originally, he thought that with Seventh Master here, Bao Sanli wouldn't violate the underworld's morality and do anything to him. However, he was wrong. He ignored the variable Yang Ming. Who exactly was this new boy? Listening to Bao Sanli just call him boss, then isn't he? Guo Jingbiao's scalp was numb. It can't be, right? How is this possible? Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan aren't the real boss of Songjiang, but the real behind-the-scenes boss is this boy in front of me who seems to be only in his early 20s? Moreover, it could be seen that this boy was quite strong. He didn't put me in his eyes at all. This made it difficult for Guo Jingbiao to guess the true identity of Yang Ming. Is he the young master of a powerful person? Therefore, Guo Jingbiao had to leave a way out for himself. His wishful thinking was wrong. Originally, he thought that even if Bao Sanli didn't give him face, he had to give face to Seventh Master and compensate for some of the medical expenses. Even if he didn't compensate, he wouldn't do anything to his people. But now it seemed that the young man in front of him drove Seventh Master away and left him here. What does that mean? Guo Jingbiao's back couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This little brother. No matter what, Seventh Master is a respected figure in our underworld. Aren't you afraid of causing public anger by doing this? Guo Jingbiao's voice wasn't as strong as before. There was a hint of discussion. Seventh Master is a person respected by Sun Hongjun. Boss Sunday, aren't you afraid of being an enemy of Boss Sun? Hee, do you know why I laughed just now? Yang Ming looked at Guo Jingbiao mockingly. Why? Although Guo Jingbiao didn't like to be led by the nose by others, he wanted to know why Yang Ming laughed, so he could only answer like this. You said that Sun Hongjun wants to deal with you, asked Yang Ming with a strange look. Yes. Brother Sun and I are best friends. We have reached a consensus. Guo Jingbiao didn't know what Yang Ming meant, so he was somewhat nervous, but he still said in a threatening manner, who would mind having a bigger territory? Donghai, Jiduan, and Songjiang are originally neighboring territories. You should be very clear about Brother Sun's strength. Oh. Yang Ming nodded and said, what you said later is right. I was a little puzzled before. Do you know why your son was beaten until he was disabled? Wasn't it just a sentence that offended Bao Sanli? Guo Jingbiao was angry when he mentioned this. You have to look at the owner before you beat the dog, let alone his own son. No. 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 Yang Ming waved his hand and said, wrong. It's fine that he offended Bao Sanli. I beat him because he was entangled with my woman. Your woman? Guo Jingbiao was stunned. When did my son entangle your woman? This was the first time he heard of it. He thought that his son was beaten until he was disabled because he provoked Bao Sanli, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. You don't even know what your son did wrong, and you still want to ask me for medical expenses. It's ridiculous. Yang Ming said disdainfully, of course, she is my woman. I can tell you that Sun Jia is my woman. What? Sun Jia? Guo Jingbiao looked at Yang Ming in a daze. What's with your expression? Do you know why I laughed just now? Yang Ming had a look of disdain on his face as if he was an idiot. Do you think my father-in-law will help you snatch my territory? Are you stupid? Guo Jingbiao was shocked at the moment. Yes, there were no other words to describe his current mood. How is this possible? The man in front of me is Sun Hongjuan's son-in-law? So, whether you say that my father-in-law respects Master Qi or that I hate him, this is our family matter. It has nothing to do with you, an outsider. Yang Ming said faintly, well, I don't have time to waste with you. Tomorrow morning, I have to go to Donghai to visit my father-in-law. Of course, I don't mind giving him a big gift. After all, it's my first visit as a son-in-law. What do you mean? Guo Jingbiao looked at Yang Ming's evil smile and suddenly felt a little unnatural. It should be about time, right? Li Chang, this kid, is really too slow. Yang Ming looked at his watch and said to himself. Dang dang dang. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Yang Ming looked up and suddenly felt happy. Just as I was talking about this kid came. Come in, said Yang Ming. When the door opened, Li Chang, Lu Chao, Wang Peng, and Lu Xinyang came in. In their hands, they were holding 3 people who were tied up. Boss, the mission was successfully completed. The 4 places of the money gang have been cleared. The Xianxia building has also been occupied by our people. There were no casualties in this operation. Li Chang said loudly. However, Guo Jingbiao's face was already ashen. If someone just stood up and said that the headquarters of the money gang was occupied, he definitely wouldn't believe it. Why? It was very simple. With such a large industrial base and manpower, how could Jiduan City be occupied by the money gang? So Guo Jingbiao would think that this person was bragging. But now, it was different because the 3 people who were tied up were his own right-hand men and his military advisor. These 3 people could be said to be his own team. They were caught at the same time. It was self-evident what this meant. You actually dare to not talk about the morality of the underworld. Guo Jingbiao was completely scared this time. Yes, Yang Ming's posture today was definitely not going to let him go. Morality of the underworld? Yang Ming was amused after hearing it. What is morality of the underworld? You just threatened me to sweep my territory with my father-in-law. How did it become that I don't talk about morality of the underworld in a blink of an eye? Guo Jingbiao's face changed again and again. He would never have thought that there would be such a result today. Yes, Yang Ming is right. What is morality of the underworld? That is a cover-up. The truth of the underworld is that the winner is the king. Little brother. No, Boss Yang, I was wrong before. I didn't figure out the truth of the matter, so I came to ask for compensation. I apologize to you here. Guo Jingbiao begged for mercy. There was no other way. People had to lower their heads under the eaves. Guo Jingbiao, I said, are you stupid? Yang Ming said coldly, you just said that you were wrong and you were done with it? I gave you a chance before. If you didn't entangle with me, I wouldn't bother to go to Jiduan City to take care of you. But you've come to me with physical conditions again and again. My patience has reached its limit. Take him away. I don't want to see him again. Yang Ming waved his hand and said to Bao Sanli. Yes, brother Yang. Bao Sanli waved his hand. A few underlings held Guo Jingbiao and pulled him outside. You. What are you doing? You can't do that. Let me go. Guo Jingbiao was shocked. Seeing that Yang Ming was really going to kill him, he immediately became anxious. Yang Ming was unmoved. Bao Sanli naturally wouldn't sympathize with this Guo Jingbiao. During this time, this Guo Jingbiao had been using the name of 7th Master to act pretentiously. Bao Sanli had had enough. He couldn't wait for Yang Ming's words to quickly destroy this pretentious guy who would be struck by lightning. I can give you a sum of money. Don't kill me. Guo Jingbiao was scared. Of course, he wasn't as tough as he looked on the surface. He was also afraid of death. Seeing that Yang Ming still didn't speak, Guo Jingbiao continued, I can give up my business in Jiduan City. Just let me go. I will run far away. I will never come back. I will go abroad. Oh? You still have money to go abroad? Yang Ming smacked his lips and said, wait. Guo Jingbiao thought that Yang Ming was going to let him go, and he was immediately happy. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Yang Ming continue. He seems to be very rich. Yang Ming said, find a way to get his account number and get the money out. Understood, he. Bao Sanli smiled sinisterly. Guo Jingbiao was disappointed for a while. He really couldn't escape this, so he didn't care. He cursed, F***ck your mother. You will die a horrible death. Humph. Yang Ming didn't want to lower himself to his level, but when he heard this guy's filthy mouth, he was immediately annoyed. He picked up the teacup on the table and hit Guo Jinbiao's body. It hit Guo Jinbiao's acupuncture point, and Guo Jinbiao suddenly lost his human form. He struggled and howled as he was dragged away by Bao Sanli. As for the 3 people who were caught, Yang Ming waved his hand and asked Hou Zhenhan to take them away. Hou Zhenhan and the others should know how to deal with them. This kind of high-level figure of the money gang couldn't be kept. After they went out, Yang Ming said to Li Chang and the others approvingly, "Not bad. You didn't let me down." "What? Boss, those people's combat power is too weak. Many of the brothers are complaining. Before they could fight, those people pretended to be dead and ran away. They are a group of motley crew. Occasionally, there was resistance, but they were all soft-footed shrimps. They finished the battle with one punch." Li Chang smiled bitterly. Huh. Yang Ming shook his head after listening. This could be imagined. The general gang members had the ability to scare the people. If a strong opponent appeared, they would run faster than anyone else. Well, no matter what, the mission was done well. Yang Ming said, "Each brother will be given a reward of 1,000 yuan. Li Chang, the 4 of you will each get 3,000 yuan. Go to the finance department to get it later." "Thank you, boss," Li Chang said very gratefully. They were already paid, but there was still a reward for the mission. The boss was simply too good to them. "However, the few of us will also get 1,000 yuan. It will be the same as the brothers." "Do as you wish." Yang Ming didn't insist. "Do a good job. I won't treat you badly." Guo Jinbiao was a coward, a very coward. He couldn't stand it when Yang Ming poked his acupuncture point. Before he was taken a few steps away, he told his account number and password. He didn't want anything else. He just wanted to die, a quick death. He really couldn't stand it anymore. As for the territory of Jiduan City, Hou Zhenhan instantly sent someone to take over. As for the issue of property rights, there was naturally a special lawyer responsible for it. By the way, the Wang's group was now under the name of Ming Yang. Those lawyers who specialized in dealing with the underworld affairs were very good at invading other people's property. Guo Jianchao was now the chairman of the Wang's group. However, the Wang Century Xiongfeng Group had been renamed to Ming Yang Entertainment Company, Limited. It specialized in the management of entertainment venues such as hotels, nightclubs, and so on. Although Guo Jianchao was the chairman in name, the shares of the group were still under the name of Hou Zhenhan. However, Guo Jianchao was already very satisfied with this. At least now he was much tougher than before. With the underworld background, people in the industry respected him. However, he wasn't proud because he knew that he was just a dog of Yang Ming, so he always reminded himself to be low-key. Otherwise, he might end up like Wang Shifan one day. Wiping out Jiduan City was Yang Ming's temporary idea. His original ambition wasn't to control the underworld. He just firmly grasped this unsafe factor in his hands. When he returned home, his parents hadn't fallen asleep yet. Yang Ming sighed and sat helplessly next to his parents. "I just came home and went out. His parents must have wanted to see me, so they didn't go to sleep." "Dad, Mom, you haven't slept yet?" asked Yang Ming. "I'll wait for you to come back before sleeping." Yang Dehai patted Yang Ming's shoulder. "Big Ming, how was the trip abroad? Did things go well?" "It was okay. It was basically smooth." Yang Ming said, "I found a diamond mine in South Africa and directly mined the diamonds myself." "Oh, that's good." Yang Dehai nodded. "Big Ming, I heard that South Africa isn't very safe. Some countries change governments all day long. A temporary government fell, and another one came up. Isn't it too dangerous for you to mine there?" Mother Yang asked with some concern, "What if the mine is taken back?" Yang Ming thought, unless the leader of the temporary government doesn't want to live anymore. How can this mine be given out? That's the reward for the assassin group. If they dare to take it back, they are simply courting death. This kind of thing wasn't a secret at all. Even if it was a new temporary government, it would be clear who could be touched and who couldn't. They wouldn't find trouble for themselves. However, Yang Ming certainly couldn't explain it like this, so he said, "This thing is a risk investment. I found a relatively stable country to open the mine. There shouldn't be a problem." "Then you be careful. If it is taken back, you can't go head-to-head with others," Mother Yang advised. "Mom, you can rest assured. I'm not a child. I have a sense of propriety," Yang Ming said helplessly. He didn't know when it started, but the content of the family chat became more formal. In Yang Dehai's view, this was the performance of a child who had grown up. They talked about the Songjiang bus factory for a while. The restructuring of the bus factory had been on the right track. The approval had been issued, and the restructuring was imminent. Yang Ming completely let his father do it. He wasn't very concerned about these things. It wasn't until late at night that the family fell asleep. However, when she knew that Yang Ming was going out the next day, Mother Yang complained, saying why didn't Yang Ming say so earlier? If she knew that he was going out, she wouldn't talk to him. The next day, Yang Ming got up at 6 o'clock. Yang Ming's biological clock had become a habit. Especially during this period of training, it made Yang Ming's schedule change seriously. It was enough to only sleep for 4 or 5 hours a day. Without disturbing his parents, Yang Ming went downstairs alone and drove Ho Zhenhan's BMW X5 to Donghai. In any case, he had promised Sun Jia, so he must do it. Sun Hongjun got up early today. Although he was very dissatisfied with Yang Ming visiting him so late, he was still looking forward to it. His daughter was already so big, but she didn't even have a boyfriend. This had always been a big worry for Sun Hongjun. There were even comments outside that said that his daughter was a lesbian. This made Sun Hongjun very annoyed, but there was no smoke without fire. Sun Hongjun knew what his daughter was like. After investigating openly and secretly, Sun Hongjun really found some clues. Although there was no obvious proof that his daughter was a lesbian, at least he found a lot of women's XX videos on his daughter's computer. This made Sun Hongjun anxious. But he didn't dare to lay his cards on the table with his daughter. Who knew what the result would be? Sun Hongjun also knew that his daughter had a conflict with men because of the previous incident, so he could only be anxious. Now, he finally heard that his daughter had a boyfriend. How could he not be anxious to meet him? No matter what, his Sun family was also a famous family. In Donghai, it could be said that he meant what he said. His daughter found a boyfriend, so he must be careful. People were always greedy. There was no end to desire. Originally, his daughter was willing to have a boyfriend, which made Sun Hongjun very happy. But in addition to being happy, he felt that he had to find someone who was worthy of his daughter. He had also seen the information of this Yang Ming, but he was too ordinary. He was just a college student. There was a big difference in age between him and his daughter. Although at that meeting, Yang Ming put forward a few relatively novel ideas, Sun Hongjun didn't think that Yang Ming was very powerful. In this year, there were too many people who knew how to do business. Moreover, Sun Hongjun had a thought. That was to train his son-in-law to be his successor. He also understood that Sun Jiwei, that kid, was a good-for-nothing. He couldn't be helped, and he couldn't stick to the wall. Although Sun Hongjun also wanted to train him, this guy was really a good-for-nothing. Looking at his daughter, she had the ability and courage, but she was a girl. This kind of thing in the underworld wasn't done by a woman after all. Therefore, Sun Hongjun had never let his daughter get involved in the underworld. He only gave her part of the business to take care of. Therefore, Sun Hongjun also wanted to see if Yang Ming had the ability to lead the underworld. After passing the toll booth, Yang Ming called Sun Jia. Sun Jia had already prepared. After receiving Yang Ming's call, she immediately drove to pick up Yang Ming. Your car? Sun Jia looked at Yang Ming's car with some surprise. Hee, isn't this going to your house? I have to borrow a good car to put on a facade. Yang Ming smiled. Come on. My dad has investigated your family background. Sun Jia said helplessly, but she was somewhat grateful to Yang Ming for valuing her. The two luxury cars drove to the Sun family's courtyard one after another. The Sun family was the most powerful family in Donghai. The Sun family's villa was like an independent fortress, symbolizing the status and power of the Sun family. 100 miles away from the Sun family's villa was an open space. Being able to buy such a large piece of land in the provincial capital wasn't something that could be done with money. It was said that this was not only for safety, but also for peace. Otherwise, the nearby cars would be noisy. Sun Hongjun had been standing at the window on the second floor. When he saw his daughter's car coming back, followed by a BMW, he couldn't help but be stunned. When did this Yang Ming buy a car? The person who came to greet Yang Ming and Sun Jia was the Sun family's butler, Sun San. In Sun Hongjuan's view, even so, he had already given Yang Ming a lot of face. Mr. Yang. Sun San said politely. Uncle San. When Yang Ming saw Sun San, he called out affectionately, "Thank you for the last time." "You're welcome, Mr. Yang," Sun San said humbly. Outside, Sun San was a strong person, but in the Sun family, he was just a butler. Moreover, Yang Ming was very likely to be the future son-in-law, so Sun San naturally had to respect him. "Okay, Yang Ming, are you here to see my dad or to catch up with Uncle San?" Sun Jia was anxious. Her father had already lost his temper this morning. He said that this Yang Ming was more arrogant than him. Now that she saw Yang Ming dawdling and not going into the house, she couldn't help but scold him. "Oh, then let's go." As Yang Ming said, he directly put his hand on Sun Jia's waist and walked into the house. "What are you doing?" Sun Jia was shocked and quickly whispered. "Aren't you my girlfriend? What's wrong with holding you?" Yang Ming pretended to be puzzled and asked. Sun Jia clenched her teeth and could only endure it. She said fiercely, "Well, you can do whatever you want today, but if you expose me, don't blame me for getting even with you." "Hee, don't worry. You can't expose me," Yang Ming said indifferently, "besides, we have done it before. We still have this tacit understanding." Sun Jia glared at Yang Ming, but she couldn't do anything. She had to pretend that she didn't hear it. However, this Yang Ming was really hateful. His hand actually started to be dishonest and slowly moved towards Sun Jia's buttocks. "Little Jia, you're back." At this time, a woman in her 40s greeted them and said with a smile, "Is this little Jia's boyfriend?" Yang Ming didn't know the origin of this woman, and he didn't dare to pretend. There were too many people in Sun Jia's house. There were butlers, servants, aunts, and aunts. Who knew if Sun Hongjun had a mistress? "Mom, this is Yang Ming." Sun Jia quickly introduced, "Yang Ming, this is my mom." "Oh, hello Mom." Yang Ming's mind was thinking about dirty things. He was trying to figure out if Sun Hongjun had 3 wives and 4 concubines. When Sun Jia suddenly talked to him, he didn't think much and directly said such a sentence. "Yang Ming." Sun Jia also saw that Yang Ming was absent-minded and pinched Yang Ming hard. However, the woman smiled from ear to ear. Good, this child, your mouth is quite sweet. The only regret in my life is that I didn't have a son. Now, I have." "Ugh, auntie, hello." Yang Ming was pinched by Sun Jia and immediately woke up. He said quickly. "Little Jia, what's wrong with you?" The woman was immediately unhappy when she heard it. She glared at Sun Jia and said, "What Yang Ming calls me is our business. What does it have to do with you? Why are you interfering?" "Mom. Sun Jia was really dumbfounded, but she also knew her mother's temper. When she gave birth to her, she had a difficult labor. As a result, her mother gave birth to her by cesarean section, but she couldn't give birth again. This was also a regret of her mother because her mother liked boys very much. Although her father didn't say anything, there had to be someone to inherit such a big family business. Her mother was even more guilty. So much so that when Yang Ming called out Mom, she was so happy that she was like this. "Auntie. I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with little Jia." Yang Ming said, "In fact, it was like this. I came to your house for the first time. I was a little nervous, so I accidentally followed Sun Jia and called you Mom." Sun Jia snorted at Yang Ming's explanation. "Nervous? If you are nervous, can you still slip away?" He was obviously spouting nonsense. If that's the case, then it's fine. Why don't you call me mom in the future? It's the same anyway. In the future, when you and little Jia get married, don't you have to call me mom? Just treat it as calling me mom in advance, said Sun Jia's mother. Mom, I haven't even gotten together with him yet. What are you talking about? Sun Jia said. To be honest, Sun Jia really didn't consider the possibility of continuing to develop with Yang Ming. After all, the age gap between the two people was too big, and Yang Ming had a girlfriend. This time, she looked for Yang Ming just to appease her father. Sun Jia was a very proud woman, and her vision was very high. At least, the current Yang Ming was just pleasing to the eye. She didn't hate him. If he wanted her to fall in love with him, then he had to make some achievements that were worthy of her attention. I think little Yang is very good. I agree. Sun Jia's mother said without thinking. Cough cough. Sun Hongjun saw that he couldn't not come forward. His wife liked to be emotional. If things were settled like this, wouldn't it be a bit too hasty? Dad. Sun Jia also saw her father who was coming down the stairs. Uncle Sun, hello. Yang Ming looked at Sun Hongjun and greeted him with a smile. However, he was secretly looking at Sun Hongjun carefully. Sun Hongjun was an inconspicuous man. He wasn't tall, and his hair was somewhat balding, but he couldn't hide his fierce aura. Yes, this was the aura of a superior. Yang Ming now gradually had this kind of aura, but Yang Ming was usually very easygoing and not serious, so it was well hidden. However, Sun Hongjun didn't need to hide it. Donghai's Sun family was useless to hide it, so it was better to be strong. It seemed that Sun Hongjun, this inconspicuous guy, could have a beautiful daughter like Sun Jia because of Mother Sunday. Although she was over 40 years old, she was still charming. It could be seen that she must have been a beauty when she was young. However, who does Sun Jia's chest resemble? Auntie isn't as big as Sun Jia's. Could it be that Sun Jia drank too much papaya soup? Yang Ming thought evilly. While Yang Ming was looking at Sun Hongjun was also looking at Yang Ming. This young man looked very energetic, but Sun Hongjun had always sneered at men's looks. In his opinion, a capable man, no matter how ordinary he looked, would be admired by others. On the contrary, if you were not capable, no matter how handsome you were, you could only be a gigolo. Therefore, Sun Hongjun's first impression of Yang Ming was not special. A person's appearance couldn't reflect anything. He had to go through his own test to see whether Yang Ming was a qualified son-in-law candidate. However, Yang Ming's casual and cynical attitude made Sun Hongjun frown. This kind of ruffian attitude in society made Sun Hongjun feel that Yang Ming couldn't do great things. After Yang Ming greeted him, Sun Hongjun nodded silently and said, "Old San, tell the servant to pour tea." "Master, I have already called for someone." Sun San said respectfully. "Don't bother, Uncle Sunday," Yang Ming said faintly. "Uncle Sun, Auntie Sun, Happy New Year." Yang Ming didn't know the surname of Sun Jia's mother, but it was always right to call her Auntie Sunday. She was Sun Hongjun's wife, a member of the Sun family. "Happy New Year, hee hee." Sun Hongjun's face suddenly became cold. "Today is the 15th. The new year has passed, right?" Hee hee. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Although Sun Hongjun felt that Yang Ming's performance was very easygoing and not polite, he still didn't like it. After all, he didn't have a good impression of Yang Ming. How could he visit after the 15th? Wasn't this a little too disrespectful? "You're really arrogant. You made this old man wait for so long." Sun Hongjun snorted coldly. Yang Ming also saw that Sun Hongjun was really critical of him, but he wasn't the kind of person who liked to deliberately please others. Although Sun Hongjun was a big shot, wasn't he also a big shot? So he said coldly, "Uncle Sun, although Donghai and Songjiang are close, it is more than 2 hours away. The new year isn't like usual. Who doesn't have something to do?" Yang Ming's implication was that he had his own things to do during the new year. It was impossible for him to come to Donghai to see Sun Hongjun and leave other things behind, right? When Yang Ming's words came out, the scene suddenly became cold. Sun Hongjun was also stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to actually be angry. He couldn't help but be speechless. Sun Hongjun was a character who could shake the world with a stomp of his feet in Donghai. Usually, even the politicians had to smile when they talked to him, but he didn't expect that Yang Ming actually didn't give him face. While Sun Hongjun was surprised, he was somewhat curious. Doesn't Yang Ming know my identity? Even if he doesn't know, he should be respectful to his girlfriend's father, right? Little did he know that Yang Ming's small vent of dissatisfaction in his heart had greatly increased Sun Hongjuan's good impression of him. There were too many people who usually flattered him. Sun Hongjun had been somewhat numb. Over the years, few people dared to go against his will. Even if there were, they had disappeared from the earth. Now, Yang Ming's move made Sun Hongjun feel that Yang Ming was still a person with a backbone. At least, when he was with Sun Jia, he didn't covet anything, and he wouldn't deliberately please Sun Hongjun. However, having a backbone was just having a backbone. This could only make Sun Hongjun have a good impression of Yang Ming, but what Sun Hongjun valued most was his personal ability. Yang Ming. Sun Jia saw that the atmosphere was cold. She looked at Yang Ming with some blame and whispered, "What are you talking about? Apologize to Dad." Sun Jia certainly knew what kind of person her father was. At that time, the man who almost lied to her had disappeared from the face of the earth. Yang Ming was brought by her to pretend to be her boyfriend. She didn't want Yang Ming to be implicated because of her. Haha. Sun Hongjun suddenly smiled and said, "Yang Ming is right. Who doesn't have anything to do? Why are you apologizing?" Yang Ming was also a little nervous when he spoke. If he was impulsive, he didn't want to ruin Sun Jia's plan. Unexpectedly, Sun Hongjun actually laughed, which made Yang Ming somewhat unexpected. "Uncle Sun, something did happen in my family. Otherwise, I would have come over earlier." Yang Ming was a little embarrassed, so he explained. It's fine, it's fine." Sun Hongjun waved his hand and said, "Sit down." "Okay." Yang Ming nodded in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing and sat on the sofa in the living room. Sun Hongjun and Mother Sun sat opposite Yang Ming, and Sun Jia sat next to Yang Ming. "Yang Ming. So, I still call you Little Yang. You don't mind, right?" Sun Hongjun took a sip of the tea that Sun Sam brought over and said. "Of course, I don't mind. Uncle Sun, you are an elder." Yang Ming smiled. "You should still call me Uncle Sunday. I should be much older than your father. Little Jia is 6 years older than you, and I only had little Jia when I was 30 years old." Sun Hongjun, intentionally or unintentionally, hinted at the age gap between Yang Ming and Sun Jia. He wanted to see how Yang Ming thought about this issue. "Hee, is it?" Yang Ming said easily, "I think Uncle is very young, but since you like me to call you Uncle, then it's fine. This is just a title." Then, Yang Ming changed the topic and pretended to be surprised. "Little Jia is 6 years older than me? I thought she was younger than me." When Sun Hongjun heard Yang Ming's words, his head was full of black lines. This guy really lies without blinking. Don't you know Sun Jia's real age? However, since Yang Ming said that he didn't know, Sun Hongjun couldn't say, "You are bullsh** ting, right?" So, Sun Hongjun had to say, "Hee. You look more mature, and little Jia takes good care of herself." "Oh, it turned out to be like this." Yang Ming suddenly nodded and said, "A woman who is 3 years older will hold a gold brick. A woman who is 6 years older will hold a diamond?" This time even the people in the room, including Sun Jia, were shocked by Yang Ming's words. Their hair was almost smoking. Seeing a room of people staring at each other, Yang Ming pretended not to know and said, "You all. What's wrong? Am I wrong? That is holding 2 gold bricks. Yang Ming, can you be serious?" Sun Jia kicked Yang Ming's leg with her foot and whispered to remind him. Yang Ming was actually intentional. Even if he was usually casual, he wouldn't be like this. However, he didn't like what Sun Hongjun said just now. What's wrong with a woman being older than a man? Can't it be? This made Yang Ming couldn't help but think of Xiaoqing. So, Yang Ming would say such a thing. A woman who is 6 years older will hold a diamond. What about a woman who is 10 years older? Will she hold a ruby or something like that? Haha, very interesting theory. Although Sun Hongjun heard Yang Ming's messy theory, he also heard that Yang Ming didn't reject the fact that a woman was older than a man from the bottom of his heart, so he was relieved. What he was most afraid of was that the age gap between the two was too big and there was no common language, but it seemed that Yang Ming didn't care about this at all. I heard that you are also a student at Songjiang Industry University? Sun Hongjun changed the topic and asked casually. Yeah, could it be that Uncle Sun is also a student? Replied Yang Ming. Pooh, cough cough. Sun Hongjun just took a sip of tea. After listening to Yang Ming's answer, he almost choked to death. He coughed for a long time and said, I am already so old. Why would I go to a university? If I want to go, I will go to a university for the elderly. I am talking about little Jia. How could Yang Ming not know that Sun Hongjun couldn't be at Songjiang Industry University? However, Yang Ming deliberately said that. Because of this short meeting, Yang Ming had basically figured out Sun Hongjun's temper. This old man was amenable to force but not persuasion. The more you were polite to him and the more you flattered him, the less he liked you. The more casual you were, the more he liked you. It had to be said that Yang Ming was quite accurate this time. Sun Hongjun's men, who dared to talk to Sun Hongjun like this? Moreover, Sun Jia was a girl. She always had to behave like a lady at home. It was impossible for her to joke with him. Therefore, Sun Hongjun was very envious when he saw other people's children and grandchildren chatting and enjoying family life together. Therefore, he wanted his daughter to get married quickly and give birth to a grandson for him. Now, Yang Ming was joking with him so casually. Sun Hongjun suddenly felt a lot younger, and his heart was a lot more relaxed. Oh, it's little Jia. I thought we were also schoolmates, said Yang Ming. Okay, next time when you talk, I can't drink water. Otherwise, I will be choked to death. Sun Hongjun waved his hand. Sun Hongjun had already recognized Yang Ming's character. However, Sun Hongjun was a person who took the overall situation into consideration. He couldn't recognize Yang Ming as his son-in-law just because he had a good chat with him. After all, the Sun family's business was the highlight. Moreover, Sun Hongjun was also afraid that Yang Ming was just deceiving his daughter's feelings and wanted to get the Sun family's property. After all, the age gap between the two people was too big, so Sun Hongjun was very worried. His daughter's cheating boyfriend looked so honest. Wasn't he also after the Sun family's money? Therefore, Sun Hongjun was still very cautious about choosing a son-in-law. Little Yang, I won't hide it from you. I did a simple investigation of your family before. As far as I know, your family situation isn't very good. Your mother was laid off, and your father is a worker in a machinery factory. Do you think that if little Jia is with you, won't she be wronged? What do you mean? Yang Ming also knew that Sun Hongjun would investigate him, but he didn't quite understand Sun Hongjun's meaning. My business is going to be left to my nephew, Sun Jiwei. If little Jia is with you, then she is a member of your Yang family. Do you think you have the ability to make her happy? Sun Hongjun explained. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled. Uncle Sun, I don't know what is happiness in your opinion. Yang Ming was also considered a smart person. How could he not know the meaning of Sun Hongjun's words? Sun Hongjun was giving him a preventive injection first, telling him that if he wanted to covet the Sun family's property, it was absolutely impossible. Moreover, not only did he not get any benefits, but he also had to support the Sun family's young lady. She was used to luxury since she was a child. Let's see what you can do. However, to be honest, Yang Ming was really not interested in Sun Hongjun's family business. Sun Hongjun's family property was not even a fraction of his own deposit in a Swiss bank. Moreover, for the underworld forces controlled by Sun Hongjun, Yang Ming was not tempted. Now, his own team was enough. With Li Chang's group, it was enough to challenge any force. Do you have money? Do you have a house? Do you have a car? Yang Ming looked at Sun Hongjun with a smile and said, we're two people who love each other? This. Sun Hongjun didn't expect Yang Ming to kick the problem back to him again. How could he know that Yang Ming was already a master of Tai Chi when he was in high school? He always returned other people's questions back to them. Of course. Two people who love each other, but at the very least, there must be a material basis to guarantee it. Sun Hongjun thought about it and said, "You are just a college student now. Do you think you have a material basis?" "What is the material basis?" "Money?" Yang Ming said, "To be honest, I don't value these." Yang Ming was right. He didn't value money very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have casually given more than 3,000 yuan to Lin Jiyun when he didn't have much money. It's not wrong to not value money, but in this world, there are some things that can't be done without money. Sun Hongjun looked at Yang Ming and said word by word. In his opinion, Yang Ming was still too idealistic. He was just a college student who had not stepped into society. He firmly believed that love was greater than everything. He had not tasted the hardships of life. I said that I don't value money, but I didn't say that I don't have the ability to make money." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Uncle Sun, if you have investigated me, you should know that my current identity isn't a real estate marketing plan. It's just a temporary identity. I have a jewelry company with a friend. Although it can't be compared to Uncle Sun's family business, I still want to support little Jia." Sun Hongjun nodded. Of course, he knew the things that Yang Ming said. Although Song Jiang wasn't in Sun Hongjuan's sphere of influence, Yang Ming's jewelry company had made such a big move. It hadn't opened yet, but it was already well known in the industry. How could Sun Hongjun not hear about it? Sun Hongjun stared at Yang Ming for a long time. When he saw that there was no hypocrisy in Yang Ming's eyes, Sun Hongjun was relieved. He was afraid that Yang Ming and Sun Jia had ulterior motives. As long as it wasn't, then the rest was naturally easy to talk about. "Little Yang, you should also know what our Sun family does, right?" Sun Hongjun was most worried about the problem of the successor. He deliberately said that he would give the business to his nephew, Sun Jiwei, just to see Yang Ming's reaction. However, when he saw that Yang Ming didn't mind, Sun Hongjun was secretly relieved, but he had some regrets. It seems that Yang Ming is a person who doesn't like disputes. Can such a person lead the underworld of Donghai? In his opinion, Yang Ming couldn't fight for it, but he couldn't not fight for it. Sun Hongjun was a bit embarrassed. But how could he know that it wasn't that Yang Ming didn't fight for it, but he didn't care about his business at all? Yang Ming's own business was big. He didn't lack these things of the Sun family. Moreover, Yang Ming's character was that if you respect me, I will return you 10 feet. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will kill them. When he heard Sun Hongjun ask this question, Yang Ming hesitated and didn't hide it. He said calmly, "I heard that the underworld forces of Donghai are all secretly controlled by Uncle Sun, right?" "Yes." Sun Hongjun didn't deny it. He nodded and said, "Since you know, aren't you afraid?" "Heh." Yang Ming smiled. "Why should I be afraid? Haven't you seen my wife as a big boss? I suggest you watch it. That film is very funny." Sun Hongjun was speechless. Yang Ming is really not afraid. Or is he brainless? Just kidding. Yang Ming smiled and said, "Didn't Uncle Sun say that you want to leave these to Sun Jiwei? So what does it have to do with me? Shao Jia and I have returned to Songjiang. Naturally, we can't be connected." Sun Hongjun looked at Yang Ming and realized for a moment. "Right, you and my nephew, Sun Jiwei, are classmates. It turns out that you know very well that I can't pass the business to that prodigal." "So that's the case." Sun Hongjun misunderstood. He thought that Yang Ming's performance was just a pretense. Yang Ming was playing hard to get in order to win his favor. However, Yang Ming didn't like his, so that's the case. He was open and aboveboard, but this old guy actually thought of him as such a wretched person. So he said calmly, "Uncle Sun, to be honest, I'm not very interested in the underworld." "You don't like what I said? If it is so interesting to be in the underworld, why don't you do it yourself? Instead, let the Tian family take care of the underworld? In my opinion, the underworld is just a means to an end. It can also be said to be a tool. I really don't put this kind of thing in my eyes. If I like the underworld, I can totally mingle in Songjiang. Why do I have to go through so much trouble to come to Donghai?" Sun Hongjun listened to Yang Ming's words and suddenly became annoyed. Young man, your tone isn't small, right? Listening to what you said, you look down on the underworld? I didn't say that. Yang Ming shook his head. But I don't think there is anything great about the underworld. Humph, then according to your meaning, you can mingle if you want to? That's good. Sun Hongjun was also humiliated by Yang Ming, so he said in a fit of pique, I will leave my words here today. Don't you think it is easy? Is there nothing great about it? Then you go and unify the underworld of Songjiang for me. I, Sun Hongjun, will agree to marry my daughter to you without saying anything. Otherwise, I will be the first to oppose this marriage. Mother Sun saw that her husband was angry, and she was suddenly stunned. We were just talking well. Why did we quarrel? Mother Sun's impression of Yang Ming was still very good. She didn't have as many concerns as Sun Hongjun. In her opinion, as long as Yang Ming was easygoing and her daughter liked him, it was enough. So she quickly persuaded, Hongjun, aren't you making things difficult for other people's children? Humph, I'm making things difficult? This is what he said himself. There is nothing great about it. Sun Hongjun said coldly. How much effort did you spend? How many years did you use to have the current situation in Donghai? Mother Sun complained, you asked little Yang to unify the underworld of Songjiang. Aren't you kidding? Sun Jia was also somewhat in a dilemma. This Yang Ming, really? He is still so arrogant and male chauvinistic. Can't you bear it? However, unexpectedly, she heard Yang Ming say indifferently, Songjiang, what is the underworld of one city? Do you need to add another city? For example, Jiduan City? What? Sun Hongjun looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. Yes, in his opinion, did Yang Ming eat the wrong medicine? One Songjiang is not enough. He actually added another Jiduan? Even Sun Jia thought that Yang Ming was crazy. If it was Songjiang, Yang Ming and Bao Sanli had a good relationship. After discussing with him, maybe he would arrange a higher gang identity for Yang Ming, which would fulfill his father's request. But Yang Ming actually said that he wanted to add another Jiduan city? In the past, Sun Hongjun spent about 10 years to unify the underworld of Donghai, and it wasn't a complete integration. In Donghai, there were 6 or 7 gangs, large and small. Except for the Tian family, which was controlled by the Sun family, the others could only be regarded as under the wings of the Sun family. Yang Ming actually said that he wanted to unify the underworld of 2 cities. Wasn't this a fool's dream? Moreover, Sun Hongjun also knew the situation of Jiduan City. Although Jiduan City wasn't big, there was only one money gang operating there. The money gang's boss, Gu Jinbiao, wasn't a good person. Sun Hongjun was also annoyed by Yang Ming, so he said angrily, well, this is what you said. When you unify the underworld of these 2 cities, I will give my daughter to you. Humph. As Sun Hongjun said this, he stood up and turned to go upstairs. In his opinion, this Yang Ming was simply too arrogant. Even if you don't covet my Sun family's business, you can't talk like this, right? Understanding that Yang Ming didn't mean to covet the family business, Sun Hongjun was furious. When he returned to the study, the phone rang. Sun Hongjun frowned. This phone number wasn't open to the public. Only a few of his men knew about it. If there wasn't a big matter, they wouldn't call. Hello. This is Sun Hongjun. Sun Hongjun picked up the internal phone. Big brother, I am old Tian. Tian Long, the family master of the Tian family, said. What's the matter? Sun Hongjun was in a bad mood now, so his tone was a little impatient. If there is nothing big, let's talk about it later. I want to rest. Big brother, something big has happened. Tian Long's voice was somewhat anxious. What happened? Sun Hongjun also became solemn, because he knew Tian Long's temperament, he would not disturb him for ordinary matters. Gu Jinbiao of Jiduan City was killed. Tian Long said. What? You said that Gu Jinbiao was killed by someone? Sun Hongjun was shocked and his voice changed a little. Yes, I just received the news, and the news is true. The official news is that Gu Jinbiao died in a car accident. Tian Long said. Car accident? An accident? Sun Hongjun frowned. When Gu Jinbiao had an accident, he was in Songjiang. Said Tianlong Songjiang. Was it done by Bao Sanli and the others? Sun Hongjun was also very clear about the grievances between Gu Jinbiao and Bao Sanli, so he immediately thought of Bao Sanli. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure. Tianlong said. What about Jiduan City? Sun Hongjuan's eyes lit up. He immediately realized that if Gu Jinbiao died, then the territory of Jiduan City. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to expand outward. This old man. Mother's son smiled embarrassedly at Yang Ming. Little Yang, don't listen to his nonsense. Just do what you need to do. I will persuade him later. It's okay, Auntie Sunday. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. Little Yang, you can rest assured. Mother's son said, Auntie is very optimistic about you. Don't look at this old man's limitless glory in front of outsiders. At home, he is only the second in command. Hee, then I'll have to trouble Auntie's son. Yang Ming's impression of mother's son was still very good, so he said very kindly. Son's mother also smiled and said, just because you called me mom just now, I have to help you. I want to hear you call me mom in the future. Hee. Yang Ming scratched his head embarrassedly. Little Jia, Yang Ming came to Donghai. You take him around. I will talk to your dad again. Let's have dinner together tonight. Mother's son said. Yang Ming also knew that mother's son wanted him and Sun Jia to avoid taboo before she could persuade Sun Hongjun, so he said, it just so happens that I have come to Donghai a few times. I haven't really strolled around yet. Then, little Jia. You and Yang Ming can eat outside at noon. You don't have to come back. Mother's son said. Okay, Mom, I got it. Sun Jia said, don't worry. We will eat when we are hungry. We are not children anymore. After saying goodbye to mother's son, Yang Ming and Sun Jia left the Sun family's villa together. Yang Ming, what's the matter with you? As soon as they went out, Sun Jia frowned and scolded, if you continue like this, aren't you afraid that my dad will be angry? Sun Jia, our business is our business. I just don't like your dad's tone. It seems like I am plotting against his property. Yang Ming snorted. But you have to give me some face, right? Sun Jia was a little unhappy. I say, Yang Ming, we agreed before. You help me this time. I'm here to give you face. Yang Ming said helplessly. Forget it. Sun Jia sighed. Go back at night and apologize to him. Just consider it as helping me. Why? Yang Ming asked, anyway, it's just pretending. Just do it. If you are rejected, then I have to continue to find a boyfriend. Sun Jia glared at Yang Ming. What's wrong with that? Just find another one. Yang Ming said indifferently. You find one for me? Sun Jia said, it's easy to say. Why don't you let Gu Jianqiao pretend? I think he will definitely follow your dad's wishes. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, if you are not worried that something will happen between me and him, it's fine. Sun Jia said with a bad mood. What's the matter? Asked Yang Ming. What do you think? Sun Jia patted Yang Ming's hand on her hip and said with some annoyance, just like what you are doing now. Then I am quite at a loss, ugh. Yang Ming smiled and said, Sun Jia, let me ask you something. What's the matter? Sun Jia came to the parking lot, took out the key, and prepared to drive. Let's go out in my car. Yang Ming said, to be honest, your sports car is really not suitable for running in the city. Sun Jia thought about it and agreed. Anyway, going out with Yang Ming, she didn't have to drive herself, so she put away the car key and then got into Yang Ming's BMW. Sun Jia, in addition to me, have you done that with other men? This was a question in Yang Ming's heart that he had always wanted to know. That incident was really weird, really. After recalling what Sun Jia said at the time, Yang Ming vaguely felt that Sun Jia seemed to have something important to say. The sentence I am very clean made Yang Ming feel that there must be something wrong with it. Later, after more contact with Sun Jia, Yang Ming gradually found that although Sun Jia occasionally made some impure jokes with him, she usually behaved very seriously in the company or in some social occasions. She was not like a loose woman at all. Moreover, if Xianxia was really loose, it was impossible not to have a second time after doing it with him once. Other things aside, Yang Ming felt that his ability in that aspect was still relatively strong. It was completely due to the side effect of Lan Ling's voodoo. However, Yang Ming had been in contact with Xianxia so many times, and Xianxia didn't have any special hints or demands. This made Yang Ming very puzzled. Even if Xianxia wasn't very repulsed by his harassment, it didn't mean anything. After that, Yang Ming accidentally remembered Xianxia's MP4 player and remembered the content of the movie inside, so a bold idea flashed in Yang Ming's mind. Could it be that Xianxia is a woman? Therefore, when Yang Ming asked, he deliberately emphasized that it was another man and not referring to others. Why are you asking this? Xianxia didn't want to mention this more. Isn't it not your first time? But I think you are. Yang Ming said as he started the car. Haha. Xianxia laughed and said, it's funny. You are simply a male chauvinist. Do you think it is possible? No, you misunderstood. Yang Ming shook his head and said, I mean the first time with a man, can you understand me? Xianxia's face changed in an instant, but it was quickly covered up. How sharp was Yang Ming's insight? How could Xianxia's instantaneous change escape from Yang Ming's eyes? What man or woman? Yang Ming, what do you want to say? Xianxia didn't expect Yang Ming to actually begin to doubt her. I say, Xianxia, are you a lesbian? Yang Ming looked at Xianxia with a smile and said suddenly. Hey. Xianxia's shock wasn't small. She looked at Yang Ming in a daze. Looking at Xianxia's strange expression, Yang Ming was also a little hesitant. Could it be that she isn't? Did I wrong her? However, Yang Ming's heart was uncomfortable for no reason. He was a very chauvinistic person. Naturally, he didn't want Xianxia to have other men besides him. Therefore, he would rather believe that Xianxia was a lesbian. Moreover, lesbians were different from broken-hearted men. For Yang Ming, lesbians seemed easier to accept. If he found a lesbian as his wife, he could just find her other half to be his wife as well. Then, no one would suffer a loss. Therefore, Yang Ming's nerves couldn't help but be a little nervous. His ears perked up, and he glanced at Xianxia, waiting for her answer. However, in the next moment, Yang Ming was overjoyed. His heart was bursting with joy. Because he suddenly heard a voice. How did he know? Could it be that he saw something when I did it with him? This was Xianxia's thought at the time. Unfortunately, it was heard by Yang Ming. Huh. My special ability that works sometimes doesn't always play an unexpected role at the critical moment. It is said that the chain drops at the critical moment, but my special ability is the opposite. Since he got the answer he wanted, Yang Ming didn't need to continue to ask. This kind of embarrassing thing, a woman with a character like Xianxia wouldn't easily tell him. Yang Ming also knew that Xianxia was looking down on him now. She was treating him like this only because of the accident. However, this was enough. Yang Ming hadn't seen Xianxia treat any man so well. This also showed that his guess was true. At most, he would work hard slowly. When he and Xianxia had further development, he would slowly ask. Yang Ming's previous attitude towards Xianxia could be said to be dispensable. He didn't want to take Xianxia for himself. But at this moment, it was different. Yang Ming would never ignore his own woman. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to be this woman's only man. However, Xianxia was also a little fox. After a brief emotional loss of control, she recovered her usual calmness and said in an exaggerated tone, yeah, let me tell you. Your sister is bisexual. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be shocked. He wanted to take revenge just now. He was waiting to see Yang Ming's surprised expression, but he saw that Yang Ming's expression was not abnormal at all. Instead, he said with an I see. Then, Xianxia, should we have a threesome together one day? Or is it a threesome? Xianxia was speechless. This Yang Ming is really shameless. He can say anything. However, he still replied fiercely, you want to play with me? Sure, but you have to deal with my dad first. Xianxia was just joking. In her opinion, what her father asked Yang Ming to do was simply an impossible task. Okay, but you have to ask for your partner's opinion. Yang Ming said seriously, don't wait until I have completed your dad's request. If your partner doesn't agree. If I agree, she will agree. Xianxia said without thinking much. In fact, Xianxia's words were equivalent to admitting the fact that she was a lesbian. However, the more she said so, the more it seemed like a joke. If Yang Ming hadn't heard Xianxia's real thoughts before, he would have thought that Xianxia was joking at this moment. Where are we going? Yang Ming wasn't very familiar with the route map of Donghai. Although there was a navigation system in the car, he didn't know the destination. It was useless to have a navigation system. You haven't eaten in the morning? Xianxia said, it's almost noon. Let's find a place to eat first. Alright, what's good in Donghai? To be honest, the last time he came to Donghai for business, Yang Ming left in a hurry and didn't have time to stroll around Donghai. Donghai and Songjiang aren't far from each other. They are all in the same province. The food is similar. Xianxia shook her head, then thought about it and said, why don't we go to the home of 6 tastes? It's also a famous food here. When it's time to eat, it's very popular. We have to line up. If we want to go, we should go now. Otherwise, we have to wait for the line to be called. What is the home of 6 tastes? Is it really so popular? Yang Ming wondered. The cuisine in the home of 6 tastes is created by the boss. It is said that all the spices used in the dishes are no more than 6. There are only soy sauce, vinegar, salt, sugar, MSG, and chili. However, the taste is really good. Many people from the nearby counties and cities come here because of its reputation. Xianxia introduced. It seems that you go there often. Yang Ming smiled. What often? I'm the same as you. I stay in Songjiang all year round. Every time I come back to Donghai, it's either a holiday or something. How can I have time to go there to eat? Xianxia smiled bitterly. It's just a small shop. We don't go to that kind of place to entertain guests at home. Then how do you know so much? Yang Ming asked curiously. I always went there when I was in school. When I was in high school, I often went there with my best friend. The home of 6 tastes was not far from our high school. Xianxia said, now that I think about it, I really miss the days when I was in school. I can see that you are from the rich class. Yang Ming looked at Xianxia's longing look and smiled. When I was in high school, I wasn't as rich as you. Didn't you not value money? Xianxia was still a little worried about Yang Ming's performance at home. Holding a grudge. Yang Ming shook his head. After all, Donghai was a provincial capital city. The roads were much better than Songjiang. The first and second streets were very smooth. Of course, the small streets were not good. Even a developed city would have broken streets. According to Xianxia's guidance, they soon found the home of 6 tastes. Yang Ming didn't expect that this small shop actually had so many guests. It wasn't meal time yet, but the nearby area was full of cars. He didn't know who was so talented. They actually contracted a parking lot in this place. The home of 6 tastes wasn't very big. The parking space at the door was limited. The later cars could only be parked in the paid parking lot. How is it? Is it very popular? Xianxia pointed to the cars in the parking lot and said, you see, there are a lot of people who drive good cars here. Yang Ming looked up. Sure enough, there were a lot of BMWs and Mercedes-Benz. There were even sports cars like Porsches and Ferraris. Pay the parking fee. At this time, an old man wearing an armband came over and said to Yang Ming and Xianxia, who were getting out of the car. How much? Asked Yang Ming. 5 yuan if you want a ticket. 4 yuan if you don't want it, said the old man. 1 yuan, is that okay? Without waiting for Yang Ming to speak, Xianxia spoke. N? The old man was stunned and looked at Xianxia. Then, his face showed an incredible expression. After a long time, he said, aren't you the girl from 6th high school? Oh, old man, you still remember me? Xianxia naughtily stuck out her tongue and let Yang Ming see the third side of Xianxia. Mother***, is this girl a thousand-faced doll? At first, Yang Ming saw the more erotic side of Xianxia. Then, it was the more noble side of a lady. Now, it had become a pure and lovely little girl. How can I not remember? Over the years, only you two girls from 6th high school gave me 1 yuan. Even if others bargained, they only bargained up to 3 yuan. The old man smiled and shook his head. Forget it. I haven't seen you for so many years. I don't want the parking fee. Thank you, old man. Xianxia said quickly. Hee, yes, did you and your little friend have an appointment? She just came over not long ago. She also bargained with me. It has been so many years. You haven't come over for a long time. The old man said with some emotion. The 2 little girls from that year came with their boyfriends. Old man, you said that Xianxia came too? Xianxia was happy and asked quickly. Yeah, didn't you guys make an appointment? The old man saw Xianxia's surprised expression and shook his head. That's really a coincidence. She just went to the home of 6 tastes. You can catch up with her if you walk 2 steps faster. Thank you, old man. Xianxia said sweetly. What are you thanking me for? The old man waved his hand. You weren't very nice in the past. The old man was here looking after the car under the sun and wind, and you just gave him 1 yuan? Yang Ming also heard it. When Xianxia and her classmate came here to eat, they gave the old man 1 yuan for parking every time. Do you think I was rich in the past? Xianxia retorted. I was in school. My family controlled my finances very strictly. I only had 1,000 yuan of living expenses a month. 1,000 yuan is still not enough. Yang Ming opened his eyes wide. When I was in high school, I didn't even have 200 yuan a month. I'm a girl, okay? I have to buy beautiful clothes, right? I also have to buy cosmetics, right? Xianxia extended her fingers and calculated for Yang Ming. Apart from these, I have to eat at school every day at noon. On average, there isn't much money left. You drive when you go to school, and you say you're poor. Yang Ming listened to Xianxia's calculation and thought that there wasn't much money left, but he still ridiculed her. Alto, okay. Xianxia had a helpless expression. At that time, the subway hadn't been built yet. It wasn't very convenient for me to go to school every day. My dad bought me an Alto. Besides, we come here to eat almost every day. Isn't it too much of a loss to spend 5 yuan on parking fees a day? Well, you're right. Yang Ming was too lazy to argue with her. It was rare to see a rich girl like Xianxia who only spent 1,000 yuan a month. When he was in high school, Wang Jitao's family background was far worse than Xianxia's. His monthly pocket money was more than 1,000 yuan. During the conversation, the 2 people had walked into the home of 6 tastes. Xianxia's eyes were sharp. She shouted at a young woman who was ordering not far away, Xianxia. When the young woman turned around and saw Xianxia, her face immediately showed a surprised expression. She quickly ran to Xianxia and directly gave Xianxia a big hug. Little Jia, I missed you so much. When did you return to Donghai? Of course, I have to go home for Chinese New Year. Xianxia smiled. That's true. Xianxia let go of Xianxia and said, then why didn't you ask me to go out and play? Oh. I got it. When Xianxia said this, her eyes suddenly turned to Yang Ming, and then she smiled slyly. Little Jia, you're not good. You didn't even tell me that you had a boyfriend. You must be busy with your boyfriend these days. For Xianxia's friend, Yang Ming naturally nodded politely and said, hello, my name is Yang Ming. Not bad, you're quite handsome. Xianxia sized up Yang Ming, then nodded and said, my name is Xianxia. I was Xiaojia's best friend in high school. We're from the same clan. We'll have to line up later. If you're younger than me, you'll have to call me elder sister. While Yang Ming was talking, he was also looking at Xianxia. Looking at Xianxia's dressing, it was obvious that she was also a little miss from a rich family. She had a cheerful personality and was not too scheming. She could be considered a good friend. As for his appearance, Yang Ming did not pay much attention to it. She was inferior to Sun Jia, but she was also a beauty. It was just that Yang Ming had too many beauties around him, so his standards were a little high. Nice to meet you. Yang Ming nodded politely. Then I'll call you Big Sister Xian. At least you know your place. I'm 1 year older than Xiao Jia. Yang Xian said proudly, I don't have a younger brother at home. This time, I've taken in one. That's great. Sun Jia smiled and patted Yang Xian. You still haven't changed. When you were in school, you were already trying to take in a younger brother. Yeah, I didn't succeed at that time. I didn't expect to take in your husband as a younger brother, said Yang Xian. I heard that you came with someone else? Is it Wu Yunxing? Asked Sun Jia. Who else could it be besides him? Yang Xian said, he's ordering over there. Let's eat together. Okay, I was worried about not having a seat. Sun Jia nodded. Apparently, she was not unfamiliar with this person named Wu Yunxing. Xiao Jia, you tell me. Did you two do that? Yang Xian glanced at Yang Ming and then whispered to Sun Jia. However, what Yang Xian didn't know was that no matter how soft she was, it was useless to Yang Ming. Yang Ming could read lips. Hearing that she asked this question, Yang Ming couldn't interrupt, so he had to pretend that he didn't hear it. Which one? Sun Jia glanced at Yang Ming behind her. When she saw that he wasn't looking at her, she whispered, little pervert, you're not pure anymore. You must have done that with Wu Yunxing, right? N. Yang Xian nodded shyly. Then, did you? Don't lie. No. Sun Jia was a little confused about her relationship with Yang Ming. What if we aren't together in the future? Therefore, Sun Jia certainly wouldn't admit anything. I don't believe it. Look at your chest. It's a lot bigger. It must be, caught by my brother, hee hee. Yang Xian smiled. Although the relationship between the two was the kind of close friends, Sun Jia couldn't help but be speechless after listening to Yang Xian's words. I see that you, the Princess Taiping, have also grown a lot. Oh, I was wondering how you know so much. It turns out that you have a deep understanding. So what? You're not honest. Do you still want to deny it now? Said Yang Xian. Okay, you can think whatever you want, up to you. Sun Jia said helplessly. Yang Ming, who was behind, was sweating at the moment. It's too fierce. It's really perverted and violent. Wu Yunxing. Yang Xian waved to a young man not far away and said, You. Come here. After the young man heard it, he quickly put down the order menu in his hand, and then said something to the waiter next to him. He rushed over and smiled. Little Xian, what's wrong? Don't you see that little Jia is here too? What's wrong with your eyes? Yang Xian said as she glared at Wu Yunxing. Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. It could be seen that this Wu Yunxing loved Yang Xian very much. He only had Yang Xian in his eyes. He didn't care much about other things and directly ignored them. Sun Jia. I'm sorry. I didn't bring my contact lenses when I went out today. Wu Yunxing said with some embarrassment and found an excuse that wasn't very appropriate. However, Sun Jia also knew Wu Yunxing's temper, so she didn't bother with him. Your eyes are all about little Xian. Even if you wear contact lenses, you may not be able to see me, right? Hee hee. Wu Yunxing smiled a little awkwardly. Let me introduce you. This is my new brother, Yang Ming. Yang Xian introduced to Wu Yunxing. Then she said to Yang Ming, this is my boyfriend, Wu Yunxing. Hello, brother-in-law. Wu Yunxing quickly reached out and said. Pa. Wu Yunxing's hand was slapped away by Yang Xian. Who is your brother-in-law? Yang Ming, you don't have to care about him. Let's talk about our own matters. Ugh, hee hee. Wu Yunxing wasn't angry, but he was a little embarrassed. Yang Ming also saw that this Wu Yunxing was an honest person. In this era, such an honest man was rare. Especially looking at Wu Yunxing's dressing, he should be a master with a good family background. Hello, brother-in-law. Yang Ming smiled and grabbed Wu Yunxing's hand and shook it. Good. Wu Yunxing's face suddenly showed a very happy expression. It seemed that Yang Ming's call of brother-in-law made him very happy. Okay, Yunxing, today's meal is on you. You can't ask my brother to pay the bill, right? Said Xianxia. Of course. Of course. Wu Yunxing said with a smile. He looked like a good person. With the addition of Yang Ming and Sun Jia, Wu Yunxing naturally ordered a few more dishes. Then he said to Yang Ming, "What do you want to eat? You don't have to be polite with your brother-in-law. I haven't been here before. It's my first time here. You just have to decide," said Yang Ming. Little Jia, we were willing to eat when we were in high school. I have ordered it. What else do you want to order? Asked Xianxia. 4 people ordered 7 dishes. It's not a small amount. We can't eat more. Sun Jia said, "These are enough." That's fine. If it's not enough, we can order more. Wu Yunxing said. The 4 people sat in their seats and waited for the waiter to serve the dishes. This restaurant looks more popular than before. Sun Jia looked at the restaurant full of guests and sighed. Yeah, I sometimes come here. Unlike you, who aren't in Donghai, I have witnessed the glorious process of this restaurant. Xianxia nodded. Now there are no seats. If you want to eat, you have to leave your phone number, and then go outside to wait. After you leave a table, the waiter will call the waiting guests in order. Yang Ming looked at the scene here and secretly clicked his tongue. It's still noon. If it's evening, I don't know how long the queue will be. However, it was true that although there were many people here, the speed of the dishes being served wasn't slow. Perhaps this was the reason why this place had not declined for a long time. After sitting down for less than 10 minutes, 3 dishes had already been served. Come, brother. Try this stir-fried bamboo shoot. It was little Jia's and my favorite when we were in school. Xianxia began to perform the sister's reprimand. Okay. Yang Ming quickly tasted it. The taste was really good. It was crisp and refreshing. He couldn't help but praise, "It's really good." As for Wu Yunxing, he just sat there with a simple and honest smile, but his eyes never left Xianxia for a moment. Sun Jia and Xianxia were chatting. It was obvious that the 2 people hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they had a lot to talk about. Unknowingly, the dishes had been served, and half an hour had passed. Through the conversation, Yang Ming learned that Sun Jia, Xianxia, and Wu Yunxing were all high school classmates. Wu Yunxing began to pursue Xianxia since high school. He pursued her for 7 years and only caught up with her after graduating from college. This made Yang Ming admire Wu Yunxing's willpower. This guy is really indomitable. The family backgrounds of Xianxia and Wu Yunxing were very prominent as Yang Ming expected. Xianxia's family opened a freight station. There were branches all over the country, and the business was very big. In this era, those who opened this kind of thing had a deep underworld background. Therefore, Xianxia and Sun Jia were similar. They belonged to the underworld princess gang. Few people dared to provoke them in school, but this infatuated Wu Yunxing pursued Xianxia for n years. Sun Hongjun and Xianxia's father also knew each other. Sun Hongjun took care of the Yang family's business in Donghai. Sun Hongjun had also helped to open up many connections in other cities. However, it was true that this Wu Yunxing's family background was not simple. Wu Yunxing's father was the political commissar of the Donghai military division, which was quite powerful in Donghai. It was just that this Wu Yunxing did not look like he came from a military family. He was really scholarly. The 4 people were chatting happily. At this moment, a man in his 30s came over. He had a big beard, wore a leather jacket, and a cap. He dressed like an artist. Just as the 4 people were stunned and did not know what this guy was going to do, the man handed over his business card and said, "Hello, please allow me to introduce myself. I am the director of Xianxia Film and Television Culture Development Company, Limited, Wang Qinzhen. I have the same name as the author of Journey to the West, Wu Qinzhen. Can I ask the names of the 2 beautiful ladies?" Yang Ming frowned and glanced at the business card on the table. There were a lot of titles on it, such as chief director, artistic director, screenwriter, etc. However, in this era, business cards were printed casually. Even the garbage collector had a business card. Who knew if this guy was real or fake? Before Yang Ming spoke, Xianxia laughed first. Ha 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 ha, why do you have the same name as the great eunuch of the Ming dynasty? Wang Qingjian was a little embarrassed, but he continued, the name is just a code name. It's not important. Ladies, can you tell me your names? Didn't you say that the name is not important? Xianxia immediately said, since this is the case, why are you still asking? What the hell do you want? If you don't, we still have to eat. Well, I'm the director of Xianxia Film and Television. I think the two of you have the potential to become big stars. What do you think? Then, what about this lady? Wang Qingjian turned his head and looked at Xianxia unwillingly. Ladies, you should think about it carefully. The opportunity is fleeting. Wang Qingjian patted his chest and swore, I promise that with your outstanding appearance and temperament, you can enter Hollywood. I say, are you crazy? Didn't you hear me ask you to leave? Yang Ming was a little impatient. This guy's spittle is flying everywhere. If it gets into the dishes, how can we eat it? Sir, I'm not talking to you, and don't you think you are very impolite now? I'm discussing something with the two ladies. Can you please not interfere in other people's affairs? Wang Qingjian said reasonably. Obviously, he was a veteran in this field. He knew how to deal with the current situation. Yang Ming listened to Wang Qingjian's words and was suddenly amused. You are now standing in front of my table and talking, and my girlfriend has already made it very clear that she is not interested. What are you still standing here for? Sir, your approach is very selfish. You can't monopolize your girlfriend because of your personal selfishness. She can definitely go higher and further. Wang Qingjian said with conviction. I'm already very good now, and I'm not interested in being a star. Xianxia shook her head firmly this time and smiled. I appreciate your kindness, but we really don't want to be stars. Ladies, being a star is very profitable. You can earn millions in an ordinary year. You don't want to think about it? Wang Qingjian didn't achieve his goal and was very regretful. He was instructed by the boss. These two women were personally favored by the boss. How could he not try to win them over? In fact, this so-called Xianxia Film and Television Culture Development Company, Limited was just a shell company. However, the boss of this company, Ouyang Junyuan, had a strong background. This company was just a means for him to pick up girls. In front of the dream of being a star, few girls could refuse, so Ouyang Junyuan, who was in the middle of the ball, had repeatedly succeeded. After getting the girl into bed, he looked for a relationship and then let her play a small role in a TV series. It wasn't considered breaking his promise. Ouyang Junyuan wasn't a native of Donghai, but he was from Province P. This time, he was just passing by in Donghai. However, when he saw Sun Jia's beautiful face and devilish figure, he couldn't help but have a big appetite. He wanted to make her his own sex slave. Therefore, he instructed his subordinate, Wang Qingjian, to go and lobby. Are you done yet? If you don't leave, I will kick you. Yang Ming glared and was a little annoyed. Are you done yet? Wang Qingjian didn't complete the task given by the boss. He was already in a bad mood. Moreover, what kind of person was his boss? In Province P, he was a character who walked sideways. Wang Qingjian was immediately unhappy. He looked at Yang Ming and his gaze became sinister. Kid, are you talking to me? It turns out that you have bad hearing. Yang Ming said sarcastically. Can you say it again? Wang Qingjian's sincere expression just disappeared and said coldly. Do you think I will say it just because you asked me to? Okay, I don't want to waste time with you. Get out of here quickly. Yang Ming's hand had already grabbed the plate on the table. He was ready to smash this guy's head if he didn't leave. Although Wu Yunqing didn't speak, he also looked at Xianxia nervously. He was just waiting for the person in front of him to do something bad. He would immediately rush up. You're good. Very good, I will remember. Wang Qingjian sneered at Yang Ming and said. When he saw Yang Ming's hand was ready to move, he turned and left, but he said as he walked, you should be careful. Idiot. Yang Ming scolded and didn't take it seriously. Ha, little Jia, in Donghai, there is actually someone who dares to talk to you like this? After Wang Qinzhen left, Xianxia said with a smile. It doesn't look like a local. You see, isn't it written on this business card from Province P? Xianxia pointed to the business card left on the table and said. I say, he has such bad eyesight. Xianxia snorted and said, he still dares to have ideas about our little Jia. He doesn't want to leave Donghai alive. Forget it, Xianxia. He didn't do anything. Xianxia shook her head and didn't intend to pursue it. However, if she didn't pursue it, would it really end like this? Obviously not. Brother, you were quite fierce just now. You are much better than your brother-in-law. Xianxia gave Yang Ming a thumbs up and said, you are bold enough. Unlike your brother-in-law, who can't do anything for a long time. Hee hee. Wu Yunxing wasn't angry. He still laughed after listening. Brother-in-law was very nervous just now. I saw that if that guy dared to do something bad to you, he would be the first to rush up, said Yang Ming. Yang Ming, I didn't see it. You are quite accurate in judging people. After Xianxia heard it, she immediately said, you are really right. Don't look at Wu Yunxing, who is usually silent. If someone really dares to do something bad to little Xian, he will rush faster than anyone. Once when we went out to play, there were 3 little gangsters who wanted to molest us. As a result, Wu Yunxing fought against 3 of them. Are you serious? Brother-in-law, I didn't see that you are really fierce. Yang Ming patted Wu Yunxing's shoulder and praised. I learned fighting in the army when I was a child. Wu Yunxing said with some embarrassment. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Yang Ming said with emotion. Ah? Wu Yunxing heard it and opened his mouth wide. He didn't expect Yang Ming to dare to say this. Xianxia laughed, ha 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 ha, brother, I didn't see it. You are really talented. It's okay, it's okay. Xianxia was very happy. Not bad. You have the demeanor of an elder sister. If others didn't know, they might really think that we are siblings. How about Jiduan City? Sun Hongjuan's eyes lit up. He immediately realized that if Guo Jinbiao died, then the territory of Jiduan City. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to expand outward. It's not clear yet. There is no news yet, said Tianlong. At this time, Jiduan City is leaderless. It must be quite chaotic. Can we take this opportunity to enter Jiduan City and occupy a place? Sun Hongjun said in a deep voice. Now, I just don't know if Bao Sanli did it intentionally or unintentionally. If they killed Guo Jinbiao on the spur of the moment, then it is likely that they are not prepared in Jiduan City. But if they have been planning for a long time, then they must have the idea of taking over Jiduan City. If we go again, the benefits we get should not be much. It is already good to split it in half. Tianlong analyzed. You are right. Sun Hongjun nodded. Always pay attention to the movements over there. Understood, said Tianlong, hanging up the phone. Sun Hongjun fell into contemplation. Jiduan. Suddenly, he remembered what Yang Ming said before. One Songjiang is not enough. How about another Jiduan City? Could it be? Yang Ming received some news in advance? He actually knew it earlier than me? This seems a little strange. Sun Hongjun also faintly knew that the relationship between Yang Ming and Bao Sanli seemed to be good, but even if it was good, would Bao Sanli tell such a secret to Yang Ming? Moreover, looking at the situation, it happened last night, and Yang Ming came to Donghai this morning. Is it just a coincidence? Am I overthinking? Sun Hongjun shook his head. He couldn't understand, so he didn't think about it. Anyway, he would wait and see the development of Jiduan City. As he was contemplating, he saw his wife push the door and come in. Sun Hongjun doted on his wife very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not gone out to find another woman for so many years. After his wife gave birth to Sun Jia, she was infertile. Sun Hongjun didn't want to have another son, but out of his deep affection for his wife, he didn't do anything to hurt his wife. Sun Hongjun threw away the doubts in his heart, raised his head, and smiled at his wife. Why do you have time to come to my study room? Usually, you don't even come when we ask you to? AI, you dead old man, isn't it because of our family Xiaojie? Sun's mother sighed and sat on the sofa in the study. Sun Hongjun also stood up from the boss chair behind the desk and sat next to his lover. He said softly, I am also doing this for our Xiaojie's lifelong happiness. How can we be careless about this? Hasty? What do you mean by sloppy? Sun's mother was a little unwilling after hearing this. I think Yang Ming is a pretty good child. Why are you so stubborn, old thing? I'm telling you, if you keep messing around, I'll divorce you. What? Divorce? Sun Hongjun was shocked. He quickly hugged his wife and said, Xiao Feng, what are you saying? How can you divorce me because of this? Am I not doing this for the good of my daughter? What good? Don't you see how old our family Xiaojie is? Because she was injured back then, she has always been hostile to men. Moreover, it's not like you haven't heard the rumors outside saying that our Xiaojie is. Forget it, now that Xiaojie is finally willing to have a boyfriend, you still have to care about this and that. Sun's mother was immediately unwilling. It's not that I care about this and that, but I have to find out the real thoughts of this Yang Ming, right? What if he is plotting for our family's business? When he gets the business, will he kick our family's Xiaojie away? Sun Hongjun said worriedly. Xiaojie isn't lacking anything. She is beautiful. There are many people pursuing our family's Xiaojie. If I were to say, even if Yang Ming has other intentions, he is also taking in both money and beauty. It has no effect on Xiaojie. Sun's mother said. That's hard to say. Our daughter is 26 this year. Yang Ming is only 20, right? After a few years, once Xiaojie is old, and her face is no longer beautiful, I'm afraid. Sun Hongjun smiled bitterly. Why do you think of people like this? Plotting for the family business, plotting for the family business. Sun's mother was a little angry. Well, Sun Hongjun, let me ask you. When you married me, were you plotting for my family business? Me? Of course, I wasn't. Sun Hongjun shook his head and said firmly, didn't I not take a single cent from your family? Moreover, your family business. Don't you need me to take care of it now? Speaking until here, Sun Hongjun couldn't help but feel proud. Decades of hard work in exchange for his transcendent status. From the initial nameless kid, he became the current person who could command the wind and clouds. That's now. At that time, I was also a rich young lady. What about you? You were just a worker who had just returned. Sun's mother said, don't you think about yourself? How did my father treat you? Wasn't it because my mother stood her ground and supported me? Otherwise, if you want to marry me, no way. Hee, that's because you're mother and you have a long-term vision. Can't I do it now? Sun Hongjun said lightly. Really? So, when you were troubled by my father, you felt unbalanced in your heart, so you turned around and troubled Yang Ming? Sun's mother changed the topic and said, you were just a small worker at that time. Yang Ming was at least better than you. He was a college student, and he even had his own company. Sun Hongjun was a little speechless by his lover's words. He lowered his head silently. Besides, how do you know that Yang Ming won't develop in the future? I think he doesn't care about your family background at all. His future achievements will be 100 times better than yours. Sun's mother continued to scold, just like how you thought you would succeed in the past. Okay. I don't care anymore, okay? Sun Hongjun was embarrassed. He remembered what happened in the past. Only then did he realize why his father-in-law didn't think highly of him at that time. Today, didn't he think of Yang Ming in the same way? However, although his lover's family ran a small company, their family background could only be said to be solid. It couldn't be compared to him now. Now that he had reached the height, it was difficult for anyone to surpass him. What kind of prestige and glory was it to be the underground emperor of a city? He didn't think that Yang Ming could surpass him, but he felt that at least Yang Ming had to have the ability to take over his position. Otherwise, when the family business was in his hands, it would gradually decline. Perhaps it would be better than handing it over to Sun Jiwei, but in the end, the Sun family would still decline. Thinking of this, Sun Hongjun couldn't help but envy the two boys in Tianlong's family. The eldest was sensible. Although the second son was a bit of a playboy like Sun Jiwei, he wasn't as naive as Sun Jiwei. At least, he was a martial arts fanatic. In the future, the eldest son would rule the underworld, and the second son would be an excellent vanguard. But looking at his own family, his daughter was very talented, but she was still a daughter after all. Hongjun, I know your worries, but I think that I, Jin Xiaofeng, have a good eye for people. Sun's mother said, I chose you in the past instead of Qin, who had a good family background at that time. Qin, what was his name? It was the young master of the Qin family. How was his family background at that time? It was better than my family, but now? Donghai doesn't hear about this person anymore, right? Why did I choose you and not choose him? I love you a little more, but the most important thing is that I think you are a person with drive. What about now? That is, hee. When it came to the past, Sun Hongjun was proud for no reason. So, I think Yang Ming is a good child. Sun's mother said, if you don't believe me, I will leave my words here today. At most, in 10 years, he will surpass you. 10 years? Really? Sun Hongjun didn't believe it. Maybe it's just nonsense. Sun's mother shook her head. If you don't believe it, you can wait and see. Well, I, an old man, have no problem living for another 10 years. I can also manage the Sun family's affairs for another 10 years. Sun Hongjun said, from now on, I won't say much. I will see if this Yang Ming can do something in 10 years. Hee, it's up to you. This time, Sun's mother didn't object because this was enough. When Yang Ming comes to our house for dinner in the evening, you should be more enthusiastic. Okay. Sun Hongjun nodded. In a while, I will ask old Sam to buy some food and prepare it. That's a good boy. Sun's mother patted Sun Hongjun's face and said, I will reward you tonight. Haha. Sun Hongjun laughed happily like a child. In fact, Sun's mother still underestimated Yang Ming's strength. Yang Ming's current achievements had already surpassed Sun Hongjun by 100 times or even 1,000 times. If Yang Ming's previous special abilities were purely obtained by luck, this operation in Jiduan City was entirely based on Yang Ming's own efforts. Li Chang and these people were the elites that he brought up. A person's success was inseparable from hard work, but the most important thing was luck. Time and fate. This was just like the past rebellion and becoming an emperor. If it was a peaceful time, no matter how hard you tried, it would be in vain. But in troubled times, maybe a straw sandal seller or a beggar could become an emperor. It was true that Yang Ming's initial success was entirely based on luck, but it was also separated from his benevolence. If he didn't drive away the two little punks, Zhang Yuliang and Huang Mao, the old man who set up the street stall wouldn't have given him a pair of magical glasses. If he didn't help Fang Tian, he wouldn't have learned his current martial arts. But a person couldn't just rely on luck, and Yang Ming also knew this. He worked hard to learn skills from Fang Tian and began to train his own team. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Although this sentence didn't sound very nice, it was the truth. Sometimes, you don't want to do something, but the situation forces you to. You really have no choice but to do it. Take the incident in Jiduan City as an example. Yang Ming had always been in the principle of not offending others if others didn't offend him. If Guo Jinbiao could restrain himself a little, Yang Ming really didn't mean to touch him. Meeting people like Li Chang was purely an accident. Yang Ming didn't intend to form this super force, but things had come to this point. Yang Ming also accepted these people. But he didn't expect that it really came in handy. For example, Wang Qinzhen, whom he met today, Yang Ming had always treated him as a joke. He didn't want to do anything to him. However, some people just don't know what's good for them. If you don't find trouble with them, they will think that you are a soft persimmon, and they will come over to pinch you. Wang Qinzhen was deflated and returned to his seat with a face of anger. Usually, he was always successful. How many ignorant girls were deceived into the boss's bed under his lotus tongue? What happened? Ouyang Junyuan also saw that Wang Qinzhen was deflated, so he frowned and asked. Those two women didn't buy it. They didn't want to be celebrities. Wang Qinzhen said angrily. Oh? In this day and age, was there anyone who didn't want to be famous? Others sharpened their heads to participate in those Superboy and Supergirl competitions. Ouyang Junyuan said with some disbelief. The key is that the man beside them is rather annoying. He always interferes with their thoughts and even rudely tells me to leave. Wang Qinzhen naturally blamed his failure on Yang Ming. They don't look like rich people. Ouyang Junyuan looked at Yang Ming and his group. Because it was the new year, Sun Jia wasn't dressed so formally. She was dressed casually. As for Yang Ming, he was more of a casual person. It was impossible for him to wear a suit. Therefore, he was also dressed in sportswear. And Xianxia's dressing was even more unconventional. She looked like a non-mainstream person. The value of the clothes on her body could not be seen at all. As for Wu Yunxing, in order to match Xianxia's outfit, it was really a bit difficult for him to look gentle. He also dressed like a sunny big boy. Therefore, in the eyes of Ouyang Junyuan, he subconsciously regarded the four of them as college students. Boss Ouyang, you can rest assured. Leave this matter to me. Wang Qinzhen patted his chest and said, this kind of thing has happened before. Weren't the two high school girls unwilling before? When they took the XX video, wouldn't they be obedient? But, the two men were next to them. It wasn't easy to do it. Ouyang Junyuan wasn't a good person. This kind of thing wasn't done just once or twice. Therefore, what he was considering now wasn't whether this matter would cause any consequences, but how to do it. Isn't this easy to handle? Wang Qing'an's eyes turned, and he came up with a dirty trick. In a while, find a few people to trouble them. In this way, when the two women are alone, we will have a chance to do it. Alright, let's do it. Ouyang Junyuan said casually. He didn't care about the consequences of doing so. Because he didn't have to worry about the consequences. It was no exaggeration to say that the Ouyang family in Province P was one of the top families in the country. They controlled the entire underworld of Province P. Moreover, it was said that the Hawkeye group in Russia, which was an assassin group, was secretly supported by the Ouyang family. Although the Hawkeye group was only a small organization in Russia, and it wasn't even ranked in the world, it should be known that it was an assassin. Over the years, the Ouyang family was able to unify the underworld of Province P because of the Hawkeye group's contributions. They assassinated all the gang leaders who didn't obey them. As for those gang leaders who were not assassinated, they were also frightened and succumbed to the Ouyang family's obscene power. If these small gangs were to join forces and fight a real battle with the Ouyang family, they might not necessarily lose. But the actual situation wasn't the case at all. As long as the gang leader didn't obey, he would die an unnatural death the next day. Who would be able to bear this? In order to save their lives, they all bowed to the Ouyang family. Ouyang Junyuan was the second young master of the Ouyang family. Although he was also a young master, there was an additional second in front of the title, so it was a lot weaker. This word also doomed Ouyang Junyuan to be unable to be in power in the Ouyang family for a lifetime. Who let me be born 2 years later? Now, part of the Ouyang family's affairs had been handed over to the eldest brother, Ouyang Junwei. Although some insignificant things were handed over to Ouyang Junyuan simply gave up and didn't fight for the position of the family master. Relying on the name of the Ouyang family, he did whatever he wanted outside. He set up a fake film and television company and harmed girls everywhere. Ouyang Junwei naturally knew his younger brother's character, but he hoped that his younger brother would not compete with him for power. So, whatever Ouyang Junyuan wanted to do, Ouyang Junwei would let him do it. If something happened, Ouyang Junwei would also wipe his butt. Over the years, the relationship between the brothers had eased a lot, and the two cooperated very well. Although there were also victims who went to report, what awaited them was the crazy revenge of the Ouyang family, so the victims didn't dare to report at all. Who doesn't have a family? It's fine to sacrifice yourself, but don't ruin your family. What's more, Ouyang Junyuan was also generous. The girls who were played by him could also get a sum of money. Those who were served well could also play a small role in TV with Ouyang Junyuan's relationship. It was also considered to be a celebrity. Therefore, Ouyang Junyuan had always been unscrupulous when he did things. There were many guests waiting in line at the House of Six Tastes. After Yang Ming and a few others finished eating, they got up and paid the bill and left. Although the waiter wouldn't drive you away if you occupied the table to chat, it was somewhat unethical. After all, many people were waiting outside with hungry stomachs. After Yang Ming and a few others got up and left, Wang Qingzhen and Ouyang Junyuan also walked out. Wang Qingzhen took out his mobile phone and made a call. "Shi, I'm Wang Qingzhen." Wang Qingzhen said, "I heard that you are doing well in Donghai." "Oh? It's Director Wang." Shi picked up the phone and smiled. "How do you have time to call me?" "Well, I came here with the boss to do something. In the end, there is something I want to ask you, Shi, for help," said Wang Qingzhen. "Oh? You mean young Master Ouyang is here too?" Shi asked, "What is it that can trouble young Master Ouyang?" "Hee, there is a saying that a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. You, Shi, are the local snake here. Naturally, I have to ask you for help." Wang Qingzhen smiled. "In this case, if there is anything, just say it. Let's see if I can do it." Shi's heart moved. If I can get in touch with young Master Ouyang, then I might have a chance to develop. Nowadays, in Donghai, it was getting more and more difficult to survive. Shi's gang could only operate in a very small area now, and he couldn't collect protection fees at will. The amount of money collected was set by the Sun family. It couldn't be more or less, and part of it had to be handed over to the Sun family. Therefore, Shi was greatly restrained. If this continued, it would be difficult to support a gang. Yes, Shi was actually the boss of the Four Snakes gang, Brother Snake. He and Wang Qingzhen were elementary school classmates, and the relationship between the two was good. In the past few years, Wang Qingzhen had mixed well with the Ouyang second young master, and Shi had a closer relationship with him. Although Shi also knew that the Ouyang second young master didn't have power in the Ouyang family, it didn't matter. At least, if the Ouyang second young master said a word, then he could still have a place to stay in Province P. It was definitely better than the current situation. Shi was now in a difficult situation. With such a big gang, if it continued like this, he couldn't even support his brothers. A while ago, he was thinking about cooperating with Wu Qiren to cheat some money, but he didn't expect Yang Ming, this evil star, to come to his door. Shi was almost scared to death. Now that there was a good opportunity to get close to the Ouyang family, Shi naturally didn't want to miss it. This is the case. You know, our boss Ouyang has a film and television company, and then he took a fancy to two female students. Wang Qingzhen briefly explained the matter. It turned out to be like this. Shi thought about it. This matter doesn't seem complicated. I just need to find some trouble and send the two men away. This kind of thing should be easy to do. So, he promised, well, I will bring people over now. Just near the home of Six Tastes. Call me after you come, said Wang Qingzhen. In fact, Brother Snake could just send a few underlings to solve this kind of thing, but in order to please the Ouyang second young master, Brother Snake was going to do it personally to show how much he valued this matter. However, it was also fortunate that Brother Snake went in person. Otherwise, Brother Snake might regret it for the rest of his life. Although he shouldn't have gone to this matter, at least he could still remedy it if he went in person. If his underling went and offended those great gods, Brother Snake would really have to hang himself. Yang Ming and the others went out of the home of Six Tastes, but they didn't drive away directly. After all, Xianxia and Xianxia hadn't seen each other for a long time. The two good friends wanted to go to their alma mater. Wu Yunqing naturally agreed. Yang Ming had nothing to do anyway. Since Xianxia and Xianxia wanted to go to their alma mater, 6th High School, he would follow them. F***CK. It turns out to be the students of 6th High School. Wang Qingzhen saw Yang Ming and the others walk into the campus of 6th High School and said disdainfully. It didn't take long for Brother Snake to rush over with 6 underlings. When he saw Wang Qingzhen, he quickly said, Director Wang. Shi, let me introduce you. This is Boss Ouyang. Wang Qingzhen quickly introduced the man next to Brother Snake. Young Master Ouyang. Brother Snake immediately nodded and bowed. Ouyang Junyuan nodded and snorted. Did you see the 4 people on the playground over there? Brother Snake raised his head and looked in the direction that Ouyang Junyuan said. Sure enough, he saw 2 men and 2 women talking near the parallel bars, so he nodded and said, no problem. Should we go and find some trouble to deal with the 2 men? It's up to you whether you want to beat them up or take them away. In short, just leave those 2 girls alone. Wang Qinzhen said. Okay. Brother Snake waved his hand and said to the underlings behind him, let's go. It's time to work. Little brother, now you know why Xiaojia's breasts are so big, right? Xianxia pointed to Sun Jia, who was doing pull-ups on the horizontal bar next to her, and then whispered to Yang Ming next to her. Huh. So that's how it is. I thought she drank too much papaya soup. Xianxia was talkative, but Yang Ming was even more talkative than her. The 2 of them really hit it off. Wu Yunqing's head was full of black lines. Listening to the fierce conversation between the siblings, he felt his face turn red. My girlfriend, how can you talk about this kind of topic? But it can't be helped. Who asked me to like her? If I love a person, I have to love everything about her. Therefore, Wu Yunqing could only try to change himself. Just as Wu Yunqing was contemplating, suddenly an inappropriate voice came over. Hey, that dumb *SS guy, what are you looking at? Wu Yunqing looked up with some astonishment and looked at a few young people dressed like punks in front of him. He looked around in surprise, then pointed to himself and said, You are talking about me? Nonsense, besides you, who else is a dumb *SS? One of Brother Snake's underlings pointed to Wu Yunqing and shouted. I am a dumb *SS? Wu Yunqing was somewhat inexplicable. Do you know me? F*CK, it's you. Kid, do you know that you have offended someone? Brother Snake's underlings shouted loudly. Wu Yunqing's character was more easygoing. He looked at the people in front of him, touched his chin and said, Are you sure, it's me? Don't talk nonsense. Brother Snake waved his hand and said, It's you. Catch this kid. Yang Ming and Xianxia were whispering about Sun Jia's chest. Suddenly, they heard a scolding sound coming from behind them, so they turned around and saw a group of punks looking for trouble with Wu Yunqing. When she heard someone scolding Wu Yunqing as a dumb *SS, Xianxia was immediately unwilling. Who are you? Are you sick? Brother Snake didn't know Wu Yunqing, nor did he know Xianxia, but he knew Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming did not speak, Brother Snake's memory of him was still fresh. This was his own nightmare. How could he not recognize him? Brother Snake was dumbfounded. He couldn't wait to slap himself. It's really an unlucky year. I actually came to find trouble with him? Isn't that purely looking for death? Seeing that Yang Ming was staring at him coldly, Brother Snake's legs trembled, and he almost knelt on the ground. In an instant, Brother Snake regretted a lot. F*CK second young Master Ouyang. If I offend him, at most, I will lose my face. But if I offend this person in front of me, I have to die tonight. Brother Snake was about to open his mouth to say something, but he suddenly saw Sun Jia coming this way. Oh my god. Brother Snake really had the heart to commit suicide this time. The Miss of the Sun family is actually here? What the F*CK is going on? You can't play with me like this, right? Even if you want to commit suicide, you can't commit suicide like this. Brother Snake completely collapsed this time. He just wanted to beg for mercy, but he suddenly remembered that Yang Ming didn't want him to mention his identity, so he quickly stopped and turned to Sun Jia to beg for mercy. That kid, you come over too. Brother Snake's underlings didn't know Yang Ming. When they saw Yang Ming turn around, they immediately pointed to Yang Ming and shouted, I'm talking about you. Hurry up. Don't King dawdle. Brother Snake's heart suddenly trembled. Mother Cur, are you serious? What the F*CK is going on? Do you want to kill me? Brother Snake was so angry that he directly raised his hand and slapped his underling. He scolded, What are you doing? Are you blind? Hurry up and leave. The underling was inexplicably slapped. He covered his face that was like a steamed bun and retreated to the side with grievance, but he didn't dare to have any objection. Miss Sun. I'm sorry. This is a misunderstanding. We will leave immediately. Brother Snake's words were somewhat incoherent. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Yang Ming to stand in front of him? Compared to Sun Jia, Brother Snake was more afraid of Yang Ming. This guy was the master who killed without blinking, and his means were extremely fierce. Get lost. Yang Ming, who didn't speak for a long time, said a word coldly. Brother Snake was like being granted amnesty. He took a group of underlings and disappeared instantly. What happened? Sun Jia glanced at Brother Snake, who was running away, and then asked Yang Ming. I don't know. Yang Ming shook his head, but his eyes were staring at the direction of Brother Snake's escape thoughtfully. It turned out to be them. Yang Ming secretly remembered what he saw in his heart. He planned to find trouble with Brother Snake at night. In Yang Ming's view, this kid was asking for a beating. They said that I was an idiot as soon as they came up, which made me inexplicable. Wu Yunqing smiled bitterly. They scolded you. Why didn't you talk back? Xianxia was a little annoyed. They saw that you were honest and easy to bully. Maybe they wanted to rob some money from you? It shouldn't be. Sun Jia shook her head. I know the leader. He is the boss of the Four Snakes gang, Cobra. He brought his underlings out to rob money. It sounds unlikely. Oh? No wonder he ran away after seeing you. Xianxia smiled and said, Miss Sun still has face. Sun Jia didn't say anything. Obviously, she also began to doubt the true purpose of Brother Snake. But she didn't have Yang Ming's 1,000-mile X-ray vision. She couldn't see where Brother Snake went after he disappeared. However, what was certain was that Brother Snake wasn't looking for trouble, because he didn't know that Yang Ming was here. In other words, Brother Snake didn't know that the person he was looking for trouble with was Yang Ming. What happened to you? Seeing Brother Snake run back in a daze, Wang Qinzhen was a little unhappy. Why are you back? Director Wang, young Master Ouyang, I'm sorry. I can't help with this. Brother Snake shook his head and said. What do you mean? Wang Qinzhen frowned. What the hell is going on? That woman is Sun Hongjuan's daughter. Do I dare to move? Brother Snake said, Director Wang, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but my ability is limited. I really can't go against them. Sun Hongjun? Who is he? Ouyang Junyuan asked with some disdain. Boss, Sun Hongjun is the boss of Donghai. Wang Qinzhen said quickly. Donghai's boss? He's just a small leader in a city. What is there to be afraid of? Ouyang Junyuan snorted and didn't put Sun Hongjun in his eyes. It was no wonder. In Province P, a small leader in a city was really nothing to him. Brother Snake was too lazy to talk to them. Now, he wasn't afraid of Sun Hongjun. Even if he offended Sun Jia, it was nothing. If Sun Hongjun knew about it, he would ask him to apologize at most. But the person he offended now was Yang Ming. If that guy wanted to kill someone, no one could stop him. Brother Snake didn't want to put his life in danger. Looking at Ouyang Juanyuan's arrogant appearance, Brother Snake wasn't going to remind him. For this kind of guy, it was useless to remind him. Instead, he would think that he was timid. If this is the case, then you can do it. Do as you please. If you are killed by Yang Ming, then it is not something I can control. What kind of friend is this? Ouyang Junyuan frowned. A timid guy. Forget it. Don't make it difficult for him. After all, he has to make a living in this place. Wang Qinzhen sighed. He also understood Brother Snake's difficulties. Then don't bother with him. I say, Wang Qinzhen, this method won't work. What should we do next? Ouyang Juanyuan's interest in Sun Jia was obviously quite big. He didn't take Sun Jia's father seriously. Boss Ouyang, I think we should just forget about this. After all, Sun Hongjun is the boss here. Let's provoke his daughter. This seems a bit inappropriate. Wang Qinzhen hesitated. What's inappropriate? Ouyang Junyuan said, he's just the boss of a city. What are you afraid of? When we were in Province P, if I favored the daughter of the boss, they would be happy. But that is Province P, and this is Donghai. It's not our territory. Wang Qinzhen reminded him. That's true. Ouyang Jinyuan nodded. Wang Qinzhen, aren't you very clever? Isn't there a better way? There is, but... Boss Ouyang, you have to condescend, said Wang Qinzhen. Let me hear it. Ouyang Jinyuan waved and said. This is the case. Why don't we visit Sun Hongjun directly in the evening and say that young master is interested in his daughter and wants to take her back to Province P? What do you think of this idea? Wang Qinzhen suggested. But I haven't played enough. I don't want to get married. Although Wang Qinzhen was very covetous of Sun Jia's beauty, he didn't want to die because of a tree. Boss Ouyang, think about it. Once we return to Province P, it will be our territory. You can do whatever you want. She's the daughter of a rich family here, but she's nothing in Province P, Wang Qinzhen said. Haha. Well said. Ouyang Jinyuan nodded after listening. Okay, that's settled. Go and find out where Sun Hongjun lives. We'll visit him tonight. Ouyang Jinyuan was really arrogant. It was also because he had not suffered a little setback. In Province P, it could be said that he could call the wind and summon the rain. Because there was no conflict of interest with his brother, his elder brother, Ouyang Junwei, also took care of his younger brother. Coincidentally, in the evening, Wu Yunxing also had to visit young Xian's house, so the four of them simply strolled around and parted ways. Do you know that brother Snake? On the way back, Sun Jia suddenly asked Yang Ming. And? Yang Ming was stunned, but he didn't hide it. How did you know? I saw it. Sun Jia said, he seemed to be very scared when he looked at you. He was more scared than when he looked at me. Yang Ming looked at Sun Jia and had a kind of awe from the bottom of his heart. Sun Jia's insight was so sharp. At that time, such a small detail was clearly seen by her. So he said, at that time, when Bao Sanli and Yu Shengda were fighting for territory, this guy was beaten by me. Maybe he was traumatized? Fighting for territory, did you participate? Sun Jia stared at Yang Ming and wanted to see something from Yang Ming's face. Is there a problem? Asked Yang Ming. No. Sun Jia said faintly, Yang Ming, you seem to be hiding a lot of things from me. Huh. Yang Ming suddenly smiled. It's funny. I'm hiding it from you? What is the relationship between us? If I tell you everything, can you keep it a secret for me? You're not my wife. I'm not so stupid. That's true. Sun Jia wasn't angry. Instead, she nodded and said, then wait until the day I fall in love with you, then you can tell me. It had to be said that Sun Jia was a special woman. Her logic made it difficult for Yang Ming to adapt to. TSK. What's the use of falling in love with me? You have to make me fall in love with you. Yang Ming said as he snorted. I think you already have this tendency now. Sun Jia said straightforwardly, although you don't need to change gears in an automatic car, you don't have to always put your hand on my leg. AI? You're still in the mood? Where are you touching? You still want to pinch? Yang Ming pretended to ignore Sun Jia's complaints directly. Sun Jia clamped her legs tightly and didn't let Yang Ming's hand move again. She said angrily, Yang Ming, the more you act like this, the more annoying I find you. Don't you think this is very dirty and vulgar? Yang Ming pulled back his hand bitterly. He didn't expect that his actions would cause Sun Jia to be disgusted. However, Yang Ming had always been strong. Although he pulled back his hand, he didn't say much. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't speak for a long time, Sun Jia was a little curious. What's wrong? Are you angry? Yang Ming was speechless. Are you a man? Why are you so petty? Sun Jia looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. This guy doesn't seem to be a petty person. Yang Ming continued to be speechless. Forget it. How about I let you touch it? But you can't touch the bottom. It's a little uncomfortable. Why don't you touch the top? Sun Jia teased Yang Ming. Okay. Yang Ming didn't think about it and replied directly. There was no unhappiness on his face. This time, it was Sun Jia's turn to be speechless. She stared at Yang Ming. She was angry. I was actually fooled by Yang Ming? Yang Ming said so, but his hands didn't do anything. He wasn't a lecherous person. The reason why he touched Sun Jia's thigh and a special part was just to flirt with Sun Jia, but he didn't expect to cause Sun Jia to be disgusted. Therefore, Yang Ming just said it verbally this time and didn't do anything. When he returned to Sun Jia's home, Yang Ming felt some changes from Sun Hongjun. Obviously, Sun Hongjun's attitude toward him was much better than before, and he didn't mention the previous things. Little Yang, come. The meal is ready. You and little Jia go and wash your hands. Come and eat directly. Sun Jia's mother said very warmly. Yang Ming and Sun Jia returned to their previous intimate state. Although Sun Jia was quite critical of Yang Ming's small actions, she silently endured it. In front of the family, she was originally Yang Ming's girlfriend. If the two people were too distant, then there would be a problem. The dishes in the evening were very sumptuous. People in Sun Hongjun's position rarely entertained guests at home, but Yang Ming wasn't a guest, so this meal should be regarded as a family feast. At the table, only Yang Ming, Sun Jia, Sun Hongjun, and Sun Jia's mother were there. Sun San didn't participate. Sun Hongjun and Sun Jia's mother sat in the main seat, and Yang Ming and Sun Jia sat on both sides. Little Yang, come and taste Auntie's cooking. Sun Jia's mother had basically recognized Yang Ming's position in the family, so she didn't hide her kindness to Yang Ming. Thank you. Yang Ming said quickly, and then he began to help Sun Jia. Sun Jia's mother saw it in her eyes and was very happy. Sun Jia mouthed to Yang Ming, you're really good at acting. Yang Ming smiled and didn't mind. The atmosphere was harmonious, and Sun San suddenly came over. Master, there is a person outside who claims to be from the Ouyang family of Province P. He wants to see you. Ouyang family of Province P? Sun Hongjun was stunned and then said, why are they here at this time? Did they say what they want? They said that they have something to do with you, Master. They want to see you as soon as possible, said Sun San. If it were someone else, Sun San would definitely have sent them away directly. Nonsense, is Sun Hongjun someone you can see whenever you want? Not to mention that he is now accompanying his future son-in-law's family to eat. But the Ouyang family of Province P made Sun San have to pay attention. Sun San naturally knew what the Ouyang family of Province P did. It could be said that the Ouyang family was the underworld emperor of the entire Province P, and Sun Hongjun only controlled Donghai City. Compared with the Ouyang family, it was simply insignificant. However, although Province P was a neighboring province, it had no intersection with the Sun family. At this time, the people of the Ouyang family came to see Sun Hongjun. What would happen? Sun Hongjun hesitated and then said, let them come in and wait for me in the living room. I will go out soon. After Sun Hongjun put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, he said to Yang Ming, I'll go out for a while. You guys eat first. This young Master Ouyang could actually make Sun Hongjun go out to meet him during dinner. Naturally, he wasn't an ordinary person, so Yang Ming curiously used his special ability to look at the situation outside. When he saw the so-called young Master Ouyang at the door, Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. How could it be this guy? Yes, the person Yang Ming saw was Wang Qinzhen. The man next to him was obviously young Master Ouyang. These two people, Yang Ming had seen them in the afternoon when he was at 6th High School. Brother Snake was called by these two guys. As a result, the things that he didn't understand were now very clear. Brother Snake had no conflict with these people. He was just called by Wang Qinzhen or young Master Ouyang to vent his anger, but Brother Snake didn't expect that Sun Jia and he were actually here. Therefore, not only did he not vent his anger, but he ran away in fear. After Brother Snake ran away, he must have told young Master Ouyang and Wang Qinzhen about Sun Jia's identity. Therefore, these two people came here in the evening. If there was no accident, these two people must have come for Sun Jia. What made Yang Ming feel a little strange was that this young Master Ouyang seemed to have a strong background. He actually dared to come to Sun Hongjun's place to look for someone? Yang Ming's current identity was Sun Jia's boyfriend, so when this kind of thing happened, it was natural that he shouldn't sit idly by. So, he stood up and smiled. Uncle Sun, I will go out with you. Sun Hongjun looked at Yang Ming in surprise. He didn't understand why Yang Ming would make this request, but he hesitated and nodded in agreement. In any case, Yang Ming was a candidate that he cultivated. It was good to let him see the scene, so he said, "Okay, then you go with me, but don't talk nonsense." Yang Ming smiled and nodded, "Uncle Sun, don't worry." Yang Ming thought to himself, if this young master Ouyang and Wang Qinzhen still have some self-awareness, then I naturally won't speak carelessly. Otherwise, it won't be a matter of speaking carelessly. Then, I will directly make a move. Yang Ming followed Sun Hongjun to the living room. Young Master Ouyang and Wang Qinzhen were already waiting there. "Two esteemed guests, please excuse me for not going out to welcome you." Sun Hongjun said politely before instructing the servants, "Serve tea to the two guests." "Boss Sun, I have heard a lot about you." Wang Qinzhen got up and said, "This is the second young master of the Ouyang family in Province P, Ouyang Junyuan." "Hello. Welcome, welcome." When Sun Hongjun heard that it was the second young master of the Ouyang family, his tone immediately became polite. After all, he was a member of the Ouyang family, and he couldn't offend him casually. "Yes." Ouyang Junyuan nodded slightly with an arrogant expression. He didn't even stand up. Sun Hongjun looked at Ouyang Junyuan's performance. He couldn't help but frown secretly. "Isn't this Ouyang Junyuan too arrogant? Even if your family is powerful in Province P, this is Donghai. It's not Province P, it's not your territory. Don't you know the principle of when in Rome, do as the Romans do? Aren't you looking down on me too much?" At the moment, Sun Hongjun was also a little angry, but after all, he was a veteran. His face didn't show anything. He just calmly sat on the opposite sofa with Yang Ming. Then, he said, "I don't know why you two came from afar to find me. We didn't come here specifically to find you." Ouyang Junyuan immediately waved his hand arrogantly after listening. What a joke. What kind of identity do I have? Even if I'm not the successor of the Ouyang family, I'm still the second young master of the Ouyang family. In Province P, if I want to meet the city bosses, wouldn't they come to find me with just a word? There's no need for me to visit them personally. Therefore, Sun Hongjuan's words made Ouyang Junyuan feel that he lost face. Wang Qinzhen wasn't as arrogant as Ouyang Junyuan. After all, he was a person who fought from the bottom of society. He knew more about the ways of the world than Ouyang Junyuan. The original Ouyang Junyuan could summon the wind and summon the rain. No one dared to not give him face. It was very simple because it was in Province P. Province P was the territory of the Ouyang family. But now the situation was different. Regardless of Sun Hongjuan's status, this was Donghai, not Province P. Therefore, Ouyang Junyuan's words were a bit outrageous. When Ouyang Junyuan said this sentence, Wang Qinzhen realized that the atmosphere was a bit bad. Sure enough, he saw Sun Hongjuan's face suddenly sink. He said coldly, "In this case, if there is nothing, then you two can leave. I'm still having dinner with the guests." "There is something." Ouyang Junyuan didn't realize that his attitude had caused Sun Hongjuan's disgust. However, even if he knew, so what? So what if he was disgusted? He was Ouyang Junyuan, the second young master of the Ouyang family. He had never cared about the feelings of others. "What is it? Please say it," Sun Hongjun said patiently. After all, the other party was a member of the Ouyang family. He couldn't neglect. Little Wang, you should say it." Ouyang Junyuan felt that it was better to let Wang Qinzhen come forward. "Okay, I will say it." Wang Qinzhen was really afraid that Ouyang Junyuan would speak too straightforwardly and ruin things. "This is the case. Boss Sun, I heard that you have a daughter named Sunjia?" "Yes." "I don't know how my daughter offended both of you?" Sun Hongjun asked with some doubts. After all, Ouyang Junyuan's arrogant attitude made it seem like he was denouncing Yang Ming. "That's not it. Actually." Wang Qinzhen just opened his mouth and was interrupted. "She didn't offend me, but this kid." Ouyang Junyuan suddenly interrupted, "What is he doing?" Sun Hongjun frowned. This Ouyang Junyuan was too arrogant. This was his own home, not their Province P. He said with some displeasure, "This is my daughter's boyfriend, Yang Ming." I don't know how he offended the second young master of the Ouyang family. We want to. Ouyang Junyuan wanted to talk about how he invited Sun Jie to be a star and was obstructed by Yang Ming. When Wang Qinzhen saw that it wasn't good, he quickly stopped him. This is the case. Our young master Ouyang is interested in your daughter. I'm here to matchmake. My young master wants to bring Sun Jie back to Province P. At this moment, Yang Ming's face immediately turned cold. Isn't it obvious that he doesn't take me seriously? I'm sitting here, and Sun Hongjun has already introduced me as Sun Jie's boyfriend. This guy actually wants to bring Sun Jie back to Province P? Yang Ming's patience was limited, and he was about to get angry. However, this was Sun Hongjun's home. Sun Hongjun was an elder, and he hadn't spoken yet. Yang Ming couldn't be too rash. After Sun Hongjun listened to Wang Qingyun's words, he looked at Wang Qinzhen with interest and looked at Ouyang Junyuan. Then he smiled and said, "Did my daughter agree to go back with you?" "Hee, as long as you agree to this, isn't it fine?" Wang Qinzhen smiled and said, "Look, you and the Ouyang family are well matched in terms of social status. Both of you are the kings of the underworld. When your daughter marries our second young master Ouyang in the future, it will be a strong alliance." Strong alliance? T. Let's not talk about how far the Ouyang family was from Donghai. Take the second young master of the Ouyang family as an example. He wasn't the master of power at home. Sun Hongjun had also heard a little about his dirty deeds. He was completely a prodigal son. Such a person was purely a prodigal son. Want my daughter to marry him? That was impossible. Sun Hongjun was about to refuse, but he heard Ouyang Junyuan say, "Little Wang, don't talk nonsense. Who wants to marry her? Didn't my father already arrange a marriage for me?" Hee, I heard that the girl in that family is very beautiful. Hee. I feel good just thinking about it. Wang Qinzhen immediately thought that it wasn't good. His face was full of black lines. How can you say this kind of thing? Old San, send the guest out. Sun Hongjun resisted the urge to curse. He waved his hand and said coldly, "Wait." Yang Ming couldn't help it. He suddenly reached out and stopped Sun San's action. Then he stood up and went straight to Ouyang Junyuan. D*MN, what are you doing? Ouyang Junyuan looked at Yang Ming and didn't put him in his eyes at all. You want to take my wife to Province P as soon as you come here. You don't put me in your eyes, right? Yang Ming looked at Ouyang Junyuan and sneered. What the *CK are you? Is it your turn to speak here? Wang Qinzhen was a little afraid of Sun Hongjun, but he wasn't afraid of Yang Ming. He thought that Yang Ming didn't have any ability. He just wanted to climb up the Sun family's power. He also saw Yang Ming's performance this afternoon. If Yang Ming was really a character, then Brother Snake would definitely tell him. How would he know that Brother Snake didn't want to care about this at all? And it wasn't that he didn't want to tell, but Yang Ming was too terrifying. He didn't dare to tell. Get lost. This is none of your business. Yang Ming raised his leg and kicked at Wang Qinzhen. Wang Qinzhen, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly felt a huge force hit his chest. Yang Ming didn't leave any leeway at all. Wang Qingyun's ribs were probably broken. However, Yang Ming didn't stop there. He increased his strength. Wang Qinzhen, together with the sofa behind him, fell backward directly. Even Ouyang Junyuan, who was sitting on the sofa, was affected. He fell to the ground with his arms and legs spread out. Wang Qinzhen was seriously injured. At this moment, he could only groan. Yang Ming had long found this guy unpleasant. If it weren't for the House of Six Tastes, which was a public occasion, Yang Ming would have beaten him up on the spot. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone in the room. Ouyang Junyuan was even more furious. He pointed at Yang Ming and shouted, "You dare to do it? Don't you know who I am? Kid, let me tell you. You are finished. Unless you give Sun Jie to me and then crawl under my crotch, otherwise, I will let your whole family die." Can you say it again? Yang Ming suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Ouyang Junyuan's collar. He lifted him up in the air and said fiercely, "I have two taboos. One is my woman, and the other is my family. Unfortunately, you actually used these two to threaten me. I am the second young master of the Ouyang family. You are dead. Ouyang Junyuan was shocked and angry. He looked at Yang Ming, whose eyes were red in front of him. He didn't expect Yang Ming to have such strength that he could pick him up with one hand. Really? The Ouyang family? Is it bad *SS? Yang Ming's tone was full of disdain. I am not afraid to tell you that your so-called Ouyang family may be very powerful in your eyes, but in my eyes, it is nothing. Master. On the other side, Sun San quickly reacted from this sudden change and quickly said to Sun Hongjun, Mr. Yang, Don't worry about him. Sun Hongjun shook his head. Although he also thought that Yang Ming was too impulsive, no matter what, Sun Hongjun was still a boss. He wouldn't be willing to lower his head to others. What's more, now that the grudge had been formed, it wouldn't have much effect if he bowed. Instead, the other party would take advantage of it and threaten him with some excessive conditions. Ouyang Junyuan was shocked and angry at the moment. He didn't know if Yang Ming's brain was damaged. He dared to go against the Ouyang family, or did he really have something to rely on? That was an international assassin organization. Who would dare to not obey them? Keep your pants for your mother to drill. Yang Ming said faintly, take your dog and go back to your territory. Don't let me see you here. Also, don't think about revenge. If you do something that makes me unhappy, then what awaits your Ouyang family is a disaster. Yang Ming wasn't joking. If he was really annoyed, then he would directly kill his way to Province P and kill all the people of the Ouyang family. If he couldn't kill them all together, then he would kill them one by one. Yang Ming, you don't believe that their family will hide at home and never go out. Yang Ming didn't dare to say that he was facing a group of people, but for a single assassination, Yang Ming believed that he was still successful. You have to leave some leeway. Ouyang Junyuan looked at Yang Ming and said in an arrogant tone, you will pay the price for what you said today. If this guy had a better attitude, Yang Ming might have let him go, but his current tone didn't mean that he was remorseful. Yang Ming was a little unhappy. Now I have changed my mind. If you want to leave, then you have to leave some souvenirs. After that, regardless of Ouyang Junyuan's reaction, Yang Ming directly picked up the fruit knife on the coffee table and slashed it on Ouyang Junyuan's right thumb. The knife was lifted and the finger fell. Red blood spurted out and dripped all over the floor. Ouyang Junyuan looked at his right hand that was missing a finger. After a while, he howled like a pig being slaughtered. Yang Ming didn't look at Ouyang Junyuan. He simply tapped on his body, and the howling suddenly stopped. Yang Ming let go of the hand that grabbed Ouyang Junyuan's collar, and Ouyang Junyuan directly collapsed to the ground. Too noisy. Yang Ming said indifferently. Ouyang Junyuan's eyes widened. His facial muscles twitched, but his throat couldn't make a sound. I will count to 3. If you don't get lost, I will cut off your little penis. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he began to count, 1, 2. Ouyang Junyuan was scared silly at once. Mother ***, is this guy crazy? Ouyang Junyuan was really scared this time. How can this Yang Ming make a move just like that? The name of the Ouyang family that I have always been proud of is actually not working. Ouyang Junyuan saw Yang Ming's cold eyes, and his heart began to beat like a drum. If I were slower, this guy might really cut off my little penis. He wanted to beg Yang Ming to slow down. How can he count so fast? However, he couldn't make any sound in his throat. God knows what this guy did to me. When Ouyang Junyuan heard Yang Ming's count of 2, he began to run to the door. Halfway through, he remembered his broken finger. He wanted to turn back to get it. Now that the medical level was so advanced, this thing could be reattached. Yang Ming seemed to see through his thoughts and said, 3. Ouyang Junyuan didn't dare to go back. He ran faster than a rabbit. Old San, find someone to clean up here. Sun Hongjun sighed and said to Sun San, see if that guy is still breathing. If he is, throw him out. If not, throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Yes, master. Sun San replied. Yang Ming, come with me to the study upstairs. Sun Hongjun glanced at Yang Ming and said. Okay, Uncle Sunday. Yang Ming nodded. Sun Hongjuan's current mood was very complicated. The consequences of Yang Ming's actions would be very serious. Although he also agreed with Yang Ming's approach in his heart, Ouyang Junyuan was the second young master of the Ouyang family after all. Yang Ming was so ruthless, which made Sun Hongjun somewhat embarrassed. At the same time, what surprised Sun Hongjun was that Yang Ming was actually so ruthless. He kicked Wang Qinzhen until he was half dead. When he cut off Ouyang Junyuan's finger, there was no hesitation. It was clean and neat. This was more straightforward than some of the elders in his own gang. As a result, Sun Hongjun had to re-examine Yang Ming. Moreover, Yang Ming's calmness also made Sun Hongjun puzzled. Maybe he doesn't know what the Ouyang family does? Sun Hongjun shook his head. It seems that I really have to ask Yang Ming properly. After entering the study, Sun Hongjun pointed to the sofa and said, "Sit down, Yang Ming." "Thank you, Uncle Sunday." Yang Ming nodded and sat on the sofa. Sun Hongjun also sat back behind his boss chair. "Yang Ming, do you know what the Ouyang family does?" Sun Hongjun sighed and asked seriously. "The underworld boss of Province P?" Yang Ming said indifferently. "Since you know, why are you still so impulsive?" Sun Hongjun looked at Yang Ming's relaxed expression. He was really puzzled. "Do you know what consequences your impulsiveness may bring today?" "I'm sorry, Uncle Sunday. I have brought you trouble." Yang Ming was somewhat apologetic. After all, the incident happened in Sun Hongjuan's house. The Ouyang family was likely to vent their anger on Sun Hongjun. Sun Hongjun waved his hand and said, "Why are you apologizing to me? Aren't you standing up for little Jia? Besides, I'm not worried about me. No matter how powerful the Ouyang family is, it's only a small plot of land in Province P. It's impossible for them to send a large number of people to Donghai to find trouble with me. I'm worried about you now. If the Ouyang family deals with you, what should I do?" "Uncle Sun. Since you know that I'm standing up for little Jia, then you should have heard of the saying, 'You're angry for a beauty.'" Yang Ming said faintly, "I can let Ouyang Junyuan walk out of this door alive. I'm already giving face to the Ouyang family. Find trouble with me? Hee hee." Yang Ming smiled with some contempt. If the Ouyang family is still smart, then they can only accept this loss. If they aren't smart, I don't mind letting them become the second Guojinbiao. The second Guojinbiao? Sun Hongjuan's heart suddenly moved. He looked at Yang Ming in surprise. "Do you know why Guojinbiao died?" Yang Ming looked at Sun Hongjun and asked suddenly. "Why? Wasn't it because he had a conflict with Bao Sanli and was killed by him?" As Sun Hongjun said this, he immediately looked at Yang Ming in surprise. How does he know that Guojinbiao is dead? What does his words mean? Could it be Guojinbiao's death is related to him? It has nothing to do with Bao Sanli. Isn't it his stupid son who is pestering little Jia? I have given him a chance to let him go. I didn't expect his father, Guojinbiao, to be as stupid as him. Yang Ming loosened his shoulders and said, "He even came up with a bunch of compensation treaties. I was annoyed by him, so I could only kill him." What? Sun Hongjun was shocked. Yang Ming's words were too shocking. It made Sun Hongjun at a loss for a while. Yang Ming actually said that he killed Guojinbiao? And it was also for little Jia? The shock that this brought to Sun Hongjun was really too big. Moreover, it was actually for little Jia. If this was the case, then Sun Hongjun could rest assured that his daughter would be given to Yang Ming. "You mean, Guojinbiao was killed by you?" Sun Hongjun asked in bewilderment. Hee hee, yeah, right. He came with that Master Qi. Master Qi was kicked out by me, and Guojinbiao was killed directly. Yang Ming said indifferently, "That Guojinbiao is quite interesting. He kept mentioning Uncle Sun's name. He also said that you would help him annex Song Jiang's territory." "I didn't say this." Sun Hongjun quickly denied it. The current situation was too weird. He didn't know what Yang Ming's position was in Song Jiang's underworld, but it was obviously not low. Just because he was unhappy, he could kill Guojinbiao. He was obviously a heavyweight character. Moreover, it seemed that Yang Ming's strength wasn't weak. He could kill Guo Jinbiao with lightning speed and take over Jiduan City. How much strength did this require? Sun Hongjun asked himself, I can't do this. Yeah, I told him that Sun Hongjun is my fiancé's father. That is, my future father-in-law. How can he deal with me with an idiot like you? Yang Ming nodded. Sun Hongjun was shocked and carefully probed, Yang Ming, Song Jiang's Bao Sanli and you. Oh, Uncle Sun, you're one of us, so I won't hide it from you. Yang Ming smiled and said, Bao Sanli and Big Ho are my underlings, but I am still in college. I don't like the underworld, so I let them take care of it. Shock. It was absolutely shocking. Although he had long guessed that Yang Ming was related to Song Jiang's underworld, he didn't expect that Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, who were powerful in Song Jiang, were actually Yang Ming's underlings. Thinking of Bao Sanli's rapid rise, Sun Hongjun finally understood that this was not a coincidence. Otherwise, how could a hooligan become the underground leader of a city so quickly? There must be a powerful force secretly supporting him from behind. And according to Yang Ming's words, the power behind Bao Sanli was him? How was this possible? How old was Yang Ming? Jiduan City was also sent by you. Sun Hongjun was a big boss after all. Although he was shocked, he quickly calmed down his emotions. Yes, but the people sent to Jiduan City were not Bao Sanli's underlings, but one of my forces. I don't want to have casualties. After all, Bao Sanli is a hooligan. Although they can take down Jiduan City, the loss will be terrible. Yang Ming nodded and said. After Li Chong's forces appeared in Jiduan City, Yang Ming couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. The underlings of the money gang who escaped in Jiduan City would definitely spread the news. Therefore, Yang Ming might as well be generous and tell this to Sun Hongjun. You have other forces? Sun Hongjun listened to Yang Ming's words and was shocked. If he hadn't received the news of Guo Jinbiao's death, Sun Hongjun really thought that he was dreaming now. I said that I don't pay much attention to the development of the underworld. Yang Ming said with a smile, I don't like the feeling of not being in control of things. The underworld is a very complicated organization. I don't want someone to use it to deal with me. Although I'm not afraid, I find it annoying, so I can only control it in my hands. Speechless, Sun Hongjun was completely speechless. Yang Ming is really too powerful. No wonder he said such words this morning. One Song Jiang is not enough. Can I add another Jiduan? This is not a boast, but a fact. Sun Hongjun suddenly felt that he was old. He had been busy for decades, but his achievements were not as high as Yang Ming's. Can you tell me? What is your trump card? Sun Hongjun hesitated and said, the Ouyang family is the underworld leader of the entire province P. This. Uncle Sun, sorry, I can't say it. Yang Ming shook his head. But if I want to get rid of the Ouyang family, it is not impossible. Yang Ming thought, if I can persuade Fang Tian and ask him to do it together, then no matter how bad *SS the Ouyang family is, it can only be done for. Donghai, Songjiang, and Jiduan are the three important cities in our province V. They are all under our control, so in terms of overall strength, we are not necessarily afraid of the Ouyang family. After Sun Hongjun knew this, he was relieved. In terms of a real battle, this was his territory. The Ouyang family would definitely not take advantage, but he was afraid that the Ouyang family would play some tricks, so he said, the Ouyang family is different from the ordinary underworld family. It is said that one of the world's assassin organizations, the Russian Hawkeye Group, is supported by the Ouyang family. It is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a stab in the dark. Assassin? Hawkeye Group? Yang Ming snorted disdainfully. What is it? I have never heard of it. It was no wonder that Yang Ming was disdainful. Fang Tian had already told him about the ranking of the world's famous assassin organizations. There was no Hawkeye Group at all. Moreover, he had never seen this name in the top 30. Sun Hongjuan's face was full of black lines. He thought, how can you know about the Russian assassin organization? Assassins and Underworld are two different organizations. However, seeing Yang Ming's disdainful expression, Sun Hongjuan's heart moved. Do you have a connection with the assassin organization? Yang Ming smiled but did not answer. Assassins. In fact, Li Chang and the others were almost the same as assassins under my own training. However, they were more powerful than the average assassin. Most assassins acted alone and had no team spirit. Yang Ming's team was not only good at individual combat, but their collective cooperation was also very tacit. Sun Hongjun was more and more unable to see through Yang Ming. Yang Ming was too mysterious. Sun Hongjun really couldn't guess how much power was behind him. Sun Hongjun was shocked by Yang Ming's fierce skills in the living room, especially when he didn't know how he turned Ouyang Junyuan into a mute. "Uncle Sun, you don't have to worry so much." Yang Ming smiled and said, "If you are really worried, then I will go and mess with the Ouyang family. However, we have to say it first. When the underworld of Province P has no leader, Uncle Sun, you have to take care of it." "Ah? It doesn't seem right, right?" Sun Hongjun shook his head in a daze. "I seem to want to train you to be my successor." "Don't." Yang Ming immediately waved his hand. "I have already said that my ambition is not in the underworld. If you have the energy, help me take care of Songjiang and Jiduan." Sun Hongjun was dumbfounded at once. He looked at Yang Ming with a dumbfounded expression. After a while, he said, "I am anxious to let little Jia find a man because I want to retire." "Why are you doing this?" "I'm just kidding. The people in my hands are enough for the time being. However, Uncle Sun, you still have to worry about Dong Hai. Wait until Jiduan and Songjiang are stable." Yang Ming smiled. "You scared me to death." Sun Hongjun had already regarded Yang Ming as his own son-in-law at the moment, so he was too lazy to ask for Yang Ming's territory. Wasn't this looking for trouble? Anyway, it would be like this sooner or later. They would be a family in the future. If it were someone else who wanted to give Sun Hongjun a territory, he would take it back even if he was exhausted. This was the difference in mentality. In the morning, he was still thinking about whether he could get a share, but in the evening, he began to decline. "However, Uncle Sun, there is one thing that I have to confess to you first." Taking advantage of his current strength, Yang Ming was ready to talk to Sun Hongjun about his several women. "Oh? If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you still need to confess?" Sun Hongjun waved his hand and smiled. Obviously, his mood was very good now. "Uncle Sun, in fact, in addition to Sun Jia, I have other women." Yang Ming said word by word. "Oh?" Sun Hongjun was not as angry as he imagined, but he gave a flat "oh." Yang Ming was a little nervous. Although he was a fake son-in-law, Yang Ming really wanted to accept Sun Jia. After all, Sun Jia was his woman. Yang Ming didn't allow his woman not to be by his side. Therefore, Sun Hongjuan's opinion was still very important. Yang Ming couldn't ignore it. "Does little Jia know?" After a while, Sun Hongjun said slowly. "I know." Yang Ming nodded. This wasn't hidden from Sun Hongjun. Sun Jia already knew that Yang Ming had other women. "Then don't tell me about this. It's between you and little Jia. I don't want to participate." Sun Hongjun was an underworld hero. Although he didn't have many wives, he had seen this kind of thing a lot. He didn't have much resistance. Moreover, Yang Ming's current identity and status had already made Sun Hongjun look at him with admiration. There was no more contempt in the morning because Sun Hongjun was mainly afraid that Yang Ming and Sun Jia had a purpose together. It was to plot against the Sun family's business. However, Yang Ming's business was much bigger than the Sun family's. Sun Hongjun wouldn't even look at his own business. "There is one more thing. Uncle Sun, I don't want to hide it from you." Yang Ming thought about it and said. "Oh? There is still something? You won't tell me that you not only have a woman outside, but also a man, right?" Sun Hongjun was originally joking, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly thought of his daughter. Could it be that Sun Jia has a woman outside? He had heard some rumors about his daughter. Could it be true? This is not it. Yang Ming shook his head and said, "In fact, this is the case. Little Jia and I are not in the kind of relationship you think." "What do you mean?" Sun Hongjun was stunned and asked nervously. "How do I say it?" "It means that although little Jia is my woman, we haven't established a relationship yet." Yang Ming touched his chin and explained. Little Jia is your woman? Sun Hongjun didn't understand the meaning of Yang Ming's words. He smiled ambiguously and inexplicably. What nonsense is this? You two decide on your own. I won't interfere. Yang Ming was helpless. He wanted to tell Sun Hongjun that his boyfriend was temporary and hadn't been upgraded to a formal relationship. He didn't expect this old guy to not listen to his explanation at all. Yang Ming was now most afraid that Sun Hongjun would come to talk to him every few days, so he wanted to clarify his relationship with Sun Jia. However, it didn't seem to have any effect. After the two of them had a secret conversation in the study, the grudge between Sun Hongjun and Yang Ming disappeared. The two of them went downstairs and put aside their previous unhappiness. It was as if the bloody scene in the room had never happened. The things in the house had been put back to their original places, and the bloodstains on the ground had been wiped clean. The two people talked and laughed as they returned to the dining room. Because of Sun Hongjun's position at home, no matter how big the commotion outside was, Sun Jia and Mother Sun would not go out to watch. Come to think of it, it wasn't like such a thing hadn't happened before. What happened just now? Who are they? Seeing the two of them return, Sun's mother asked worriedly. It's nothing. I've already sent him away. Let's continue eating. As he spoke, Sun Hongjun gave Yang Ming a look. He was afraid that Mother Sun and Sun Jia would be worried, so he didn't want to tell them what had just happened. However, with this in and out, the most obvious thing was Sun Hongjun's attitude toward Yang Ming. It changed from the initial indifference to enthusiasm. While Mother Sun was happy, she had some doubts. However, this was what she wanted to see, so she didn't ask any questions. In other words, after Ouyang Junyuan stumbled out of the Sun family, he still had some lingering fear. What is this? People from a small place just can't do it. No quality. Ouyang Junyuan thought fiercely. The guy named Yang Ming must be a country bumpkin. He didn't know the identity behind him, so he was so arrogant. I will definitely make him pay the price he deserves. Enduring the pain in his hand, Ouyang Junyuan stopped a taxi and returned to Province P overnight. Ouyang Junwei was dealing with the accounts of some underworld businesses in the study. Suddenly, the butler knocked on the door and came in. Young master. What's wrong? Uncle Qin, didn't I say before? When I'm dealing with the accounts, don't disturb me. Ouyang Junwei frowned and said. Young master, it's not good. Butler Qin said anxiously, I have an urgent matter. What's the matter? Tell me quickly. Ouyang Junwei closed the account in front of him, then looked up and asked. He also knew that Butler Qin was usually very obedient and wouldn't disturb him when he was working. At this moment, something must have happened. Young master, the second young master was cut off. Butler Qin said quickly. What? Junyuan was cut off? Ouyang Junwei stood up and said anxiously, where is it? Take me to see it. It's downstairs. The doctor is bandaging him, said Butler Qin. Oh. Let's go. Ouyang Junwei breathed a sigh of relief. If it was bandaged at home, then the injury was definitely not serious. Coming to the living room downstairs, Ouyang Junwei saw Ouyang Junyuan sitting on the sofa with a grimace, so he said, Junyuan, what happened? Big brother. When Ouyang Junyuan saw his big brother coming down, he immediately cried, Big brother, you must avenge me. My thumb was cut off. Oh? Ouyang Junwei was stunned, then the expression on his face became gloomy. What the hell is going on? Who did it? Can the finger be connected? I didn't bring the broken finger back. It must be that it can't be connected. Ouyang Junyuan said with a sad face. Mother asterisk cur. Who is so vicious? Who dares to do this to you? Ouyang Junwei was furious after hearing it. So, my brother's hand was crippled, and it was his right hand. How could he not be angry? Although he had some unpleasantness with his brother because of the power struggle, the brotherhood of many years wasn't fake. With Ouyang Junyuan taking the initiative to give up competing with him for the family master's position, the relationship between the two brothers was better than before. Moreover, Ouyang Junwei wasn't married, so his feelings for his brother had become more loving. At this moment, when he saw that his brother's hand was crippled, his eyes immediately turned red. It's the Sun family. Donghai's Sun family. Ouyang Junyuan naturally wouldn't say that he wanted to snatch someone's daughter back. He just said, I went to Donghai with Wang Qingzhen to do something. As a result, I saw a girl with good qualifications. I asked Wang Qingzhen to ask if the girl had the intention to develop in the entertainment industry. As a result, the girl was the daughter of Donghai's boss, Sun Hongjun. If he didn't agree, then he didn't agree. A kid actually said that he was Sun Jia's boyfriend. Not only did he hurt Wang Qingzhen, but he also cut off my finger. What? Ouyang Junwei slammed the table. He didn't put our Ouyang family in his eyes, right? Right, did you tell him that you are the second young master of the Ouyang family? I said it. Why didn't I say it? But they said that the Ouyang family is nothing in his eyes, said Ouyang Junyuan. Junyuan, you can rest assured. Brother will definitely avenge you. Ouyang Junwei sneered. The person who cut you, I will cut him into pieces. As for the woman you said, I will capture her and let you *CK her to death. Then, thank you, big brother. Ouyang Junyuan was overjoyed when he heard it. You rest well first. Big brother will take care of everything for you. Don't worry, said Ouyang Junwei. Back in the study, Ouyang Junyuan made a few phone calls and ordered his people to investigate Sun Hongjun, as well as his daughter and son-in-law. As soon as he finished the order, he received a call from his father, Ouyang Kanki. Xiao Wei, what happened? I heard Butler Qin call me. And said that Xiao Yuan was injured? Asked Ouyang Kanki. Yes, father. It was done by the Sun family of Donghai. Ouyang Junwei said without any surprise. Because Butler Qin was his father's person, he was loyal to his father. His father would know his every move. Although his father was far away in Russia, he could often handle the gang affairs remotely. What are you going to do? I heard that you are going to take revenge, asked Ouyang Kanki. Yes, father. My right thumb was cut off. This revenge must be avenged. Ouyang Junwei said, they really don't put our Ouyang family in their eyes. Oh? Then you tell me how to take revenge? Ouyang Kanki continued to ask. Of course, it is to take people to Donghai. We can't lose the prestige of our Ouyang family, said Ouyang Junwei boldly. Stupid. Ouyang Kanki said sternly, revenge must be taken, but you are taking people to Donghai. If this isn't stupid, then what is? What's wrong? Ouyang Junwei was a little overwhelmed by his father's reprimand. If we take people there, how many people can we take? Donghai is their territory. In the end, they will have the advantage. Ouyang Kanki said, if you really take people there, it will be a long battle. It is likely to be a stalemate. At that time, you will be in a dilemma. Let's see what you can do. This. Ouyang Junwei listened to his father's analysis and immediately broke into a cold sweat. Sure enough, my father was right. If I really did that, the consequences would be unimaginable. But he was unwilling. Then, this little brother's matter, are we just going to forget about it? Forget it. Of course, it can't be forgotten. Ouyang Kanki said, you send someone to contact the Sun family. It is best to negotiate with them. Of course, you have to fight for some conditions. As for the murderer who hurt little Yuan, I will be responsible for it. You don't have to worry about it. I understand, father. Ouyang Junwei nodded and said, then, I will leave little Yuan's matter to you. You little brat, little Yuan is your brother and my son. Ouyang Kanki laughed and said, but I am very pleased with the relationship between you two brothers now. Don't worry. Don't you trust your father? The guy who hurt little Yuan, I will make him pay 10 times the price. Humph, that's right. I almost forgot. Father, you are the leader of the Hawkeye group. Ouyang Junwei sneered. Little did they know that the Ouyang father and son's plan, which they thought was flawless, sent them to the road to hell. The assassin group, which was not famous, also announced its demise. After dinner, Sun's mother said, little Yang, stay at home tonight. Butler's son, go and clean up a guest room. Clean up what guest room? I will just stay in a room with little Jia. Sun Hongjun waved his hand and said. Ah? Sun's mother was completely puzzled this time. Why did my old man change so strangely? Even Sun Jia frowned and looked at her father in confusion. She didn't know what he meant. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Sun Hongjun coughed twice and explained that, we are not old fogies. When young people are dating, which one of them hasn't been in bed before? Ugh. Yang Ming and Sun Jia both looked at Sun Hongjun dumbfoundedly. Isn't this old guy too direct? As a matter of fact, since Sun Hongjun had decided on Yang Ming, he couldn't let this matter fall through. He was still anxious to hold his grandson. Since he had determined the candidate for his son-in-law, the next big thing was to quickly get a grandson. What's with your expressions? However, Sun Hongjun had a straight face and said seriously, Shao Jia, I'm not an unenlightened person. You're already so big, so what's there to be embarrassed about? What's done is done. Do you dare say that the two of you have never slept together? Sun Jia was speechless for a while. She really didn't dare to say it. Since he had done it once, he had done it before. However, his current relationship with Yang Ming. That's enough, old Sunday. Are you drunk? However, Mother Sun couldn't bear to listen any longer. When she saw the two embarrassed children, she quickly helped them out. How can you talk about these things openly? Just ignore him and go back to your rooms to play. I'll scold him. Let's go? Sharing a room with Sun Jia? Yang Ming, on the other hand, was greatly moved. This idea sounded very good. Sun Jia glared at Yang Ming. How could she not see through his crooked thoughts? However, he couldn't say much in front of his mother. He could only say, Mom, we'll go upstairs first. Go ahead, go ahead. Mother Sun waved her hand. Yang Ming hugged Sun Jia's slim waist and went upstairs side by side. When they came to the innermost room, Sun Jia pushed the door open and said, Don't mess around. Why? Is there a secret? Yang Ming didn't hesitate. He walked in and sat on Sun Jia's bed. What he didn't expect was that Sun Jia's bed was actually a double bed. It was just right for two people to sleep. Get up. Are your pants dirty? Just sit around. Sun Jia said, I sleep naked at night. Don't get dust. Just right. I also sleep naked. Yang Ming said shamelessly, since you said that my pants are dirty, then I'll take them off. Sun Jia looked at Yang Ming fiercely and said, You dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Yang Ming said as he was going to take off his pants. My parents are downstairs. Can you be serious? Sun Jia said helplessly. She had never been able to scare Yang Ming. How serious am I? Didn't your dad say it? We can do that. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, if you're not afraid, then take it off. Sun Jia simply said with a smile. What am I afraid of? Yang Ming looked at Sun Jia's fox-like smile and suddenly felt some chills on his body. Count to 3. I'll cut off your penis. Sun Jia said slyly. And? Yang Ming was stunned. How fierce. She is indeed Sun Hongjuan's daughter. She can even say this? But when he thought about the time when he first met Sun Jia, she also said more bold words, so he didn't feel that it was strange. But, wait, why does this sound so familiar? It seems to be. Sun Jia, did you peek just now? Yang Ming suddenly thought of something. He raised his head and looked at Sun Jia with a half-smile. So what if I did? Sun Jia suddenly said seriously, Yang Ming, your courage is really not small. You even dare to hit the young master of the Ouyang family? Isn't it because of you? Yang Ming snorted and snorted. I really don't know what to say about you. Sun Jia was somewhat helpless. She sat next to Yang Ming and said with some resentment, Yang Ming, can you not be so impulsive? You stood up for me. I understand, but have you thought about the consequences of your actions? Are you afraid that the Ouyang family will retaliate against you? Yang Ming reached out and hugged Sun Jia's shoulder from behind. He leaned her into his arms. Don't worry. I'm here for everything. Yang Ming. Sun Jia was angry and amused. She struggled for a while, but she couldn't break free. She no longer insisted, but she said, "You are always so arrogant. What am I afraid of? Donghai is my family's territory. Even if the Ouyang family is powerful, the strong dragon can't suppress the local snake. Do you understand this? I'm worried about you now." "Worried about me?" Yang Ming's hand gradually climbed up Xianxia's chest. He said as if nothing happened, "Really? You care about me? Could it be that you fell in love with me?" "I'm sorry. Not yet." Xianxia shook her head and said, "You were right before. I like women, so I just don't hate you. It doesn't matter. My biggest dream in this life is to find a pair of lesbians to be my wives." Yang Ming boasted, "Introduce your other half to me one day." Xianxia looked at Yang Ming's appearance. She really didn't know what to say. "Think about it. Lesbians are so good. I'm not afraid that you will cheat because when I'm not at home, you can solve the XX problem by yourself. Moreover, if you have children, then there is no doubt that they are all mine." Yang Ming began to fantasize. "You go to hell." Xianxia was so angry that her face was livid. She slapped away Yang Ming's hand that was playing tricks on her body. "Don't even think about it. Don't you think that having XX with a real man is better than having sex with a woman?" Yang Ming ignored Xianxia and continued to ask. Xianxia simply closed her mouth and didn't want to give Yang Ming a chance to continue to play. "Do you still need to think about it for so long?" Yang Ming saw that Xianxia didn't speak, but he deliberately continued to tease her. "Which is more refreshing? You should remember it clearly, right?" Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's words. Her nose was crooked, but she had no words to refute. Xianxia was very smart, but Yang Ming's topic was too ambiguous. Don't look at how Xianxia usually joked with Yang Ming Kai without blushing, but when it came to the real thing, she couldn't do it. "Oh, I got it!" Yang Ming suddenly shouted as he suddenly realized something. Then he didn't speak. Although Xianxia didn't refute, she was listening to what Yang Ming said. When she saw Yang Ming suddenly say, "I know," Xianxia wondered what he knew. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no follow-up, so she couldn't help but ask, "What do you know?" "We have only done it once." "You definitely didn't experience it deeply." "You forgot what it felt like," said Yang Ming. N. Xianxia didn't want to continue this topic, so she perfunctorily answered. In fact, how could she forget the feeling of pleasure at that time? It was the first time in her life, so how could she forget just like that? However, now Xianxia hadn't figured out how to deal with her relationship with Yang Ming. Sure enough, Yang Ming slapped his thigh and said, "That's easy. Can't we just experience it again?" "You dare." Xianxia didn't want her relationship with Yang Ming to be established only on the bed, although that kind of feeling made her somewhat nostalgic. Looking at Xianxia's somewhat charming anger, Yang Ming immediately had a big appetite. His lower body also had a reaction. "AI, this voodoo." Yang Ming shamelessly blamed his own reaction on the voodoo. With a beauty in his arms, even a normal man couldn't resist the temptation. What's more, Yang Ming was really affected by the voodoo. What are you doing?" Before Xianxia finished speaking, she was pulled back by Yang Ming and fell on the bed. Yang Ming forcibly pressed down on Xianxia. Although Xianxia was also resisting, a woman's strength was not as great as a man's, let alone Yang Ming, this abnormally strong assassin. In the face of absolute power, all resistance was pale and powerless. When you can't refuse, then accept it. Xianxia closed her eyes and lay on the bed like a dead fish, ignoring any of Yang Ming's teasing. However, ignoring was just ignoring. Xianxia thought so in her mind, but her body gradually reacted. Although Xianxia clenched her teeth, the sensitive reaction of her body still made her unable to help but twist her body. Although Xianxia didn't want to cooperate with Yang Ming, sometimes, she couldn't just not want to do it. Xianxia lay on the bed with her back. He didn't know if she was asleep or pretending to be asleep. Yang Ming hugged Xianxia from behind with some regret. "Am I too reckless?" Thinking about his actions just now, there was no doubt that he was forcing Xianxia. Although Xianxia didn't say anything, any girl would feel uncomfortable in her heart. "Are you angry?" Yang Ming asked softly. Sun Jia didn't speak, but Yang Ming's keen intuition noticed that Sun Jia's body moved slightly. Be my woman, said Yang Ming. Sun Jia sighed softly and then said faintly, go to sleep. I don't want to talk about this now. Your means make me feel that your character is very bad. I should carefully consider our relationship. Yang Ming's heart was cold. Sun Jia's thinking is really different from other women. At this time, she can still consider the problem so calmly. I'm sorry. Yang Ming said apologetically. Forget it. Last time, I forced myself on you. This time, we are even. Sun Jia said faintly. However, the more Sun Jia said this, the more uncomfortable Yang Ming felt in his heart. He couldn't help but curse the YY novels on the internet. Who said that a woman can push a man a second time? It is said that the more you push, the better the relationship will be. Why am I getting more nervous? Although Sun Jia said this, the only thing that made Yang Ming feel fortunate was that Sun Jia didn't refuse to let him hug her to sleep. In this way, it showed that Sun Jia didn't completely hate him. Early the next morning, what Yang Ming didn't expect was that Sun Jia didn't mention anything about last night as usual. She wore her clothes and went downstairs with Ming's body. Yang Ming even thought that Sun Jia would no longer pursue his responsibility, but Yang Ming was wrong. During breakfast, Sun Jia said to herself, Dad, Mom, Yang Ming still has something to do at home. He will go back in a while. Yang Ming listened to Sun Jia's words and stared at Sun Jia. This, is she chasing me away? Little Yang, are you in such a hurry? Sun Jia's mother looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. Oh, there is indeed something urgent to deal with. Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. If that's the case, then you don't have to be in such a hurry, right? Sun Jia's mother said with some reluctance, why don't you leave after dinner? Yang Ming may have something to do there. Sun Hongjun said, let's get down to business first. After that, he gave Yang Ming a I understand look. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. Sun Hongjun obviously misunderstood him. He thought that he was in a hurry to go back to deal with the affairs of Jiduan City, so of course, he agreed with him. Yang Ming glanced at Sun Jia, but found that she didn't look at him at all. So, he said helplessly, I will go back after breakfast. Since Sun Jia didn't have feelings for him, Yang Ming couldn't force it. After breakfast, he said goodbye to Sun Hongjun and Sun Jia's mother, and then planned to leave. Unexpectedly, when he was about to leave, Sun Jia said, I will go with you. I should go back to Songjiang. Ah? Yang Ming looked at Sun Jia in surprise, but he didn't catch any expression on her face. There are still things to deal with in the company. Don't think too much. Sun Jia said indifferently. Then let's go. Yang Ming sighed and said, are you driving? I'm not driving. My car is being maintained. It will be sent to Songjiang when I come back. Sun Jia opened the door of the BMW's passenger seat and got on the driveway. I'm here to get a ride. Then let's go. Looking at Sun Jia's serious look, Yang Ming's mood was a little depressed. Are you still angry with me? Yang Ming drove the car, but his hand was unconsciously placed on Sun Jia's thigh again. I said that we're even. Why are you angry? Sun Jia shook her head. Fortunately, Sun Jia didn't take my hand away. Yang Ming vaguely felt that things might still turn around. He didn't know why Sun Jia didn't accept him now, but at least she didn't reject him too strongly. Then why did you suddenly want me to go back to Songjiang? Yang Ming asked with some disbelief. Isn't it for your safety? Sun Jia rolled her eyes at Yang Ming with some annoyance. Yesterday, I was talking to you about serious things. In the end, you didn't do anything serious. Yang Ming laughed twice and remembered that Sun Jia was talking about him hitting Ouyang Junyuan yesterday, so he said awkwardly, what does this have to do with my safety? If my guess is correct, this time, the Ouyang family is likely to blame this on you. Sun Jia recovered her usual calmness and said, as I said yesterday, it is impossible for the Ouyang family to touch the Sun family unless they want both sides to suffer. However, if they don't take revenge for this, they will definitely not give up. Therefore, to weigh the pros and cons, it is better to target you, the murderer who hurt others, than to target the entire Sun family. If they can't do it openly, they are likely to do it secretly. So, in this way, you are in danger. I don't know if you are really stupid or pretending to be stupid. I let you leave Donghai because I don't want them to find you. Ah. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect that Sun Jia didn't drive him away because of what he did to her yesterday, but because of his safety consideration, she let him leave. He couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. It turns out that you still care about me. You are sticking up for me. If it were anyone else, I would also care. Sun Jia said without leaving any face. As long as it's not because of what happened last night, it's fine to drive me away. Yang Ming was relieved. Don't mention what happened last night again. Just this once. Sun Jia shook her head and said, I don't know what you are thinking. You got my body, but you can't get my heart. What can you do? Yang Ming was shocked. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. However, from Sun Jia's tone, he heard a faint disdain. You can rest assured. You will fall in love with me. Yang Ming said with some dissatisfaction. His male chauvinism began to play tricks again. Sun Jia's contempt made him very uncomfortable. Really? I don't know what I am thinking. You can still assert my future. Sun Jia smiled. Then let's wait and see. Yang Ming said confidently. Alright, then I'll have to wait and see. Sun Jia turned to look at Yang Ming and said, I want to see what you, a little boy, have that attracts me and makes me fall in love with you. It's not enough to be good in bed. Yang Ming sweated after listening, but he also felt very comfortable. With his understanding of Sun Jia would only behave so casually in front of him. Moreover, with the fact that he pushed her down first, Yang Ming was confident that he could still make Sun Jia fall in love with him. However, before that, you'd better be careful. I don't want to be a widow. Sun Jia turned the thread of discussion and said seriously. I still don't put the people of the Ouyang family in my eyes. Yang Ming said indifferently, if they dare to come, I guarantee that they won't be able to return. Don't be too arrogant. It is said that the Ouyang family supports an assassin organization. Sun Jia said, if they send an assassin to kill you, your kung fu is nothing in the eyes of others. Okay, I'll be careful. Yang Ming thought, that's because you haven't seen my true level, but he also knew that it was useless to say anything now. If he said more, Sun Jia would think that he was bragging, so he simply nodded humbly. And, if there is any trouble, call me. Sun Jia instructed. Although Yang Ming was still not sure about Sun Jia's thoughts, Sun Jia's concern for him just now made Yang Ming very satisfied. Back in Songjiang, Yang Ming sent Sun Jia back to the company and drove home. Sun Jia held her head and quietly leaned on the desk. Her mind was in chaos. For so many years, Sun Jia had a feeling of confusion for the first time. She thought that she would never fall in love with a man in her life, but Yang Ming broke into her life. Do I love him? Sun Jia couldn't say it clearly. This feeling was very strange. She couldn't explain it clearly. Subconsciously, Sun Jia didn't want to develop another relationship. Since the last incident, Sun Jia had become indifferent to the relationship between men and women. However, when all this was in front of her, Sun Jia didn't know where to go. Originally, she thought that Yang Ming treated her so rudely yesterday. She would hate him and hate him. However, this morning, Sun Jia didn't have any special hatred. Although she was a little annoyed, she was annoyed that she was interrupted by Yang Ming when she was talking about serious matters yesterday. Forget it. Let nature take its course. Although she didn't understand why her father suddenly looked at Yang Ming differently, was it because Yang Ming's ruthlessness yesterday was appreciated by her father? Sun Jia shook her head. She didn't participate in the underworld matters. She didn't know what the person who was appreciated by her father was like, so she subconsciously thought that it must be Yang Ming's actions last night that were appreciated by her father. Now, she could only take one step at a time. Some things should be ended when it should be ended. Although Sun Jia didn't want to admit it, she really found that as Yang Ming said, the feeling of doing it with a man was really different from doing it with a woman. It was very different. Sun Jia wasn't very nostalgic about the feeling in the past. Xianxia picked up the phone and dialed a number that she hadn't contacted for a long time. "Hello, it's me." Xianxia hesitated and said, "Are you free recently? Come out and meet me." Xianxia didn't know what was said on the other side of the phone. After listening, she said, "Well, call me when you have time. I'm in Songjiang now." After putting down the phone, Xianxia sighed. How could I think of ending this unclear relationship? Is it because of Yang Ming? Maybe I'm really tired of it? Xianxia shook her head and didn't think about these messy emotional entanglements. She opened the company's file and began to deal with some documents that had piled up because of the Chinese New Year. When Yang Ming returned home, he heard a conversation coming from the living room. He thought it was his father and factory manager Feng talking about the factory. Oh, no, it should be manager Feng. The factory was approved by the city. It was wholly owned by the Mingyang Group and restructured into the Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry Group. It specialized in the production of auto parts. Because of old Buffon's leadership, the production line was in place immediately. Not only could it produce auto parts, but it could also produce blenders, cranes, and other construction equipment. Therefore, the original name of the Song Jiang Mingyang Automobile Company was not suitable. It was simply renamed to the General Heavy Industry Group. According to old Buffon's words, he wanted to ship a few helicopter production lines from Europe. Originally, it was rare to build a factory in a foreign country for a confidential technology like aircraft manufacturing, but old Buffon's family happened to hold an aircraft company. The civilian Airbus and fighter production lines obviously could not be easily exported, so they could only give Yang Ming the helicopter manufacturing technology with a lower threshold. For this reason, old Buffon was still a little ashamed. After all, Yang Ming was his own master. He should face his master without reservation, but because of the limitation of the European Union, some things couldn't be decided by old Buffon personally. Even so, Yang Ming was already very grateful. He secretly decided that he would try his best to teach old Buffon some real skills without violating his principles. After all, China's kung fu was broad and profound. Whether he could comprehend it or not depended on himself. However, for example, Yang Ming could teach him some superficial kung fu such as acupuncture points. At least, it was enough to show off in front of his friends. "Dahai, can you help your big brother this time?" The voice in the living room was the voice of Uncle Yang Dashan. "Big brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I really can't help. The factory has just started operating. There are too many places that need money." Yang Dahai said, "And isn't your funding gap a bit too big?" "Dahai, aren't you the chairman of the group? What you said doesn't count. Just 5 million. With 5 million, my entertainment city can survive." Yang Dahai said anxiously. "Big brother, recently, old Buffon and I have also learned a lot of business. I also know about the situation of your entertainment city. If you continue to operate like this, it will be the fate of bankruptcy sooner or later. This isn't something that can be saved by money." Yang Dahai sighed. Yang Ming heard the general idea. It turned out that his uncle's entertainment city was really in a crisis as he expected. According to his management, this result was inevitable, but Yang Ming didn't expect that it couldn't survive for a few days. Moreover, what made Yang Ming gratified was that his father seemed to finally be enlightened. He had become a lot more tactful in dealing with people. He no longer promised anything easily and began to see things comprehensively. Come to think of it, it was all thanks to Feng Wanjiang and Ho Zhenhan during this period of time that his stubborn father learned the way of business. "Dahai, you can't watch your big brother die." Yang Dashan said anxiously, "This entertainment city is done with Bao Sanli and brother Bao. If it goes bankrupt, brother Bao will kill me. He is in the underworld." "Ai." Yang Dahai sighed helplessly. After all, he was still his own big brother. Yang Dahai couldn't be cruel and ignore it. He had to say, "Big brother, what do you want me to do? I really can't make the decision about money. Moreover, you know that the group is now funded by the Mingyang Entertainment Group. I'm just a nominal chairman. Dahai, aren't you very close to President Ho of Mingyang Entertainment? Can you talk to him and ask him not to pursue my responsibility? Otherwise, I will really be killed." Yang Dashan saw that he couldn't borrow money, so he wanted to save his life. Also, the entertainment city that he partnered with was losing a lot of money. Yang Dashan was upset. When he didn't know what to do, he suddenly heard that his brother, Yang Dahai, suddenly became the chairman of Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry. Although it was fully invested by the Mingyang Entertainment Group, at least he was a senior executive of Mingyang. He could definitely talk to Ho Shenhan. As long as President Ho gave face, he wouldn't be in any danger. I can help you, but I can't say whether it will work or not. Yang Dahai nodded and agreed. That's good. That's good. Yang Dashan saw that Yang Dahai promised him, so he was relieved. When he looked up, he saw Yang Ming coming in. He quickly said, Yang Ming, you are back? Hello, uncle. Yang Ming nodded faintly. He was a little annoyed in his heart. This uncle just doesn't listen to advice. I told him not to get involved in these unfamiliar industries. Now. He lost all his money, but he came to ask for help. Yang Ming. What do you think about uncle's entertainment city? Yang Dashan knew that Yang Ming and Bao Sanli had a good relationship, but he didn't know to what extent. Uncle, what is the current situation of your entertainment city? Yang Ming frowned. You always say that you lost money. This is very vague. You have to at least let me know what your situation is now, so that I can decide how to help you. It's still my eldest nephew who understands me. When Yang Dashan heard Yang Ming say this, he suddenly said, the current situation is that Entertainment City isn't making money at all. It can't make ends meet every day. I thought that this was just the beginning. As time passed, it would get better, but I didn't expect that the current situation is getting worse and worse, and the reputation has become worse. Many people privately said that I am not honest. How am I not honest? When I opened, I entertained them for free, but in the end, I am not honest. It really pisses me off. Uncle, it is because you were too free when you opened, that people turned around and said that you are not honest. Yang Ming shook his head and said, the free service you started gave these people a bad habit. They thought that it was natural for you to be free. If you weren't free, it would be your fault. Yes, many of them think so. Yang Dashan smiled bitterly. I was wrong to be free at the beginning. This group of ungrateful people. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. How much money do you have now? Asked Yang Ming. None. Moreover, I thought that I could pay back the bank loan after a few months of operation, but I didn't expect that now, not to mention making money, it would be a miracle if I didn't lose money. Yang Dashan sighed. Let's do this, uncle. Since you are here, then I can't be too disrespectful. Although Yang Ming was somewhat dissatisfied with his uncle's stubbornness, in any case, he was his uncle after all. He couldn't ignore him when something happened. Moreover, the most important thing was that Tianjiao Entertainment City was not only his uncle's own industry, but also half of Yang Ming's. I will talk to Brother Bao about your matter. Yang Ming said, President Ho has a good relationship with my father. Starting from these two aspects, I think they won't trouble you, but the management rights of this hotel will probably not be given to you. Then, it doesn't matter. As long as I don't have to repay the bank loan. Yang Dashan was also helpless. He had lost all his assets and still owed the bank loan. Now, as long as the bank didn't ask him for money, he was already very lucky. Why would he care about other things? Uncle, actually, how do I say it? Yang Ming hesitated and said, you're really not suitable for doing business. Ah? Yang Dashan was stunned, but he had nothing to say. After all, he really lost money. Uncle, you could make money in the battlefield because of the situation at that time. In the 90s, there weren't many people who didn't make money. As long as there was a drive, you could make money. Yang Ming said, but now the situation is different. Making money also depends on flexible means and brains, especially business like the entertainment city. It doesn't mean that you can manage it well just because you know how to play interpersonal relationships. You must have reasonable management means. Yang Ming, when you said this to me, I didn't believe it, but now, I have to admit that uncle was really a little hot-headed at that time. Yang Dashan said with some embarrassment, you say that I'm really too much. The battlefield is doing well. Why did I involve myself in this unfamiliar industry? The money at home is enough to spend. Why did I have to be so greedy? Uncle, since you can understand this truth now, it's not too late. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, just treat it as spending money to buy a lesson. You don't have to worry about this anymore. I will find someone to take over the entertainment city in these 2 days. As for your battlefield, I will find a way for you. I will try my best to help you set it up again. In the future, you can manage it with peace of mind. Ah? Really? Yang Dashan was surprised and couldn't close his mouth. That's great. Yang Ming, you didn't lie to Uncle, right? I won't lie, but I can only say that. I will try my best to deal with it for you. Yang Ming smiled and said, I can't guarantee whether it will succeed or not. Okay, then I will wait for the good news. Yang Dashan felt that his nephew, Yang Ming, was more reliable than his brother, Yang Dahai. He was secretly happy. It seemed that this trip was not in vain. After saying what he wanted to say, Yang Ming didn't want to stay any longer. He refused to stay for dinner and left Yang Ming's house. Big Ming, are you going to help your uncle? After Yang Dashan left, Yang Dahai quickly asked. So what if we don't help? I can't just watch him be embarrassed, right? Yang Ming was also somewhat helpless. He spread his hands and said, it's the most difficult thing to say between relatives. Sigh. Yang Dahai also sighed. If it weren't for the money being yours, I couldn't make the decision. I had just promised your uncle to help him. I say, Dad, you've matured a lot during this period of time. Yang Ming smiled and said, if it were in the past, you might have already agreed. You wouldn't have considered so much. You little brat, what do you mean? Yang Dahai glared. What do you mean I've matured a lot? I'm already your father. How am I not mature? I mean in terms of business and dealing with interpersonal relationships. Yang Ming also knew that his expression was a bit vague, so he quickly explained. You little brat. What are you talking about? Yang Dahai gave Yang Ming a slap on the head, then put away his joking tone and said to Yang Ming, the company will be listed in a few days. We are acquiring it as a whole, so the factory site is still in the same place. It's just that the personnel and organizational structure have changed. And you can discuss this matter with Ho Jinhan and Uncle Feng. You don't have to ask for my opinion. Yang Ming nodded and said. Who asked for your opinion? How can you say that? Yang Dahai rolled his eyes and said, Dad is discussing with you. Okay, discuss. Then you say it. Yang Ming didn't expect his dad to be so calculative, so he had to say so. There is one more important thing. It's like this. Yang Dahai said slowly, there is a big star named Xianxia who is coming to Songjiang to hold a concert. The Mingyang Entertainment Group is the leader of the entertainment industry in our city. The city's cultural bureau wants to ask if Mingyang Entertainment has the idea of hosting a concert. After all, in Songjiang, there are not many who have this strength, and only Mingyang can hold the scene. Dad, do you know what it means to hold the scene? Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Didn't I learn it from old Feng? Yang Dahai smiled bitterly and shook his head. I have been running around with old Feng for a while. I know a lot of people from all walks of life. I can't not be familiar with this kind of society. This position of chairman is really a position to train people. In short, as long as you feel happy. Yang Ming looked at his dad's very passionate expression and was very gratified. Right, this matter should be handled by Big Ho. What does it have to do with you? This matter is indeed handled by President Ho, but he said that our Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry Group has just been listed, and our reputation has not yet been established. It is better to use this concert to build momentum, so he suggested that the concert should be hosted by the Heavy Industry Group. Yang Dahai explained. Oh? So that's the case. Yang Ming thought about it and said, this is a good thing. Big Ho is right. Xianxia is now one of the top stars in the country. The concert in Songjiang will definitely be broadcasted by many TV stations. As long as the group's advertisement is interspersed, then the reputation of our group will be established. That's fine. Since you think so, then I will discuss it with old Feng, said Yang Dahai. Right, how is Wang Jinda? Yang Ming suddenly remembered Wang Jinda. The last time he asked him to come to the temple fair to pick him up, but because of Chen Mingyan's sudden incident, Yang Ming didn't wait for Wang Jinda to come and left the temple fair. He hadn't seen this kid, so he didn't know how he was doing recently. Yes, he is a smart person. Yang Dehai said with appreciation. When the group was restructured, many of the reference opinions of the Human Resources Department were proposed by him. Not only did the original Human Resources Department be streamlined, but many useful new departments were also set up. It seems that this kid is still okay. Yang Ming was relieved. Right, that foreigner. Mr. Old Buffon, who provided us with help, looked for you a few times. I told him that you went out of town. He asked me to tell you when you came back that he looked for you. Yang Dehai suddenly remembered something and said. Oh, I got it. I will contact him. Yang Ming naturally knew why Old Buffon was looking for him. After a simple lunch at home, Yang Ming went out of the house again. During the Chinese New Year, Yang Ming was very busy. As soon as he was free, Yang Ming decided to visit Zhou Jiejie in the hospital. He just called Ho Zhenhan and asked about Zhou Jiejie's condition. The answer he got was still not very optimistic. Zhou Jiejie didn't show signs of waking up. In the hospital, several attending doctors were in contact with Yang Ming, so Zhou Jiejie's every move was under the control of Yang Ming. These days, although Yang Ming didn't visit in person, he also called to pay attention to Zhou Jiejie's injury. Ho Zhenhan's BMW X5 had now become Yang Ming's personal car. Ho Zhenhan himself bought an Audi A8 as a business car. He also equipped Earthly Paradise and Nightless Club with a Rolls-Royce and a Hummer as a welcome car. Pushing open the door of the ward, Yang Ming saw Zhou Jiejie's mother sitting at the head of Zhou Jiejie's bed with a haggard face. She held Zhou Jiejie's hand and said something. The originally spirited and luxurious woman had now become thin and pale. Yang Ming looked at it and felt apologetic in his heart. Auntie Hua. Yang Ming called softly. Mother Zhou looked up and glanced at Yang Ming. Then she nodded faintly. Her eyes showed a hint of bitterness. You are here? And, Auntie Hua, is Jiejie's situation better? Although he had been paying attention to Zhou Jiejie's situation, he couldn't help but ask. She is out of the critical period. It is hard to say when she can wake up. Mother Zhou sighed and said to Yang Ming, Auntie wants to ask you for a favor? Ah? What is it? Yang Ming was stunned. When he saw Mother Zhou in the past, she either looked down on him or ridiculed him. But this time, she didn't have the previous attitude. Her tone of speaking to him became very sincere. This made Yang Ming a little overwhelmed. Auntie wants to ask you. When you are free, can you often come and accompany Jiejie for a while? Mother Zhou looked at Yang Ming eagerly. Accompany her and talk. The reason why Mother Zhou was so polite to Yang Ming was that she had learned some things about her daughter during this period of time. Mother Zhou couldn't believe that her daughter was such an infatuated girl. However, all this was told to her by her daughter's good friend, Wang Shui. She had to believe it. It seemed that her daughter had always had a one-sided love, and she had misunderstood Yang Ming before. However, the misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. Her daughter was still injured because of Yang Ming, so Mother Zhou naturally wouldn't have a good impression of Yang Ming. But helplessly, the doctor told her that her daughter's current situation could be said to have fully recovered. As for when she could wake up, it was entirely up to her. Now, Zhou Jiejie was in a state of self-isolation. She refused to contact the outside world and refused to wake up. It seemed that there should be a knot in her heart that hadn't been untied. If she wanted her to wake up as soon as possible, she could only find a way to untie her knot. And how to untie this knot wasn't something that the doctors in the hospital could do. Therefore, the doctor suggested that Mother Zhou spend more time with Zhou Jiejie to talk. Maybe it could untie her knot. If Zhou Jiejie had a lover or a friend, it was best to let them spend more time with Zhou Jiejie. Maybe they would know what Zhou Jiejie wanted or had a knot in her heart. Therefore, Mother Zhou found Zhou Jiejie's good friend, Wang Shui, according to the doctor's suggestion. She learned about the whole thing between her daughter and Yang Ming from Wang Shui. After listening to Wang Shui's narrative, Mother Zhou suddenly thought, could it be that the knot in her daughter's heart was Yang Ming? If Yang Ming could spend more time with her daughter, maybe her daughter would wake up soon. Therefore, there was the scene just now. Yang Ming didn't expect that Mother Zhou's request for him was actually this. He couldn't help but say sincerely, Auntie Hua, Zhou Jiejie was injured because of me. Even if you didn't say it, I would often come to visit Jiejie. There is no need to ask at all. That's good, that's good. Mother Zhou nodded and said, you come and talk to Jiejie. I'm going to eat something. Okay. Yang Ming didn't think much and sat on Zhou Jiejie's bed. Mother Zhou wanted to avoid it. She really hoped that if she wasn't there, Yang Ming could talk to her daughter privately so that her daughter could wake up as soon as possible. If he was here, Yang Ming would definitely be too embarrassed to say anything. After Mother Zhou left, Yang Ming held Zhou Jiejie's hand tenderly. It was a little cold, but it was smooth to the touch, causing Yang Ming's heart to skip a beat. Seeing Zhou Jiejie's pale face, Yang Ming faintly sighed. His debt was too big. From the moment he made the promise, Yang Ming had already decided that he could not ignore this girl in the future. Whether Zhou Jiejie woke up or not, Yang Ming would take care of her forever. If it was possible, he would also put on a wedding dress for her. This was also his promise to her. A man's promise was also a promise for a lifetime. When Yang Ming said this sentence at that time, a large part of the reason was that he wanted Zhou Jiejie to be able to persist until the hospital. It could be said that it was a white lie. However, for what he said, Yang Ming didn't want to go back on his words, and he wouldn't go back on his words. Although Yang Ming admitted that he wasn't a gentleman, he wasn't the kind of person who would go back on his words. However, although Yang Ming was deeply apologetic to Zhou Jiejie now, he didn't love Zhou Jiejie. Feelings didn't exist just because one said so. Yang Ming didn't understand Zhou Jiejie at all. He didn't even understand why Zhou Jiejie liked him. Therefore, he could accept Zhou Jiejie, but to really love Zhou Jiejie, he had to understand this girl first. Jiejie, wake up quickly. I will abide by the agreement between us. Yang Ming held Zhou Jiejie's little hand and said softly. However, Zhou Jiejie didn't have any fluctuation in her expression. Yang Ming didn't expect it to work at once. He had seen similar situations on TV. This was a slow and delicate job. It couldn't be rushed. As they were talking, the door of the ward was pushed open. Yang Ming looked up and saw Wang Shui coming in. Hey! Yang Ming? You're here? Wang Shui asked with some surprise. Wang Shui? Why are you here? Yang Ming knew that Wang Shui and Zhou Jiejie had a good relationship. She was also Tian Douhua's girlfriend, so he nodded to her in a friendly manner. During this time, I often come over. Wang Shui sighed. Jiejie is my good friend. She is like this now. I am very sad, so I come to talk to her when I am free. Thank you. Yang Ming now regarded Zhou Jiejie as his own woman, so he was naturally polite to Wang Shui's actions. Thank me for what? Wang Shui was a little puzzled. If you want to thank someone, it should be Auntie Hua. Nothing, hee hee. Yang Ming smiled and suddenly felt that he was a little too egotistical. Yes, the agreement between Zhou Jiejie and himself was known by no one except Xia Shui, so it was normal for Wang Shui not to know. Right, Yang Ming. Wang Shui suddenly paused and said, I have something to give you. You have something to give me? Yang Ming was stunned and then looked at Wang Shui suspiciously. This is the case. Auntie Hua asked me to help Jiejie pack up the things in the dormitory. As Wang Shui said this, she opened her backpack and said, when I was packing up, I found a diary. I think it is more appropriate to give this thing to you. Give it to me? Why do you want to give it to me? Yang Ming strangely took the diary handed over by Wang Shui. He looked around and found that the diary was locked. It is still locked? Because I am with Jiejie every day, I probably know what she wrote in the diary. Wang Shui smiled. The key was not found. Who knows where this ghost girl put it? You have to find a way to open it yourself. I didn't peek. Thank you. Yang Ming immediately understood Wang Shui's meaning. Probably, there are some secrets of Zhou Jiejie in this diary, right? Yang Ming now also wanted to know more about Zhou Jiejie, so he gladly accepted this diary. After chatting with Wang Shui for a while about Zhou Jiejia's condition, Yang Ming got up and left after Mother Zhou came back. Old Buffon already knew about the news of Yang Ming's return. At the moment, he was waiting for Yang Ming at the hotel. For old Buffon, Yang Ming was still very apologetic. He helped Yang Ming a lot. Although Yang Ming was his master, it was just a title. Yang Ming did not teach him anything. After coming out of the hospital, Yang Ming drove to the Moon Island Hotel where old Buffon was staying. When old Buffon heard that Yang Ming was coming, he greeted him at the door early. When he saw Yang Ming, he immediately trotted over. "Master. Be quiet. Don't let others hear it." Yang Ming frowned. I know. Old Buffon immediately looked around and then lowered his voice. "I know how to keep it a secret. People who practice martial arts like to be low-key." Yang Ming shook his head helplessly and went upstairs with old Buffon. After closing the door of the room, Yang Ming put away his smile and sat on the bed in the room. He said to old Buffon, "Old Buffon. Now I officially accept you as my disciple." "Thank you, master." Although old Buffon had long known that Yang Ming had promised him, he was also overjoyed when he heard Yang Ming say it so solemnly. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times respectfully according to the etiquette he knew. Yang Ming saw that old Buffon was kowtowing to him at such an old age. He couldn't bear it in his heart, but there was no seniority in martial arts. Those who were capable were the teachers. The rules were so everything could only be done according to the rules. Yang Ming could only accept it calmly. "Don't be happy too early. I still have to explain some things to you first." Yang Ming waved his hand and said faintly. "I know. Is there a sect rule? I will abide by it." "Master, you can rest assured." Old Buffon nodded quickly and said. "The sect rule is one thing, but the most important thing is that I can only accept you as an outer disciple." Yang Ming looked at old Buffon apologetically. "With your current age and qualifications, it is impossible to inherit my legacy. Therefore, I will only teach you some practical martial arts that can strengthen your body." "I understand, master. I also know my current situation." Old Buffon nodded. "Okay, then I will teach you some practical martial arts now." Yang Ming said, "Do you want to learn fighting skills or acupuncture points?" "Acupuncture points." "Oh, my God. Master, are you serious? You want to teach me acupuncture points?" Old Buffon's eyes were full of surprise. Yang Ming nodded slowly. "I can teach you some superficial knowledge. It is impossible for you to learn systematically. The human body's meridians can't be learned in a short time. I can only teach you a few simple and easy to identify big acupuncture points. For example, you can make people laugh or temporarily lose their ability to move after you point it." Yang Ming couldn't teach those profound acupuncture points without Feng Tian's permission, so he could only pick some superficial things to pass on to old Buffon. After receiving that phone call, Xiaoqing began to feel a little restless. She thought that it had been over for so long. Moreover, that person had not contacted her for a long time. But, she didn't expect to suddenly receive a call from that person again. Xiaoqing had a headache. She didn't know what she was looking for. Does she want to continue to maintain that relationship with me? Since she was with Yang Ming, Xiaoqing had cut off contact with that person. Originally, Xiaoqing had tried to forget about this matter, but now after receiving this call, Xiaoqing didn't know what to do. Should I meet her or not? Xiaoqing was in a dilemma. She was afraid that Yang Ming couldn't accept it, so she didn't tell Yang Ming about it. But now, Xiaoqing was really afraid. To be honest, she didn't want to meet that person again. But if she didn't meet her, Xiaoqing was afraid that that person would come and bother her. If Yang Ming found out, what should she do? But then again, if I meet her, what should I do if she still pesters me? In this way, Yang Ming would know about it sooner or later. For a while, Xiaoqing couldn't make a decision. Yang Ming naturally didn't know Xiaoqing's troubles. After leaving old Buffon's place, he drove to the nightless club. "What do you think of my uncle's entertainment city?" Yang Ming asked Hou Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. "Brother Yang, what do you think?" Bao Sanli asked. Carefully. Tianjiao Entertainment City was losing money. Of course, he was very clear about it, but the current operator was Yang Ming's uncle, Yang Dashan, so Bao Sanli didn't dare to interfere easily. If it were someone else, they might have been killed already. I want to hear your opinions now, said Yang Ming. Brother Yang, forgive me for being blunt. Your uncle is not suitable to run the entertainment city. Ho Zhenhan hesitated and said. Go on. Yang Ming waved his hand and said. Seeing that there was no displeasure on Yang Ming's face, Ho Zhenhan continued, now the entertainment city is operating at a loss. If we want to reverse the current situation, we must change the entertainment city. Not only the business model must be changed, but the operators must also be changed. Well, I will do as you say. Yang Ming nodded and said, what is my uncle's original sand field doing now? I don't know. It seems that after it was bought by others, they still do business in the battlefield. Ho Zhenhan thought about it and said. Buy that sand field back and give it to my uncle. Let him manage his sand field in peace. Send someone to take over the entertainment city, Yang Ming said. Okay, no problem, brother Yang. Ho Zhenhan responded. Also, check the Ouyang family in Province P. I want detailed information. Yang Ming ordered. Province P. Our intelligence network hasn't reached that far yet. It may take some time to investigate. Ho Zhenhan hesitated and said. It's not very urgent. Yang Ming smiled and said, you take your time. As for the Hawkeye group mentioned by Sun Jia, Yang Ming also called Fang Tian to confirm. The result made Yang Ming speechless. It was just a third-rate assassin group, purely relying on firearms for assassination and surprise attacks. There were too many such organizations in the world. There were at least 800 if not 1,000. Such a broken organization was also described by the underworld as a god, as if it was a great organization. However, then again, it was no wonder. After all, assassination was not the same as the underworld. These underworld people did not have deep contact with the assassin industry at all. They felt that an organization like the Hawkeye Group was already great. After listening to Fang Tian's explanation, Yang Ming was also relieved. Even if the Hawkeye Group came to the door, he could deal with it. He already knew from Zhaoying that Chen Mingyan was not angry with him, so Yang Ming decided to give her a surprise. Downstairs in Chen Mingyan's house, Yang Ming called Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming? Looking at the caller ID on the phone, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but be happy. You are back? I'm back. Yang Ming smiled and said, are you still angry? I wasn't angry in the first place. Chen Mingyan refused to admit it. If you weren't angry, why did you turn around and leave that day? You even scolded Sistering? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Don't blame me. Who asked you to do that? Chen Mingyan was a little embarrassed, so she took the initiative to change the topic. Where are you? Downstairs in your house. Yang Ming said calmly. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Wait for me to go down now. Chen Mingyan complained hurriedly with some blame and hung up the phone. Yang Ming smiled. Chen Mingyan's character had also changed unknowingly. It didn't take long for him to see a light figure running to the entrance of the community. Yang Ming got out of the car and waved at Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming and suddenly quickened her pace. Little vinegar jar, did you miss me? Yang Ming picked up Chen Mingyan and spun her in the air before putting her down. I did. Who is the little vinegar jar? Chen Mingyan didn't care at first, but she thought it was wrong. How did I become the little vinegar jar? Isn't it you? You didn't distinguish between right and wrong and got angry. Now you regret it, right? Yang Ming pointed at Chen Mingyan's forehead with his finger. I have apologized to Sistering. Chen Mingyan lowered her head embarrassedly. What about me? Yang Ming was obviously not ready to let Chen Mingyan go so easily. You. What's wrong with you? Chen Mingyan was a little reserved. Well, in this case, this is the second time you misunderstood me, right? If I bring another girl back, you won't object, right? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan with a smile. Ah? You dare? When Chen Mingyan heard Yang Ming's words, she immediately refused. why wouldn't I dare? Didn't you already agree? Yang Ming asked with a smile. When did I agree? Chen Mengyan was inexplicable. Didn't you say that you agreed with me looking for Xianxia? Asked Yang Ming. Xianxia? You saw Xianxia? After Chen Mengyan asked this sentence, she shook her head first. Impossible, you are just bragging. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Yang Ming smiled and said, don't regret it when the time comes. Okay, when have I ever regretted it? Chen Mengyan simply didn't believe that Yang Ming could have a relationship with Xianxia. Yang Ming went abroad this time, not to Hong Kong. How could he meet Xianxia? Let's find a place like a coffee shop to sit down. In this cold day, we can't always stand outside and talk. Yang Ming suggested. Let's go. I know there is a good cold drink shop nearby. Chen Mengyan suggested. No way, cold drink? It's winter, okay? Yang Ming was stunned. Who told you that the cold drink shop only has cold drinks? Chen Mengyan smiled and said, according to what you said, the cold drink shop should be closed in winter. Isn't it? Yang Ming's previous family conditions weren't very good. He didn't go to the cold drink shop many times. The only few times he went were during the summer with Zhang Ben, so he didn't know that the cold drink shop was open in winter. Of course not. Chen Mengyan explained, in winter, the cold drink shop will sell some hot drinks and juice. Otherwise, the cold drink shop will lose money. It turns out to be like this. Yang Ming scratched his head embarrassedly. Then, let's get in the car. Your car? Chen Mengyan glanced at the BMW X5 suspiciously. Kind of. Yang Ming nodded. Why? Don't you like it? Not really. I just think that you are now a college student. Isn't it a bit eye-catching to drive a BMW? Chen Mengyan hesitated and said. Then, should I take down the BMW logo tomorrow and change it to another one? Yang Ming saw a funny post on the internet. It was about a person who drove a BMW. In the end, the BMW logo on it was always stolen. In the end, the person found a logo of a domestic car and put it on it. Since then, it had never been lost. Chen Mengyan was speechless. Your car looks like this. Can you change its shape? Forget it. Don't bother with that. Hee, this is not the case. Zhang Ben and my company is about to open. We can't not have a car, right? Yang Ming said, besides, sometimes it is inconvenient for us to go out and play. That's true. Right, Zhang Ben called me a few days ago. He said that he couldn't contact you. Chen Mengyan suddenly said, I only said that you were far away. I didn't tell him that I couldn't contact you. As she said this, Chen Mengyan had some hidden bitterness. Abroad, the SIM card here can't be used. I thought you were still angry, so I didn't contact you. I didn't expect you to figure it out yourself. Yang Ming spread his hands and explained. It seemed that Chen Mengyan still didn't believe that she had met Xianxia. However, Yang Ming was just teasing her. At least for now, Yang Ming didn't have any special thoughts about Xianxia. The reason why Yang Ming was more interested in Xianxia was that he felt that Xianxia had a secret. From her, he might be able to find Xianxia's secret. My dad's factory is going to host Xianxia's concert. Seeing that Chen Mengyan didn't believe him, Yang Ming was very depressed. Why do you have so little confidence in your man? She's just a small celebrity. How can she be so unattainable? Besides, in terms of value, I'm not what I used to be. Therefore, Yang Ming threw out such a heavyweight bomb. Sure enough, after Chen Mengyan heard it, her face became a little ugly. What you said, is it true? Why would I lie to you? Yang Ming smiled and said, isn't my dad's factory restructured? Now it has become Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry Group. In order to be able to make a name for himself, he decided to use the concert to build momentum. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Chen Mengyan said with embarrassment. She didn't expect that her casual promise would actually take effect so soon. Her heart was naturally uncomfortable. Although, even if the concert was hosted, the opportunities for Yang Ming and Xianxia to contact each other were few, not to mention that there were so many concert organizers in the country. Which one could really have that kind of relationship with a celebrity? However, Chen Mingyan still felt a little uncomfortable. Isn't this creating an opportunity for Yang Ming? Moreover, it's an opportunity that I acquiesce to. However, Chen Mingyan wasn't the kind of person who didn't keep her word. She still wasn't ready to go back on her words, so she said with some anger, "Then you have to work hard." "What do I have to work hard for?" Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. You said you weren't a little vinegar jar, but I think you're an old vinegar." I didn't disagree with you contacting her." Chen Mingyan was embarrassed by Yang Ming's words. Hee hee. Yang Ming just laughed and didn't say anything. How annoying. Chen Mingyan was embarrassed by Yang Ming's smile. She took a sip of the juice in her hand and pretended to forget the previous topic. "By the way, we have a high school reunion in a few days. Are you going?" "High school reunion? Who organized it?" Yang Ming was stunned after hearing it and asked. "The group secretary of our class, Lu Haiyan, called me and told me about this." "She should be the one who initiated it, right?" Chen Mingyan said. Yang Ming suddenly realized that when Chen Mingyan mentioned the reunion, the first person he thought of was Wang Jitao. However, at this moment, how could Wang Jitao still have the mood to do these things? "If you go, I will go," Yang Ming said indifferently. "Anyway, when I was in high school, there were only a few people who had a good relationship with me. It was just you and Zhang Ben." "Who asked you to always skip class?" Chen Mingyan thought about it. When Yang Ming was in high school, he really didn't have many good friends. "Then I will sign you up," Chen Mingyan said. "Okay." Yang Ming nodded. He didn't know when it started, but there would be a class reunion every once in a while. Whether it was junior high school classmates or high school classmates, it was the same. However, the nature of the class reunion was getting more and more different. From the initial bonding, it had become the current competition. Comparing university, comparing family background, comparing boyfriend and girlfriend. In short, Yang Ming felt very bored at this kind of gathering. A group of familiar strangers sat together and talked nonsense. It was a waste of time to go. However, since he was with Chen Mingyan, it was not a big deal to change the place for a date. He chatted with Chen Mingyan for a while about the interesting things in high school. Then, seeing that it was late, Yang Ming sent her home and arranged to contact her by phone. Yang Ming felt that this was the busiest year in his life. He had never done this and that non-stop like now. Every year during the Chinese New Year, his uncle would organize a meal for the whole family. However, this year, he was overwhelmed by the entertainment city. He had no time to treat. When Yang Dashan learned about the result of Bao Sanli's handling, he was very grateful to Yang Ming while rejoicing. Yang Dashan was very clear in his heart. If it weren't for Yang Ming, he would have been crippled even if he didn't die. After the accounts and procedures were handed over, Yang Dashan happily went back to manage his business. This time, he probably wouldn't dare to easily set foot in other unfamiliar fields for the rest of his life. Ming Yang's strength was strong. Originally, with the support of Yang Ming, it was no longer a problem in terms of funds. Now that it had annexed Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group, its funds were even more abundant. Not only did it pay off the bank loan, but it also carried out a thorough renovation of Tianjiao Entertainment City and relisted it as the Nightless Club Entertainment Aircraft Carrier for business. The Nightless Club was also a time-honored brand in Songjiang's entertainment industry, so when it reopened, it attracted a lot of guests. The business was very prosperous. Yang Ming's and Zhang Bing's jewelry company had also entered the final preparation period amidst all the calls. The shop in the commercial street was easily taken down because of Wu Zhongjia's relationship. After some renovations, they were waiting for the opening. Jewelry companies were different from other companies. They needed a stable supply of raw materials and excellent jewelry designers. None of these were indispensable. "Bro, where have you been all this time?" Zhang Bin complained very discontentedly. "Since the Chinese New Year, you have disappeared." "Wasn't I contacting the suppliers for our company?" Yang Ming said shamelessly. "I contacted a diamond mine in South Africa. In the future, our diamonds can be mined directly from there." My D*CK. Zhang Bin was stunned. I say, is it true? Diamond mine? It's so big. Nonsense. Diamonds are the most expensive thing in jewelry. If we don't have a good supply channel for this thing, how can we make money? Yang Ming thought, luckily, I found such a reason to fool around. Otherwise, this guy, Zhang Bin, would really be unbalanced. It could be seen that Zhang Bin didn't have a good Chinese New Year this year. He had been following up with the jewelry company. From the renovation to the preparation for the opening, it was all done by him alone. Right, when are you free? Let's go abroad. Zhang Bin said. Still going abroad? Yang Ming was stunned. What are we going abroad for? Didn't your godfather contact a few designers for us? Let's go to Europe and invite them to see if we can invite them. Zhang Bin said, otherwise, our jewelry design won't have any special features. Do we still need to go abroad personally? Yang Ming shook his head. I just came back from abroad. I don't want to go out, but the designers won't come over. Zhang Bin said helplessly, we have to go personally to see if we can think of any way. You wait. Let me make a phone call. Yang Ming suddenly thought of old Buffon. Isn't this guy very influential in Europe? Why don't I ask him and see if he has any ideas? As a result, old Buffon happily agreed to help Yang Ming invite a few designers over. Moreover, he said indifferently that there were several well-known designers who designed jewelry for his family. He could just send a few of them. Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming in surprise. He actually solved a big problem with a phone call. He couldn't help but be very surprised. Who did you call? My dad's partner, a very powerful person in Europe. Yang Ming explained casually. Fortunately, Zhang Bin didn't continue to ask. There were few reports of international news in China, especially those that had nothing to do with the international situation. In newspapers and magazines, there was almost no reprinted foreign news. Only occasionally on the internet could some international news be seen. Yang Ming saw the news of Dorsk's mysterious death on the Alice on a small portal website. Interpol had confirmed the identity of Dorsk. He was one of the active drug lords in Europe. The cause of death was very strange. He was killed by an iron nail nailed into his skull. Yang Ming searched for similar pages on Google and Yahoo in English. The content of the news was similar. It seemed that this matter was deliberately suppressed and was not widely hyped. He didn't know if it was Hozik's credit. In short, this matter was over. Interpol didn't pursue it to the end. However, someone was very concerned about Dorsk's death. This person was Dorsk's son, Little Dorsk. Dorsk was dead, but he didn't feel anything. Little Dorsk was very clear about what his father was like. He was a big villain, and he usually made many enemies. Who knew who killed him because they didn't like him? But what Little Dorsk cared about was that his father's deposit in the Swiss bank was gone. Yes, that was more than 30 billion euros. For various reasons, Little Dorsk did not inherit his father's business. Instead, he was the leader of a casino. But obviously, he wasn't a good person, but he wasn't as eye-catching as a drug dealer. This was also Dorsk's intention because if something really happened, he would be finished. His son couldn't have anything happen to him. Because gambling was legal in their city. So after getting the news that his father was killed, Little Dorsk's first reaction wasn't to investigate how his father died, but he quickly found his father's Swiss bank account in the safe in his father's study. The safe in his father's study was fingerprint verified. If it was forcibly removed, it would activate a self-destruct device. When it was set up, this safe only recognized the fingerprints of the father and son. Little Dorsk was the only son, and he wasn't worried about someone robbing the family property, so he didn't ask about the money in the family before. This was the first time he activated the safe. According to the steps his father told him, Little Dorsk opened the safe. In the safe, there were some valuable jewelry and a Swiss bank account certificate, as well as some scattered capital accounts. Little Dorsk didn't care about those scattered capital accounts. They were all loose money, and the amount wasn't much. It added up to more than 100 million euros, and most of it was still in the Swiss bank. The Swiss bank account was an anonymous account. The reason why it was anonymous was that Dorsk was afraid that one day something would happen to him, and the black gold would be dug out by Interpol. The anonymous account didn't have this trouble. As long as the account and password were mastered, anyone could operate it. But if the account and password couldn't be mastered, no one could touch the money inside. Although little Dorsk didn't know how much money was in his father's anonymous account, it wouldn't be a small amount. Little Dorsk dialed the phone number of the Swiss bank and entered the account and password according to the voice prompt. The result surprised him that there were only €138 in the account. Little Dorsk was shocked and quickly called the customer service line of the Swiss bank. He wanted to ask if there was something wrong with the system. After the service staff verified Little Dorsk's account number and password, the service staff informed Little Dorsk that there was a sum of money in the account that had been transferred out a few days ago. And the date and time that was transferred was around the time that his father, Dorsk, was killed. Little Dorsk was immediately stunned. He quickly asked about the whereabouts of the money, but unfortunately, he only found another anonymous account. He couldn't know the information of the account holder. Of course, Little Dorsk wasn't stupid. He immediately connected the time before and after and thought of a terrible fact. That was, the murderer who killed his father had transferred the money in his father's account while killing him. Little Dorsk went crazy. That was more than 30 billion euros. He had already checked the detailed amount from the transfer record. Therefore, Little Dorsk had to start investigating the process of his father's murder. However, he unfortunately found that his investigation had hit a wall everywhere. The local police who handled the case refused to disclose any information to him on the grounds that the case was confidential before it was solved. The attitude of the staff on the Alice was even worse. They didn't care about him at all. When he mentioned Dorsk, the staff had a look of contempt. It seemed that his father's reputation was very bad. However, from the mouths of several of his father's bad friends, Little Dorsk still heard something. At the time of his father's murder, there was only a Hong Kong star named Xianxia who had a grudge with his father. His father wanted to play with her, but he was rejected. At that time, both groups were very unhappy. Shortly after that, his father was killed. However, Little Dorsk didn't believe that Xianxia could kill his father. She didn't have that ability. The Eagle Temple of the Ming Ming group and several of his men died with his father. Only Xianxia and her father, Xianxia, were on the ship together. Little Dorsk studied the information of Xianxia and Xianxia in detail. He felt that the suspicion of these two people was not big. It was impossible to have any intersection with his father. Europe and Asia were very far away. His father's business was only in Europe. It had not yet developed to Asia. The cooperation with the Eagle Temple was just an attempt. Therefore, Xianxia and Xianxia had no past with his father. The conflicts and contradictions on the ship were also temporary, and it was just a simple quarrel. Little Dorsk didn't think that Xianxia would kill his father in the future, so he naturally excluded Xianxia. However, after excluding Xianxia, Little Dorsk fell into a dead end. The entire ship was full of tycoons and celebrities. Although many people didn't like his father, there was no conflict of interest. Who had such a big hatred with his father? Could it be an outsider? After thinking of this, Little Dorsk seemed to have grasped something. Yes, the people on the ship were all tycoons and celebrities. The possibility of murder was not very high, especially on the Alice. Everyone knew the background of the ship owner, Alice. If he caused trouble on this ship, once the matter was exposed, his troubles would be endless. Even if the police didn't pursue it, Alice wouldn't let go of the troublemaker. The Alice had always been known for its safety and peace. How could Ms. Alice tolerate others destroying it? In particular, Little Dorsk also faintly knew some of Alice's background and rumors. It was impossible for the other people on the ship not to know. If that was the case, then his conjecture was more likely to be true. The time when his father was killed happened to be the time when the Alice was docked at Henry Island. What if someone took advantage of the time when the ship was docked to sneak into the ship to assassinate? This wasn't impossible. Thinking of this, Little Dorsk began to have a headache. If this was the case, then the investigation was really troublesome. The scope was too wide. Moreover, the mobility of people on Henry Island was relatively high. Although Henry Island wasn't a public island, anyone who wanted to come to the island had to register. However, the servants and bodyguards of the rich just followed their masters to do a simple registration before they could enter the island. If the assassin was mixed in with the servant team of a tycoon, then there was really no way to investigate. The clues were cut off. Little Dorsk was troubled by these things every day. However, just as Little Dorsk was helpless and drowned his sorrows in the bar, he heard an important clue. Do you know the guy Dorsk? A man who seemed to have a high status whispered to one of his companions. You mean Dorsk? Isn't he the big drug lord who died on the Alice a while ago? The man's companion asked, why? Are you familiar with him? Right, didn't you also participate in the party on the Alice? Me? Of course, I don't know him. The man snorted. It was a good party. I was hoping to get to know more celebrities. Because of this guy's death, the party was forced to end. Mother Fasterisk Kerr. It seemed that Dorsk's reputation wasn't good. Little Dorsk was so angry that his face suddenly turned red, but he didn't get angry because during his investigation during this time, he also saw that his father wasn't very likable. There were many people who scolded him. This person in front of him didn't make a difference. Moreover, Little Dorsk wanted to see if he could hear some useful information from this person. Reality proved that his decision was correct, because he really did hear something. If he died, then so be it. What does it have to do with us? The man's companion raised his glass and said, come, cheers. Ignore him. Yes, cheers. The man also raised his glass and said, this Mother Fasterisk Kerr deserved to die. Who asked him to be so arrogant? Oh? The man's companion drank the wine in his hand and then asked strangely, he was arrogant with you. Were you bullied by him? I can't say that he bullied me, but his arrogance was too arrogant. The man scolded, I was annoyed just looking at him. When I went back to my room to rest, I saw a group of black-shirted men grabbing an Asian woman. I kindly asked what was going on. As a result, the group of black-shirted men told me that they were working for Dorsk and asked me not to be a busybody. No way, right? He dared to arrest people on the Alice? His courage is too big. The man's companion was surprised. Who said he wasn't? The man said angrily, let him be arrogant. Look, he will be killed sooner or later. Little Dorsk, who was on the side, heard the conversation between the two people clearly. Suddenly, he was surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a story in between. Father sent someone to kidnap an Eastern woman? Then, this Eastern woman is. She may be an insider. Little Dorsk quickly thought that the woman his father kidnapped was likely to be Xianxia. Little Dorsk suppressed the excitement in his heart and came to the table of the two men next to him. He politely pointed to the empty seat next to the table and said, hello, both of you. Can I sit here? You are? The man who spoke before looked at Little Dorsk and asked in confusion. Hello, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Radon. Dorsk, you can call me Little Dorsk. Little Dorsk introduced himself. The Dorsk you were talking about just now is my father. You, what are you doing? The man and his companion were shocked and looked at Little Dorsk vigilantly. Little Dorsk wasn't a good person. He looked very fierce and had a scar on his face, so the man was instinctively vigilant against him. He had just slandered the other person's father, and now the other person came to him, so he stuttered, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered your father behind his back. Please forgive my rashness. No. Little Dorsk was such a cunning person. He still wanted to know something from this person. Naturally, he wouldn't care about those useless reputation issues. Little Dorsk waved his hand and said, you're right. My father is very arrogant, so he was killed. He only has himself to blame. Ah? The man and his companion looked at Little Dorsk in amazement. After a while, the man said, so it is. Yeah, but then again, no matter what, he is my father after all. Aye. Little Dorsk sighed and said, can you tell me the details of when you saw my father's men arresting someone? Okay. The man saw that Little Dorsk's tone was very easygoing, so he was relieved. He told him his experience at that time in detail. That Oriental woman, is she the celebrity named Xianxia? asked Little Dorsk. Well, I think so. The man nodded and said, because those people were too fierce at that time, I didn't dare to go forward and take a closer look. Thank you. What you said is very important to me. Little Dorsk patted the man's shoulder and said, this drink is on me. Little Dorsk's eyes lit up. Yes, he got this very important information. His father had kidnapped Xianxia before he died, which meant that Xianxia might have seen how his father died in the end and who killed him. As long as I can find Xianxia, I can find the money. Little Dorsk was very excited. After all, it was more than 30 billion euros. It was a huge temptation for anyone. Since he had found a clue, Little Dorsk didn't dare to delay. He immediately investigated Xiao's whereabouts. Xiaoqing hesitated again and again, but she still decided to confess to Yang Ming and tell him the truth. After all, this matter could not be concealed. Sooner or later, there would be a day when the truth would be revealed. Moreover, Xiaoqing didn't want to hide anything from Yang Ming. Yang Ming trusted her and told her everything, including the secrets of his special abilities. She still had things to hide from him. Xiaoqing felt uncomfortable when she thought about it. Well, then I will be honest. No matter how Yang Ming looks at me in the future, or if he loves me as much as before, Xiaoqing will accept it. Who asked me to do those things in a moment of confusion? Of course, this decision was very difficult to make. Xiaoqing was also very painful. After all, her attachment to Yang Ming had reached the point where she couldn't give up. From the initial independence to now, she habitually thought of Yang Ming when something happened. She had already regarded Yang Ming as her support for the rest of her life. Whether Yang Ming could give her a status or not, she wouldn't care as long as Yang Ming didn't abandon her. But now the problem was, if Yang Ming really knew about it, would he despise her and dislike her? Xiaoqing didn't know what Yang Ming would think, but if she looked at it from another perspective, if the person involved was Yang Ming, and Yang Ming played with other men behind her back, that was really unimaginable. Xiaoqing felt disgusted when she thought about it. At least, she wouldn't accept it. Now, on the contrary, Yang Ming should have the same general idea, right? Of course, Xiaoqing didn't know about Yang Ming's great ideals. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so panicked. She dialed Yang Ming's phone number with trepidation. Xiaoqing said carefully, Yang Ming, this is Xiaoqing. Oh? It's Sister Xiaoqing. Do you miss me? Yang Ming sent Chen Mengyan home last night and went to Lu Weishan's house. He had been out for so long. When he came back, he should visit his godfather. However, when he went yesterday, he saw that Xiaoqing's mood wasn't very high. She looked like she had something on her mind. However, in front of his godfather and godmother, Yang Ming couldn't ask much. He just told her to have a good rest. Yang Ming, are you free? Xiaoqing wasn't in the mood to tease Yang Ming. She said it directly. Why? You don't want to do it now, right? Yang Ming smiled and said, can't wait? Xiaoqing was silent and said, Yang Ming, I have something important to talk to you about. Can you come? Something important? Yang Ming was stunned. Xiaoqing rarely talked to him in such a serious tone. This made Yang Ming somewhat uncomfortable. What's the important thing? It's about our future. Xiaoqing hesitated and said, let's talk about it when we meet. Future? Yang Ming had some doubts, but he still said, well, where are you? I'll come over now. I'm at home. Xiaoqing said, you can come over directly. Wait for me. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Yang Ming hung up the phone and walked into the office. Just now, he was discussing the opening of the jewelry company with Zhang Ben. Zhang Ben, I'm going out. You study it first. Yang Ming said to Zhang Ben. No way, bro, are you leaving me alone again? Zhang Ben smiled bitterly. Even if you're the bro, you can't do this to me. My life is tough. D***mn, didn't I find the jewelry designer? Yang Ming said, this saves a lot of effort. It seems that you can get it done with one phone call. Zhang Ben said with grievance. Then why don't you get it done with one phone call? Yang Ming said with a glare. Zhang Ben was speechless. Well, consider it my bad luck. Zhang Ben accepted his fate. Although Yang Ming was joking with Zhang Bin, he was very anxious in his heart. His intuition told Yang Ming that Xiaoqing must have a problem. Her tone was very strange just now, which made Yang Ming feel very uneasy. He drove directly to the family area of Songjiang Industry University. Yang Ming came to the unit where Xiaoqing was. In order to facilitate Yang Ming's entry and exit, Xiaoqing gave Yang Ming a set of keys, so Yang Ming didn't knock on the door. He went upstairs directly to open Xiaoqing's door. Xiaoqing, who was inside, also heard the sound of Yang Ming opening the door and greeted him. However, her haggard face could be seen by anyone. "Sister Xiaoqing, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Yang Ming saw Xiaoqing's appearance and his heart was in pain. He quickly went forward and hugged Xiaoqing. "Ai." Xiaoqing sighed faintly and looked at Yang Ming. She didn't know how to speak. At this time, Yang Ming also noticed that Xiaoqing's eyes were red. Apparently, she had just cried. Yang Ming quickly helped Xiaoqing into the room and put her on the bed. "Sister Xiaoqing, if you have something to say, just tell me. Is there anything that you can't say to me?" "Yang Ming. I'm afraid. I'm afraid that after I say it, you will hate me." Xiaoqing whispered nervously. "I hate you? Why would I hate you?" Yang Ming asked curiously. "If I did something wrong to you?" Xiaoqing gritted her teeth and asked. "Did something wrong to me?" After Yang Ming heard it, he suddenly frowned and looked at Xiaoqing. "Sister Xiaoqing, what are you talking about? What did you do wrong to me? In addition to you, I also did it with others. Are you angry?" Xiaoqing probed carefully. In her opinion, it was more acceptable for her to do it with a man than with a woman. After all, this involved a secular issue. Therefore, she asked Yang Ming vaguely. She didn't know that this was even more unacceptable. When did it happen? Yang Ming's heart sank. Could it be that Xiaoqing fell in love with someone else? However, Yang Ming didn't lose his temper on the spot. After all, Xiaoqing's current identity was only his godsister. If one day Xiaoqing really wanted to marry someone else, then Yang Ming could only respect her choice. Before I met you," Xiaoqing whispered. "Ah? Before you met me?" This time, it was Yang Ming's turn to be inexplicable. Yang Ming was very clear about whether it was the first time between him and Xiaoqing. Therefore, when Xiaoqing said that before she met him, she had a relationship with someone else, Yang Ming really didn't understand. "Sister Xiaoqing, what are you talking about? Don't joke around." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Do you have a fever today?" "Yang Ming, I'm very awake now, and I don't have a fever. I'm talking to you about serious matters. I'm not joking." Xiaoqing's expression became serious. "Well, even if what you said is true." Yang Ming helplessly spread out his hands. "You also said that it was before you met me. I'm not such a narrow-minded person. Before you met me, I couldn't ask you to do anything. So, you don't have to worry about whether I will be angry or not." "But..." Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming with some disbelief. "Didn't they say that men are very stingy in this regard? Does he not care about me?" However, she saw that Yang Ming smiled at her and said softly, "Xiaoqing, do you remember the blood on the sheets in Hong Kong? How do you explain this? You don't want to say that you just happened to have your period that day, right?" "Of course not. I mean, sometimes you don't have to break it even if you have done it." Xiaoqing's face suddenly turned red. Even though she already had an intimate relationship with Yang Ming, she still couldn't help but feel embarrassed at the moment. "Forget it, Sister Xiaoqing. No matter what you did before, it's all in the past." Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "I care about your present, not the past." "Really? Yang Ming, do you really think so?" After Xiaoqing listened to Yang Ming's words, she immediately looked happy, but then it turned dark because she was completely different from what Yang Ming imagined. The main problem was that he had done it with a woman, not a man. Even if Yang Ming was magnanimous enough to accept his past, would he be able to accept that his woman was once a lesbian? This was what Xiaoqing was most worried about. However, since the conversation had already reached this point, Xiaoqing also threw caution to the wind. She gritted her teeth and said, Yang Ming, in fact, things are not the same as what you think. How is it different? Yang Ming frowned and looked at Xiaoqing's bewildered look. He said with some distress, Sister Xiaoqing, I have already said that no matter what you were like, it is all in the past. What I, Yang Ming, care about is your present. We can't live in the past, can we? Yang Ming. In fact, things are like this. Xiaoqing saw that Yang Ming was so sure of his tone, and her heart couldn't help but calm down a lot. Before I met you, because of Song Hang, I lost confidence in men. It was also during that time that I met a woman who had a similar experience as me. Similar experience? Woman? Yang Ming was stunned and faintly thought of something. And, because we had a common sad experience, we had more common topics between us. We often ate together and went out to play. Later, once both of us were drunk, she proposed to watch a video together. As a result, we saw a movie of two women doing it together. We were confused. Although Xiaoqing said it intermittently and incoherently, Yang Ming had already guessed it, so he also understood. Seeing Xiaoqing lowering her head and talking about these things like a child making a mistake, Yang Ming couldn't help but smile. This Xiaoqing is really cute. Then both of you, that's it? Yang Ming continued with a smile. N. Xiaoqing nodded. She didn't dare to look at Yang Ming. Hee, what's the big deal about this? Yang Ming shook his head and said, You really think it's a big deal? Never mind a woman, even if you did it with a man, I would forgive you. Ah? Isn't it more serious with a woman than with a man? Xiaoqing asked, puzzled. How can that be the same? The consequences of you doing it with a woman are much lighter than with a man, said Yang Ming. Why? Xiaoqing asked. She couldn't understand Yang Ming's thoughts. If you do it with other women, I will feel uncomfortable at most, but if you do it with other men, I will definitely not accept it. Sweat. Yang Ming couldn't help but slap his forehead. How can this be the same? A man and a woman are two different concepts. Two concepts? How can it be two different concepts? Don't you think so? It was no wonder that Xiaoqing, as a woman, found it difficult to understand a man's thoughts. Of course. Yang Ming nodded and said, Think about it. If two women hugged each other intimately on the street, would anyone feel that it was inappropriate? Xiaoqing thought about it. Although she didn't quite understand Yang Ming's meaning, she still shook her head. Isn't this the case? When two women hugged each other, others would think that they were good sisters. At most. Yang Ming said, but if two men hugged each other, it would be a bit inappropriate. In fact, the reason is the same. Oh. Xiaoqing didn't know why Yang Ming didn't care about this matter, but since Yang Ming wasn't angry, it was naturally good. So, you don't have any psychological burden? Yang Ming persuaded, in fact, I don't think this is disgusting, but I think it's quite exciting. If we can do it together. What are you thinking about? Xiaoqing pointed at Yang Ming's forehead with some anger and said, Only I can find a little boy who is so much younger than me. Others won't. I'm just saying it casually, hee. Yang Ming scratched his head and changed the topic. Sister Xiaoqing, why did you suddenly tell me this? It's all in the past. Why did you think of it again today? Originally, I didn't want to mention it. It's all in the past. I almost forgot about it. Xiaoqing shook her head and said, but, she suddenly called me yesterday. Yang Ming naturally knew who Xiaoqing she referred to. It must be the little Baihe who played lesbian with Xiaoqing. Why did she look for you? Yang Ming asked casually. I don't know. She asked me out. Xiaoqing said nervously, I haven't contacted her for so long, and she suddenly called me. I'm a little scared. What's there to be afraid of? Yang Ming smiled and said, could it be that she still wants to play with you? I'm afraid of this. Xiaoqing sighed. I didn't want to go to the appointment, but I was afraid that she would come to me and you would know. Know by me? Don't you know now? Yang Ming said jokingly, I know, so you came to me to confess, right? Xiaoqing nodded and said with some embarrassment, I was afraid that you would be angry after knowing, so I simply told you first. If this is the case, then I won't go to the appointment, and I won't bother with her in the future. I think it's better for you to go to the appointment. Yang Ming hesitated and said, explain things to her face to face, so that she won't bother you in the future. But, what if she pesters me? Xiaoqing said with some worry. It's okay. How about this? I'll go with you. Yang Ming said, just tell her that you like men now, and I'm your boyfriend. She can only give up. Yang Ming, are you really going with me? Xiaoqing listened to Yang Ming's words, and her heart was warm. She asked with surprise. Of course, no matter what, she is also my love rival. If I don't stand up for her, who will? Yang Ming nodded and said seriously, if she really doesn't let go, then I can only use violence to solve it. Xiaoqing licked her lips and said with some amusement, don't do that. In fact, she is still very good. Is she beautiful? Yang Ming asked subconsciously. So what if she is beautiful? Xiaoqing snorted and said, let me tell you, don't be delusional. She hates men more than I do. Yang Ming said curiously, didn't you, a lesbian, change because of me? I just hate Song Heng. Xiaoqing shook her head and said, moreover, I have some problems with my own physiology, so I haven't had a boyfriend. It's not that I hate men. So, I was taken advantage of by you. But she is different. She looks down on men from the bottom of her heart. She thinks that what men can do, she can do the same. To be honest, I was seduced by her to do that stupid thing. Oh. Yang Ming smiled after listening. This kind of woman, forget it. I'm not interested. Although Yang Ming's ideals were great, he didn't like this kind of feminist woman. After listening to Xiaoqing's words, he had no other interest in the woman that Xiaoqing mentioned. Hee, you. You only know how to joke. Xiaoqing saw that Yang Ming really didn't take this matter seriously, so she was relieved and laughed through her tears. I'm not joking. Yang Ming had nothing to hide from Xiaoqing. Although the two maintained a relationship, they weren't a couple to the outside world. Therefore, Yang Ming had nothing to hide, so he smiled and said, Sister Xiaoqing, I have an ambition. Don't you know? That is to marry a pair of lesbians as my wives. Hee. Xiaoqing was speechless and looked at Yang Ming with a dumbfounded expression. Are you telling the truth? Do you really think so? Why do I feel that you have some psychological problems? Sweat. What problems can I have in my heart? Yang Ming scratched his head and said, I think. Most men have the same idea as me, right? Really? I really don't understand the mind of you men. Xiaoqing shook her head and said, I thought you would be very angry. I didn't expect you to have this dream. Right, I know a friend who is also a woman who is a lover. I will introduce you to each other one day. Maybe you can get together. Yang Ming thought of Xianxia very evilly. Anyway, they are my women. It shouldn't be a problem to get together, right? Go to hell. Xiaoqing said angrily, then, if she contacts me again, I will call you, and then you will accompany me to explain to her. Of course. Yang Ming nodded and said, well, baby, don't worry. Right, you tell me. How do you do that between women? And, why haven't you broken it yet? The relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jia wasn't as close as Xiaoqing's relationship. Even if Yang Ming was curious, he wouldn't ask Sun Jia. However, Xiaoqing was fine, so Yang Ming wanted to find out. Don't. What is there to say? Xiaoqing lowered her head shyly. It's fine if you don't want to say it, but you can demonstrate it for me. Yang Ming said evilly. How do you demonstrate this? You're not a woman. Xiaoqing was puzzled. Let's demonstrate our moves first, and then you can slowly tell me how you did it. As Yang Ming said this, his hand started to wander around Xiaoqing's body. Thus, the garden was filled with spring once again, Hong Kong, inside the Shu family's mansion. Little Ya, this time on the Alice, I let you be wronged. Dad is incompetent. I can't protect you. Shu Haikwa said with some guilt, you also know that our Shu family can't compete with Dorsk at all. Sigh, it can be considered that God has opened his eyes. Someone went to kill Dorsk. I really need to thank this person. Xiaoya, did you really not see what this person looked like? No, my back was facing that person, and that person was also wearing a mask. Of course, Xiaoya wouldn't tell her father about seeing Yang Ming. Yang Ming asked her to keep it a secret, so she would naturally comply. This was a little secret between her and him. It wasn't allowed to be known by others. However, Xiaoya was dismissive of her father's words. She even despised her father in her heart. Incompetent? Can't protect? Can't compete? Humph, the Yang Ming that you looked down on the most was able to protect me. This is a real man. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Xu Haikua nodded. But it's fine as long as you're fine. Dad, the first stop of my nationwide concert tour is Songjiang. Xiaoya suddenly said faintly. Go to Songjiang? Didn't we agree to go to Beijing first? Xu Haikua said, the publicity there isn't as strong as Beijing. I don't care. I must go. Xiaoya shook her head. Moreover, I have already discussed with my manager. The schedule has been set. I'm just waiting for the response from the people in Songjiang. You child. Xu Haikua sighed and suddenly thought of something. He raised his head and looked at Xiaoya. Are you still thinking about that person? So what if I am? This was the first time that Xiaoya didn't hesitate to admit her thoughts in front of her father. Yes, on the Alice, the moment she saw Yang Ming again, Xiaoya couldn't suppress her feelings. She must go to Songjiang. She must find Yang Ming. Ai. Xu Haikua sighed and said bitterly, sure enough. Although you didn't say it, I guessed that you still have him in your heart. Otherwise, why don't you have a boyfriend anymore? I must find him. Xiaoya said firmly, I have missed it once. I can't miss it a second time. I am very sure of my thoughts now. I love him. You love him? Is that love? Xu Haikua sighed. How many years have you not seen him? How is he now? What is he doing? You don't even know if he has a girlfriend. Xiaoya wanted to say that she had seen him, but she remembered that she had to keep it a secret. She swallowed the words that came to her mouth. Xu Haikua thought that his daughter had nothing to say, so he quickly continued, you see, you can't say it, right? Little Ya, you should wake up. I don't. Xiaoya shook her head. I have grown up. I know what I am doing. The first stop of Xiaoya's concert was in Songjiang, which made many media reporters surprised. Songjiang was only a second-class city. It wasn't even the provincial capital, let alone the capital and the municipality directly under the central government. However, the official letter of Xiaoya's company clearly stated that the first stop of the concert was in Songjiang, and it was the longest stop. This made many media very puzzled. Why did Xiaoya have a soft spot for Songjiang? However, there was no substantial explanation. However, the organizer of Songjiang was determined very smoothly. There was no doubt that it was the Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry Group. Songjiang was a city-level city that wasn't very economically developed. The pillar company in the city was originally Wang Shifan's Wang Century Xiongfeng Group, followed by Ho Zhenhan's Mingyang Entertainment Company and a security company. Later, the Wang Group was acquired by Mingyang. Of course, it was an improper acquisition. After the acquisition, it was renamed Mingyang Entertainment Group. So in this way, the pillar company in the city was only Mingyang. Only Mingyang had the strength to host the concert. If Mingyang didn't host it, the city really didn't know what to do. Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry Group? Xiaoya looked at the information of the company in front of her strangely and asked her assistant manager in confusion. Oh, it's a newly established group. Xiaoli said, its predecessor was the Songjiang Bus Factory. It has recently been reorganized and formed a heavy industry group. Maybe they want to use the name of the concert to build momentum? Songjiang Bus Factory? Xiaoya was stunned and fell into endless memories. Isn't Yang Ming's father an employee of the Songjiang Bus Factory? My own father was disgusted that Yang Ming's father was a worker, so he stopped me from interacting with Yang Ming. I didn't expect that in a blink of an eye, the Songjiang Bus Factory actually developed and grew. Looking at the introduction information above, they could even manufacture helicopters. That was one of the few large heavy industry groups in Asia. little ya? What's wrong with you? Shelly saw Xia in a daze and asked curiously. No, nothing. Xia shook her head and thought, if Yang Ming's father is still working here, then if I can get in touch with the group's leader this time, I must help him speak up. Right, Mingyang Heavy Industry Group also intends to invite you to be a spokesperson. You see. If it's feasible, we can discuss it in detail after we go to Songjiang. Xiaoli continued. Okay, then let's talk about it when the time comes. Xia was obviously a little absent-minded about these. Her main purpose of going to Songjiang this time was to see if she could find Yang Ming. Xu Haikua had been operating some foreign trade business in Hong Kong for the past few years. The projects he operated included cars and helicopters. There were more rich people in Hong Kong. It wasn't unusual to have a private jet. For a long time, China couldn't manufacture helicopters independently. Even if it was manufactured, it was just a simple assembly. All the raw materials were imported. However, an explosive news in the past few days made Xu Haikua surprised. Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry Group actually formed a strategic partnership with Lida, fictional company, one of Europe's largest aircraft manufacturers. Lida Company would provide all the latest production lines to manufacture helicopters in Songjiang. As a helicopter seller, Xu Haikua certainly knew the importance of this news. If this was true, then his supply channel in the future would be Songjiang in the mainland, not Europe. The price and transportation advantages of Songjiang's aircraft were definitely far better than the imported ones. Therefore, if he could get the helicopter dealership in Hong Kong, it would be equivalent to owning a gold mine. Xu Haikua naturally knew about Lida Company. It had always been a supplier of high-end helicopters, and its products were very popular. Xu Haikua spent a lot of effort to get Lida Company's right to operate in Hong Kong. Note that this was not an exclusive dealership. It was just allowing him to sell. However, even so, Xu Haikua's wealth was rolling in. In a few years, he was on the list of Hong Kong's richest people. This was also why Xia's acting path had been smooth. Now, Songjiang in mainland China actually built a heavy industry group that could manufacture helicopters. This made Xu Haikua's mind active all of a sudden. The more daring a person was, the more productive the land would be. He hadn't won the exclusive right to operate in Hong Kong yet. Xu Haikua even began to think. If he could get the Asian General dealership, how beautiful would that be? Even the world's general dealership? Then, his wealth could make him the richest man in Hong Kong, right? Needless to say, the thoughts of these rich people were different from normal people. Only those who dared to think like them could have a chance to do it big. Otherwise, they wouldn't even dare to think about it, let alone do it. Therefore, it was difficult for people without ambition to succeed. Xu Haikua could already fantasize about becoming the richest man in Hong Kong. He was really arrogant to a certain extent. And? Isn't my daughter, little Ya, going to Songjiang? Yes, if I use my daughter's relationship, can I get in touch with the Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry Group? Originally, Xu Haikua wanted to go and see it in person, but the Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry Group had just been restructured. Even if the helicopter could be built, it would take some time. They could only recruit agents after the press conference. If he went now, it would be a bit too early. Therefore, Xu Haikua began to look up the senior executives of the Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry Group on the internet. He was ready to record these names and let his daughter deliberately get to know them. The website of the Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry Group was very beautiful. Xu Haikua easily found the senior list of Mingyang Heavy Industry Group among the board members. Yang Dehai? Xu Haikua was stunned. This person looks quite familiar. However, Xu Haikua had no impression of the name Yang Dehai. It was no wonder. How could he remember the names of these small fries? However, at this moment, Xu Haikua couldn't treat Yang Dehai as a small character. In his opinion, Yang Dehai might be his former business friend. Even if he wasn't a friend, he had met him before. Songjiang was just a small place. Who hadn't seen these famous entrepreneurs before? However, since Xu Haikua had no impression of him, he was definitely not familiar with him, so Xu Haikua wasn't going to play the friendship card. After so many years, who would recognize him? He called his daughter and asked her to come to his study. "Dad, are you looking for me?" Xianxia felt a little strange. Didn't he just look for me yesterday? Moreover, because of the matter with Yang Ming, there was some unpleasantness. Therefore, the father and daughter did not speak for almost the entire night. "Littleya, which company is hosting your concert in Songjiang this time?" asked Xianxia. "It's a newly established group." "What's wrong? What does it matter?" Xianxia asked. "A newly established group? Is it Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry?" Xianxia's heart tightened, and there was some excitement in his tone. "It couldn't be, right? Is it such a coincidence?" "Yeah, it's this group." "Why? Is there anything wrong?" Xianxia saw her father's surprised expression and was somewhat inexplicable. "No, no." Xianxia said happily, "Great. It's such a coincidence. If this is the case, then things are easy to handle." "What's the matter?" Xianxia frowned. "Dad, what are you talking about?" "Littleya, your dad has always been in the business of selling branded cars and private jets." Xianxia said, "You see, the strength of this Mingyang heavy industry is very strong. They actually cooperated with Europe's Lida company and introduced all the helicopter manufacturing technology and production lines. It is estimated that it will become the largest helicopter production base in Asia. If I can get the exclusive sales agency rights in Hong Kong or even Asia and the whole world, then I can go to the next level in my career." "Dad, do you want me to help?" When Xianxia heard her father's words, she understood what he meant. "Yeah, this concert is hosted by them. You will definitely have the opportunity to get in touch with their executives." Xianxia said, "You pay attention and have a good relationship with them. You can also pave the way for Dad." Xianxia hesitated, but she still nodded and said, "I will try my best." After all, it didn't take much effort. She originally wanted to take the opportunity of negotiating the spokesperson to get to know the executives of the Mingyang Heavy Industry Group and see if she could help Yang Ming's father. Hee. Great. Xianxia saw that his daughter agreed, so he smiled and said, "If this business is really one, then you will be the daughter of the richest man in Hong Kong in the future. There will be many young men who want to climb up to you." When this was said, Xianxia immediately realized that something was wrong because his daughter's face immediately sank. She said with some disgust, "Dad, no matter what you are like, I am still me. I don't want to lose my freedom because I have too much money. I said that I have grown up. I want to live according to my own ideas." Okay. Xianxia quickly mediated, "I won't say it." However, Xianxia's heart was very conflicted. To be honest, looking at his daughter, who had been brooding over the past few years, Xianxia, as a father, naturally felt bad in his heart. But when he thought that he would soon become the richest man in Hong Kong, he was a little unwilling. "What kind of glory is my identity? My daughter's husband should also be of equal status, right? It was no exaggeration to say that with my daughter's identity, what kind of man can't she find?" However, seeing that his daughter was in a bad mood, Xianxia couldn't finish his words. "Right, Littleya, look at the information on this webpage. These are several executives of Mingyang Heavy Industry. When the time comes, you should pay attention to having a good relationship with these people." Xianxia turned the laptop screen to his daughter's direction and said, "Oh." Xianxia wasn't interested. She nodded casually and looked at the laptop. At first glance, she couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Dehai? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Xianxia was surprised to see the name of the chairman of the board of directors of Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry on the computer screen. Xianxia didn't know Yang Dehai, but Xianxia was very familiar with this name. This was the name of her lover's father. For Yang Dehai's appearance, Xianxia couldn't remember it clearly, but she remembered this name. Because in junior high school, the school often asked parents to sign the students' exam papers, which meant that they knew the students' grades. This name often appeared on the test papers of her deskmate, Yang Ming. Therefore, Xianxia's impression was still very deep, but for Yang Dehai's appearance, she had only seen it once, so it was already very vague. Could it be that this group has two people named Yang Dehai? However, looking at the age, it seems to be that person without a doubt. Yang Ming's father is actually the chairman of the group? What the hell is going on? However, thinking of the magical experience of meeting Yang Ming on the Alice, Xia felt that everything was not so impossible. Yang Ming's identity was full of mystery. He could actually appear on the Alice and rescue me from Dorsk's men. What happened to Yang Ming's family? Xia was very curious. What's wrong? Little ya? Xu Haikua saw Xia in a daze and thought that she remembered something, so he said, "Do you also think that this Yang Dahai is familiar?" "I think so too. It seems that I have seen him before, but I forgot. I think he is an unfamiliar friend." Listening to her father, Xia had no doubts at the moment. It seems that this Yang Dahai is really Yang Ming's father. Seeing her father's face that wanted to flatter, Xia's heart was really uncomfortable for no reason. She said coldly, "Friend? Maybe he hates you too much, right?" "Hates me?" Xu Haikua was stunned and said, "Little ya, what's going on? Is this Yang Dahai my enemy? Why don't I remember?" "I can't say that he is an enemy, but the dealership that you want is probably enough," Xia said faintly. "What do you mean? What the hell is going on? Little ya, can you explain it clearly?" Xu Haikua was shocked. "Don't scare me. What is the predecessor of this group? Have you studied it?" Xia glanced at her father and asked. "Predecessor? It's the Songjiang bus factory." "What's wrong? I haven't dealt with them before," Xu Haikua asked, puzzled. "Yeah, the Songjiang bus factory. Didn't you look down on the employees of the factory?" Xia frowned and said sarcastically. Xia was now disgusted with her father's snobbish character. When he needed someone, he would approach them with a smile. If he didn't need them, he would ignore them and even ridicule them. Look down on the employees of their factory? When did I? Oh, are you talking about that Yang Ming? Xu Haikua suddenly realized. Do you remember? Xia said very plainly. I remember. You, little ya, really bear grudges. How many years have passed? You still remember. Xu Haikua shook his head and said, "Are you taking advantage of this time to settle old accounts with me? It's not that I bear grudges. I mean, I'm afraid that Uncle Yang will bear grudges, right?" After Xia said this, she didn't know why, but she felt a little refreshed in her heart. Uncle Yang? What do you mean? Xu Haikua was stunned, and then his eyes stayed on the computer monitor in front of him. He said with some surprise, "Really? Little ya, do you mean, this Yang Dahai is the father of that kid, Yang Ming?" His father is indeed called this name. I'm not very clear about it, but it should be 80 to 90%. Xia's heart suddenly had a kind of pleasure for no reason. Because of what? Did I help Yang Ming vent his anger? Speaking of which, why am I on Yang Ming's side? The person in front of me is my own father. Xia was also very puzzled, but when she saw her father's expression, Xia felt very happy. Who asked him to be so snobbish? What? Is it really him? Xu Haikua widened his eyes and carefully looked at the photo of Yang Dahai on the computer screen. After a long time, he said, I was wondering why it was so familiar. It turned out to be him. Now that you have asked for help, let's see what you can do. Xia snorted. Little ya, didn't you go to him? You see, if it is really his father, can you speak for me? Xu Haikua hesitated and asked. I don't care about this anymore. Xia shook her head. You said it. I don't know what Yang Ming is like now. He might have a girlfriend now. What's the use of me going? Xu Haikua was a little embarrassed. Who would have thought that a worker like him could become the chairman of the group now? Dad, you should change this bad habit of always looking down on others. Could it be that you were rich from the start? Xia shook her head and said, if it doesn't involve Yang Ming, I can still tell you. But now, I really can't do anything about it. Forget it, it's my own fault. Xu Haikua shook his head helplessly. Although Yang Ming was accompanying her, Xiaoqing was still a little worried when she called him. She said cautiously, can I bring others with me? There are some things that I want to make clear to you. The other party was obviously stunned after listening to Xiaoqing's words, and then said, "Okay, no problem." Xiaoqing didn't expect the other party to agree so quickly. She was really confused for a while. She told this to Yang Ming, but Yang Ming didn't care much. Yang Ming didn't care about the other party's attitude, but if she dared to snatch Xiaoqing from him, then even if she was a man or a woman, Yang Ming wouldn't give her face. If talking nicely didn't work, then he would use force. Who was afraid of who? Now that Yang Ming had the support of the Sun family, he had the final say in the province. At 9 o'clock on Saturday morning, Yang Ming accompanied Xiaoqing to the agreed place. It was a very quiet coffee shop, which was suitable for talking about some things. Xiaoqing wore a pair of big sunglasses because she was afraid that others would recognize her. Yang Ming was with Xiaoqing, so he naturally had to disguise himself. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing were very punctual, but the other party seemed to have come earlier. She should have the same idea as Xiaoqing. In order to avoid suspicion, she also wore a pair of large sunglasses on her face, covering all the areas around her eyes. Although this kind of disguise was ineffective against Yang Ming's special ability, Yang Ming wasn't bored enough to use his special ability to peek at a person's appearance when he saw her, so he didn't pay attention to the other party's appearance. He sat opposite the other party casually, and then put his hand on Xiaoqing's shoulder intimately, declaring his sovereignty. "Let me introduce. This is my boyfriend." Xiaoqing hesitated and said, "Sorry, I already have a boyfriend." "Oh?" The other party was obviously stunned. She didn't expect Xiaoqing to have a boyfriend. Moreover, looking at the actions and intentions of the two people, it seemed that they had misunderstood her original intention. The other party was a little dumbfounded. She came to find Xiaoqing to relieve the awkward relationship between the two, but they obviously thought that she wanted to continue to pester Xiaoqing. However, the man in front of her looked quite familiar. It was just that the sunglasses were too big, covering half of the face. It was somewhat difficult to recognize. Cough cough. Yang Ming didn't have so much time, and he didn't want to waste time with the other party, so he said straightforwardly, "I say, lesbian girl, my wife has already made it very clear to you. Don't pester her in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I don't care if you like women or what. If you annoy me, I will still **** you." Yang Ming, what are you talking about? Xiaoqing glanced at Yang Ming with a bitter smile. After all, she and I were once in the same boat. Even if we had some relationship that was beyond friendship, we were still relatively close. Yang Ming's words were a bit too harsh. The other party originally listened to Yang Ming's voice and began to have some doubts. When Xiaoqing said the name of Yang Ming, she couldn't help but be surprised and shouted, "Ah, it's you?" However, the other party immediately pretended to close her mouth as if nothing had happened. However, the word "you" was enough to make Yang Ming suspicious. Yang Ming raised his head suspiciously and looked through the other party's sunglasses with his special ability. When he saw it, Yang Ming almost jumped up. My goodness, it can't be such a coincidence, right? Sun Jia. It's actually Sun Jia. Yang Ming took off his sunglasses. Anyway, he knew that Sun Jia recognized him. It was useless to continue pretending. Alright, stop pretending. We're all on the same side. Take off your glasses and have a good talk. Yang Ming resisted the urge to laugh and said seriously. Yang Ming, what are you doing? Xiaoqing was somewhat confused and looked at Yang Ming strangely. Ai. Sun Jia looked at Yang Ming's action. How could she not know that Yang Ming recognized her? So, she took off her sunglasses and looked at Yang Ming awkwardly. She sighed and said, Yang Ming, is she your girlfriend? Who are you asking? Yang Ming looked at Sun Jia with a smile. What do you mean? How many do you have? Sun Jia was stunned. You, and her. Isn't that two? Yang Ming smiled and said, this is really a coincidence. Yang Ming, little Jia, do you know each other? Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming and Sun Jia very suspiciously. Yes, of course, we know each other. Yang Ming didn't wait for Sun Jia to speak and said, Sister Xiaoqing, is she your girlfriend? When Xiaoqing saw that Yang Ming knew Xiaoqing, her expression was even more awkward. When she heard Yang Ming ask such a sharp question, her face suddenly blushed, but the facts were there. She had to admit it, so she nodded and said, "N. What about you? Dear, why are you looking for my wife?" Yang Ming turned to look at Sun Jia again. "Who is your dear?" Sun Jia rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. "I have nothing to do." She didn't know why, but when Yang Ming was in front of her, Sun Jia couldn't say the words that she wanted to say before. Otherwise, it would seem that she broke the relationship with Xiaoqing because of Yang Ming. Sun Jia just didn't want to see Yang Ming's proud look. "Oh, that's fine. Since there is nothing, then the three of us can drink coffee and chat together, and think about the future." It could be seen that Yang Ming's mood was very good. It was no wonder. How could Yang Ming not be happy? Originally, in the final analysis, it was all for himself. Since both of them were his women, then if something happened between them, Yang Ming himself wouldn't suffer a loss. Sun Jia's lips moved, but she didn't say anything. Xiaoqing said strangely, "Yang Ming, what the hell is going on? This is not a place to talk. Why don't we find a hotel, get a room, and talk about it?" Yang Ming said evilly. "Okay, Yang Ming, if you don't want to say it, let me say it." Sun Jia had adjusted her emotions and said calmly, "Xiaoqing, you also saw it. I know Yang Ming before. So you know each other?" Xiaoqing hadn't figured out the situation yet, so she didn't dare to talk. "However, you can rest assured that there is nothing between me and Yang Ming. Yang Ming is just pretending to be my boyfriend." Sun Jia hesitated and said, "My dad forced me to have a boyfriend, so I caught Yang Ming to be a man." "I say, Sun Jia, isn't it a bit wrong for you to say that?" Yang Ming listened to Sun Jia's words, but his heart was a little uncomfortable. "What do you mean by nothing? Then what about the two people before this? One night stand? Two night stand?" This made Yang Ming, a male chauvinist, feel a little disgusted. "There are no outsiders here. Can't we just talk about it? Okay? This is what you asked me to say." Sun Jia didn't care about Yang Ming's words at all. "Xiaoqing, since this guy doesn't feel ashamed, then I have nothing to hide. Indeed, I was raped twice by this guy, Yang Ming. Do you know why I came to you this time? I just want to break off our previous relationship with you. As for why? I'm just afraid that this guy, Yang Ming, has some dirty disease and will pass it to me. Then, it won't be good if I pass it to you." "Ah?" Xiaoqing looked at Sun Jia blankly and couldn't speak. Yang Ming was furious. He stared at Sun Jia with a black line on his face. "Can you speak with some morals? If I pass the disease to you, will you be happy? It's you who asked me to say it. I'm just telling the truth." Sun Jia held back her smile and said seriously. But what surprised the two people was that Xiaoqing actually interrupted, "Little Jia. Yang Ming is not sick. You don't have to worry too much." "What?" Sun Jia and Yang Ming looked at each other at the same time. This time, they smiled bitterly and shook their heads. "I'm joking." Sun Jia explained helplessly, "Xiaoqing, the thing between me and Yang Ming is just an accident. And, you know, I don't like men. You can rest assured." "Oh." Xiaoqing frowned and nodded. No one knew what she was thinking. Two women, one man. But they had a very ambiguous relationship with each other, which made the atmosphere at Yang Ming's table become a little strange. However, this atmosphere was soon interrupted. There was a noise from the next table. It was a conflict between a few young people and the waiter in the coffee shop. "We ordered 3 cups of coffee. Why did you charge us for 4 cups? One of the young men in a basketball jersey pointed at the waiter and shouted. "Sir, you clearly ordered 4 cups. Look, there are still 4 cups on the table." The waiter pointed at the used cutlery on the table and explained in a low voice. "Just because there were 4 cups, it would be 4 cups. Then you put 100 cups here and it's 100 cups. What kind of F***king logic is that?" The young man in the basketball jersey scolded. "But sir, didn't you have 4 people before? You think about it carefully. One person left first, and he also asked for a cup." The waiter patiently reminded. "The previous person? The previous person drank coffee. Why don't you care if the previous person wants to go? What are you telling me? The young man in the basketball jersey didn't want to do it and glared. Aren't you guys together? The waiter was a little helpless, but when he saw the three young men in front of him, he didn't dare to be angry. He had to continue to explain. What together? Who said that we are together? The young man in the basketball jersey said impatiently, if you continue to dawdle, I won't give you the money for these 3 cups. Weren't you talking together just now? You ordered the coffee together. Why do you say that you aren't together? The waiter said awkwardly. F***ck. Are you done? The young man in the basketball jersey waved his hand and said, what's wrong with talking? There are many people who talk to you every day. Do you know them all? Then you also talk to me. Are you going to pay for me too? Sir, aren't you being unreasonable? The waiter muttered. What the F***ck are you talking about? Who is being unreasonable? Are you tired of living? Are you tired of living? The young man in the basketball jersey said as he picked up the teapot on the table and threw it at the waiter. The waiter was shocked and quickly dodged to the side, but it didn't matter. The teapot went straight to Yang Ming's table. Yang Ming was angry immediately. I don't care if you don't pay, but if you throw the teapot to my side, then it's your fault. How fast was Yang Ming's reaction? Seeing that the teapot was about to hit him, Yang Ming simply waved his hand and the teapot flew back in its original direction. However, some of the water in the teapot still splashed out and sprinkled Yang Ming and Xiaoqing. This wasn't something that Yang Ming could control with his human strength. Yang Ming could block the teapot, but he couldn't block the water. It was precisely because of this that Yang Ming's counterattack didn't hold back. The teapot flew back and directly hit the face of the young man in the basketball jersey. It suddenly hit his nose and made him bleed. The sudden change made the waiter and the young man in the basketball jersey stunned. Then, the young man in the basketball jersey reacted. He covered his nose and shouted in the direction of Yang Ming, you stand up for me. You still talk about our Donghai. It seems that there are a lot of little punks in Songjiang. What kind of situation had Sun Jia not seen? She didn't put these little punks in her eyes at all, so she could still talk and laugh. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. When he was in Donghai, because Wang Qinzhen came to make trouble, Yang Ming had ridiculed Sun Jia. He meant that in the Sun family's territory, there were still little punks who dared to trouble Sun Jia. This management was really bad. Now, although Sun Jia still didn't know that the behind-the-scenes boss of Songjiang was Yang Ming, it could be regarded as revenge. In Songjiang, no one knows you. Yang Ming smiled. Then what do we do now? Are you going to fight against 3 of them? Sun Jia looked at Yang Ming and asked. 3 of them, 3 of us. It's very fair. Yang Ming said indifferently. Do you think Xiaoqing and I can fight? Sun Jia said as she glared at Yang Ming. Sister Xiaoqing doesn't. Then I will solve 2 of them, and you will solve 1. Yang Ming smiled. Yang Ming, I find that I hate you a little more. Sun Jia said seriously. If you want me to be a hero and save the beauty, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Yang Ming shook his head. You caused the trouble yourself. Why do you want to save the beauty? They are looking for you, not me. Sun Jia's voice just fell, but she didn't expect it to come true. F***ck, didn't you hear me talking to you? Are you deaf? The young man in the basketball jersey was anxious. When he saw Yang Ming actually flirting there, his anger increased greatly. However, when he saw the appearance of Xiaoqing and Sun Jia, he was stunned, and then his saliva flowed down. You little brat really enjoy it. You are flirting with 2 beauties. How about this? You leave these 2 beauties, and I will make an exception and let you go. When the young man in the basketball jersey said this, Yang Ming was amused. He looked at Sun Jia with a smile. Look. They let me go, and they let you stay. Do you have the heart to let your sister Xiaoqing stay? Sun Jia snorted. Of course, I don't have the heart. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he turned his head and said to the young man in the basketball jersey, we can't leave the 2 of them. Let's discuss. Can we leave 1 of them? 1. The young man in the basketball jersey smacked his lips, and then said thoughtfully, we are all very strong. Can she stand it? Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's words, and she was mad. This Yang Ming, isn't his words too sarcastic? Leave one of them? Does that mean he wants me to stay? Xiaoqing, who had not spoken, was a little anxious at the moment. Yang Ming, don't mess around. What are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. I don't like to meddle in other people's business. If it's my woman, I will care. If it's not my woman, why should I care? When Yang Ming said this, he observed Xianxia's reaction with the corner of his eyes. However, he helplessly found that Xianxia didn't have any change in expression. She just stared at him fiercely. Who is going to stay? Have you discussed it? I think this big-breasted chick is good. Let's go with her. The young man in the basketball jersey stood behind Yang Ming, and he could see Xianxia directly. When he saw Xianxia's hot body, he began to be a little restless. When he said this, his hand grabbed Xianxia. Yang Ming immediately frowned. He was a little unhappy. I was just joking with you. Did you really take it seriously? How could Yang Ming let this guy take advantage of Xianxia? Although he said that he wanted Xianxia to stay, if someone really dared to touch her, what would happen? Yang Ming grabbed a fork from the tableware on the table. With a schwa sound, he nailed the young man's hand directly to the table. The coffee shop belonged to a type of Western restaurant. There was a fork in the tableware provided inside. Although Yang Ming didn't order the food that was eaten with a fork, each set of tableware was the kind that was packaged. Even if the fork wasn't used, it was included. D***MN. The young man in the basketball jersey cursed in pain. His eyes almost popped out. Looking at his bleeding palm, he resisted the pain and shouted, "You F***king dare to stab me? Don't you know who I am? Stabbing you is already considered light." Yang Ming said indifferently, "You drenched me in water. How can you endure it? Don't you know who my grandfather is?" The young man in the basketball sweater said fiercely. "Who is your grandfather? Is it Grandpa Bai?" Yang Ming joked. "Yes, my grandfather's surname is also Bai." He didn't expect the young man in the basketball sweater to nod seriously. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect this guy to admit it. He was suddenly somewhat inexplicable. However, when Yang Ming was stunned, the young man in the basketball sweater took out a pistol from his pocket and shot in the direction of Yang Ming. "Be careful." Xianxia had been paying attention to the young man in the basketball sweater. When she saw him suddenly take out the gun, she quickly reminded Yang Ming. If Yang Ming was in the past, he would really be tricked by this kid. Even if he wasn't killed, he would be disabled. However, after 10 days of inhuman training in Europe, Yang Ming's reaction ability had reached a very terrifying level. At the moment when the young man in the basketball sweater took out the gun, Yang Ming suddenly reached out and hit the acupuncture point on the elbow of his left hand that was taking out the gun. This acupuncture point was very common. Almost everyone knew it, but if it was hit hard, it would cause the palm to release reflexively. The young man in the basketball sweater was not spared. The pistol fell to the ground with a paw sound. However, the young man in the basketball sweater was obviously not a good person. After the gun was knocked away by Yang Ming, he didn't pick up the gun, nor did he continue to launch any attacks. Instead, he pulled the chair beside him to Yang Ming, then he turned around and ran with the other two people. Outside the door of the coffee shop, there was immediately the roar of a car engine. Because there were two women around him, he didn't chase them. Who knew if this guy was luring the tiger away from the mountain? These people's conflict with me is not a coincidence. Now it seems that it is premeditated. The young man in the basketball sweater seemed to be a stupid guy, but in fact, everything that happened just now was in his calculations. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel lucky. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he might have already lost his life. Even if I was fine, it wouldn't be good if the pistol went off accidentally and hurt Xiaoqing or Xianxia. After a little hesitation, Yang Ming figured out the general situation of the matter. These four people came in after Xiaoqing and I entered the coffee shop. It seems that they should have been premeditated for a long time, but how did they follow me here? Yang Ming didn't know. Was it a coincidence, or something else? After these four people came in, they had been looking for an opportunity. One of them left and went to the Nissan van at the door, ready to escape at any time. The departure of this person gave the young man in the basketball sweater an opportunity to find fault. This seemed to be almost rogue looking for fault, but in fact, these people were deliberately looking for fault. The pot of tea that was thrown over was actually to bring Yang Ming's table into this dispute. Taking advantage of this dispute to distract Yang Ming's attention, and then to kill Yang Ming. However, why didn't these people shoot in the back? Yang Ming was a little confused. Although the 4 people escaped, Yang Ming didn't have the intention to continue to stay here. He didn't care about the stunned waiter standing there. He threw 100 yuan on the table, and then quickly left the coffee shop with Xiaoqing and Sun Jia. The pistol on the ground was also put into Sun Jia's backpack quietly. Originally, there was a good opportunity for a threesome, but the atmosphere was ruined in vain. Xiaoqing was obviously frightened. Yang Ming and Sun Jia comforted her for a while. Send her back to rest. I will go first. If there is anything, call me. Sun Jia helped Xiaoqing into the car and said after closing the door. And you be careful too. Yang Ming had no other thoughts now. What happened just now had made him a little irritated. Sun Jia nodded. There was no expression on her face, but there was some warmth in her heart. Sometimes, the feeling of being cared for was really good. Just looking at Yang Ming and Xiaoqing sitting together, Sun Jia's heart felt uncomfortable for no reason. In her life, she was also a very strong person. Although she was looking for Xiaoqing this time to end the abnormal relationship with her, when she saw that Xiaoqing was actually with Yang Ming, Sun Jia immediately had a feeling that her own things were taken away by others. As for what was her own things? Was it Xiaoqing? Or was it Yang Ming? She wasn't too sure herself. After sending Xiaoqing back to her apartment to rest, Yang Ming took a shower here. After clearing his mind, he lit a cigarette and carefully thought about what happened today. Yang Ming rarely smoked now. He would only smoke when he was thinking about a problem. At this moment, Yang Ming frowned. He really couldn't figure out what was going on today. If someone really wanted to kill him, it wasn't impossible. He had a lot of enemies. For example, Wang Jitao or Huang Yukai were very likely to do such a desperate thing. There was also an inexplicable organization that had been entangled with him before. He still had a person from their organization. It was possible that this organization wanted to retaliate against him. However, today's matter didn't seem to be the case. This seemingly well-planned shooting incident actually had a lot of suspicious points. The young man in the basketball jersey could have shot him from behind. The success rate was higher than distracting him and then shooting him with a gun, but he didn't do so. This was very suspicious. And, wait. Yang Ming suddenly thought of a very important problem. That was, according to the plan of this group of people, they used the teapot to provoke him. However, there was a very sharp problem in this. If the young man in the basketball jersey threw the teapot, what would happen if the waiter in the coffee shop couldn't dodge it? Wouldn't the teapot hit the waiter's face? Wouldn't they fail to achieve their original intention? That waiter has a problem. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly picked up the phone and dialed Ho Zhenhan's number. He explained a few words to him and then hung up the phone. Yang Ming asked Ho Zhenhan to go to the coffee shop to find the waiter. As for whether the waiter had escaped, Yang Ming didn't know. He could only take one step at a time. In the underground parking lot of a private company, far away from the coffee shop, the white Nissan van was parked there, but there was no one in the car. In a secret room not far from the parking lot, a very gloomy man was reprimanding 4 young men. One of the young men had a bandage on his hand and a band-aid on his nose. Yes, he was the young man in the basketball jersey who attacked Yang Ming in the coffee shop. Standing next to him were the other 3 accomplices. So King useless. You can't even do this well. The gloomy man reprimanded angrily. I'm sorry, boss. The young man in the basketball jersey said carefully. Forget it. Fortunately, I have a backup plan. Everything depends on how long. The gloomy man said faintly, well, the 4 of you go down first. Hide for a while. Don't be found. Yes, boss. The young man in the basketball jersey said quickly. After the four people left, the gloomy man stood up from the boss chair and said fiercely, "Yang Ming, you spoiled my plans. See how I deal with you." At the same time, Ho Zhenhan had already led people to surround the coffee shop. "Lu Xilong, what happened over there?" The owner of the coffee shop came over in a hurry. This Lu Xilong was the waiter who had just escaped the teapot attack and saw the whole process of the conflict between Yang Ming and the young man in the basketball sweater. Because the conflict and the young man in the basketball sweater took out the gun in a flash, no one else in the shop saw the details except for the waiter. At this time, there were not many people in the shop, so the only witness was this waiter named Lu Xilong. Lu Xilong tidied up his clothes and said indifferently, "Manager, it's nothing." There was a small conflict between the two customers. "Here, this is the money left by the customer." As Lu Xilong said, he handed the 100 yuan bill left by Yang Ming to the manager. "How much is it to break a teapot?" This 100 yuan was enough to cover the cost of the coffee, so the manager didn't say anything more. After all, he didn't lose anything. "Are you okay?" The manager received the money and asked Lu Xilong. "I'm fine." Lu Xilong smiled and said, "Manager, don't worry." However, Lu Xilong knew that if there was no accident, someone would come to him. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a group of people to come into the coffee shop. The person who took the lead glanced at the waiter in the shop and walked straight to Lu Xilong. Because Lu Xilong's characteristics were easy to recognize, he had a yellow buzz cut. This was different from the other waiters. "You, come with us." The person who spoke was naturally Ho Zhenhan, the person who took the lead. "Well, let's go out and talk." Lu Xilong said calmly, "Don't make trouble in the shop." Ho Zhenhan nodded. He didn't expect this kid to be quite cooperative. Outside the door of the coffee shop, Lu Xilong didn't make trouble. He obediently got into Ho Zhenhan's car. Because of the large number of people, Ho Zhenhan brought a Jinbei van this time. After getting in the car, Lu Xilong also sat there quietly. He looked as if he could be killed or tortured by others. Ho Zhenhan was too lazy to care about him. Brother Yang hadn't said anything yet, so he had to catch this guy first. He didn't know what to ask this guy. "Boss, the matter is done. The kid has been caught by us." Ho Zhenhan called Yang Ming and reported. "Oh? Caught?" Yang Ming was stunned after listening. He didn't expect that the waiter didn't escape. "Then you wait for me at the nightless club." Hanging the phone, Yang Ming said, "Xiao, Sister Xiaoqing, today's matter. I will go out. 1. And be careful." Xiaoqing knew that Yang Ming had something to do. If today's matter wasn't handled well, she would be worried all the time. Calm, you've worked hard, Big Ho." Yang Ming patted Ho Zhenhan's shoulder and said. "What hard work?" This person didn't resist at all. After catching him, he didn't say a word. There was no fear at all. Ho Zhenhan smiled bitterly. "Oh?" Yang Ming frowned. There was an indescribable premonition in his heart. It's not as simple as it looks on the surface. "Let's go in and take a look." Yang Ming sighed. He pushed open the door of the room and walked in. Ho Zhenhan followed closely behind. Sure enough, it was the waiter he saw in the coffee shop. At the moment, he was tied to a chair without saying a word. He didn't make any noise. His eyes were staring in one direction. "Do you know why I asked you to come?" After Yang Ming asked this sentence, he felt a little funny. It was like the tone of the police interrogating the prisoner in the TV series. Lu Xilong rolled his eyes and didn't speak. "If you don't want to suffer, tell the truth." Yang Ming sat in the chair opposite Lu Xilong and asked. "What do you want to know? What do you want me to say?" Lu Xilong finally spoke, but his tone was very indifferent. "Are you with the group of people today?" Yang Ming asked after a moment of hesitation. "That group of people? Which group?" "I'm just a little waiter. I don't know this at all." Lu Xilong looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. "Really? Then how did you so coincidentally avoid the teapot thrown by the kid?" Yang Ming sneered. "I can only say that I am lucky to avoid the teapot." "What coincidence?" Lu Xilong said indifferently, if you want to talk about coincidence, I think you are the one who is coincidental. You blocked the teapot. That is really a coincidence. It seems that you are also the kind of person who won't give up until you see the coffin. Yang Ming waved his hand and said to Ho Zhenhan, let him have some fun. Ho Zhenhan nodded and walked over to Lu Xilong. In his hand, it was unknown where he got a stun baton from. Looking at the flashing electric sparks, Lu Xilong's performance wasn't as calm as before. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. He seemed to be hesitating and struggling, but he clenched his teeth. All of this was seen in the eyes of Yang Ming. Yang Ming was somewhat puzzled. He didn't know what the guy in front of him meant. If he was said to be timid, he was so calm before. However, in that instant, he wasn't as calm as he had been before. Don't electrocute him to death. Electrocute him where his flesh is thicker. Yang Ming wanted to see how long this guy could be stubborn. See? Lu Xilong took a breath of cold air. Obviously, the voltage adjusted on Ho Zhenhan's stun baton wasn't high, so when the electric current hit the body, it would only be painful, but it wouldn't cause any problems. I'll ask you one more time. Were those people with you today? Yang Ming looked at Lu Xilong, who was grimacing in pain. Lu Xilong clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. He had a painful expression. Continue. Yang Ming instructed Ho Zhenhan. Yes. Ho Zhenhan adjusted the stun baton and then poked at Lu Xilong's belly. Lu Xilong screamed, and the veins on his forehead popped out. It should be about time, right? I have suffered some physical pain for a while. If I say it now, it shouldn't cause any suspicion, right? A voice came into Yang Ming's mind. It's coming again. Yang Ming looked at Lu Xilong with interest. Isn't this guy's idea a bit special? What does he mean by saying it now won't cause any suspicion? Could it be, he has been acting all along? No, I can't stand it if it continues like this. Ayo! Lu Xilong screamed and said, don't electrocute me. I will say it. I will say it all. Ho Zhenhan took back his hand and stood aside. Yang Ming stared at Lu Xilong and said, say it. What is your name? My name is Lu Xilong. They all call me Ao Long. Lu Xilong said honestly. Today's group of people, are they with you? Yang Ming continued to ask. Yes, I am indeed with those people today, said Lu Xilong. Oh? So, you have premeditated it? Asked Yang Ming. I'm just a small fry. What the boss says, we will do, said Lu Xilong. Then who is your boss? Yang Ming continued to ask. I can't say it. If I say it, the boss will kill me. Lu Xilong's face showed a look of horror. If you don't say it, I will let you die now. Yang Ming snorted. Do you think I will let you go before I get a satisfactory answer? I really can't say it. If I say it, I will die. Lu Xilong shook his head and said. Big Ho, since he doesn't say it, then drag him down. Electrocute his little penis until he is electrocuted. Yang Ming looked up and said to Ho Zhenhan. No problem. After Ho Zhenhan finished speaking, he was going to grab Lu Xilong. Oh my god. Didn't the boss say that there was no danger? Why is this Yang Ming style so evil? Forget it. I should say it in advance. I don't want to suffer. If I say it now, he shouldn't doubt it. After all, my current situation is also very critical. Although Yang Ming heard his thoughts, his expression didn't change. This was his secret, the secret of victory. Looking at Yang Ming looking straight into his eyes, Lu Xilong was a little guilty, but he still said, well, I will say it. I will say it. Don't electrocute me. Say it. Yang Ming waved his hand and signaled Ho Zhenhan to wait. It's Xianxia. Lu Xilong said with fear. Xianxia? Yang Ming looked at Lu Xilong with a stunned expression. Xianxia sent someone to kill me? Is there a mistake? You, don't tell her that I said it, or I'm dead. Lu Xilong said carefully. Are you sure it's Xianxia? Yang Ming looked at Lu Xilong strangely. I said, do you know who Xianxia is? That is, the one who sat opposite you today. said Lu Xilong. Then, why do you think Xianxia wants to kill me? Yang Ming didn't believe that Xianxia would send someone to kill him. There was no reason at all. I have no grievances with Xianxia. In the end, there is some ambiguous relationship. Why would Xianxia kill me? It's a big joke. Even if Yang Ming's method of getting Xianxia was a bit rough, it would never be enough to be hated by Xianxia. Yang Ming stared at Lu Xilong and didn't speak. He just looked at him like that. Lu Xilong was a little guilty. He couldn't help but have a cold sweat on his head. However, he couldn't think of a reason why Yang Ming didn't believe him. So, on the surface, he still pretended to be very calm, but his heart was very turbulent. He should be able to believe it, right? There is no flaw in what I said. Sorry, I don't believe what you said at all. Yang Ming smiled and said, it's full of flaws. Ah? Lu Xilong was stunned. He looked at Yang Ming incredulously. Why does it seem that what I just thought was known by him? Big Ho, continue. I want to see what a roasted chicken looks like. Yang Ming said. No problem. Ho Zhenhan said as he picked up the stun baton and approached Lu Xilong. Don't. Lu Xilong was so scared that his voice changed. I have said the behind-the-scenes instruction. Why do you still want to electrocute me? Did you say it? You didn't tell the truth at all. Yang Ming said. I really didn't lie to you. How would I dare to lie? Lu Xilong said quickly. Whether you're lying or not, the expression on your face is very clear. Do you think I can't tell? Yang Ming sneered. Lu Xilong's heart was a little surprised. Am I really not suitable for acting? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have accepted this job. Sigh, this guy is really hard to deal with. Didn't Director Yun say that this mission was easy? Damn it, I'm going to die. Next time, no matter how much money you give me, I won't do it. President Yun? Yang Ming laughed. It's fine if you don't want to tell the truth, but your heart has already betrayed you. At this time, Yang Ming also heaved a deep sigh of relief. Previously, although Yang Ming did not believe that Xianxia would send someone to kill him, he was also somewhat suspicious. After all, among his women, the one he couldn't figure out the most was Xianxia. Yang Ming couldn't guess Xianxia's thoughts at all. She obviously had a good impression of him, but she refused to let go. If Yang Ming didn't have special abilities, he might have been a little suspicious at this moment. After all, Xianxia finally picked up the pistol. Yang Ming couldn't help but doubt her intentions. But now, the truth was revealed. Yang Ming basically figured out the process of the matter when he heard the two words, Director Yun. This Yun Guangdou is very interesting. He actually made such a serial plan to sow discord between my relationship with Xianxia. Also, this guy is secretly in love with Xianxia, but because of the relationship between Yang Ming and Xianxia, he can only find a way to sow discord in the middle. If I didn't guess wrong, Yun Guangdou sent you, right? Yang Ming asked Lu Xilong with a smile. Ah? Lu Xilong's mouth was wide open, but he couldn't figure out how Yang Ming guessed it. Don't ah. Looking at your expression, it should be like this. Yang Ming waved his hand. Lu Xilong said, you don't have to say it. I basically guessed what was going on. Big Ho, take him down and find a place to lock him up first. Yes. Ho Zhenhan directly grabbed Lu Xilong's collar, picked up the stool, and dragged him out of the door. Yang Ming began to think about the cause and effect of the matter. Needless to say, this Yun Guangdou is really ingenious. He deliberately showed a flaw to me so that I can go back to the coffee shop to find Lu Xilong. Lu Xilong, on the other hand, had previously played the trick of injuring himself to gain sympathy. He would rather die than submit. In the end, he pretended to be unable to support himself and said the mastermind behind the scenes. In the eyes of others, Lu Xilong must be telling the truth, but Yang Ming could peek into his thoughts and directly see through his little trick. Not to mention, if the relationship between Yang Ming and Xianxia wasn't that good, and if Yang Ming didn't have special abilities, then he might really believe Lu Xilong's words. Yun Guangdou, interesting. I haven't seen him jump around for a long time. I thought he had given up. I didn't expect him to play such a trick. Big Ho, ask for Lu Xilong's phone number for me. Yang Ming called Ho Zhenhan and instructed. Lu Xilong's thoughts had been guessed by Yang Ming. The matter was exposed, and he had nothing to hide. He simply answered whatever Ho Zhenhan asked him. However, Lu Xilong was just a small fry. He didn't know much. Knowing Yin Guando's mobile phone number was already the limit. After getting Yin Guando's mobile phone number, Yang Ming dialed it directly. Hello? Hello, who is this? Yin Guando looked at this unfamiliar number and asked. President Yun? I am Yang Ming, said Yang Ming casually. Yang Ming? Yin Guando's tone was obviously a little surprised, but he quickly returned to normal. Who are you? I don't know you. Don't know? You have a man named Lu Xilong. He said that you sent him. Yang Ming said calmly. When Yin Guando heard Yang Ming's words, his face turned green. At first, he still had a glimmer of hope. He thought that Yang Ming looked for him just because of a coincidence, and it was because of other things. However, now that he heard Yang Ming mention Lu Xilong, he immediately understood that Lu Xilong must have said everything. Mother **Ker, this Lu Xilong is really AF **King spineless person. He is nothing. Yin Guando certainly couldn't admit it. What Lu Xilong? I don't know this person. Yin Guando, let me tell you. It doesn't matter if you know Lu Xilong or not. I will give you 3 days to move out of Songjiang. I don't want to see you again in the future. Yang Ming didn't want to talk nonsense with him, so he directly threatened him. Kid, let's see what you are capable of. Yin Guando originally had a guilty conscience, so he politely said a few words to Yang Ming. He didn't expect Yang Ming to directly threaten him. He immediately said with a sullen face, don't think that you are so great just because you have a famous godfather. There are some people that you can't afford to offend. Some people? Hee, that's right. Yang Ming didn't care and smiled. Indeed, there are some people that I can't afford to offend now, but you are not in this list. Humph. Yin Guando snorted and hung up the phone with a pack. Yin Guando was very angry with Yang Ming, but he resisted his anger and didn't show it. It was because there was a person next to him, a hale and hearty old man. Little Yun, what's wrong? The old man looked at Yin Guando, who had a red face, and asked. A kid, he pissed me off. Yin Guando said with hatred, I really want to kill him. So, he told the old man about his grievances with Yang Ming. A little impatience spoils great plans. The old man listened and said with a blank expression, we have been lurking in Songjiang for so many years. Don't forget our purpose. Yes, Elder Yu. Yin Guando took a deep breath and nodded. Women are just worldly possessions. After we complete the mission and return to the tribe, how many women do you want? The leader will reward you. The old man, who was called Elder Yu, said faintly. I understand. I won't be exposed. Please rest assured, Elder Yu. Yin Guando said respectfully. But I won't interfere with your normal social activities as long as you don't use our secret kung fu. Elder Yu said, I don't know if Lan Hai, that old thing, is dead or not. You can't be too careless. In the past, Elder Yu smashed him into pieces. He can't be alive, right? Yin Guando said. That's hard to say. If Lan Hai, that old thing, isn't dead, our plan, AI. Elder Yu shook his head and didn't say anything. Elder Yu, don't think so much. If your kung fu is mastered, then you don't have to be afraid of anyone. Yin Guando comforted him. I hope so. Elder Yu sighed. I'm leaving first. I can't be away for too long. My current identity is not easy to arrange. It won't be good if I'm suspected. Goodbye, Elder Yu. Yin Guando quickly lowered his head and said. No need to send me off. Elder Yu waved his hand and left Yin Guando's company. He rushed in one direction. Regarding Yin Guando's behavior, Yang Ming didn't take it seriously. Yang Ming didn't put Yin Guando in his eyes at all. This person was just a small character. He instructed Ho Zhenhan to focus on finding trouble with Yin Guando, so he no longer paid attention to these trivial matters. Sun Jia's phone call also followed. Yang Ming, there should be a problem with that waiter. Xianxia waited for Yang Ming to pick up the phone and immediately said, when I sent someone over, the waiter was no longer there. Hee, you thought of it too? But I was one step ahead of you. The waiter is already in my hands. Yang Ming smiled. Oh? Was this for real? Your action is quite fast. It seems that I didn't warn you. Xianxia shook her head and continued, right, there is one more thing. The pistol I picked up was also a fake gun. It was a toy pistol. I guessed this earlier. Yang Ming smiled. Where did he get the real gun? Him? Do you know who did it? Xianxia was stunned and asked quickly. I know. Yang Ming said, guess who? Who? How can I guess? Who knows who has a grudge with you? Right, could it be that Ouyang Jinyuan? Xianxia thought about it and asked. It's not him, but the waiter said that you ordered him to kill me. Yang Ming suddenly changed the topic and said seriously. What? Me? Xianxia suddenly heard Yang Ming's serious voice and couldn't help but be stunned. Then she said, are you suspecting me? No. Yang Ming smiled again. So, I asked someone to use a stun baton to electrocute that guy's penis, so he finally told the truth. You are really bad enough. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Ming really suspected her, then her heart was really a little lost. Who did it? Yun Guangdou. Yang Ming said to Xianxia truthfully. Is it him? Xianxia frowned. He hasn't harassed me for a long time. I didn't expect him to endure for so long. But this move of his is really ruthless. Trying to sow discord between us. Fortunately, our relationship is quite solid. Otherwise, he would have taken advantage of this loophole, Yang Ming said. What are you going to do? Asked Xianxia. A small fry, why bother with him? I can kill him anytime. Yang Ming said, I'll get Big Ho to deal with him. Big Ho? Xianxia asked curiously. It's Ho Zhenhan. Yang Ming explained. Right, Yang Ming, what is your relationship with Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli? Xianxia asked after listening, are you hiding something from me? I have a lot of secrets, but I can't just tell you. Let's talk about it after you become my woman, Yang Ming said. Isn't it now? Asked Xianxia. The person is, but the heart is not. Yang Ming snorted. Whatever. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Xianxia said faintly and hung up the phone. Yang Ming shook his head and didn't care. Right, Big Ho, how is my uncle's entertainment city going? Asked Yang Ming. The entertainment city has been refurbished and reopened. At present, it seems to be doing well. Ho Zhenhan said, the sand field has also been bought and given to Mr. Yang. This Mr. Yang was, of course, Yang Dashan. It's good that it's done. Yang Ming nodded. Right, Big Ho, my dad just became the chairman. He is not very clear about many operations. You should help him when you have time. I'm afraid that Uncle Feng and little Wang can't handle it. Wang Jinda is fine. That kid is smart. He must be Uncle Yang's right-hand man. Ho Zhenhan smiled after listening. However, the concert is about to be held. I have to help coordinate it. Well, you do as you see fit. Yang Ming instructed. Yang Ming finally took a break from his busy schedule. He leaned on his bed and stroked a diary in his hand. His mood was very complicated. It was very impolite to peek at other people's diaries, but since Wang Shui gave this diary to him, it meant that there must be something related to him in this diary. After hesitating again and again, Yang Ming decided to open it and read. Since he had decided to accept Zhou Jejia, then he should try to understand her. Reading a diary was the best way to understand a person's heart and character. The small lock on the diary was basically useless for Yang Ming, a master of unlocking. Picking up a paperclip, Yang Ming opened the lock on the diary. The diary started when she was in junior high school. From the initial immature handwriting to the later elegant handwriting, it symbolized that a girl had moved from ignorance to maturity. The ups and downs in between were such precious treasures. Yang Ming decided to take a look at it first, so he specifically picked some chapters related to his name to read. Yang Ming's eyes were comparable to the search function in a computer. He directly scanned through every page of the diary and easily found the relevant chapters. However, Zhou Jiejia, this little girl, was also very interesting. Yang Ming found that his own name was basically replaced with he or ym. June 14th. Why is it that every time he talks to Suya, he's always so pleasant, but when he talks to me, he always has an impatient expression? When he talked to Suya in class, I reprimanded him as the class monitor. I didn't want to scold him at first. I just wanted to take the opportunity to talk to him more, but it seemed that he was more annoyed with me, thinking that I was meddlesome. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. AI, we were really naive and ridiculous at the beginning. Xiaoqing was right. Zhou Jiejia always used the class monitor's identity to control me. It turned out that she was interested in me. But, at that time, who could think so much? Thinking of high school, Chen Mengyan seemed to often treat him like this. Yang Ming suddenly realized. He continued to turn the page. June 18th. Today, the results of the math competition came out. YM actually got the first prize. However, what was unexpected was that Suya actually also won a national second prize. I only got the third prize. It turns out that YM likes smart girls. From today on, I have to work hard. Work hard to learn mathematics. Math competition? It seems that I really got the first prize. In retrospect, Zhou Jiejia did ask me some Olympiad questions for a while. At that time, I thought that she didn't like me and deliberately found difficult questions from the question bank to make things difficult for me. It seems that I misunderstood. September 10th. Today is Teacher's Day. The school has a half-day holiday. But, my mood is very bad. When he left school, he actually left with Suya. The two of them were actually holding hands. Are they already in love? What should I do? Is holding hands falling in love? Yang Ming sighed. Who can say it clearly at that age? September 11th. I told Teacher Wu what I saw yesterday. Teacher Wu will definitely separate him and Suya, right? In this way, I have a chance. It must be like this. I'm in a good mood today. Teacher Wu talked to Suya alone. Maybe she will be transferred to another seat soon, right? Aren't you making a mistake? Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jiejia's childish handwriting and was somewhat speechless. Isn't this thinking too simple? Will I be able to be with you if you break me up with Suya? However, seeing that you are still young, I won't argue with you. The past, Yang Ming was too lazy to care about it now. Moreover, Zhou Jiejia was willing to lose her life for him. These small mistakes, Yang Ming didn't intend to pursue. September 15th. Did I do something wrong? Suya transferred schools. She actually transferred schools. I don't know why, but my mood became bad. It is reasonable to say that my chance is greater now that Suya is gone, but I can't be happy at all. Suya, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. I didn't expect the result to be like this. This is the result of making a mistake. However, seeing that Zhou Jiejia had remorse at that time, Yang Ming felt that his heart was more comforted. September 16th. Today, he didn't come to school. Why? Did he also transfer schools? I didn't listen to what the teacher said. My mood is very bad. What should I do? Who can tell me? Seeing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but think of the things in the past. Suya's departure from him was truly an unbearable period of time. However, at that time I hated Zhou Jiejia to the extreme, but now it seems that this was just an infatuated little girl being impulsive. He remembered that he hadn't entered the school for half a month. He had been staying at home and didn't listen to anyone. After the incident, the first thing he did when he stepped into the school for the first time was to find a few delinquent girls to beat up Zhou Jiejia. Now that he thought about it, Yang Ming felt a little regretful. September 30th. Today, I was taught a lesson by a few delinquent girls in the society. I know that he found them. I'm not going to tell the teacher this time. It's also to let him vent his anger. As long as he doesn't blame me anymore, it's fine. I really did something wrong. I originally thought that as long as I separated him and Suya, I could be with him. However, my thinking was too simple. Now I regret it, but how should I remedy it? Looking at Zhou Jiejia's mental journey, Yang Ming kept shaking his head and sighing. Who hasn't been young? It was really a pure and impulsive era. The persistence of young love and the longing for happiness could make a person risk his life. Zhou Jiejie was like this. How could I not be like this? Now I'm laughing at Zhou Jiejie for committing a crime. In fact, it's the same joke. I actually found someone to beat up Zhou Jiejie. Moreover, because of Suya's matter, I was willing to degrade myself. Now it seemed that it was indeed a very unwise choice. Dang dang dang. There was a knock on the door outside the room. Yang Ming quickly closed the diary and asked, "Who is it?" "Big Ming, it's me, your dad." Yang Dahai pushed the door and came in. "Dad, what's the matter?" Yang Ming put Zhou Jiejie's diary on the bedside table and then sat up. Yang Dahai glanced at Yang Ming's diary on the bedside table and asked curiously, "Big Ming, you still keep a diary?" Zhou Jiejie's diary was the kind of diary that was bought in the market with a lock, so it could be seen at a glance. "Oh, it's not mine." Yang Ming smiled. "It's Zhou Jiejie's diary." "Zhou Jiejie?" Yang Dahai was stunned and frowned. "Isn't she the girl who complained about you in junior high school?" "It's her." "That's right." Yang Ming didn't deny it and nodded. Since he was ready to accept Zhou Jiejie in his heart, he couldn't hide it from his parents. "But you can't peek at other people's diaries. That's so immoral." Yang Dahai obviously misunderstood. He thought that Yang Ming peeked at Zhou Jiejie's diary because he wanted to find some of her personal privacy so that he could use it as a threat. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Dad, you've misunderstood. This diary. Sai, how do I explain this to you? What's going on? If you have something to say, just say it. You don't have to be so secretive with Dad." Yang Dahai shook his head and said, "If you don't have any convincing reasons, don't look at it anymore. Hurry up and send it back." Yang Ming hesitated and deliberated for a long time. "Dad, I can't explain it clearly in a few words. I'd better start from the beginning." "You say it." "I'm listening." Yang Dahai also wanted to hear Yang Ming's reason. Yang Dahai was still relatively assured about his son's character, so there must be some reason for this matter. Yang Dahai also wanted to get to the bottom of it. "Dad, Zhou Jiejie and I are college classmates, but she was injured because of me. She is in the hospital and hasn't woken up yet," said Yang Ming. "What? She was injured because of you? In the hospital?" Yang Dahai was shocked. "What the hell is going on?" "Dad, I'll tell you, but you don't have to worry about it." After Yang Ming finished, he looked at Yang Dahai's expression. When he saw Yang Dahai nodding, he continued, "When I was helping Uncle Chen to solve a smuggling case, I was kidnapped by smugglers to their base. At the critical moment, Zhou Jiejie blocked a shot for me." The resentment between Yang Ming and Wang Jitao couldn't be explained clearly in a few words, so Yang Ming simply pushed the matter to Chen Fei. Catching the bad guys, his father, a person with a strong sense of justice, would definitely support him. Sure enough, Yang Dahai nodded after listening, and then sighed. It turned out to be this case. "Sigh, this silly child. Big Ming, why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Dad, don't you want to ask why she blocked the shot for me?" asked Yang Ming, baffled. "What else do you want to ask?" Yang Dahai looked at the diary on the table and shook his head. "I, your father, have lived for so long. How can I not figure out these things? If I didn't guess wrong, this little girl complained about you because she was jealous of you and Suya, right?" "Ah?" Yang Ming didn't expect his father to be so powerful. He immediately said the key point of the matter. "What are you going to do?" Yang Dahai didn't say much and asked directly. "I promised her that I would take care of her in the future," Yang Ming said with some shame. "Big Ming, I can't interfere with your matters." Yang Dahai was also very helpless. "However, now you already have two girlfriends, Ming Yan and Lan Ling. If you add another one, what will Ming Yan think?" Meng Yan also sympathizes with her. It shouldn't be a big problem to persuade her. Yang Ming said. If I remember correctly, you still owe a girl named Lin Jiyun a favor. Yang Dehai reminded. Yeah. Yang Ming nodded deeply. The responsibility he had to shoulder was getting heavier and heavier. One day, I will meet her parents with your mother. Yang Dehai said, whether Zhou Jiejie can wake up or not, your mother and I will help you take care of her. Dad, thank you for understanding. Yang Ming said with some emotion. He thought his father would be angry with him. Yang Dehai patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Big Ming, you are now an adult. Dad won't say anything more. If you think it is right, then just do it. Yang Ming smiled and suddenly thought of something. Right, Dad, why are you looking for me? It's like this, Big Ming. Yang Dehai took out a piece of paper from his pocket and said, Old Feng, Little Wang, and I discussed it. About the concert, where do you think it is better to hold it? One is your school, Songjiang Industry University's gymnasium, and the other is the 7th District Stadium. Where do you think is better? This kind of thing, you don't need to discuss it with me, right? These are all unimportant matters. Yang Ming looked at the information in his father's hand and said, I think it is better to hold it in the school's gymnasium. Many of the college students are fans of Xianxia. The atmosphere at the scene can be more lively. But if you look at the perspective of social influence, it is better to hold it in the stadium in the society. We have differences of opinion because of this. Yang Dehai smiled bitterly. Old Feng means to hold it in the 7th District Stadium, while Little Wang means to hold it in the school's gymnasium. As you said, there are benefits to both of them. Old Feng considers our advertising effect and thinks that it is better to hold it in the society. But Little Wang considers from the perspective of economic benefits. Xianxia is the idol of college students. Holding it in the campus can make the venue more popular and make money. Isn't this easy to handle? Yang Ming smiled. Anyway, Xianxia's itinerary is to stay in Songjiang for many days. Just arrange a few concerts in 2 places. That's right. Why didn't I think of it? Yang Dehai slapped his thigh and said, then it's settled. Tomorrow, I will contact the venue. Right, Dad, give me a copy of Xianxia's specific itinerary tomorrow. When it's time to pick her up at the airport, I will also be there. Yang Ming said. Okay. Big Ming, do you know Xianxia? Yang Dehai was a bit puzzled. I know her. I feel that her name is similar to Xianxia, so I pay more attention to her. Yang Ming explained. Yang Dehai nodded and didn't say anything. He turned and left Yang Ming's room. Yang Ming hadn't gone online for a long time. After his father went out, he turned on the computer and logged into QQ. The offline messages kept ringing, which gave Yang Ming a fright. However, most of them were some inexplicable group messages. Yang Ming closed them one by one. There was a group called Fishman Diehard Group. Yang Ming didn't know when he joined it, but he directly exited it. I'm a superstar left a lot of messages for Yang Ming. At first, it was pleasant, but later, there was nothing except an angry expression. It was probably because Yang Ming hadn't been online for a long time, so the other party was a little angry. Sorry, I've been busy recently. I haven't been online. Are you still there? Yang Ming sent an apologetic smiley face. Speaking of it, Yang Ming was really apologetic to I'm a superstar. He hadn't talked to her for a long time. When he was frustrated in the past, it felt really good to have such a friend to encourage each other. Now that he was proud of it, he forgot that there was still this netizen who had accompanied him. Although the two of them had never met before, they could be said to be good friends who talked about everything on the internet. The avatar of I am a superstar was in a gray state, so Yang Ming didn't care. After leaving her a message, he closed the dialogue window. Looking at the other messages, Chen Mingyan left a few messages for him. Looking at the time, it was sent just now. Mingyan, are you still there? I just came up. Yang Ming replied. Yang Ming, you are here? Chen Mingyan replied quickly. I just came up. Why? Do you miss me? Yang Ming asked. What have you been doing these days? Why didn't you ask me to come? Chen Mingyan didn't directly answer Yang Ming's question, but her tone of voice also admitted it. My dad's factory was restructured. I followed and participated. Yang Ming said. I see. I also watched the TV news. Uncle Yang is always on TV now. Chen Mingyan said. My dad said that we are not compatible, so he has to work hard. Yang Ming said. Stop joking. Chen Mingyan naturally didn't believe it. She never considered the problem of matching. On the contrary, she now felt that Yang Ming was getting better and better. Instead, she was a little worried about whether Yang Ming would have a change of heart. Hee hee. Yang Ming sent a smiley face. Yang Ming, are you free tomorrow? Chen Mingyan asked. Tomorrow? I should be free. Where do you want to go? Asked Yang Ming. I'm not going to play. Yang Ming, I want to see Xianxia. Can you accompany me? Asked Chen Mingyan. See Xianxia? Yang Ming was stunned. She is quite pitiful. Moreover, she was injured because of you. We can't ignore her. Chen Mingyan said. Yang Ming was very surprised by Chen Mingyan's behavior. For a long time, Chen Mingyan, this little vinegar jar, was hostile to the girls who liked him. Only Zhou Jejia was an exception. Not only did Chen Mingyan not hate her, but she also cared about her. I didn't ignore her. I just went to see her 2 days ago, Yang Ming said. Then you can pick me up tomorrow. Let's buy some flowers first and then go to the hospital, Chen Mingyan said. Of course, Yang Ming replied. Okay, I'll go to bed first. I'm a little sleepy, Chen Mingyan said. Good night. Yang Ming sent a goodbye emoji. After Chen Mingyan went offline, Yang Ming looked at the other messages. What he didn't expect was that I'm a superstar actually replied shortly after Yang Ming sent the message. I'm a superstar, you finally appeared. I thought you disappeared. I'm a superstar, why don't you talk? What are you doing? I'm a superstar, you left again? I'm a superstar, I'm so angry. If you don't appear again, I'm leaving. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm a superstar, forget it, goodbye. I wanted to tell you a good news. Yang Ming looked at the message sent by I'm a superstar and was a little dumbfounded. It was only 10 minutes. Is there a need to be so angry? Yang Ming quickly returned a message, I just went to wash my face. I'm back now. Are you still there? No one replied for a long time. Yang Ming went offline resentfully. Yun Guangdou was very unlucky tonight. However, in order to achieve the plan of the patriarch, he could only swallow his anger and not resist. First, the car's tires were deflated. Yun Guangdou had no choice but to ask the driver to find a tow truck while he called a taxi. He didn't think much about it. He directly told the driver the destination and closed his eyes. About 20 minutes later, Yun Guangdou felt that something was wrong. Why haven't I reached home yet? If it was a normal day, I would have reached home already. Moreover, the car was always running. There was no traffic jam at all. Yun Guangdou opened his eyes and glanced at the scenery outside the car window. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly said, "Where is this place? Did you go the wrong way?" "Yes." The driver turned his head and grinned. "We're almost there." "Where are we?" "My house doesn't live here." Yun Guangdou said with some anger, "Are you going in circles? Do you want to cheat some money? Aren't you afraid that I will call and complain?" In this year, incidents of taxi ripping off passengers had happened repeatedly. Therefore, Yun Guangdou subconsciously thought that this driver was going in circles and wanted to drive more kilometers. "Don't worry. I won't take your money." As the taxi driver spoke, he casually raised the meter, and the billing system on it was reset to 0. Then what are you going to do? Yun Guangdou saw that the driver wasn't going to rip him off, and he immediately became alert. "Nothing." The taxi driver said faintly. "Stop the car. Stop the car quickly." Yun Guangdou shouted. "You can jump out of the car." The driver didn't care about Yun Guangdou at all, but said very arrogantly. Yun Guangdou really didn't have the courage to jump out of the car. Now the speed was at least 60 miles per hour. If he jumped out, he would be disabled even if he didn't die. The car stopped at the door of an abandoned factory. A group of people rushed up and dragged Yun Guangdou out of the car. Of course, this was the training base of Li Cheng and the others. In this uninhabited place, Yun Guangdou was locked up. No one beat him, and no one scolded him. It was just that someone sent him a basin of something more disgusting than pig food every day. In the beginning, Yun Guangdou naturally wouldn't eat it. It was disgusting just looking at it, let alone eating it. However, after 3 days, Yun Guangdou had reached the point where he couldn't be picky about food. Regardless of whether it was pig food or something else, as long as it could fill his stomach, it would be great. However, unfortunately, from the 4th day onwards, even pig food was gone. What was given to Yun Guangdou was rancid water dug out from a trench in front of a restaurant. The smell was disgusting. Yun Guangdou regretted it. If he was full a few days ago, wouldn't he be able to eat less of this rancid water? Yun Guangdou was afraid that this rancid water was gone. He had no choice but to drink it. Sure enough, as he expected, after 3 days, the rancid water was gone, and it turned into a bucket of black unknown things. Yun Guangdou didn't care. Anyway, if these people wanted to kill him, they could have done it long ago. There was no need to poison him. Therefore, regardless of whether this thing was disgusting or not, as long as it could satisfy his hunger, it was good. Finally, on the 10th day, Yun Guangdou was released. At this time, Yun Guangdou was already sallow and emaciated. His eyes were dull. Remember, kid. Leave Xianxia as soon as possible. Otherwise, every once in a while, we will pick you up to enjoy it. When he left, a macho man warned Yun Guangdou in a cold tone. Yun Guangdou listened to the words of the people in front of him and immediately understood. Sure enough, it was Yang Ming who did it. However, Yun Guangdou knew that if he didn't use the dark forces lurking in Songjiang, it would be difficult to deal with Yang Ming. Yang Ming seemed to be a big gangster. His social connections were very solid. It was impossible to use ordinary means to deal with him. It was even more impossible to use the dark forces lurking in Songjiang. First of all, Elder Yu wouldn't agree. Yun Guangdou had to grit his teeth and endure it. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years was not too late. After completing the patriarch's plan, he must take revenge. For a small character like Yun Guangdou, Yang Ming didn't care at all. After telling Li Cheng and Yang Ming to find trouble with him, Yang Ming put him behind his mind. Such a person was not worthy of Yang Ming's attention. At least his current identity on the surface was not worthy of Yang Ming's attention. After Elder Yu heard about this matter, as Yun Guangdou expected, he didn't mean to vent his anger for him. Instead, he told him not to make trouble again. He came here to do things, not to pick up girls and compete with others. If he didn't want to stay here, Elder Yu would consider another person to come here. Yun Guangdou was stunned and didn't dare to have the slightest trouble. However, the hatred in his heart was even more intense. Early the next morning, Yang Ming drove to Chen Mingyan's house downstairs. Chen Mingyan came down with Chen Fei. Yang Ming quickly greeted them. Uncle Chen, Mingyan. Yang Ming greeted. Yang Ming, I heard that you and Mingyan are going to the hospital to see Zhou Jiejia, asked Chen Fei. And, Uncle Chen, are you coming with us? Asked Yang Ming. I have other things to do in the bureau, so I won't be going. Chen Fei said, I gave some money to Mingyan. You can just buy something to express your concern. Uncle Chen, you don't need the money. I have it here. Yang Ming said, then I'll take you to work? You don't have to. I'll drive the unit's car. Chen Fei shook his head. You drive a BMW to send me to work. What will others think when they see it? Yang Ming nodded. In Chen Fei's position, he really had to pay attention to the influence. Otherwise, if the criminal investigation captain had a luxury car to pick him up, it was likely that some people would make an issue of it. After saying goodbye to Chen Fei, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan got in the car together and drove out of Chen Mingyan's home community. When they were about to reach the hospital, Chen Mingyan pointed to a flower shop on the side of the road and said, Yang Ming, stop the car. Let's go buy some flowers. Okay. Yang Ming looked around. There were no cars passing by, so he began to merge to the temporary parking lot on the side of the road. Yang Ming didn't expect that a Santana 2000 would come out from the side of the fork in the road, and it directly drove toward him. Yang Ming subconsciously turned the steering wheel quickly, but he didn't avoid it. The two cars brushed against each other. Yang Ming frowned and said to Chen Mengyan, "You sit in the car. I will go out and take a look." After that, he opened the door and got out of the car. The door of the Santana 2000 also opened. A fat man came out from the driver's seat. He was swaying and burping. When he saw Yang Ming, he scolded, "Do you know how to drive? Don't you have eyes?" Yang Ming looked at the drunk guy and couldn't help but be amused. "You drank too much and still scolded others? Moreover, I haven't seen a person driving a Santana who dared to challenge a BMW driver like this. Private settlement or insurance?" Yang Ming didn't want to argue with a drunk person, so he asked directly. "Go? Go king your ass." The drunk man pointed at Yang Ming and scolded, "You damaged my car. Give me 10,000 yuan, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, I will make you disappear along with the car." "Make me disappear?" Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think you are Doraemon? Can you make people disappear? Look at you. I can't explain it to you clearly. Let's call the police." "Call the police? What's the use of calling the police? Look carefully, this is a military vehicle. It's a military license plate." The drunk man pointed at his car and said, "Normal police officers can't do anything about it." After listening to the drunk man's words, Yang Ming noticed the license plate of the Santana 2000. It was indeed a white license plate. Yang Ming frowned. Could it be that he had encountered some ruffians? With Yang Ming's current strength, it would be easy for him to get rid of a ruffian soldier. However, it might attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. After all, the army and the local government were two different sets of management. Yang Ming took a deep breath and decided to call for the traffic police first. He would deal with this guy after he sobered up. Yang Ming took out his phone and prepared to call the Traffic Intelligence Police Center. Yang Ming saved this number in his phone book. When he was looking through the phone book, Yang Ming suddenly saw a name and thought of something. When he had a meal with Yang Ming last time, they exchanged phone numbers. Yang Ming didn't care about it. He didn't expect to use it now. Didn't Yang Xian's boyfriend, Wu Yunxing, come from the military district? This time, it came in handy. He dialed Yang Xian's phone number. It didn't take long for it to connect. "Hello? Is this Sister Yang Xian?" asked Yang Ming. "I am. Who is this?" Yang Xian was driving. She didn't look at the caller ID. She used a Bluetooth headset to answer, so she didn't know that it was Yang Ming calling. "I'm Yang Ming. Do you still remember me?" said Yang Ming. "Of course, I remember. Brother, it's you. Why did you remember to call your sister?" Yang Xian smiled. "It's like this. I have some trouble here." So, Yang Ming told Yang Xian about his situation. "Isn't brother-in-law's family in the military district? Can you ask him for help?" "What do you mean by can't?" "Let me tell you. If you ask him, he will definitely do it for you. Otherwise, I will deal with him." Yang Xian listened to Yang Ming's polite words and immediately said, "It's a small matter. Wu Yunxing is sitting next to me. I will order him to deal with it for you now." "Hee, then thank you, sister," said Yang Ming. "What are you thanking me for? When did you come to Donghai to treat me to a meal?" said Yang Xian. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming looked back at the drunk man. "However, why does this guy look a bit familiar? It seems that I have seen him somewhere." However, Yang Ming was busy all day long. He wouldn't have an impression of the walk-on characters, and there was no need to remember them. Because a walk-on character was a walk-on character after all. He didn't even have the qualifications to be a supporting role. The drunk man was still talking. At this time, another drunk man came out of the Santana and shouted, "What's the matter? Mother asterisk cur, you don't want to pay for hitting my car? Do you not want to work anymore?" Yang Ming simply stood with his hands behind his back. In the face of the military ruffians, Yang Ming was really helpless. Just beat them up. It wasn't worth the trouble. Wu Yunqing was very efficient, especially with Xianxia supervising by the side. He didn't dare to be careless. Less than 10 minutes after Yang Ming put down the phone, two 4,500 cars painted with the inspection logo quickly came over. When the car door opened, a young man looked over and quickly walked over to Yang Ming. "Are you Mr. Yang?" "Yes." Yang Ming nodded. "Hello, Mr. Yang. Leave this to me." Obviously, the young man had been instructed by Wu Yunqing. "Which army are you from? Take out your ID." The young man walked over to the drunk man and said after giving a military salute. I am from Songjiang's XX flying group." The drunk man didn't expect Yang Ming to call two army inspection cars. He suddenly sobered up. He said with fear. "Where's your ID?" asked the young man. I forgot to bring it." The drunk man stuttered. How could he have an ID? This license plate was given by his colleagues in the repair factory. They said that it would be awesome after it was put on. Generally, the traffic police wouldn't care about it. Who would have thought that Yang Ming didn't call the police but asked for inspection instead? "What is your name and rank?" The young man continued to ask. I. The drunk man opened his mouth but couldn't speak. "Platoon leader, it's a fake license plate." Another soldier who came with the young man carefully checked the license plate of the Santana 2000 and said. "What is your name? Take out your ID." When the young man confirmed that it was a fake license plate, he was furious. In the past few years, people in the city often complained that the military vehicles didn't follow the rules, but how could they know that most of these military vehicles were fake or fake license plates? If a real military vehicle was caught by the inspection, the punishment was quite serious. Li Mingri. The drunk man was scared and immediately woke up. He said carefully, "The car isn't mine. It was put in my repair factory by someone. No matter who it is, drag it away first. You have to go back with me to accept the punishment." The young man said sternly. "Li Mingri?" Yang Ming slapped his thigh and finally remembered who this guy was. "Isn't this the guy who kidnapped Yang Li? The 10 million that I asked him to prepare doesn't seem to have been given to me yet?" "Li Mingri. Look at who I am." Yang Ming shouted at Li Mingri. You are?" Li Mingri was stunned. Suddenly, an expression of fear appeared on his face. "You are Yang Ming?" "It's me." "Where is my 10 million, asked Yang Ming. I. Li Mingri was now under the eaves. He had to lower his head and said, "I haven't collected it yet." "Forget it. I don't need your money." Yang Ming waved his hand and said to the young man, "You can punish me however you want." As a result, Li Mingri's words were really true. He disappeared with the car. Although Yang Ming's BMW lost a piece of paint, it wasn't a big problem. He would ask Bao Sanli to solve it. As he was about to get in the car, Yang Xian's phone call came back. "Hello, sister, thank you. The matter is done." Yang Ming picked up the phone and thanked her. "Oh? It's done?" "I was about to ask about the result." "What the hell is going on?" asked Yang Xian. "It's nothing. It's just a drunkard who made a fake military tag." Yang Ming smiled. "That's good. I was afraid that you would suffer, so I asked Yunqing if the person you called had arrived." Yang Xian said, "That's fine. Let's talk about it later. I am home with Yunqing." "Okay, wait for me to go to Donghai to treat you to a meal," Yang Ming said. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming returned to the car. Chen Mengyan asked, "How is it?" "I want to call my dad." "It's okay. I just drank too much." Yang Ming smiled and started the car. He parked the car at the flower shop on the side of the road. He got out of the car with Chen Mengyan and was going to buy some flowers for Zhou Jiejia, but he didn't expect that buying flowers would cause a big problem. Lin Jiyun helped a high school classmate decorate the flower shop these days. In high school, Lin Jiyun had a good relationship with Xiao Ai, the owner of the flower shop. However, Xiao Ai didn't go to college. After graduating from high school, she went to work. She learned some experience in other people's flower shops and then opened her own flower shop. Now that it had just opened, she hadn't hired a waiter yet, so she was a little busy. She asked Lin Jiyun to help. Lin Jiyun didn't have anything else to do, so she stayed in the flower shop every day to help Xiao Ai. She saw a young man and a young woman pushing the door into the flower shop. Xiao Ai quickly greeted them, "Do you want to buy flowers?" N. Yang Ming nodded and looked up. He saw Lin Jiyun, who was arranging the flowers, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Lin Jiyun saw that there were guests and also looked up. When she saw Yang Ming, she was a little surprised. However, when she saw Chen Mengyan next to him, Lin Jiyun put away the idea of greeting and lowered her head silently. Yang Ming saw Lin Jiyun lowering her head and immediately understood what she meant. He couldn't help but be embarrassed. Since Lin Jiyun didn't speak, Yang Ming could only pretend that he didn't know her. "What flowers are you buying?" Xiao Ai didn't notice the embarrassment of Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. She came over and greeted them. "We are going to see a patient." "What flowers should we buy?" asked Chen Mengyan. "Oh? You are going to visit a patient. It is suitable to send gladiolus, roses, orchids, and so on. Avoid white, blue, yellow, or flowers that are too fragrant. I think you can choose carnations, Chinese roses, daffodils, orchids, and so on. Paired with bamboos, baby's breath, or stone pine, it represents a wish for a speedy recovery." Xiao Ai explained incessantly. "There are so many things to say." "Then, what do you think we should buy?" It was Chen Mingyan's first time. She had never visited a patient before. "How about this? Most people who visit a patient buy a flower basket. We are free to match it." "What do you think?" asked Xiao Ai. "Of course." Chen Mengyan nodded after listening. "We also want a flower basket. You can match it for me." "Okay, no problem." Xiao Ai said, "The opening price of the flower basket is 99 yuan. What do you think?" "Okay." Yang Ming took out his wallet and handed over 100 yuan. Xiao Ai received the money and then said to Lin Jiyun with a smile, "Lin Jiyun, help me make a flower basket." "Lin Jiyun?" After Chen Mengyan heard the name, she suddenly whispered and frowned. Glancing at Yang Ming, who was not far away, Chen Mengyan fell into deep thought. Lin Jiyun didn't dare to look at Yang Ming. After all, his original wife was here. How could she, a fake, dare to speak up? She quickly made the flower basket and then carefully handed it to Chen Mengyan. "The flower basket is done. Do you think this is okay?" "Not bad." Chen Mengyan nodded, but her eyes weren't on the flower basket. Instead, she looked at Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun was very uncomfortable with Chen Mengyan looking at her. She didn't know what to say. She was also a bit puzzled. What is Chen Mengyan looking at? I didn't reveal any flaws. Chen Mengyan retracted her gaze and said meaningfully, "Sister, you are beautiful and your skills are good." "Hee, it's okay." Lin Jiyun said in fear and trepidation. "Let's go, Mengyan." Yang Ming laughed and said. "Okay, let's go." "Thank you." Chen Mengyan said to Lin Jiyun. "You're welcome." Lin Jiyun said quickly. She didn't know why, but Lin Jiyun had a very helpless feeling. In front of Chen Mengyan, she was like a little wife. Until Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan walked out of the flower shop, Lin Jiyun breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, she still had fantasies about Yang Ming. But now, seeing Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan appear in front of her, Lin Jiyun knew that she had been living in a fantasy before. Lin Jiyun sighed faintly. It seemed that the road of her relationship wasn't smooth, and it was full of thorns. What would the future be like? Lin Jiyun couldn't think about it, and she wasn't willing to think about it. Out of the flower shop, Yang Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. However, Chen Mingyan's next sentence directly put Yang Ming's heart in suspense again. Lin Jiyun. Isn't this name familiar? Chen Mingyan smiled faintly and looked at Yang Ming. Ah. Yang Ming was shocked. As he was about to start the car, his hand shook, and the keys almost fell to the ground. Yang Ming didn't know what Chen Mingyan meant, so he smiled and said, "Really? I seem to have heard of it before." Chen Mingyan raised her head and leaned on the car seat with a contemplative look. "Mingyan, what do you want to say? Just say it." With Yang Ming's understanding of Chen Mingyan, he knew that Chen Mingyan must have something to say. "Don't you want to say anything?" asked Chen Mingyan. What should I say?" Yang Ming said innocently. Chen Mingyan was a little vinegar jar. Yang Ming naturally didn't want to say too much. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. He would hide it for as long as he could. "I'll give you a chance." Chen Mingyan suddenly turned her head and stared at Yang Ming. "Just once. Do you have anything to say to me?" Looking at Chen Mingyan's aggressive eyes, Yang Ming immediately understood that Chen Mingyan had been pretending all along. She just remembered who Lin Jiyun was. It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming sighed. Things had reached this point. He couldn't hide it anymore, so he said, "Yes, she is the girl who was hurt by me." "You have already met each other, right?" When Chen Mingyan spoke, her voice changed slightly. "Yes." Yang Ming said reluctantly. "Why didn't you tell me? Why did you hide it from me again?" Chen Mingyan said with some sadness, "Yang Ming, why do you hide everything from me? Am I still your girlfriend? There are some things that outsiders know, but only I don't know. What do you think I am?" "Mingyan." Yang Ming wanted to hug Chen Mingyan, but Chen Mingyan struggled and didn't want to let Yang Ming hug her. But how could she have the strength of Yang Ming? Especially the space in the car wasn't big. Chen Mingyan couldn't break free, so she was held in Yang Ming's arms. "What are you doing? Why are you still hugging me?" Chen Mingyan shook her head and said faintly, "Previously, you hid Lan Ling's matter from me. This time, it's the same for Lin Jiyun's matter. If I didn't coincidentally meet her today, how long are you going to hide it from me?" Yang Ming said with a bitter smile, "Mingyan, I didn't want to hide it from you, but with your impatient temper and jealous temper, how can I dare to tell you this? If I tell you too much, we will start to quarrel, and then it will be a cold war. Am I as petty as you say?" Chen Mingyan was unhappy. "Look at it yourself. You weren't so impulsive about Zhao Ying's matter." Yang Ming said, "You almost broke up with me. Didn't I apologize afterward?" Chen Mingyan was also a little embarrassed. After all, it was her fault. "And, about Lin Jiyun's matter, didn't I tell you earlier?" Yang Ming explained, "Before that, I told you about it. It's not considered hiding it from you." "Yeah, but what happened later?" Chen Mingyan complained, "How would I know that you would meet her later? I thought you were never going to see her again." Chen Mingyan did think so at the time. She felt that since Lin Jiyun left silently, she wouldn't have any interaction with Yang Ming. This was why she didn't care too much at the time. But she didn't expect that the two people would meet again so soon. This made Chen Mingyan feel very uncomfortable, but she couldn't be angry. First of all, Yang Ming did inform her about this matter. Moreover, the fault was Yang Ming. Since she accepted Yang Ming, she had to accept everything about him. Secondly, Chen Mingyan hadn't seen Lin Jiyun before, so she didn't know her character. Today at the flower shop, seeing Lin Jiyun's lovely appearance, Chen Mingyan really couldn't be angry with her. If it were another girl with a scheming mind, she could use this to blackmail Yang Ming. Even if she didn't become his girlfriend, with Yang Ming's current financial resources, it wasn't a problem to ask for a sum of money. But when Chen Mingyan saw Lin Jiyun's simple dress and hard-working appearance, she knew that she wasn't such a person. Therefore, now Chen Mingyan was also very conflicted. This was also the reason why she didn't quarrel with Yang Ming when she returned to the car. Over there, Lin Jiyun was at a loss, and Chen Mingyan was also very confused. She didn't know how to face it. She is also a student of our Songjiang Industry University. The chances of encountering her should be quite high. Yang Ming explained with some embarrassment. "Then what are you going to do?" Chen Mingyan knew that the encounter between Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun had become an established fact. There was no way to change it. Chen Mingyan wasn't the kind of person who wanted to escape when something happened. She would try to face it. Since there was no way to change it, then she would think of a way to solve the problem. Mingyan, I know that there are some things that I have done wrong to you, but since it has happened, I can't help it. Yang Ming said very apologetically, you. Forget it. Chen Mingyan let out a long sigh and leaned weakly on the car seat. Then, she said, how far have you and her developed? About, the same as we are now. Yang Ming said vaguely. Haven't done that yet? Chen Mingyan asked half a sentence and found something wrong. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun had already done that. So, she changed it, after you two met. You haven't done that yet? Yang Ming nodded. Then what does she think? Chen Mingyan continued to ask. She knows you. She is probably very conflicted. Yang Ming was just guessing because the two people hadn't made it clear yet, but it should be close. She doesn't care about the fact that she doesn't have a status with you? Chen Mingyan's sentence secretly pointed out her identity and also reminded Yang Ming that she was his real girlfriend. Last time, the two people had a conflict because of Lan Ling. Yang Ming also told Chen Mingyan about Lin Jiyun. Since Chen Mingyan could now be with Yang Ming, it meant that she had to accept this fact. In any case, she couldn't use this matter to have any dispute with Yang Ming. Although Chen Mingyan was reluctant, there was nothing she could do. Yang Ming had already made it very clear at the beginning. Since he had accepted him, then this Lin Jiyun must also accept him. After all, Lin Jiyun was different from other women. She was also a victim. If she had really made up her mind, she wouldn't have cared about this, Yang Ming said. She already knew that I loved you very much, so she wouldn't have broken up with you. Love me? Chen Mingyan snorted. You love me, yet you hide everything from me. However, Yang Ming's words made Chen Mingyan very happy. Didn't I tell you? Yang Ming said helplessly, Mingyan, are you going to forgive me? What if I don't forgive you? Chen Mingyan said with some resentment, Yang Ming, am I too indulgent with you? Yang Ming patted Chen Mingyan's shoulder and said, Mingyan, you can rest assured. I, Yang Ming, will love you for a lifetime and treat you well. You know, I'm not the kind of person who likes the new and dislikes the old. Yang Ming also knew that it wasn't easy for Chen Mingyan to make a concession today. Love is selfish. Who is willing to share their lover with others? Unless there is something wrong with the heart. Although Yang Ming had read a lot of urban YY novels on the internet, especially the book written by a guy named Tomorrow, Day After Tomorrow, it was full of one man and many women. The female protagonist even helped the male protagonist find a wife, but that was a novel, a fiction. How can this kind of woman be so easy to find in reality? Therefore, Yang Ming didn't mind that Chen Mingyan would sometimes be jealous and throw a tantrum. After all, Chen Mingyan was also a normal girl. How would she want her boyfriend to have other women outside? However, a woman with a special experience like Xiaoqing was, of course, an exception. Lan Ling. Lin Jiyun. Zhou Jie. Ai. Chen Mingyan sighed faintly. Zhou Jie? Yang Ming was stunned. Zhou Jie and I seem to be a bit far apart, right? Looking at Yang Ming's somewhat stunned look, Chen Mingyan frowned, and there was a burst of anger in her heart. Yes, she was indeed angry. Chen Mingyan didn't know why she was so angry. However, looking at Yang Ming's expression, Chen Mingyan really felt injustice for Zhou Jie. Yang Ming, what's with your expression? What's wrong? Seeing that Chen Mingyan was suddenly angry, Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Humph, I thought you were really a responsible man. Chen Mingyan sneered, now I was wrong about you. I know, the woman you like, you keep saying that you want to be responsible for her. And the ones you don't like, you don't want to be responsible for them, right? What do you mean that I will be responsible for those I like, and not be responsible for those I don't like? Yang Ming was confused by Chen Mingyan. You like Lan Ling and Lin Jiyun, so you have to be responsible for them. You don't like Zhou Jie, so you don't care about her. Chen Mingyan's tone became a little agitated. Zhou Jie took a bullet for you. Do you have a heart? Yang Ming finally understood this time. Chen Mingyan was crying injustice for Zhou Jie. However, Yang Ming was puzzled. This little vinegar jar is always afraid that other women will have a relationship with me. Why is she taking the initiative this time? However, this time, Chen Mengyan really misunderstood Yang Ming. Yang Ming actually didn't mean to ignore Zhou Jie. He just felt that Zhou Jie hadn't woken up yet. It was a bit too early to talk about this matter now. It wasn't too late to make plans after Zhou Jie woke up. However, what he didn't expect was that Chen Mengyan was more anxious than him. Mengyan, when did I say that I don't care about her? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If I don't care about her, can I still come to see her often? Will I still go to the hospital with you today? Then, what expression did you have just now? Chen Mengyan frowned and said. Didn't I just not dare to mention Zhou Jie's matter to you? One is Lan Ling, one is Lin Jiyun, and you want to sleep with me. Now, there's Zhou Jie. Before Yang Ming finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chen Mengyan. How can I be as unreasonable as you say? Chen Mengyan said, I think that Zhou Jie is really pitiful. Yang Ming, you should treat her well. Otherwise, her sacrifice is really not worth it. It has been almost a month, and she hasn't woken up yet. The doctor said that she may have to lie in the bed for a lifetime. Speaking of this, Chen Mengyan's expression was somewhat gloomy. I know. Thank you, Mengyan. Really? As long as you can understand me, it's enough. Yang Ming said emotionally. Let's go quickly. It's almost 10 o'clock. Who is going to see the patient at noon? Chen Mengyan smiled and said to Yang Ming. Hee, I'm leaving now. Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mengyan to let him go so easily. He was a little surprised. With the financial resources of the Zhou family, Zhou Jie's ward was naturally the most luxurious, but no matter how luxurious the ward was, it was still a ward after all. If there was no illness, who would want to live here? Father Zhou had returned to Europe. He couldn't get away from the things there. Mother Zhou accompanied Zhou Jie in the ward every day. The company was handed over to the vice president to manage. During this time, Yang Ming had become a regular here. Seeing Yang Ming come in, Mother Zhou nodded to him. Auntie Hua, how is Jie these days? Although he knew that it was useless to ask, Yang Ming still asked. Still the same, AI. Mother Zhou, who was originally graceful and luxurious, had now become haggard. She had lost a lot of weight. Hello, Auntie Hua. I'm Yang Ming's girlfriend, Chen Mengyan. Chen Mengyan greeted Mother Zhou. Hello. Mother Zhou nodded and then stood up. You guys accompany Jie to talk. I'm going to walk around outside. Mother Zhou now particularly hoped that Zhou Jie's acquaintances would often come to the hospital to accompany Zhou Jie to talk. The doctor said that there might be a miracle. Putting the flower basket on the bedside, Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan sat on the bed together. Chen Mengyan looked at Zhou Jie's very pale face and couldn't help but choke up a little. Originally, Zhou Jie was such a beautiful and lovely girl. She should be enjoying her youth, but now she could only lie on a cold hospital bed. Moreover, it was possible that she would continue to lie like this. Thinking about Zhou Jie and thinking about herself, Chen Mengyan felt that she was very happy to be able to be with Yang Ming. Her current life may be an extravagant hope for Zhou Jie. However, now even the extravagant hope may not be possible. It has become even more out of reach. In contrast, what else can I care about? At this time, a doctor in a white coat came in, followed by 2 nurses. When he saw Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan, he said, Can I trouble the 2 of you to rest first? I have to do a routine examination of the patient. After Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan heard it, they quickly stood up and stepped aside to let the doctor check. The doctor said some data that Yang Ming didn't understand and let the nurse on the side record it. Then, he said to Yang Ming, Okay, it's okay. Call us if there is anything. Wait, doctor, how is she? Yang Ming asked quickly. The patient's condition is very stable. Her heartbeat and EEG are normal. The doctor said. Then, when can she wake up? Asked Chen Mengyan. You are? The doctor didn't know Yang Ming and Zhou Jie. He didn't know their identities. If they weren't the patient's relatives, then he couldn't say too much. I am Jiejia's good friend. He is Jiejia's boyfriend. Chen Mingyan hesitated and said. Yang Ming was stunned after listening to Chen Mingyan's words. He looked at Chen Mingyan with some puzzlement. Chen Mingyan winked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming had to put his doubts in his heart first. Oh, then. You come with me. The doctor nodded and walked to the reception room next door. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan followed the doctor into the reception room. The doctor said, now the patient's body has no problems, but it is not easy to wake up. Then, what can we do? Asked Yang Ming. How can we? How should I say it? Medicine still can't solve this problem. Whether she can wake up or not, it depends on the patient herself, said the doctor. Depends on the patient herself? What do you mean? Yang Ming didn't understand what the doctor said. That is, if the patient wants to wake up, then she can wake up. The doctor explained, now I analyze that the patient should have some knot in her heart, or some regret. When she is awake, it may not matter, but now, she is likely to lock herself in this heart door and refuse to come out. Are you saying that she has something on her mind? If we can untie the knot in her heart or make up for her regrets, will she wake up? Chen Mingyan asked hesitantly. You could say that, but it's not absolute. It could only be said that there was such a probability. This is because there are many similar precedents in medicine. The doctor continued, so I suggest that we should let people who are familiar with the patient talk to her more. Perhaps, they will know what is bothering her. It turned out to be like this. Thank you. Chen Mingyan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She quickly thanked the doctor. Hee, you're welcome. This is what I should do. The doctor smiled. Whether the patient can wake up or not still depends on you. You're her good friend, and he's her boyfriend. You should chat more with the patient. It should be good for you. After sending the doctor away, Yang Ming turned around and was about to return to the ward, but he was stopped by Chen Mingyan. Mingyan? What are you doing? Yang Ming felt that Chen Mingyan's behavior today was a bit weird. Right, why did you say that I was Zhou Jiejia's boyfriend? The patient's information is generally confidential. How can the doctor simply tell outsiders? Chen Mingyan said, if I didn't say that you were Jiejia's boyfriend, how could he tell? Yang Ming nodded. It turned out to be like this. Chen Mingyan was also telling the truth. Even if the patient's information didn't need to be confidential, it couldn't be told to anyone who asked. Let's go. Let's go in and talk to Jiejia. The doctor is right. Maybe there is a sentence that will touch Zhou Jiejia's heart, and she will wake up. Yang Ming said. Wait. Chen Mingyan pulled Yang Ming all night. What's wrong? Yang Ming felt strange and turned to look at Chen Mingyan. What else? I want to drink water. You go and buy some for me. Chen Mingyan hesitated and said. Isn't there mineral water in the ward? Should I get you a cup? Yang Ming pointed at the water dispenser inexplicably. I want to drink. Honey green tea. You go and buy this for me. Chen Mingyan said. Honey green tea? Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Well, then you stay here for a while. I will go downstairs and buy it for you. You go quickly. Right, there is a price for green tea now. After you buy it, open it in the grocery store to see if there is a prize. Maybe you can win another bottle. Chen Mingyan found a reason to delay the time. Okay. Yang Ming went out, but he couldn't figure it out. Chen Mingyan's behavior today was really weird. Her tone just now was obviously like she wanted to drive him away. Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming leave the ward, then she tiptoed back to Zhou Jiejia's room. She sat next to Zhou Jiejia and held Zhou Jiejia's hand. She was a little nervous. However, when she saw Zhou Jiejia's closed eyes and pale face, Chen Mingyan gritted her teeth and showed a very determined look. Zhou Jiejia, I am Chen Mingyan. Can you hear me? Chen Mingyan looked at Zhou Jiejia and said softly. Jiejia, if you can hear me, then listen to me. Chen Mingyan hesitated and said, I know that you love Yang Ming. I can see that you can make such a big sacrifice for him. Jiejia, to be honest, I didn't have a very good impression of you at first, but now, I am really touched. If you don't mind, I think we should be very good friends. Seeing that Zhou Jie still didn't have any reaction, Chen Mengyan was a little anxious. Jie, can you hear me? I mean, we are very good friends. Good sisters, do you understand what I mean? When Chen Mengyan said this sentence, she only felt that her heart was about to jump out. After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhou Jie nervously. However, unfortunately, Zhou Jie's face was still very calm. Ai. Chen Mengyan sighed and was somewhat overwhelmed. Originally, after she heard what the doctor said, she had a bold idea in her heart because she felt that Zhou Jie's not was likely to be Yang Ming or herself. As long as Yang Ming and I accept her, then can she wake up? Therefore, Chen Mengyan gritted her teeth and said those words just now. If it was in front of Yang Ming, she couldn't say it no matter what. She could only drive Yang Ming away and then have a heart-to-heart talk with Zhou Jie. However, Chen Mengyan didn't expect to succeed in one try. Since she had made up her mind to accept Zhou Jie, she let go of her thoughts. If she had time in the future, she would accompany her, chat with her, and talk about more topics related to Yang Ming. It should have a certain effect. Zhou Jie didn't respond, but there was one person who was shocked. This person was Yang Ming. Yang Ming just suspected that Chen Mengyan was hiding something from him, so after he went out, he found a place to hide and used his X-ray vision to observe the situation in the ward. When he saw Chen Mengyan's words, his heart was suddenly excited and very surprised. He was excited because Chen Mengyan actually took the initiative to accept another girl. He was surprised because Zhou Jie actually had such a great personality charm. Even Chen Mengyan, who was a little jealous, was infected by her. However, it seemed that things were developing in a good direction. Chen Mengyan could actually take the initiative to accept Zhou Jie, which showed that her character was also changing subtly. Although there were still some complaints about Lin Jiyun and Lan Ling, if they really got along for a long time, with Lin Jiyun's aloof character and Lan Ling's cuteness, they should be able to get Chen Mengyan's recognition. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but be happy. But the happiness was only temporary. When Yang Ming saw that Zhou Jie didn't have any reaction to what Chen Mengyan said, Yang Ming's heart sank again. Indeed, if Zhou Jie had any knot in her heart, it should be her relationship with him and whether Chen Mengyan could accept her. But now it seemed that it wasn't. Yang Ming shook his head and went downstairs to buy green tea for Chen Mengyan. Needless to say, this green tea really won the prize. He tore off the label, and the back said, "Another bottle." After Yang Ming directly exchanged for the reward, he returned to the ward with a heavy heart. Chen Mengyan had returned to normal at this time. Yang Ming handed over a bottle of green tea and said, "Sure enough, you were right. Another bottle won." Ah? Chen Mengyan didn't expect things to be so coincidental. She just said it casually, and Yang Ming really won the prize. However, he immediately justified himself and said, "Look, you've won a prize, right? The winning rate is quite high. And I spent the price of one bottle to buy 2 bottles. It's really good." Yang Ming said. "Right, why didn't you see if there was a prize for the winning bottle?" Chen Mengyan saw that the green tea in Yang Ming's hand didn't tear off the label, so she asked. Yang Ming was stunned, then he smiled bitterly. "I forgot." Just now, Yang Ming had a lot on his mind. How could he think so much? Just now, he was thinking about what Chen Mengyan said. Yang Ming didn't have the mood to care about the green tea prize. It was good enough that he remembered a bottle. What kind of memory is this? Chen Mengyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said, "Then, you guess whether this bottle of green tea has a prize. If you guess correctly, I won't bother about the previous matter." In fact, although Chen Mengyan said so, she didn't intend to bother with Yang Ming. She just wanted to find a way out. As long as Yang Ming said that it didn't win, then Chen Mengyan wouldn't deliberately tear the label to see what was going on. "This is what you said. You can't go back on your words." Yang Ming glanced at the green tea label and smiled. Playing a guessing game? Yang Ming was the best at it. N. Chen Mengyan nodded. "Then, let me guess." Yang Ming hesitated and said, "I guess it's still another bottle." Ah? Chen Mengyan was stunned. She was angry. "Yang Ming, oh Yang Ming, why are you so stupid? Can't you see that I'm looking for a way out? What do you mean? If you say that it didn't win, wouldn't it be fine? Who can be so lucky to win 2 bottles in a row? Well, since you said so, then don't blame me for not being polite. Chen Mingyan thought angrily, so she said coldly, I can do it. Since you are so sure, I will open it and see. How could Yang Ming not see that Chen Mingyan was looking for a way out? However, Yang Ming was so sure because he had seen another bottle written on the back of the label. Of course, you can open it, but Mingyan, you won't go back on your words, right? Yang Ming wanted to take this opportunity to stop Chen Mingyan from using Lin Jiyun and Lan Ling. Don't worry, I will keep my words. As Chen Mingyan said, she grabbed the green tea bottle in Yang Ming's hand and opened the label. Yang Ming looked at the anxious Chen Mingyan and shook his head. He thought, wait a moment, let's see if you can say anything. Sure enough, after Chen Mingyan tore open the label, she planned to mock Yang Ming with a black face. She didn't expect to see the words another bottle. She was stunned. How is it? Is there a prize? Yang Ming knew the answer. Humph. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Chen Mingyan didn't know what to do this time. She wanted to scold Yang Ming, but she didn't have a reason. She had to return the green tea to Yang Ming with a sullen face. Then, she said with a double meaning, consider yourself lucky. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled, but he didn't dare to be too proud. Right, Yang Ming, I heard that Zhou Jiejia's mother isn't in Songjiang. If she goes back to Donghai, what will happen to Zhou Jiejia? She can't always stay in the hospital. Chen Mingyan said. That's right. Then what do you think should be done? Yang Ming thought about it and felt that Chen Mingyan's words were very reasonable. Mother Zhou couldn't always be with Zhou Jiejia. It was impossible for her to leave the company's affairs alone. I think we can rent a house near the school and pick up Zhou Jiejia. Then, we can hire a full-time nurse for her. As Chen Mingyan said this, her face suddenly turned red. When we have nothing to do, we can also visit her. It's also a small space for the 2 of us near the school. Ha, it turns out that my little Mingyan wants to live together. Yang Ming was stunned. He immediately heard the implied meaning in Chen Mingyan's words. What live together? It sounds so unpleasant. Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming. Isn't it? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan with a smile. Of course not. Usually, you still have to live in the school. Chen Mingyan said. Usually, you live in the school, but you can go out and live on the weekend, right? Yang Ming asked. On the weekend? I have to go home often on the weekend. Chen Mingyan originally thought so she didn't say it firmly. She said it very vaguely. Yang Ming could also understand what she meant. Okay, I think this is a good idea. Yang Ming said, wait for a while. When Auntie Hua comes back, I will discuss with her. As they were talking, Mother Zhou pushed the door and came in with a few company documents in her hand. Obviously, someone had just sent them over. Auntie Hua, you are so busy. Do you still have to deal with the company's documents? Yang Ming asked with a smile. I can't help it. Although most of the affairs have been handed over to my vice president, there are still some important documents that I have to personally look through. Mother Zhou said helplessly, they send someone to send them to me every day, and then take them away in the afternoon. Auntie Hua, since this is the case, I have a proposal. Do you think it is okay? As Yang Ming said this, he told Mother Zhou about what he had just discussed with Zhou Jiejia. Oh? Mother Zhou was stunned, and then said, you mean, you will take care of Jiejia in the future? The matter between Jiejia and me, I think Auntie Hua is very clear now, right? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. N. Mother Zhou nodded gently. She had also heard about the matter between Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia from Wang Shui. Since Auntie Hua knows, then I won't explain more. Yang Ming said, according to the doctor, Jiejia hasn't woken up yet. She just has a knot in her heart. I think that if I often accompany her, it should have some effect, right? Mother Zhou knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth. She had also thought about whether her daughter had a knot in her heart because of Yang Ming's matter. So at this moment, when Yang Ming said this, Mother Zhou was really moved. Then don't you usually have to go to school? Can you take care of Xianxia? This was what Mother Zhou was most worried about. What I mean is to hire a professional nurse. When I don't have classes, I can go and talk to Xianxia. Yang Ming said. This idea is not bad. Mother Zhou nodded. Then, I will trouble you. What trouble? This is what I should do. Yang Ming smiled and said, Auntie Hua, you can rest assured. Okay, then that's it. How much do you need? Just say it. Mother Zhou said, I will have to trouble you to find a house. As for the medical staff, the hospital can help to contact them. Hee, Auntie Hua, you are treating me like an outsider. What money? I still have this money. Yang Ming smiled. Mother Zhou nodded and didn't say anything. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan went out of the hospital. Both of them sighed. In the ward, looking at the sleeping Zhou Xianxia, it was really depressing. Yang Ming, then let's find a house to rent. In the car, Chen Mengyan asked Yang Ming. Why rent? Just buy one. Yang Ming said indifferently. Buy? Your company hasn't been established yet. Where do you get the spare money to buy a house? Chen Mengyan said, Yang Ming, you have some money in your hand, but you can't just spend it. Don't worry, Mengyan. Your husband is rich. I really don't lack this money. Yang Ming smiled. Really? Chen Mengyan looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. Mengyan, I don't want to hide it from you, but if I tell you now, don't tell others. Yang Ming saw what Chen Mengyan said to Zhou Xianxia in the ward. He felt a lot of emotions in his heart. He didn't hide it from Chen Mengyan anymore. He knew that since Chen Mengyan could make such a big sacrifice, it meant that Chen Mengyan had decided to be with him. What the hell is going on? Why are you being so mysterious? Chen Mengyan said with some confusion, you say it. I won't tell others. The Wang family has fallen. Do you know who is the beneficiary of this storm? Yang Ming still couldn't tell Chen Mengyan about the gray income in the dark, but it was okay to tell her about the business in the light. Who is it? Chen Mengyan was stunned and said, could it be you? Yang Ming nodded with a smile and said, not bad. The Wang's group is now in my hands. Now it belongs to the Mingyang Entertainment Group. You? Chen Mengyan looked at Yang Ming in surprise. Really? Yang Ming, you didn't lie to me, right? I can lie to anyone, but I can't lie to you. Yang Ming shook his head and said, not only this Wang's group, but now Song Zhang's Mingyang Security Company and my dad's Heavy Industry Group are all my businesses. Mingyang? Yang Ming. Chen Mengyan said these two words silently and suddenly realized. She looked at Yang Ming as if she didn't know him. What is going on? Yang Ming had been with her since high school. Chen Mengyan was naturally clear about the conditions of Yang Ming's family. She didn't expect that Yang Ming, who was usually carefree, actually had so many businesses. When exactly did he establish these businesses? I'm his girlfriend. Although I'm not with him all the time, at least I can see some clues. However, Chen Mengyan didn't know anything about it. How could she not be surprised at this moment? Mengyan, this has to be explained from the beginning. If you want to listen, then I will tell you slowly. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mengyan's stunned expression and said with some amusement. Okay, then let's talk about it while we walk. Chen Mengyan nodded. She was certainly very interested in Yang Ming's affairs. She already had some complaints when Yang Ming didn't tell her. Now that Yang Ming took the initiative to tell her, of course, she was happy. Okay, since you are willing to listen, then I will tell you from the beginning. Where should I start? Yang Ming thought about it. Let's start from when you dug out your first bucket of gold. Chen Mengyan thought about it and said. First bucket of gold? How is it considered the first bucket of gold? Yang Ming asked with a smile. That is, when did you get the first 1,000 yuan? Of course, it can't be given by your parents. You have to get it from others. Chen Mengyan said. Oh? 1,000 yuan? Yang Ming thought about it and smiled. Does New Year's money count? It wasn't given by my parents, but it was taken from others. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. She was speechless. What do you think? Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. Just kidding. If you want to say that I got more than 1,000 yuan for the first time. And, does passing money count? Passing money? What do you mean? Chen Mingyan wondered. It means that when the money was in my hands, I gave it to others. Yang Ming said. When it was in your hands, you gave it to others? How much was it? Asked Chen Mingyan. More than 3,000 yuan? Or 4,000? Probably. I didn't count the specific number. Yang Ming couldn't remember the specific number. What happened? Tell me. Chen Mingyan was interested. When we were in grade 12, sistering tutored me until late every day. Do you know? Yang Ming began to talk from the beginning. Yes. Chen Mingyan nodded. Obviously, she knew about this. One night, when I was sending sistering home, I ran into 2 robbers. Yang Ming said with a smile. As you can imagine, your husband turned around and robbed them. Sigh. Chen Mingyan shook her head helplessly. Alright, this can be considered your first bucket of gold. After that, I guess you gave the money to your parents or the government, right? That's not true. On the way home that day, I met a girl who wanted to sell herself in order to treat her father's illness. She wanted to sell her first time to me. Before Yang Ming finished, he was interrupted. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Chen Mingyan's heart tightened. Then, you bought it? Kind of. Yang Ming nodded. You. Chen Mingyan widened her eyes. She looked at Yang Ming with some surprise, but her eyes were more angry and indignant. Yang Ming, you actually did this kind of thing? Yes, Yang Ming's unintentional mistakes could be forgiven and accepted by Chen Mingyan. But taking the initiative to take advantage of others and by their first time, wasn't that a bit too immoral? It would be strange if Chen Mingyan wasn't angry. Mingyan, don't be agitated. Listen to me. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan's expression and knew that she misunderstood. At that time, I gave her the money, and then left. Yang Ming said. So, you just gave her the money and didn't have that kind of relationship with her? Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's explanation and breathed a sigh of relief. It happened, but... When Yang Ming's voice just fell, Chen Mingyan's face was already red as if she wanted to eat herself. Yang Ming said quickly, but, she is Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun? What? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming in amazement. She didn't expect Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun to know each other like this. Yes, she is Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Otherwise, do you think she let me go so easily? You know, I raped her at that time. If she didn't recognize me when she identified me and said that I was her boyfriend, your husband would be looking at you in prison now. It turned out to be like this. Chen Mingyan heard the inside story of this matter for the first time. She was shocked in her heart. At that time, when Yang Ming told her, she was still wondering why Lin Jiyun let go of Yang Ming so easily. In fact, this kind of thing was quite serious for a girl. Now, Chen Mingyan finally knew the truth of the matter. She was very emotional. It seemed that Lin Jiyun was a girl who knew how to repay kindness. This made Chen Mingyan have a good impression of her. It's really hard for her. Yang Ming sighed. Later, we met again, but I didn't recognize her. She didn't tell me that she was Lin Jiyun, but she made up a pseudonym called Shenlin. I didn't know at the beginning. I just thought of her as a close friend. Then later. How did you know? Chen Mingyan listened to this scene that could only appear in romance novels. She couldn't help but be fascinated. Yang Ming and I belonged to the kind of love experience that came naturally. There wasn't such a magical coincidence, so Chen Mingyan was very curious about the story of Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. Later, Lin Jiyun's mother, Auntie Shen, accidentally found out that her daughter wasn't a virgin. Lin Jiyun couldn't do anything. She could only say that she had a boyfriend. But Auntie Shen didn't let her go so easily and asked her to bring her boyfriend home. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and looked at Chen Mingyan. I know, then she asked you to be her boyfriend to deceive everyone, right? Chen Mingyan immediately thought of the key of the matter from Yang Ming's words. N. Yang Ming nodded. She asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend, and her name couldn't be hidden from me anymore. However, she doesn't seem to know now. I already know that she is the girl who was raped by me. She never mentioned this matter? Chen Mingyan was somewhat curious. Lin Jiyun could use this to get Yang Ming's love. No. Yang Ming said. She also asked Xiaxia to help her hide it. Then you treat her well in the future. Chen Mingyan's prejudice and opinion of Lin Jiyun no longer existed. What was left was only touched and sympathy. I know, but Mingyan, I really thank you. You can understand. Yang Ming said. Okay, don't compliment me. Chen Mingyan said, continue to talk about your career. Hee, okay. Yang Ming smiled and continued, if you really want to talk about the first time I made money, it was in Yunnan. Zhang Ben, Uncle Zhang, and I were opening stones in a jade shop in Tingchong, Yunnan. I told you before, right? Lan Ling, this little girl, has a very good sixth sense. No. Chen Mingyan pouted and shook her head. Hee, don't be angry. Lan Ling is just a child. Why are you jealous of her? Yang Ming comforted her. Lan Ling chose a stone at the time. As a result, she got jade from it. Jade? Chen Mingyan was surprised. Jade. It belongs to the best quality jade. The price is very expensive. Yang Ming said, as a result, in this batch of stones, I got 2 pieces of jade. 2 pieces? It can't be, right? Although Chen Mingyan didn't know the exact value of the jadeite, at least she knew that this kind of high-end jewelry would definitely not be cheap. Moreover, she also knew that the probability of getting jadeite from a raw stone wasn't very high. Yang Ming actually got back 2 pieces of jadeite from one trip. The money from selling these jade was used to open these companies. Yang Ming said. Then, how much was the jade sold for? Chen Mingyan was stunned. Jade was valuable, but no matter how valuable it was, it couldn't be used to open so many companies, right? In the auction in Hong Kong, it was sold for more than 300 million. Yang Ming said slowly. More than 300 million. Chen Mingyan widened her eyes and had a look of disbelief. I thought it was a lot to sell it for a few million. I didn't expect it to be sold for more than 300 million. Is it true? The price of the auction house was measured in US dollars. Yang Ming threw another bomb. US dollars. This time, Chen Mingyan couldn't control her emotions no matter what she said. This was simply unbelievable. A few minutes ago, not to mention hundreds of millions, even a few million was a very distant number for Chen Mingyan. She never thought that she would have this money one day. But Yang Ming actually told her that he had more than 300 million US dollars. Isn't this a bit too amazing? US dollars. Yang Ming said, no, these industries actually didn't spend much money, so your husband is still a veritable billionaire. Billionaire. Chen Mingyan fell into a state of confusion. Although at first she knew that Yang Ming had so much money, which brought her infinite surprise, Chen Mingyan was a little worried after that. Originally, the two of them were classmates. They were together for a long time. It belonged to the kind of pure love that wasn't mixed with a trace of interest. Chen Mingyan liked Yang Ming, not because he was rich or anything else. Moreover, Yang Ming didn't have money at that time. He was still a bad student who fought and skipped class. But now, Yang Ming suddenly became a billionaire. This made Chen Mingyan somewhat unacceptable. The gap between the two of them was very small at the beginning, but now it was unreachable. In contrast, Chen Mingyan felt that she was a bit ordinary. Originally, she was very confident. At least she was very beautiful and had good grades. But at this moment, all of this was broken. I'm not the only one who is beautiful and has good grades. Now that I'm in university, I may not feel anything. Once I enter the society, Yang Ming's vision will become wider. At that time, will he not like me? Especially when I often throw a little tantrum and get jealous. After a long time, will Yang Ming not like me? What's wrong with you? Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan's expression was unpredictable. He kept muttering to himself, and suddenly he felt strange. Yang Ming, the things you just told me, are they all true? Chen Mengyan raised her head and looked at Yang Ming. She was somewhat unwilling to believe it. What's wrong? Seeing that your husband is rich, you are too excited? Although Yang Ming saw that Chen Mengyan's expression was a bit strange, how could he know what she was thinking? He thought that she was frightened. Chen Mengyan shook her head blankly. She sighed and whispered, I'd rather, but you don't have so much money. Yang Ming's hearing was good. At this moment, there were only two people in the car, Chen Mengyan and him. So, he heard clearly what Chen Mengyan said, so he was puzzled. Mengyan, what are you saying? Nothing. Chen Mengyan naturally refused to repeat herself. What did you mean when you said that you'd rather I didn't have money? I heard it. Yang Ming quickly asked. Why did you ask me when you heard it? Chen Mengyan frowned and said, You have so much money. Can you still like me? Ah? After Yang Ming heard Chen Mengyan's words, he was suddenly stunned and said, Mengyan, what are you thinking? Do I look like that kind of person to you? Why don't you look like one? Now there are other women besides me. When you enter society and see better girls, you will definitely not like me. Chen Mengyan's mind was in a mess, so her words were somewhat incoherent. I have Lan Ling and Lin Jiyu now. Don't I still love you? Yang Ming was happy in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. It seems that telling Chen Mengyan about my matters today is a very wise thing to do. Chen Mengyan was actually at a loss because of him. This was a good sign. But I will lose my temper with you. I will be jealous. Chen Mengyan said. You are the first wife. You have this privilege. Yang Ming smiled and said, Are you relieved now? First wife? Chen Mengyan suddenly smiled after listening. This is what you said. Yang Ming, no matter what happens to you in the future, you can't abandon me. Don't worry, Mengyan. Yang Ming said sternly, If I were to abandon you, you can complain to my mother. My mother will beat me to death. Chen Mengyan nodded vigorously. Yes, no matter what, I am the official girlfriend recognized by Mother Yang. I have the Yang family's heirloom on me. Chen Mengyan touched the jade pendant on her collar and smiled. The vicinity of Songjiang Industry University was a high-tech concentrated area. There were many electronic and computer cities, and the price of the real estate was also very high. Therefore, there weren't many people who could afford to buy a house here. Generally, they were the bosses of technology parks. Yang Ming parked the car at the entrance of the newly built Huasong Wenyuan sales office, and then he got off the car with Chen Mengyan. This was a high-end high-rise residential area. The price was very expensive, so the sales office was decent. There were even waitresses and security guards at the door. The people who worked here were all experienced people. Although Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan looked very young, and the clothes they wore weren't particularly famous, they drove a BMW X5. Therefore, when Yang Ming got off the car, the waitress greeted them and smiled. Both of you, do you want to see a real estate? Yang Ming nodded. Please come with me. The waitress led Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan into the sales office. In the middle of the sales office, there was a large model of a real estate. Under the reflection of the lights, it was very beautiful. Both of you, you can first look at the model of the real estate. If you are interested, you can go to the site and see. The waitress led Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan to an idle salesman and then said, let's take a look first. Yang Ming nodded. The waitress whispered a few words to the salesman. Although the voice was too low to hear, Yang Ming could see that the waitress said, they drove a BMW X5. The salesman nodded calmly, and Yang Ming didn't mind. After all, after the waitress knew the details of your background, she could recommend your real estate based on her discretion. Otherwise, she would waste her breath if you didn't buy it after talking for a long time. Yang Ming, it's so beautiful here. Chen Mengyan was suddenly attracted by the construction landscape in Huasong Wenyuan. She pointed to the model of the real estate and said, Look, there is a pond. If you like it, then let's buy a set. Yang Ming was now rich and overbearing. He didn't care about this small amount of money. The money he got from the big drug lords was inexhaustible. After listening to Yang Ming's words, the salesman's eyes lit up. Seeing that there was hope, he also became enthusiastic. Sir, miss, if you are satisfied, then let's go and see the actual real estate. What do you think? Has it been built? Yang Ming was surprised. He knew that many developers now made the model first, but in fact, it was not built yet. Generally, it would take half a year to complete the landscape in the community. Yes, we opened after the construction was completed. This is a high-end residential area, and we strive to achieve customer satisfaction. The salesman said. What are the floor plans? How much is it per square meter? Asked Yang Ming. There are many floor plans. There are small apartments of more than 30 meters, 2 bedrooms and a living room of more than 60 meters, 3 bedrooms and a living room of more than 90 meters, and duplexes. In addition, there are small villas with independent gardens and garages. Sir, you can see what kind of floor plan you want. The price ranges from 10,000 to 50,000. The salesman introduced. Meng Yan, what do you think we should buy? Yang Ming turned to Chen Mengyan and said, this kind of thing, you still decide. Chen Mengyan smiled happily and looked like a hostess. She stood in front of the model room and looked at it. Yang Ming let her make the decision, which showed that he valued her very much. How could Chen Mengyan not be happy? I think the duplex is quite good. Chen Mengyan looked at it for a while and then asked, how much is the duplex per square meter? The duplex is generally 5 and 6 with an attic. In fact, it is a 3-story duplex. The design is very luxurious. The total area is about 350 square meters. The price is 7,500,000. The salesman said. Ah. 7,500,000? It's so expensive. Chen Mengyan clicked her tongue and then shook her head. It's a bit too expensive. We are students from Songjiang Industry University. We should just buy a similar one. The salesman listened to Chen Mengyan's words and did not show any disdain and displeasure. Instead, he smiled and said, if this is the case, why not consider a small apartment? This kind of apartment is similar to a hotel. The young men and women who start a business in the computer city like this kind of layout. Now it is very popular, and the price is realistic. Each apartment is about 300,000. Meng Yan, the price is not a problem. The key is that we can live comfortably. Moreover, there is Xianxia. She wants to rest here. I think the environment is very important. Yang Ming smiled and said, the duplex is good, but isn't it better for us to buy an independent villa? After the salesman listened to Yang Ming's words, he knew that the man in front of him was the real investor. The girl next to him might not have a good family background, so she was hesitant. But the good thing was that she found a rich boyfriend. Even the salesman was envious of Chen Mingyan's blessing, so he said, sir, miss, why don't we go and see the real house first, and then decide whether to buy it or not? All right. Chen Mengyan saw that Yang Ming didn't care about the price of the house, and she was a little moved. After all, the villa was much better than the duplex. Then, please come this way. We have an eco-friendly car to take you there. The salesman walked in front. The so-called eco-friendly car was the kind of battery car that didn't burn gasoline. It was very suitable for the property management of the community. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan followed. The salesman to the door. In front of them, a man came over. Obviously, he was also a salesman. He was talking to a middle-aged man next to him. Li Dagong? Yang Ming looked at the man and shouted with some surprise. Yang Ming? Li Dagong looked up and saw Yang Ming. He was also happy. Little Li, your friend? The salesman who just received Yang Ming asked Li Dagong with a smile. My good buddy from high school. Li Dagong said, Brother Zhang, my client. Can you help me take care of him? He wants to buy a business suit. I want to catch up with my buddy. Okay. The salesman called Brother Zhang nodded and agreed. He walked over to take over Li Dagong's position and continued to explain to the middle-aged man. In fact, Li Dagong just had an exchange with Brother Zhang. Even if he didn't exchange, since Yang Ming knew Li Dagong, brother Zhang couldn't continue to take care of him. After all, they all worked in the same place. They saw each other frequently. He couldn't ruin the relationship with his colleagues for a commission. What's more, this middle-aged man wanted to buy a business suit. Once the deal was done, the commission he got wouldn't be less than the villa, so he readily agreed to Li Dagong's request. "Brother Yang, why are you here?" Li Dagong asked curiously. In his opinion, Yang Ming's family condition was not much worse than his. It was impossible to buy a house in such an expensive place. "My girlfriend and I came to look at the house. Let me introduce you to Chen Mingyan. She was also in our high school. She was my classmate." Yang Ming introduced. "I've heard so much about you." Li Dagong smiled and said, "How can I not know the campus belle of our high school?" "What campus belle?" "It's all rumors." Chen Mingyan was a little embarrassed and blushed. "Right, Li Dagong, what about you? Why did you come here to sell your house?" Yang Ming looked at Li Dagong's outfit and asked strangely. "With my level, I can't pass the university entrance exam." Li Dagong said, "At that time, brother Yang, didn't you persuade me to come? I listened to your advice at that time and didn't continue to think about taking the university entrance exam. After graduating from high school, I went straight into society and applied for a sales consultant in this real estate company. I didn't expect that after a few months, I fell in love with this job. The income is good, and I can give my family some money every month. Well, I didn't expect that you, a sports stick, can actually be a salesman. I remember that you didn't talk so much at that time." Yang Ming nodded. He was very happy to know that Li Dagong now had no worries about food and clothing. "People are forced," Li Dagong said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was a little embarrassed. This sentence was too ambiguous. It was fine if it was just Yang Ming's words, but Chen Mingyan was also here. He had to pay attention to the impact, so he said, "In this line of work, you can't talk well." "How can it work?" "That's true." Yang Ming didn't think much. "How is it? How much do you get a month now?" "More than 30,000, hee. I earn more than that kid, Su Peng." Li Dagong said, "Right, Su Peng also said that if there is a chance, the three of us should get together. We haven't gone to the food stall behind the school for a long time to drink." "More than 30,000? Not bad. Of course, it's no problem to get together. You can set the time and then inform me." Yang Ming nodded. He also missed the life in the past. "It's just SOSO. But I say, brother Yang, you seem to be rich? Coming here to look at houses? Those who buy houses here are not ordinary people." Li Dagong was surprised. "I started a company with Zhang Bin. It's not bad." Yang Ming patted Li Dagong's shoulder and said, "I will tell you in detail when there is a chance. Are you interested in going to my company? Isn't that just a matter of your words?" Li Dagong said without hesitation. He didn't consider at all whether the treatment would be as good as now. "You have courage. Good brother." Yang Ming nodded approvingly. Yang Ming was very satisfied with such a friend. "However, let's say the ugly words first. If I resign, I won't have a source of income." Li Dagong said, "If I go to your company, you don't have to give me a salary, but you have to take care of my meals." "Huh." Yang Ming laughed and said, "Don't worry. You won't starve to death." Li Dagong also laughed. It was as if they were back in high school. They drank together, skipped class together, talked about beautiful women together, and imagined the future. Yang Ming had been planning to open another real estate company since he integrated Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group. After all, the real estate industry was also a high-profit industry. At that time, he could get Li Dagong to be a sales manager or something like that. "Looking at houses?" Li Dagong asked, "If you want to buy, I will give you a report and get an internal price." "Why? Don't you want the commission?" Yang Ming asked with a smile. "Brother Yang, aren't you mocking me? I can earn anyone's money." "How can I earn your money?" Li Dagong said unhappily. "Just kidding. It is necessary to get an internal price." Although Yang Ming wasn't short of money, friendship had nothing to do with money. The eco-friendly car just left. Let's wait for a while. Let's wait for the two people in front of us to come back. Li Dagong glanced at the eco-friendly car parking space at the door and said. Is it far? Asked Yang Ming. It's not far. It's more than 10 minutes. But in this cold weather, who is willing to walk? Said Li Dagong. Then let's go. I'll drive there. Yang Ming said. You still have a car? Li Dagong widened his eyes. I say, Brother Yang, when you have time, you really have to talk to me. It seems that you are really rich. No problem. Yang Ming said as he pressed the remote control in his hand. The BMW X5's light flashed and screamed twice. BMW? Li Dagong opened his mouth wide this time. I can't take it anymore. It's too shocking. It's okay. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. I don't believe that you didn't see a customer driving a BMW when you sold a house. I saw it, but isn't this different? Li Dagong said, I didn't expect you to be so successful. I decided, Brother Yang, I will follow you in the future. You seemed to follow me when you were in school, right? Yang Ming despised. Hee hee. Li Dagong smiled and said, Bro, you say it. When are you going to resign? Wait for a while. I will plan it. During this time, you should learn more about real estate marketing. Yang Ming said. Do you want to open a real estate sales company? Li Dagong wasn't stupid. He roughly guessed Yang Ming's intention. Yang Ming nodded noncommittally and said, more or less. In fact, Yang Ming wanted to open a real estate company. As for sales, he would do it himself. Now in the real estate industry, developers, sellers, and property management were often three different companies. However, Yang Ming now had money, so it was fine to integrate them all together. I understand. Li Dagong nodded. I will study hard. How do we go? Yang Ming started the car and asked Li Dagong. In front, turn left. Go in from the gate of the courtyard. Li Dagong said. Yang Ming followed the route that Li Dagong said and drove to the gate. When he was at the gate of the courtyard, he was stopped by the security guard. Without the vehicle pass of the community, he was not allowed to enter casually. However, after Li Dagong showed his head, the security guard let him in. Where is the villa area? Yang Ming didn't intend to buy those small units. He was going to buy it all at once. Villa? Li Dagong was stunned. No way. You want to buy a villa? Let's go and see. Yang Ming nodded. I'm convinced. It seems that bro is really capable now. Li Dagong initially agreed to work for Yang Ming. It was entirely out of friendship. There were no other interests involved. Even if Yang Ming's company was not large, Li Dagong would not mind. But now, Li Dagong knew that the scale of Yang Ming's company was definitely quite large. Rather than saying that he was going to help, it was better to say that Yang Ming was going to help him. Thinking of this, Li Dagong couldn't help but be very grateful to Yang Ming. A villa is generally more than 10 million yuan. I can apply for an internal price for you with a 10% discount. Li Dagong introduced. Not bad. I saved more than 1 million yuan at once. Yang Ming smiled and said, it seems that I have to find a way to compensate you for the money I saved. To be honest, if you sell this villa normally, how much commission can you get? There are a total of 10 villas. It is a very high-end residence. From the opening until now, you are probably the first buyer, said Li Dagong. I don't know how much commission I get, but no matter how much it is, I definitely can't take the commission from you, boss. Li Dagong shook his head. As for the bonus you want to give me in the future, it's up to you, boss. Yang Ming smiled and said, okay, no problem. Since you are here, how can I treat you badly? In the blink of an eye, they came to the villa area. This was an independent range. There was a certain distance from the residential area. There was a separate security guard. Residents who were not from the villa area could not enter at will. It could be said that the security and environment here were very good. It was not noisy, And it was especially suitable for patients like Zhou Jie to live. Yang Ming took a few glances and chose this place. Although Chen Mengyan did not say anything, Yang Ming could see from her eyes that she liked this place very much. How is it? It's not bad, right? Asked Li Dagong. It's not bad, but why haven't any of them been sold? Yang Ming was very curious. Logically, such a house should not be left, right? This is a high-end residential area. Most of the people who can buy houses here are rich people, but we are in the north. Unlike the south, the high-tech industry here is also very profitable, but it is not as developed as the south, so the income can only be regarded as medium. These 2 luxurious villas can't be sold. This is also the reason why the developer here only built 10. Li Dagong knew the information of the people who bought houses here, so he said clearly, there are a lot of people who come here to look at villas, but not many can really afford to buy them. It turned out to be like this. I thought there was something wrong with this house. Yang Ming made a joke. Boss, you can rest assured. We sell houses. If there is a problem with the house, the developer will definitely inform us in advance. Li Dagong said, we are the most well-informed. Yang Ming also knew that Li Dagong was telling the truth. Those who did real estate sales generally knew the quality of the real estate. If there was really a problem with the building, the developer would definitely inform them in advance. This way, when selling the house, the salesperson would pay attention to avoid selling the house to people with backgrounds to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just kidding. Yang Ming said, why is this villa still a little different? Yes, the price of the villa is expensive. In order to highlight the nobility of the villa and to make the owner feel that it is worth the money, the design of each villa is unique. Li Dagong said, moreover, the price of each villa is not the same. For example, the villa over there was the most expensive one. It's called the Sun Moon Pavilion. As the name suggests, it's a place where both the sun and the moon can shine. The lighting in that villa is the best, and there's a pond nearby. The environment is also the most elegant. Sun Moon Pavilion? This is a good name. Chen Mengyan immediately said, sun and moon, when added together, it is the Ming in your name. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mengyan's words and nodded with a smile. It was indeed as Li Dagong said. Looking at the location of these villas, the Sun Moon Pavilion was the best. Yang Ming wasn't short of money now. Naturally, he would buy the most comfortable house. So he said directly to Li Dagong, let's go and see the Sun Moon Pavilion. Bro, this Sun Moon Pavilion is nearly twice as expensive as an ordinary villa. It costs 18 million. Li Dagong reminded. Of course, he didn't mean to look down on Yang Ming at all. His tone was completely the kind of chat between friends. Hee, buying a house, of course, we have to buy the most satisfactory one in one step. Yang Ming didn't mind. Let's go and see. Li Dagong saw that Yang Ming didn't have any special expression after hearing the price, so he was relieved. The internal layout of the Sun Moon Pavilion made Yang Ming very satisfied. The design of the 3-story building was bright and generous inside, and it also had an independent underground garage and warehouse. Ming Yan, what do you think of this place? Yang Ming had decided to buy this place in his heart, but he still had to see Chen Mengyan's opinion. Chen Mengyan was a little obsessed when she just entered here. She never thought that one day she would live in a big villa like the one on TV. Moreover, it was the most luxurious kind. In particular, the interior of the villa was already decorated. It was designed by a professional decoration company. The decoration in each villa was different, which made Chen Mengyan like it even more. When she heard Yang Ming calling her, she recovered from her daze and said, "What?" I said, "What do you think of this place?" In fact, Yang Ming didn't need to ask. He knew the answer just by looking at Chen Mengyan's expression. It's very good, but isn't it a bit too expensive? Chen Mengyan hesitated. As long as you like it. Yang Ming said, besides, the environment here is also good for Jiejia's recovery. When Zhou Jie was mentioned, Chen Mengyan was silent. She thought about what Yang Ming said, and it made sense. The environment was elegant. Maybe it was also good for Zhou Jie to wake up as soon as possible. So she nodded and said, then, let's buy this. No way, right? you've already decided? Li Degong looked at Yang Ming and his wife with a dumbfounded expression. You bought this house too fast. You just chose it? Don't you want to look at the others? I don't want to look at them. You have already said that this is the best one, so there is no need to look at the others, said Yang Ming. If that's the case, then come with me. I will take you to the manager and give you an internal price, said Li Degong. Yang Ming drove back to the sales center, and then followed Li Degong to the manager's office on the second floor. After knocking on the door, there was a voice asking them to come in. Li Degong entered the manager's office with Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan, but they saw a young girl in the manager's office. In addition to the manager, there was also a young girl who was dressed very westernly. Her temperament was not bad. However, she was still wearing sunglasses in the room. At first glance, she was either a pretentious person or a blind person. Of course, the second possibility was relatively small. Manager Liu. Li Degong greeted. Anne? Little Li, I'm looking for you. Manager Liu looked up and saw that it was Li Degong, so he said, This is Miss Song. You took her to look at the house last time. Hello, Miss Song. Li Degong nodded to the girl in sunglasses. Apparently, he had some impression of this pretentious chick. The girl in sunglasses didn't care about Li Degong, but Li Degong wasn't angry. Obviously, he had a lot of contact with such people. Whoever had money was the boss. It was understandable. Miss Song went to the developer and got a discount price of 20%. You go and take her to go through the formalities, said Manager Liu. Oh? Which house does Miss Song want to buy? Li Degong saw that the manager gave the list to him, and he was happy. No matter how much discount the developer gave, the normal sales rebate still had to be given to the sales company, so Li Degong still had a commission. Sun Moon Pavilion, said Manager Liu. Ah? Li Degong was stunned and opened his mouth wide. Little Li, what's with your expression? Why? Are you surprised? Manager Liu smiled and said, Miss Song has this ability. Although the discount is relatively low, it is still a good start. She sold us the first villa. No, Manager Liu, you misunderstood. Li Degong looked at Yang Ming next to him with a wry smile, and then said to Manager Liu, These two guests also want to buy Sun Moon Pavilion. I brought them here to get a discount price. What? Manager Liu was stunned, and then smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, both of you. Sun Moon Pavilion has been booked by Miss Song. Both of you can look at other villas. Don't worry. I will definitely apply for the best price for both of you. Ming Yan, why don't we change it? Yang Ming also had a way. Who let others be one step faster? Change it. Chen Mingyan's eyes couldn't hide some disappointment. She really liked the villa just now. Although she felt that it was expensive, since she had decided to buy it, she didn't care about the price. Now that she couldn't buy it suddenly, she was naturally very disappointed. There's no other way. Who let others be one step ahead of us? Yang Ming spread his hands. Although Yang Ming could intervene very strongly and buy the villa, Yang Ming wasn't an unreasonable person, so he didn't do so. However, Yang Ming didn't do so, but someone forced Yang Ming to do so. Miss Song, who hadn't spoken until now, spoke at this moment. She raised her head and said. Indifferently, one step ahead of us? Humph, even if you sign the contract, I can still buy the villa. Yang Ming frowned. Chen Mingyan also felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. She quickly said, Yang Ming, then let's look at something else. Yang Ming originally wanted to say a few words to this Miss Song, but looking at Chen Mingyan, he held back a little and nodded. Okay. Humph, if you want to blame someone, blame your man. My husband just made a phone call and got the lowest price. Yang Ming didn't speak, but Miss Song wasn't done. You. Chen Mingyan was speechless after hearing it. Chen Mingyan wasn't like Lin Jiyun. How could she be bullied by others? She was originally a class cadre. How could she have a soft temper when she could be a class cadre? Yang Ming and I didn't stoop down to her level, but she still dared to do so. Although Chen Mingyan wasn't born in a rich family, her father was the captain of the criminal investigation team in the city bureau. He was also considered a cadre. How could she let others make fun of her? What's more, in Chen Mingyan's heart, Yang Ming was the best. Miss Song actually said something bad about Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan naturally couldn't bear it. Please pay attention to what you say. We didn't provoke you. We knew that you wanted to buy the Sun Moon Pavilion first, so we didn't fight with you. Isn't it a bit wrong for you to say these words now? Although Chen Mingyan was angry, she didn't scold her. Instead, she pointed out Miss Song's fault reasonably. Didn't fight with me? Humph, why don't you fight for it? Miss Song snorted. Don't find a way out for yourself. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. In this day and age, it's not enough to have money. You also need connections. Seeing that you're quite beautiful, I advise you to find a man. It's not enough to have money, but it's also necessary to have power. While you're still young, hurry up and change. If you really can't do it, I'll introduce one to you. My husband is the vice president of their company. He's quite popular in Songjiang. You shut up. Chen Mingyan was really furious. Isn't this Miss Song's words a bit too mean? In her opinion, she seemed to be with Yang Ming for money. Chen Mingyan was so angry that her face turned red. She couldn't bear it anymore and raised her hand to slap Miss Song. Pa, the particularly crisp slap was extremely loud in the office. Chen Mingyan was really angry. She didn't show any mercy in this slap. She used all the strength in her body. Although the girl's strength wasn't great, when she hit Miss Song's tender face, her sunglasses flew off immediately, and her face swelled up. Ah! Miss Song screamed, covered her swollen cheek, and stared at Chen Mingyan in shock and anger. How dare you hit me? Looking at Miss Song's expression, Yang Ming was secretly delighted. Just now, Yang Ming wanted to hit Miss Song, but this was a public place. It would not look good if he hit a woman. However, it was fine if Chen Mingyan hit her. They were both women. Who could say for sure? Hitting you is already considered a light punishment. Yang Ming sneered, you asked for it. Also, I didn't want to fight with you, but it's hard for me not to argue with someone like you. After Yang Ming finished, he ignored him and asked Li Dagong directly, which real estate company does this building belong to? In Songjiang, no matter which real estate company, it was impossible not to give face to Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli unless they were looking for death. Moreover, what Yang Ming wanted to do now was just to fight for a house. Which real estate company's boss would not be stupid enough to offend people in the underworld because of such a small matter? It's Xinheng Real Estate. Li Dagong was also a little overwhelmed. Although Yang Ming was his boss, he had a dispute with other guests in front of manager Liu. This made Li Dagong somewhat embarrassed. However, after weighing the pros and cons, his relationship with Yang Ming was naturally much closer than with manager Liu, so he didn't say anything to stop Yang Ming's behavior. Manager Liu's face changed immediately. He wasn't very clear about the identity of this Miss Song, but the developer's sales manager called and vaguely hinted that the person Miss Song was looking for wasn't ordinary. Someone actually hit Miss Song in his office. If this matter was really big, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, looking at Yang Ming's side, those who could afford the Sun Moon Pavilion were definitely powerful people. No matter who was stronger than Miss Song, it wasn't something that he could shake. After thinking about it, he decided not to help either side. Xinheng Real Estate? Yang Ming was stunned. He was familiar with this real estate. The jewelry company's shop was bought in Xinheng, which was the property of Wu Zhongjia's father. Yang Ming originally wanted to let Bao Sanli come forward, but when he heard that it was Xinheng Real Estate, he changed his mind. He took out the phone directly and called Wu Zhongjia. Hey, brother Yang, you haven't called me for a long time. I miss you so much. Wu Zhongjia picked up Yang Ming's phone call and said excitedly. Let's talk about other things later. I have something to ask you. Huasong Wenyuan is a real estate developed by Xinheng. I have a house here, but it is said that someone is looking for someone in your father's company to reserve it. Can you help me ask if I can get it? Yang Ming said. This matter, there should be no problem. Wu Zhongjia smiled. Even if it doesn't work, I will make a fuss. My father won't stop me. I will threaten him to fail the next exam. You kid, okay, then I will wait for your news. Yang Ming knew that this matter was not far from the truth. Yang Ming was on the phone, and Miss Song was also on the phone. Husband, I was beaten. Woo-woo. You come over quickly. I am being bullied. I am in the sales office of Huasong Wenyuan. Manager Lu is here. Right, then I will wait for you. It didn't take long for Wu Zhongjie to call again. How is it? Asked Yang Ming. It's done. The sales manager booked it. My dad just said a word and it was solved. Now the sales office should have received the call. Wu Zhongjie said as if he was asking for credit. Okay, I owe you a favor. I will teach you something good next time, said Yang Ming. Hee, this is what you said. Don't go back on your words. Wu Zhongjie said with a smile after listening. Sure enough, Yang Ming just hung up the phone, and Manager Lu's office phone rang. Hello? Oh, it's Secretary Wang. Hello. Manager Lu quickly greeted. This Secretary Wang was the secretary of Xinheng's chairman Wu. Although he was not his superior, Xinheng was the largest real estate company in Songjiang. Whether he could make money or not depended on whether they would give him the house to sell. There were many real estate sales companies in Songjiang. There were more than one who wanted to have a relationship with Xinheng. Manager Lu also knew this, so he had always been respectful to Xinheng. What? Sun Moon Pavilion? 50% discount? Manager Lu was stunned. He had been selling houses for so many years, but he had never sold a house at 50% discount. 50% discount was basically not enough to cover the cost. Although this was a villa and the profit was relatively higher, there was no discount like this. 20% discount was already the limit. This time, there was actually a 50% discount. It was unknown what was said on the other side. Manager Lu said, Chairman Wu personally instructed? I understand. It is to sign a contract with Mr. Yang. Okay. The phone call was hung up. Manager Lu also understood the strength of the two groups standing in front of him. 20% discount, 50% discount, anyone could see which was more powerful. Manager Lu, did you finish the call? Can you sign the contract now? Yang Ming smiled and asked faintly. This? Although Manager Lu couldn't provoke Yang Ming, he couldn't provoke Miss Song either. It was said that Miss Song had a very underworld background. Manager Lu didn't dare to offend her. Miss Song was now waiting for her rescue. If she fought back, she definitely wouldn't be the opponent of these two people. Therefore, she swore in her heart that when her husband came, she must teach these two guys a lesson. Yang Ming looked at Manager Lu's expression. He knew that he didn't dare to offend Miss Song, so he didn't mind. He just said, then we will sign it later. Dagong, there is no place to sit in this room. Let's find a place to catch up. Okay. Li Dagong glanced at Manager Lu. Seeing that he didn't object, he nodded. You can't leave. If you have the ability, then wait here. Miss Song thought that Yang Ming was going to escape, so she immediately refused. Whether I have the ability or not, it's not up to you to decide. Yang Ming glared at Miss Song and said coldly, okay, but if you think you are very capable, then find someone to teach me a lesson. Then, I will wait for you for a while. After I send you away, I will sign the contract. Humph. Miss Song snorted coldly. She thought, I will let you be smug for a while. There will be time for you to cry. Li Dagong, you go and find a chair for me. There isn't even a place to sit here. Yang Ming looked at Miss Song, who occupied the only sofa, and said, Mr. Yang, you sit here with me. Manager Lu listened to Yang Ming's words and quickly stood up and gave up his chair. He knew that Yang Ming's identity was definitely not ordinary. Compared to Miss Song, he couldn't be offended. This was the so-called the onlooker sees most of the game. Miss Song clearly saw that Yang Ming got a lower price than her, but she still didn't think that Yang Ming had any ability. Being able to get a discount didn't mean anything because she just heard Yang Ming's phone call. It seemed that he was just more familiar with the young master of Xinheng real estate. Guo Jianchao had been doing very well recently. Since the huge Wang's group was renamed to Mingyang Entertainment Group, Guo Jianchao could straighten his back more than before. There was no other reason, just because his boss was very awesome. Wang Shifan was originally a very powerful figure in Songjiang, but compared to Hou Zhenhan and Bao Sanli, it was a bit of a small fry. The people who Guo Jianchao contacted were at most some official people. After all, it was the leading company in Songjiang. But other companies wouldn't buy the Wang's group's account. But now it was different. Guo Jianchao obviously felt that his words had a lot more weight in the eyes of other business partners. Yes, everyone understood the position that Guo Jianchao now represented. No one dared to not buy his account. Therefore, Guo Jianchao was very cool. It was wonderful to be Yang Ming's dog. So what if I'm a dog? Many people want to be a dog, but they can't. Looking at those people bowing to him, a sense of pride spontaneously rose in Guo Jianchao's heart. He felt that he was an awesome dog, a proud dog. He still didn't know the true strength of Yang Ming, but it didn't matter. He didn't regret it because as Yang Ming's two underlings, Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan, were already awesome enough. They could already be regarded as his backing. Then, Yang Ming's strength must be even more terrifying. For Sun Jia, Guo Jianchao had already given up. He was the kind of person who was very sensible. If it was something that couldn't belong to him, then don't fight for it. It was easy to lose your life. He still understood this truth. Recently, Guo Jianchao had a girlfriend. She was a female student, and she looked pretty good. Guo Jianchao planned to buy a house near her school. He was not young anymore, and his parents were also urging him to get married. Now that he had a successful career, Guo Jianchao decided to get married and have a child first. Anyway, in this day and age, there were plenty of mistresses, so it would not be a problem to find a few more women when the time came. His girlfriend was a very arrogant kind. Her family was in the south, and she had some background. Guo Jianchao felt that it was okay, so he took her to pick a house near the school. He didn't expect that the developer would give a 20% discount with just a phone call. Guo Jianchao was a little complacent. He felt that he could be considered as a ruthless person in Songjiang. Just as she was feeling good about herself, her girlfriend, Song Ran, suddenly called her and said that she had been beaten up when she was paying the bill. Guo Jianchao immediately became furious. Hitting his girlfriend was equivalent to slapping his own face. Guo Jianchao made a phone call and called a few security guards from the company, who were actually peripheral members of the underworld. A group of people drove a Mercedes-Benz van and rushed to the sales office of Huasong Wenyuan. Guo Jianchao took the lead and jumped out of the car. The security guard at the door wanted to stop him, but he was pushed aside by Guo Jianchao's men. Although they were all security guards, there was a huge difference between them. The security guards of the sales office were all unemployed youths randomly recruited from society, while Guo Jianchao's security guards were all gangsters. It was obvious who was more powerful. Yang Ming was sitting leisurely in Manager Lu's office with Chen Mengyan sitting on his lap, looking relaxed. Suddenly, the door of the office was kicked open. A man rushed in with a murderous look. Ran, how are you? Husband, you finally came. That woman hit me. Song Ran raised her hand and pointed at Chen Mengyan. They both bullied me. Who the F***ck? Guo Jianchao spoke halfway, and the rest of the sentence was abruptly swallowed back. He saw Chen Mengyan, the woman who hit Song Ran. He didn't know who Chen Mengyan was, but Chen Mengyan was sitting in the arms of that person at the moment. That person was his master, Yang Ming. Yang Ming looked up and glanced at Guo Jianchao. Then, he said faintly, "It's you. Bo." Guo Jianchao just wanted to call him boss, but he remembered that Yang Ming didn't let him disclose his identity, so he immediately changed it. Brother Yang, you are also here. I had my eyes on a villa, but I didn't expect someone to beat me to it. Yang Ming said expressionlessly, at first, we thought that this matter would be over, but, that Miss Song didn't let it go. Oh right, who is she to you? This? I have nothing to do with her. Although Guo Jianchao liked Song Ran, in front of Yang Ming, he could only choose to give up. Obviously, Yang Ming didn't like Song Ran very much. Husband, what are you saying? Song Ran suddenly heard Guo Jianchao say that it had nothing to do with her, and she became anxious. Stop arguing, Xianxia was furious. He reached out his hand and wanted to slap Song Ran again, but when he saw half of her swollen face, he couldn't bear it and sighed. Okay, I don't want to interfere with your private life. Take her away and take care of her. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, remember who gave you your power, and whose power you are borrowing now. Don't be too ostentatious. When Wu Jianchao heard Yang Ming's words, he was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. His expression became serious and he said, I understand. I'm sorry, brother Yang. Go, I still have something to do. Yang Ming ordered him to leave. After Gu Jianchao heard this, he pulled the stunned Song Ran and quickly left the place. How could Manager Lu, who was sitting at the side, not see anything? Yang Ming was so strong that he taught Miss Song's boyfriend, who was also her backer, a lesson. This also showed that Yang Ming was the one who really couldn't be offended. Although Yang Ming didn't say it clearly, his words also pointed out that Gu Jianchao's achievement today had an inseparable relationship with him. Manager Lu wasn't a fool. How could he not understand? Yang Ming also had plans to come out in public, so he didn't want to hide it. Chen Mingyan, who thought there would be a fierce battle, didn't expect the matter to be resolved so easily. Yang Ming just said a few words and Song Ran's boyfriend left. Although she didn't know why, she also felt very proud. Who didn't want their man to be strong? The contract was quickly signed. Before leaving, Yang Ming patted Li Dagong's shoulder and said to Manager Lu, this is my good buddy from high school. I'll have to trouble Manager Lu to take care of him in the future. Sure. Manager Lu hurriedly promised, no problem. Yang Ming wanted to let Li Dagong learn something, but the position of a salesperson wasn't enough. He had to be exposed to some higher-level things. Therefore, Yang Ming's sentence before leaving directly promoted Li Dagong. Manager Lu didn't dare to easily offend a person like Yang Ming. Anyway, he just happened to want to promote a deputy manager, so he directly did a favor. Of course, this was a story for another time. He directly swiped the card to pay the money and got the key. The Sun Moon Pavilion belonged to Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. They just had to wait for the house certificate to be issued. When Manager Lu asked who was the owner on the property certificate, Yang Ming said without hesitation, it's Chen Mingyan. This made Chen Mingyan's heart sweeter than eating honey. Yang Ming actually wrote such an expensive house in her name. It was self-evident what it meant. He gave one of the keys to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan smiled and carefully put it away. Mingyan, I'll buy you a car in a few days. Although this place isn't far from the school, it still takes half an hour to walk. Yang Ming looked at the terrain of the villa. It was very far from the entrance of the community. It's very inconvenient to go back and forth without a car. Buy me a car? Chen Mingyan was stunned. She didn't understand what happened to Yang Ming today. He bought her a house and a car. This made her somewhat unable to accept it. Why? Is there a problem? Yang Ming asked. Yang Ming, what's wrong with you today? Why did you buy me a house and a car? Did you do something wrong to me? Chen Mingyan asked with some doubts. Sweat. Yang Ming sweated profusely and said, I have indeed done something to let you down, but you already know about it before this. Didn't I buy a house because Zhou Jiejie needs to rest? I bought you a car because I thought it would be more convenient. The two things happened together. Chen Mingyan thought about it. It was indeed the case. Didn't Yang Ming do something wrong to me? It was just that I had already forgiven him. He didn't need to use this to please me, so I nodded and believed Yang Ming's explanation for the time being. Then, what kind of car should I buy? Chen Mingyan was also a little moved. You choose yourself. Buy whatever you like. Yang Ming didn't care about the price. That's fine. I will go home and choose on the internet. Chen Mingyan nodded. After buying the house, it was time to buy furniture. Although the villa also came with furniture, it had to be added according to personal preferences. Yang Ming specifically asked Mother Zhou to copy a room according to the original bedroom at Zhou Jiejie's home. A familiar environment was always better. After doing this, the day of Xianxia's concert was approaching. When a man achieves the Tao, his friends and family will follow suit. Yang Ming now had this feeling. He usually wasn't so arrogant, but his own men were very self-righteous. Their relatives and friends were even more so. Xianxia might think that he was very bad *ss, but he didn't necessarily go around pretending to be bad *ss. However, Xianxia's girlfriend felt that she was very great. She always had a feeling of superiority. This phenomenon had been around since ancient times. The great eunuch around the emperor wasn't necessarily very powerful in the palace, but his relatives were the overlords in the local area. Yang Ming could restrain his own men, but he couldn't restrain their family and friends. This was a very troublesome problem. However, there was no better solution. He could only strengthen the restraint. Yang Ming was going to find an opportunity to talk to Bao Sanli. Although the underworld of Songjiang didn't do anything too out of line, if the relatives and friends of the underworld were all pretentious people, it would be a bit of a nuisance. In this way, they would inevitably be attacked. Yang Ming didn't think about these headaches because there were more busy things in front of him. That was, Xia's concert was about to begin. As the organizer, Mingyang Heavy Industry Group and Mingyang Entertainment were busy. Originally, these had nothing to do with Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't have to get involved. However, Yang Ming had other things to look for Xia. One was to ask about the ring, and the other was to tell her not to say anything about the previous matter. Yang Ming wasn't a particularly ruthless person, but if Xia really threatened his safety, then Yang Ming would be very conflicted. Yang Ming represented the Mingyang Heavy Industry Group to pick them up at the airport. No one felt that it was inappropriate. Yang Dehai and Feng Wanjiang were both old, and they didn't chase after any stars. The concert was entirely to build momentum for their company. Wang Jinda liked Xia very much, so he accompanied Yang Ming and went to the airport with Yang Ming. Wang Jinda was very clear that Yang Ming's identity was not ordinary, so his words were more respectful to Yang Ming than usual. Ho Zhenhan of Mingyang Entertainment also went with Yang Ming. Originally, Ho Zhenhan didn't have to go, but when he heard that Yang Ming was going, he naturally had to follow. Although Xia was a big shot, she didn't need to trouble the general manager to personally greet her. Ho Zhenhan followed because of Yang Ming. Donghai International Airport. A Boeing Air Dream passenger plane that flew directly from Hong Kong slowly landed and stopped at the side of the airport. All the first-class cabins had been booked by Xia's group. This time, there were accompanying staff, sound engineers, lighting engineers, and so on. Of course, the flight that Xia took was confidential. The first class and the economy class were separated, so no passengers found out that the big star was on the same plane as them. At the exit of the first-class cabin, only Yang Ming, Ho Zhenhan, Wang Jinda, and a group of bodyguards from the Mingyang Security Company who were responsible for protecting Xia's safety stood there. It didn't take long for a group of people to come out from the exit of the first-class cabin. Yang Ming saw Xia wearing big sunglasses at a glance. There were 4 bodyguards around her to ensure her safety. Walking in front was a woman in her 30s. She took the lead and walked to Yang Ming and Ho Zhenhan. Then she said, "Hello, I am Miss Xu's agent. My surname is Su. Are you from the Mingyang Company?" "Hello, Miss Su. I am Ho Zhenhan, the general manager of Mingyang Entertainment. This is Wang Jinda, the assistant to the chairman of Mingyang Heavy Industry." Ho Zhenhan didn't introduce Yang Ming because Yang Ming didn't greet him in advance. He didn't dare to introduce him casually. Miss Su was obviously stunned. She didn't expect that her group could get such a high standard of reception. A general manager and an assistant to the chairman. Usually, the people who came to pick her up were usually ordinary employees of the company. Sending a department manager was already very important, but she didn't expect 2 big shots to come at once. Miss Su wasn't very clear about the strength of Mingyang Entertainment, but the name of this Mingyang Heavy Industry was already well known in Hong Kong. It was the first time in China to cooperate with a famous helicopter manufacturing company and an automobile manufacturing company in Europe. It was conceivable how strong the background and strength of this Mingyang Heavy Industry were. However, since this entertainment company was also called Mingyang, it meant that these 2 companies were likely to belong to the same parent company. Miss Su wasn't very familiar with the company composition and structure in the mainland, but she thought that the big boss of Mingyang must be a person with extraordinary strength. Miss Su shook hands with Ho Junhan and Wang Jinda in fear and trepidation. Then she reached out to Yang Ming with a puzzled look. Hello, may I ask who you are? Hello, Miss Su. My name is Yang Ming. Yang Ming said very generously, but he didn't say what he did. Hello, Mr. Yang. Miss Su was even more baffled. What is the background of this young man? Could it be that he wants to take the opportunity to get to know Xia's son? Miss Su couldn't be blamed for thinking this way, because such things had happened before. Previously, when concerts were held in other cities, some of the local rich and powerful young masters would find the organizer to get close to Xia and get close to her. However, Xia ignored them. After all, Xia was a celebrity in Hong Kong. People who knew the inside story vaguely understood Xia's background, so they didn't dare to do too much. After shaking hands, Xia and the other people followed. When Xia saw Yang Ming, she was obviously stunned. She opened her mouth, and the two words Yang Ming almost blurted out. Yang Ming didn't know Xia's real thoughts. Seeing Xia's strange look, Yang Ming thought that she saw him and thought of the things on the Alice, so he smiled mysteriously at her and made a silent gesture. Xia looked at Yang Ming's gesture, but she nodded obediently and walked over. Miss Xu, let me introduce you. This is Ho Junhan of Mingyang Entertainment, President Ho. This is the assistant chairman of Mingyang Heavy Industry, Assistant Wang Jinda. When Yang Ming was introduced, Miss Su hesitated. She was very dismissive of this kind of young master, but she also understood that she couldn't be too disrespectful in other people's territory, so she said, This is Yang Ming, young master Yang. Hello, President Ho, Assistant Wang. Xia nodded to Ho Junhan and Wang Jinda, then reached out to Yang Ming. She smiled and said, Hello, Mr. Yang Ming. Hello. Yang Ming frowned. What is this Xia doing? I asked her to pretend that she doesn't know me, but she didn't shake hands with others, but shook hands with me? Is she afraid that I will kill her to silence her? Yang Ming thought so in his heart, but his face was calm. He also politely reached out and shook hands with Xia, and then quickly let go. Even Miss Su next to her was stunned. Xia had always been dismissive of these young masters who pursued her. Never mind the skin contact of shaking hands, she was even unwilling to talk. How would she know that Xia and Yang Ming were shaking hands? They used to hold hands often. Everyone has worked hard. We have booked a hotel. Let's take a break first, and then we will discuss the specific matters of the concert. Anyway, there are still 3 days before the concert, so we are not in a hurry. Ho Junhan also saw that Xia and the others were a little tired, so he said this. Miss Xu, what do you think? Miss Su naturally had to ask for Xia's opinion. Well, then everyone will go to the hotel first. Xia wasn't concerned about whether to rest or not, but why did Yang Ming come to pick her up? Is my guess true? Mingyang Heavy Industry is the company of Yang Ming's father, Yang Dehai? Now it seems that this possibility is very high. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't appear here. On the way here, Xia's mood was very excited. After leaving Songjiang for so many years, she finally set foot on this land again. Of course, these weren't the main thing. What made Xia most excited was that on this trip to Songjiang, she might be able to see the person she missed day and night, her only lover. Therefore, Xia, who would take a nap every time she took a plane, didn't sleep this time. She was restless on the plane like a child who took a plane for the first time. This made Miss Su, who was Xia's manager, feel very strange. However, since Xia didn't rest, then she couldn't rest. She could only accompany Xia and talk. In this way, the other staff couldn't rest alone. This was why the group of people were slightly tired after getting off the plane. When she got off the plane, Xia was still thinking, when can I see him? Xia prayed in her heart. It would be best if the first person I see when I set foot on the land of Songjiang is him. Of course, Xia was just thinking about it. She didn't really expect to see Yang Ming when she got off the plane. After all, her current identity and appearance were different from the past. Yang Ming wouldn't pay too much attention to her. Even if Yang Ming was her fan, it was impossible for him to come to the airport to welcome her. However, what surprised Xia was that Yang Ming actually appeared. Xia didn't know why Yang Ming would come, but it was obvious that Yang Ming definitely didn't know her true identity. Perhaps, he represents the Mingyang company. Xia thought so. Ho Zhenhan had already informed the airport before. In order to ensure Xia's safety, there were already many Mingyang security guards standing inside. The group of people left the airport through the dedicated passage and came to the place where the cars were parked outside. A Q7 extended version was parked there. Yang Ming liked this car since he saw it once in Hong Kong. Yang Ming asked Ho Zhenhan to find a way to get one from a modified factory in the United States. Many people thought that the extended version was produced by the original factory. In fact, many car manufacturers didn't produce extended versions of cars. These extended versions of cars were later produced in some professional car modification factories. Even in China, there were also some car repair factories that could modify extended versions of cars. For example, the Lincoln limousines used by many wedding companies were modified from second-hand smuggled Lincolns in some small workshops in the southern coastal cities. The price ranged from 80,000 to 300,000. It could be said that the price was cheap to a certain extent. This was the so-called counterfeit car. However, Yang Ming's extended version of the Audi Q7 was different from those. This was a car modified by a professional car modification company. Many engineers carefully calculated and designed the modified car. In terms of performance and safety, it was far better than those counterfeit cars. Moreover, although this Q7 was a modified car, it had a full set of factory conformity inspection procedures, which was different from those unlicensed cars. In order to show the importance of this concert, with Yang Ming's acquiescence, Ho Zhenhan brought this extended Q7 out. Otherwise, the usual welcoming car was the extended Hummer or Rolls-Royce Phantom. Without Yang Ming's permission, no one would touch the Q7. Miss Su, please board the car. Ho Zhenhan came to the edge of Q7. The driver, who had been waiting in the car, quickly opened the automatic door. Xia frowned. She just saw Yang Ming use the remote control in his hand to open the burglar lock of the BMW X5 on the side. She knew that Yang Ming drove himself and wouldn't be in a car with her, so she was slightly disappointed. Miss Su, isn't this car a little too eye-catching? Miss Su hesitated and said, the news of you coming to Songjiang, those reporters must have gotten it. As long as we leave the airport, those reporters will definitely follow us. Xia nodded after listening. She thought that was indeed the case. This Q7 extended version was really too eye-catching. If the reporters were not so blind, they would definitely follow to see what was going on. Eye-catching? Xia's heart moved, and a plan came to her mind. She pretended to be casual and said, then I will take Mr. Yang's car. Sister Su, you can take this Q7. If there are reporters following, you can also explain. Then, when Miss Su heard Xia say that she wanted to take Yang Ming's car, she was somewhat reluctant. Her first impression of Yang Ming wasn't very good. She regarded him as a young master who had improper thoughts about Xia, so she said, then let the bodyguard follow you? Why, Miss Su? Are you afraid that I will harm Miss Xia? When Yang Ming heard that Xia wanted to take his car, he was very willing. He had to remind Xia about what happened on the Alice last time. This kind of thing couldn't be said. Therefore, Yang Ming was still quite welcoming to Xia, but if there were other people, Yang Ming couldn't say some words. Therefore, his face immediately became gloomy. Yang Ming's sentence was a bit cold. Miss Su couldn't grasp Yang Ming's identity, so she didn't want to offend him too much. Yang Ming's question made it difficult for her to answer. If she answered that she was afraid, then she would completely offend Yang Ming. If she said that she wasn't afraid, then she couldn't ask for the bodyguard to follow her. Therefore, for a while, Miss Su really didn't know how to answer. Sister Su, I don't need a bodyguard. I'm not a national leader. Why do I need a bodyguard? Xia smiled and said, okay, it's settled. Okay. Miss Su was also very helpless. Since Xia said so, then she had no other way. If she said too much, it would seem that she was targeting Yang Ming. Miss Su had been an agent for so many years. She also understood that companies that generally had the ability to hold local concerts must have certain strength. Even if they weren't local tyrants, they were almost there. Young masters who could have a relationship with these companies must have powerful people in their families. They couldn't be easily offended. Yang Ming said faintly, Miss Su, if you are worried, then forget it. I have to accompany my girlfriend to clean up the new house. Time is not very abundant. Yang Ming's sentence clearly pointed out Miss Su's intention and told Miss Su very clearly. He meant, I already have a girlfriend, and our relationship is very good. I won't have any improper thoughts about your big star. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Miss Su couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. She laughed twice and said, Mr. Yang is joking. How can I not be at ease? I'm just afraid of being entangled by those reporters. Then, I'll have to trouble Mr. Yang. Xianxia, who was on the side, was obviously stunned. She lowered her head in a daze. He has a girlfriend? Is this true? For a moment, Xia's heart felt as if it had been knocked heavily by something. The previous surprise instantly turned into nothing, and she was somewhat at a loss of what to do. The person that she had been thinking about day and night finally met. However, he already had someone else in love. This kind of movie plot, Xia never thought that it would happen to her one day. Although Xia wasn't very sure whether Yang Ming would wait for her before, people would have a fluke heart. Even if there was a 1 in a million possibility, they would have fantasies before getting a definite answer. Xia was no exception. She was looking forward to the scene of meeting Yang Ming again. On the Alice, Yang Ming appeared again like a god descending from the sky, completely igniting the flame of love that had been hidden in Xia's heart for a long time. However, at that moment, Xia's heart suddenly tightened. However, Xia was no longer the little girl in the past. She had seen countless big scenes, so she quickly calmed down her mood. She said as usual, then, let's go. Please, Miss Xu. After Yang Ming gestured, he opened the door of the BMW's passenger seat. The other staff followed Miss Su into the extended Audi Q7, while Xia's bodyguards and the other security guards of the Mingyang company boarded a Golden Dragon bus behind. After a while, Xia figured it out and returned to normal. Why am I so determined to set the first stop of the concert in Songjiang? Isn't it because of Yang Ming? Moreover, she had already prepared for the worst. Even if Yang Ming had a girlfriend, so what? Wasn't I once the same? Then, I might have the capital to compete. Moreover, Xia had already determined her own feelings. She loved Yang Ming. It hadn't changed for so many years, so it couldn't be changed again. Therefore, no matter what, Xia would not give up. No matter what, she was now a big star in the eyes of thousands of people. She didn't believe that she would lose. So, your name is Yang Ming. After Xia got in the car, she smiled calmly. In a moment, she already had a plan in her heart. Miss Xu, have we met before? Yang Ming's question was very plain, but in fact, it contained too many meanings. It was hinting to Xia that they hadn't met before. I haven't been to the Alice, and you haven't seen anything. Xia thought, why haven't we met before? We used to meet every day. However, she also understood the meaning of Yang Ming, so she said, I don't think so. I just think that Mr. Yang is very familiar. Don't call me Mr. Yang. It's awkward. Just call me Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then I will call you Yang Ming. You don't call me Miss Xu. Just call me Xia. Xia said until here, paused, and then said, or you can call me Little Ya. Little Ya. Yang Ming's hand that was holding the steering wheel shook violently. After muttering a sentence, he said with a strange expression, then I will call you Xia. I'm not used to calling you Little Ya. Why? Looking at Yang Ming's expression, Xia's heart tightened. He used to call me Little Ya. It's nothing. Yang Ming shook his head with some self-deprecation. You don't understand the meaning of these two words to me. Ah. Xia was shocked, and her heart was suddenly happy. Could it be, he didn't forget me? Xia was excited. As she was about to open her mouth to test him again, the phone rang. Excuse me, I need to answer the phone. Yang Ming smiled, picked up the Bluetooth headset, and then pressed the answer button. Hello. Yang Ming, where are you? Chen Mingyan's voice came from the phone. Hee, it's Mingyan. I'm outside. I have something to do. Why? What's the matter? Yang Ming asked. Do you know that Xia came to Songjiang to hold a concert? Chen Mingyan said, I heard that it was organized by Uncle Yang's group, right? Yes. Yang Ming glanced at Xia next to him and said, why? Do you want me to help you get an autograph? If there is an autographed CD, then help me get one, hee. Chen Mingyan smiled slyly. I just wanted you to get 2 concert tickets. I didn't expect you to get an autograph. No problem. Leave it to me. Yang Ming said, I'll call you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming smiled at Xia. My girlfriend is your fan. She asked me to help her get your autographed CD. As for the concert tickets, the Mingyang group was the organizer. Naturally, they could get as many as they wanted. VIP tickets weren't a problem either. When Xia heard that the person who called Yang Ming was his girlfriend, her heart was very uncomfortable. She was absent-minded. What's wrong? Don't you want to give it to me? Yang Ming saw that Xia didn't speak. He thought that she didn't want to give it to him, so he was a little annoyed. At the very least, I saved your life once, right? Is it so hard to get an autographed CD from you? No. Xia recovered and smiled unnaturally. Of course. You can. I will give it to you. Xia dealt with a lot of social interactions every day. There were many people who made requests like Yang Ming, so Xia usually carried a few signed CDs in her bag. With that said, Xia opened her handbag and took out a few of the latest albums. You have so many? Yang Ming glanced at the albums in Xia's hands, then he took them all and said, give them to me. I guess there will be a lot of people who want CDs from me. Ugh. Xia didn't expect Yang Ming to be so overbearing. He took everything for himself all of a sudden. However, he didn't say anything. He shook his head helplessly and said, all right. Yang Ming was a little angry at Xia for not speaking just now, so he retaliated a little. He felt that he should be stronger to Xia. It was best to let her be afraid of him. In this way, she wouldn't dare to casually say what she saw on the Alice. Xia had just heard Yang Ming say that the word Littleya was very important to him. She was very excited. She almost couldn't wait to tell Yang Ming that she was actually that person. However, Yang Ming's phone call completely dispelled her idea. She was scared. It seemed that Yang Ming had a good relationship with his current girlfriend. Even if she told him the truth, would he accept her? Her position in his heart was important, and accepting it or not were 2 completely different concepts. Perhaps, she had become an indelible memory in his heart, but that was just a memory. After all, it had been so long. Not everyone was as persistent as her. Xia wasn't sure, and she wasn't willing to try. Because her true identity was the only trump card she had left. If this trump card didn't work, then she would lose everything. She was afraid. She was really afraid. She was afraid that her true identity would be known by Yang Ming. In that case, if Yang Ming still didn't accept her, then she really had no chance. Therefore, Xia would never use this life-saving straw unless it was a last resort. Unless it was the most critical moment. In contrast, Xia felt that if she deigned to contact him with her identity as a celebrity, if possible, she would naturally have another relationship. If it really didn't work, then she would tell him her true identity. After she had a plan, Xia's expression returned to normal. Hee, although my current appearance isn't as beautiful as my original appearance, I'm also considered a leader. I don't believe that I won't succeed in pursuing you with my identity as a celebrity. Of course, this was just Xia's encouraging words to herself. Whether it would succeed or not, Xia's heart had no confidence at all. Xia, are you tired today? Then go back to the hotel and have a good rest. I have other things to look for you another day. Yang Ming saw that they were about to reach the hotel, so he said this. What is it? Xia was shocked. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment. The thing that he wanted to ask couldn't be explained clearly in a short time, so Yang Ming planned to find a time to explain it in detail. Moreover, he didn't want to reveal anything in advance to make Xia alert. Directly telling Yang Ming that there should be a certain connection between this Xia and Suya, but Yang Ming couldn't find a clue. There is nothing in the world. You are just making trouble for nothing. Yang Ming faintly warned, I hope Miss Xu remembers what you said before. I don't want to see news of a celebrity's death in the newspaper one day. Oh. Although Yang Ming's words were very strict, Xia didn't know why she wasn't afraid. However, in order to cooperate with Yang Ming, she still pretended to nod in fear and trepidation. Xia thought, am I stupid? Would I tell others about that matter? If something happens to you, what should I do? Sure enough, as Miss Su expected, the extended Audi Q7 was followed by reporters as soon as it left the airport. However, Yang Ming's BMW X5 wasn't noticed at all. Although the BMW X5 was also a famous car, in Songjiang, it wasn't just Yang Ming who had this car. There were many rich people, so reporters wouldn't pay attention to such a car. The car was parked in the underground parking lot of Earthly Paradise. Immediately, a group of Mingyang bodyguards came to meet them. This was Yang Ming's own territory. Those reporters couldn't come in at all. Therefore, he wasn't afraid that Xia would be seen by others. Xia, do you want to go up and rest first, or wait for Miss Su and the others? Asked Yang Ming. I still wait for them. Xia naturally hoped to stay with Yang Ming for a while. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. He picked up a CD that Xia gave him and put it into the CD player in the car. Yang Ming didn't get out of the car, so the bodyguards naturally wouldn't say anything. In the car stereo, Xia's sad singing voice floated out. I remember when you engraved your name on it. You put it on my hand. Our hearts were connected to each other. This lyric was written to me by a reader in a group. Old Fish isn't good at these things. Yang Ming frowned and was in a daze. When he first listened to this song, Yang Ming had a feeling of déjà vu, but because his mother entered the house later, this matter was diverted. Yang Ming didn't remember it. Now, when he heard this song again, Yang Ming's thoughts were immediately attracted to the lyrics. Xia, who was on the side, was also in a daze. Every time she heard or sang this song, she would think of the past and think of the ring that she sold. She was really stupid enough. She knew that she couldn't forget him, but she still tried pointlessly. Now, she didn't even know who bought the ring. It was even more difficult to find it back. In fact, with Xia's influence, she believed that as long as she held a press conference and claimed that she regretted selling the ring, maybe the person who bought the ring would take the initiative to contact her. However, Xia wasn't too sure because the person who bought the ring never showed up. It shouldn't be the kind of person who wanted to please her. So Xia didn't do that. Two people with their own thoughts were listening to the song quietly. Because Xia was already too familiar with this song, she wasn't as engrossed as Yang Ming. She saw that Yang Ming was also listening carefully from the corner of her eyes. She was somewhat happy, hoping that he could hear something from the lyrics. However, Xia was very afraid. She was afraid that Yang Ming really heard something and asked her about the whereabouts of the ring. Then, Xia didn't know what to do. After listening for a while, Yang Ming suddenly raised his head and stared at Xia, wanting to see something from her face. The singing in this song was really like Xia and himself, so Yang Ming was more convinced that Xia must have a certain connection with Xia. However, the ability to see through thoughts didn't appear this time. Yang Ming opened the CD box, took out the lyrics inside, and flipped through them. When he saw that the lyricist was Xia, he was suddenly stunned and said, "You wrote the lyrics of this song?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Xia's face didn't show the slightest unnaturalness, but she was very excited in her heart. He finally noticed it. "Is the thing written here true?" Yang Ming asked casually. Maybe, maybe not." Xia smiled and didn't answer this question directly. Instead, she said, "The world is so big. Who knows? Even in movies, it will be noted that if there is a similarity, it is purely a coincidence. That is to say, there are still many coincidences in the world." Yang Ming nodded. He was a little melancholy. He picked up a pack of cigarettes thrown on the bridge and took one out. As he was about to light it, he paused. He turned to Xia and asked, "I smoke. Do you mind?" "No. I don't mind." Although Xia didn't hate the smell of cigarettes, no one dared to smoke in front of her usually. Yang Ming was obviously an exception. When did he learn to smoke? Yang Ming lit the cigarette in his hand, took a deep breath, and said, "You are right. There are many coincidences in the world." Even so, Yang Ming didn't believe that the ring was a coincidence. However, at this time, Yang Ming didn't reveal anything. He just didn't want Xianxia to have any precautions in advance. Not long after, Ho Zhenhan and the others also arrived here. Miss Su and the staff came down from the extended Audi Q7. "I am going down." Although Xianxia didn't have enough time, there was no reason to continue. She hesitated, took out a card from her bag and handed it to Yang Ming. "This is my personal phone number. If you have something, just call me." Yang Ming nodded. "Okay." Yang Ming glanced at Xianxia, but he didn't find any clues. From just now until now, Yang Ming found that Xianxia was somewhat restrained in front of him. Yang Ming didn't know why. Perhaps it was because of the incident on the Alice, so Yang Ming didn't think much about it. Although Mingyang Entertainment was the organizer, and Yang Ming could easily contact Xianxia, he could only contact Xianxia's agent, Miss Su. If there was anything, he would look for Xianxia through Miss Su. Most celebrities wouldn't reveal their private phone numbers so easily. Yang Ming took the business card and nodded slightly. Xianxia had no reason to stay, so she reluctantly got out of the car. "Miss Xu, are you all right?" Miss Su asked worriedly. Yang Ming found it funny that Miss Su was so nervous, but it was no wonder. As an agent, she naturally had to consider everything for Xianxia. "Of course, I'm fine." Xianxia smiled. "You, on the other hand, are you entangled by the reporters?" "Hee, yes, but those reporters saw that you weren't in the car, so they had to give up," Miss Su said. "That's it then. Miss Su, you just got off the plane. Have a good rest today. Tomorrow, I will send someone to discuss the specific matters of the concert with you in detail." Ho Zhenhan said. "Okay." Miss Su nodded and said, "Sorry to trouble you." The waiters in Heavenly Earth had been instructed to be very low-key about Xia's matters. Ho Zhenhan had strictly ordered that all the waiters were not allowed to harass Suya at will. They were not allowed to ask for autographs and photos, or they would be fired. The rooms of Xianxia and her group were also arranged on the top floor of Heavenly Earth so that they wouldn't be disturbed by other guests. After sending Xianxia away, Yang Ming turned and said to Ho Zhenhan, "Do you still have tickets for the concert?" Because the concert tickets were pre-sold, they had been sold a month in advance. Especially for a heavyweight star like Xianxia, the tickets had been sold out half a month ago. "Of course, there are VIP seats. I will send them to you tomorrow." Ho Zhenhan said, "Brother Yang, how many do you want?" "Give me 2 first. I don't know if there are other people asking for them." Yang Ming was referring to Zhang Ben and others. "Okay, there aren't many VIP seats, but there are many reservations for ordinary seats." Ho Zhenhan said. "That's fine. Call me when you send the tickets tomorrow." After returning from the hotel, Yang Ming drove to the newly bought villa. Although the interior had been renovated, no one could take care of everything. Everyone had their own living habits. Even if the house was renovated, some changes had to be made according to their own habits and life characteristics. After getting the key to the villa, Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan found a professional renovation company to redesign the interior of the villa. Of course, the two people put forward some key suggestions according to their own preferences. Because the time was tight, Yang Ming let the renovation company work overtime as much as possible. The two groups of workers took turns to work day and night. The business manager who was responsible for the project still had some complaints because the labor at night was much more expensive. After all, who was willing to stay up all night to work? However, under the powerful monetary attack of Yang Ming, the business manager immediately smiled. The wages given by Yang Ming were enough to cover the extra labor costs. "How is it, master?" Yang Ming asked the person in charge of the renovation team after entering the house. "Little boss, you are here. This work is not easy to do," the person in charge of the renovation team said to Yang Ming with a bitter face. The person in charge was a man in his 30s with a shrewd face. At first glance, he was a veteran in the industry. "Not easy to do? The money is not less." "What's not easy to do?" Yang Ming frowned. I didn't change many places. You are a professional renovation company. Can't you do this work? Little boss, you can't say that. The work is nothing. The main thing is that the neighbors are not willing to do it. The person in charge said, last night, they came to our door and asked us to be quiet. Neighbors? Where are the neighbors here? Yang Ming was stunned. He thought, this lie is not reliable. I only bought this villa. Where are the neighbors? Next door. The person in charge still wanted to say something, but Yang Ming waved his hand and interrupted him. Forget it. You guys do a good job. If the work is done carefully and the time is ahead of schedule, I will not treat you badly. After Yang Ming finished, he threw the remaining half-pack of Xianxia cigarettes to the person in charge. The person in charge took the cigarettes with a smile. He took one out and smelled it. He hung it on his ear and said, well said. Since the little boss is so straightforward, then we will work hard. He also knew that Yang Ming was very generous. How could he be an ordinary person if he could buy such a big villa? So when he heard that Yang Ming said that as long as he did a good job and fast, there would be rewards, he immediately became excited. Yang Ming casually inspected the renovation situation. The progress was basically satisfactory. In terms of materials, Yang Ming used the special environmentally friendly materials. They were non-toxic and pollution-free so that they could move in immediately after the renovation. Not long after Yang Ming's car left, a black Lamborghini sports car drove into another villa next to Yang Ming's villa. A beautiful girl in a black outfit got out of the car. She frowned and looked at the Sun Moon Pavilion that was making clanking sounds over there. She shook her head. This neighbor is really annoying. This villa is obviously renovated, but he still wants to renovate it. He still works all day long. Can't he let people sleep? The girl frowned slightly. She thought, I don't know what kind of person this neighbor is, but such an overbearing person like him is definitely not easy to get along with. When the time comes, if it is too annoying, I will let my underlings find trouble with him. Yang Ming naturally didn't know that the neighbor that the person in charge talked about really existed. At this moment, she was making things up about him. Yang Ming thought that this was just fabricated by the person in charge. He wanted to use this as an excuse to ask for more wages. Before Little Dorsk started, he investigated Xianxia's background in advance. In Hong Kong, Xianxia was a person who could call the wind and summon the rain. He had connections with many gangs in Hong Kong. It was said that he was the behind-the-scenes supporter of a certain gang. If he wanted to use Xianxia as a breakthrough point and ask something from her, it wouldn't work without some coercion. However, he really didn't dare to do it in Hong Kong. After all, that was Xianxia's territory. In the end, it wouldn't be good if he went for wool but came home shorn. He would be in trouble. After all, Little Dorsk wasn't a good person. Although he didn't come into contact with the drug business, he was also an underworld figure with Interpol. How could there be a good person in a casino? Therefore, Little Dorsk was waiting for a suitable opportunity. When he saw that the newspaper published the news that Xianxia was going to hold a concert tour, he was happy. He had to say that this was a good opportunity to make a move. As long as it wasn't in Hong Kong and not in Xianxia's territory, Little Dorsk was still confident that he could succeed. Although there would be bodyguards protecting Xianxia on the way to the concert, it was much worse than in Hong Kong. After gathering the manpower and preparing everything, Little Dorsk and a group of men boarded the plane to Donghai. It was no wonder that Little Dorsk was so concerned. It was worth tens of billions of euros. However, Little Dorsk really didn't waste this trip. He really found some clues. But, unfortunately, there is an old saying that says it well, people die for money, and birds die for food. If Little Dorsk had stayed in his own territory and no longer had any improper thoughts, he would have lived a very happy life. However, he chose a path of no return. However, Little Dorsk didn't think so. He felt that his ability was more than enough to deal with a celebrity. Self-confidence was a good thing, but blind self-confidence wasn't so good. Recently, Yang Ming was really busy. He was too busy. Fortunately, the jewelry company was managed by Zhang Bin. However, at this critical moment, there was unfortunate news. Zhang Bin was beaten up. Yang Ming was a little stunned when he got the news. Zhang Bing was acting like a boss now. How could he be beaten up so easily? The caller was Zhao Cece. Yang Ming immediately realized that things weren't simple. Otherwise, Zhang Ben should have called him personally. How is Zhang Ben? What the hell is going on? Yang Ming asked quickly. I don't know. This morning, Zhang Ben and I were recruiting people in the company. As a result, a group of people rushed in. They held iron rods and smashed without saying anything. Zhang Ben went to stop them, but they beat him with iron rods. Zhao Cece's voice was a little confused. Now we are at the First People's Hospital. Are you coming over? I'll be right there. Yang Ming frowned. Is Zhang Ben seriously injured? Both arms are broken. They are all external injuries. However, he can't take care of himself for a while. Zhao Cece said sadly. I got it. Wait for me. I'll be there now. Yang Ming hung up the phone after he finished. Zhang Ben was beaten up? Bao Sanli had already taken care of this jewelry company. The people in the underworld should know the background of the company. No one should provoke it. However, Yang Ming still called Bao Sanli. Leopard, I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming said. Brother Yang, do you have any orders? In the past, Yang Ming would call Ho Zhenhan directly if something happened. It was only recently that Yang Ming gradually used Bao Sanli, so Bao Sanli was naturally in awe. My Lu Weishan jewelry company was smashed. Help me find out who did it. Yang Ming ordered. Smashed? Bao Sanli was stunned. How could it be? I've already told the people below. They've even warned the hooligans nearby and strictly ordered them not to cause trouble. Zhang Ben's 2 arms were broken. Yang Ming said somewhat angrily, Leopard, go and investigate immediately, then give me a call. Okay, Brother Yang. Bao Sanli quickly agreed. Therefore, the entire underworld of Songjiang was dispatched. It had to be admitted that sometimes, the underworld did things faster than the police. The police had to pay attention to procedures and methods, and the underworld was unscrupulous. All the hooligans in the business street were gathered together. Bao Sanli personally asked, this morning, when Lu Weishan Jewelry Company was smashed, who was nearby? Brother Bao. I know. I was nearby. A hooligan raised his hand and replied excitedly. It was a great honor to be personally summoned by Brother Bao. Say it. If you provide valuable clues, I will reward you. Bao Sanli said quickly. Yes. The hooligan said. A group of black-shirt people came in a large modern van. Because I was also in the underworld, I paid attention to these people. I originally thought that they were from the underworld of Songjiang, but after thinking about it, it wasn't right. Boss, you told us not to trouble Lu Weishan jewelry. So I felt that something was wrong, so I carefully paid attention to these people and found that they were all unfamiliar faces. I haven't seen them in the underworld. I think they shouldn't be local people of Songjiang. Did you record the license plate number? Bao Sanli's heart tightened. Are they outsiders? Yes, it's a license plate from Donghai. The license plate number is AQ 7431. The hooligan said. Pass down the order. Go and find this car immediately. Bao Sanli said to the underlings around him, in addition, find someone to check the information of this car. At the moment, Yang Ming was chatting with Fang Tian at Fang Tian's place. After calling Bao Sanli, he informed Fang Tian and hurried out the door. As soon as he went out, he met Dong Jun brother. Even if Yang Ming was anxious, he couldn't lose his manners. He quickly stopped and greeted, long time no see. Ha, Yang Ming, you are here too. Dong Jun smiled and said, great. It's just right for the 3 of us to catch up in the evening. Since Fang Tian was released from the detention center, Dong Jun had never failed to be arrested by the police. It could be assumed that the original failures were intentional. His purpose was to visit Fang Tian in the detention center. Yang Ming was relieved. With Dong Jun's means, the probability of being caught by the police was very small. It turned out to be the case. However, Dong Jun still didn't change his previous habits. He was still a thief. Not only did he sponsor a number of lonely old people, but he also sponsored many children who were out of school. A while ago, there was an earthquake in the disaster area. He also donated a lot of money to the disaster area. Brother Dong, I have a very urgent matter today. Let's do it another day. Yang Ming was worried about Zhang Bin's safety. How could he have the mood to drink and catch up? Oh? Why are you in such a hurry? Dong Jun was stunned. One of my good buddies was beaten up. He is now in the hospital. I have to rush there as soon as possible. Yang Ming said. This wasn't a secret, so Yang Ming didn't hide it from Dong Jun. Let's go. Then take my car. My car is fast. Dong Jun said, I just happened to have an acquaintance in the first hospital. And? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and then said, Brother Dong, you have a car? Hee, I just bought it from Europe. It's a limited edition Ferrari. Dong Jun said, it has a lot of horsepower. Do you want to try? I'm not used to driving a sports car. It's better for you to drive. Yang Ming shook his head. Looking at the luxury sports car parked not far from the door, Yang Ming was somewhat puzzled. Dong Jun actually spent a lot of money to buy a sports car? It turned out that he was quite shabby. This car, this year is the last batch. It's out of production. Dong Jun opened the door with the remote control and then said to Yang Ming. Oh. Yang Ming didn't have the mood to study the value of this car. He was worried about Zhang Bin, so he just nodded perfunctorily. The sports car had not yet been branded. Dong Jun was driving all the way. He ran when he saw the lights, and soon came to the Songjiang First People's Hospital. Sure enough, as Dong Jun said, Dong Jun was familiar with the hospital from the dean to the head nurse. Yang Ming had long known that Dong Jun had a wide range of people in Songjiang, but he didn't know that he had reached such a level. Brother Dong, I found that you are really bad *SS. You actually know the people in the first hospital. Yang Ming sincerely praised. Hey, not to mention the first hospital, I know the second hospital, the third hospital, the fourth hospital, and the Red Cross hospital. Dong Jun said proudly. Zhang Bin's injury was not serious. His two injured arms were also injured when he blocked. In other words, the goal of these people was not Zhang Bin, but just to smash the company. If Zhang Bin didn't block, he wouldn't be injured. This made Yang Ming even more baffled. He thought that Zhang Bin offended someone when he was preparing for the company, but now it seemed that this was not the case. These people were not coming for Zhang Bin. Could it be that they were coming for me? Yang Ming was at a loss. This feeling was very bad. Yang Ming hadn't felt like this for a long time. For a long time, he had been playing with the enemy, or the enemy was in the light, and he was in the dark. Now, the company was inexplicably smashed by people, and he still didn't know the reason. However, if these people were coming for him, why didn't they look for him directly? Why did they look for trouble with the jewelry company? If they were coming for the company, who did the company offend? Now, Yang Ming could only put his hopes on Bao Sanli. Because, according to the memories of Zhang Ben and Zhao Sisi, those people didn't say anything at all, and they didn't leave any words. After smashing the things, they left quickly. Moreover, the things that were smashed were just some display cabinets on the surface. They weren't worth much money. Even if it was repaired, it would only cost a few thousand yuan. This made Yang Ming even more confused about what these people were doing. It didn't seem like they were coming for revenge, but more like they were coming to disgust him. Or it was to provoke him. Seeing that Zhang Bin's body was fine, Yang Ming was relieved. He told him a few words and let him rest well. However, at the company's side, it was time to find another helper. Zhang Bin fell, and Zhao Sisi couldn't handle it. Until the evening, Yang Ming didn't receive any valuable news. It wasn't that Bao Sanli didn't work hard. He had done his best. Yang Ming didn't give him many tasks. This time, there was an opportunity. Naturally, he would sharpen his brain to complete it. However, Songjiang was turned upside down, and the Hyundai van was not found. Instead, he got information from the car administration. This license plate had been reported lost half a year ago, and the original car had been replaced. Moreover, the original model wasn't a Hyundai van, but a white Sea Lion van. Yang Ming didn't expect to get any clues from the license plate. After all, no one would drive their own car to commit a crime. Bao Sanli went to check it because he didn't want to let go of any possibility. The Hyundai van completely disappeared, and no one knew the people in the van. This group of people and the van seemed to have evaporated into thin air. They were quietly hidden. Or, they had left Songjiang. There was no way to find out where they went. The clues were broken. Although Yang Ming was unwilling, he could only give up. He instructed Bao Sanli to leave a few people to continue to follow up on this matter. The others returned to their respective posts and performed their duties. Things passed like this, but in Yang Ming's heart, it always left a knot. Without figuring out the truth of the matter, Yang Ming was always a little uneasy. Originally, the jewelry company was a legitimate industry. Yang Ming didn't think too much about it. However, after this incident, Yang Ming had to send some people to protect the company's daily safety. Since Chen Mingyan already knew about Lin Jiyun's matter, Yang Ming didn't need to avoid it. It turned out that he didn't let Lin Jiyun come to work in the jewelry company because he was afraid that Chen Mingyan would make trouble after knowing about it. In fact, Yang Ming felt that he really owed Lin Jiyun a little. It had been so long since the new year, but the number of times he went to Lin Jiyun's house could be counted on his fingers. Looking at the time, it was only 2:00 in the afternoon. Yang Ming had been dealing with some aftermath with Zhao Sisi in the jewelry company in the morning. He had been busy until now and hadn't eaten yet. He walked into Auntie Hong's popular snacks. In the vicinity, the only decent snack bar was here. Sometimes, when Yang Ming came to Fang Tian's house, he didn't eat and would just eat here. Auntie Hong also knew that Yang Ming was Lin Jiyun's boyfriend, so every time Yang Ming came, she was very enthusiastic. "Little Yang, you're here. Come in and have a seat." Auntie Hong warmly greeted him. "Shall we have a private room?" "It's just me." "Why do I need to sit in a private room?" Yang Ming felt a little strange. "Just sit outside." "That, sigh." Aunt Hong sighed and hesitated. This made Yang Ming even more inexplicable. When he entered the house, he simply found a table and wanted to sit down. When he looked up, he found another table not far away. There was a group of people drinking, and Li Dadong was sitting in it. Yang Ming thought about it and understood Auntie Hong's meaning. She must be afraid that he would encounter an awkward situation with Li Dadong, so she wanted to push him to the private room as soon as he entered the door. However, he had already met him. Yang Ming couldn't pretend not to know him, not to mention that Yang Ming had a good talk with him last time. For Li Dadong, see Chapter 547, Contest. Big winter melon. Yang Ming smiled and nodded to Li Dadong. It was a greeting. "Yang Ming. Yang Ming." Li Dadong was stunned and responded awkwardly. He didn't expect to meet Yang Ming here. "Big Dongzi, who is it?" Another young man who was drinking with Li Dadong asked. "A friend." Li Dadong said vaguely. "Come and drink together?" Another person who looked more bold greeted Yang Ming. "No, I have an appointment with someone. I will leave after eating some food." After Yang Ming finished speaking, he regretted it a little. Before he came, he called Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming said that he was a little hungry, so he came here to eat some food. Lin Jiyun didn't have anything to do, so she told Yang Ming that she would come to the restaurant to find him. Now, seeing that Li Dadong was also here, Yang Ming wondered if he should call Lin Jiyun and ask her not to come. After all, it was a little awkward. However, Yang Ming thought about it again. Li Dadong had to face this kind of thing sooner or later. It was absolutely impossible for him to give up on Lin Jiyun, so there was no need to avoid anything. So he dispelled this idea, picked up the menu, and ordered a fried rice and a small dish of soy sauce beef. Lin Jiyun's home was very close to here. Yang Ming put down the menu, and Lin Jiyun came. Perhaps Li Dadong also saw Lin Jiyun and was afraid of being embarrassed, so he lowered his head. Lin Jiyun didn't notice his existence. "Yang Ming, why don't you come to my house to eat?" Lin Jiyun was a little dissatisfied with Yang Ming coming to her house to eat at the restaurant. "Isn't Auntie Shen not at home?" If I go, no one will cook for me. Besides, even if Auntie Shin is here, this isn't a meal. How can I trouble her, said Yang Ming. But, I know how to make it. I can make fried rice very quickly, said Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming was stunned and immediately understood. It turned out that Lin Jiyun also knew how to cook. These days, there weren't many girls who knew how to cook. Yang Ming didn't expect that there was more than one around him. Hey! Dadong, isn't that your family's Lin Jiyun? The bold young man who was drinking with Li Dadong suddenly found a clue. Li Dadong had to smile bitterly. The people who were drinking with him were all his high school buddies. They knew his things very well. Many of them knew Lin Jiyun and knew Li Dadong's feelings for Lin Jiyun. Originally, they thought that these two people were a logical couple, but they didn't expect that Lin Jiyun was talking and laughing with another man. Just now, the bold young man asked Li Dadong to ask Lin Jiyun to come together. Li Dadong gave a vague answer. The bold young man didn't think much about it, but now, he understood that Li Dadong was heartbroken. Another thin man who was eating with them also frowned and said to Li Dadong, "Dadongzi, what the hell is going on? Who is that kid? Why is he sitting with sister-in-law?" Ai. Li Dadong knew that things couldn't be hidden. He sighed, he is Jiyun's boyfriend. F*ck, Dadongzi, what the hell is going on? What's the problem between you and Lin Jiyun? The bold young man said anxiously. I don't know. When I came back for the Chinese New Year this time, Lin Jiyun had a boyfriend. Li Dadong shook his head and his words were full of bitterness. Then you should ask clearly? You have been in a relationship with her for so many years. How can you not be compared to a boyfriend you just met? The thin man was also somewhat puzzled. We are all in the same high school. We all watched you and Lin Jiyun grow up. How can she have a boyfriend just like that? Forget it. Some things, especially feelings, can't be explained clearly. Li Dadong picked up a glass of beer in front of him and drank it. F*ck. Li Dadong, are you F*king a man? You just gave up like that? The bold young man glared and said, are you a man? Looking at your beloved woman talking and laughing with another man, can you F*king bear it? I. Li Dadong's face turned red and he couldn't speak. The bold young man's voice was a little louder. Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming both heard it. At this moment, Lin Jiyun also saw Li Dadong sitting not far away. Brother Dadong. Lin Jiyun also understood Li Dadong's mind, but it was simply impossible for her to be with him. In order to avoid embarrassment, Lin Jiyun got up and greeted Li Dadong. Jiyun. Li Dadong opened his mouth and said these two words after a while. Lin Jiyun, what the hell is going on? How did you find a boyfriend? The bold young man was impatient. Li Dadong didn't speak, so he couldn't help it. Brother Yaoyang, I found a boyfriend. What's wrong? Lin Jiyun and the bold young man obviously knew each other. A few of us are optimistic about you and Dadongzi being together. Why did you betray him? The thin man's words weren't as pleasant as the bold young man called Brother Yaoyang. Lin Jiyun frowned. Yang Ming, who was sitting on the side, was also a little impatient. He glanced at the thin man and said, this has nothing to do with you, right? How does it have nothing to do with me? The thin man was squeezed by Yang Ming and immediately became a little anxious. He turned to Li Dadong and said, Li Dadong, if you are still a man, stand up now and kill this kid with a beer bottle. Forget it, Xianxia. Li Dadong shook his head and then said to Lin Jiyun awkwardly, sorry, he drank too much. Li Dadong, you F*king bastard. Xianxia slammed the table and shouted, there are 3 of us. Are you still afraid of him? Auntie Hong also saw the quarrel here at the moment. She quickly came over and dissuaded, what's going on? Calm down. Auntie Hong, this is none of your business. You can go back to work first. Xianxia said with a gloomy face. Forget it, Zitao. Give me face. Don't cause trouble, okay? Li Dadong said very awkwardly. Dongzi, I am your friend. I can give you face, but will others give you face? Xianxia said loudly, you are being bullied, and you are still speaking for others. I am really sad for you. Auntie Hong, I am going to pack. I won't eat here. Yang Ming glanced at the thin Jing Zitao coldly, then turned to Auntie Hong and said. Looking at Lin Jiyun and Auntie Hong's face, Yang Ming wasn't willing to argue with a drunk person. Why? Are you scared? Are you scared? After Jing Zitao listened to Yang Ming's words, he sneered, what kind of despicable means did you use? Now that you are in the wrong, you want to leave, right? I say, Big Dongzi, you are the only one who can swallow this. Jing Zitao's sentence just hit Yang Ming's sore spot. The process of knowing Lin Jiyun was one of the things that Yang Ming felt the most wrong. Although the means to get Lin Jiyun wasn't his own intention, it was indeed a bit despicable. Li Dadong, I will give you face today. Yang Ming stood up and glared at Jing Zitao. Your friend drank too much horse piss. Let him stop. Li Dadong smiled bitterly. As he was about to speak, Jing Zitao slammed the table and stood up. Little bastard, who are you talking about? Are you tired of living? Jing Zitao saw that Yang Ming didn't look like a big shot. How high-end could he be eating in this kind of snack bar? He was also a person who had seen the scene. Today, he came here because of Li Dadong. Otherwise, he wouldn't eat in such a low-class place. Therefore, Jing Zitao naturally had a sense of superiority. At this moment, he saw that Yang Ming actually dared to scold him. Of course, he wasn't willing. Do you have food at home? Yang Ming suddenly turned and asked Lin Jiyun. Yes. What's wrong? Didn't you buy fried rice? Lin Jiyun asked curiously. As long as you have it. Yang Ming picked up the fried rice on the table and smashed it directly on Jing Zitao's face. Ah. Jing Zitao let out a strange cry. As soon as it was out of the pot, the steaming hot fried rice was poured on his face, making him dance for joy. The young man named Yao Yang couldn't stand it anymore. Originally, he was just a spectator, but now, he couldn't help but speak up. He stood up and pointed at Yang Ming, aren't you going too far? Whether it's too much or not, you know it clearly in your heart. You can hear what your friend is saying. Yang Ming said coldly, I don't want to fight today, but don't force me. It's none of your business. It's best if you don't get involved. Yao Yang's character was more heroic. His friend was in trouble. Whether he was in the wrong or not, he couldn't just sit and watch. Not to mention that Jing Zitao was also speaking for Li Dadong. Kid, I just said a few words to you, and you actually hit me. Yao Yang got up and rushed to Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun, don't say that brother Yao Yang didn't give you face. Yao Yang. You stop. Jing Zitao wiped the rice residue on his face and waved his hand to stop him. Zitao, are you okay? Yao Yang hesitated and asked. I will settle my grievances with this kid. Jing Zitao said coldly, Kid, you are quite bad *SS, but do you know the consequences of fighting with me? Zitao, forget it. Give me face, okay. Li Dadong heard Jing Zitao's words and was immediately shocked. Li Dadong knew a little about Jing Zitao's background. When he saw that Jing Zitao was going to be serious with Yang Ming, he quickly dissuaded him. Yang Ming, this matter is also your fault. I will talk to Zitao. You apologize to him and this matter will be over, okay? Li Dadong finished and whispered, Zitao's brother owns a bath center. You can't afford to offend him. Yang Ming waved his hand and said to Li Dadong, today's matter, I will give you face and forget about it. However, it is impossible to apologize. If anyone wants to apologize, it should be him who apologizes to me. Ai. Li Dadong sighed helplessly. He was also in a dilemma. If he allowed Jing Zitao to teach Yang Ming a lesson, then his impression in Lin Jiyun's heart would be ruined. He couldn't even be her brother anymore. Although he didn't have any illusions about Lin Jiyun now, he still loved her. He also wanted Lin Jiyun to be happy. However, Yang Ming refused to apologize to Jing Zitao. He couldn't stop Jing Zitao. After all, Jing Zitao stood up for him. Do you dare to wait here for 10 minutes? Jing Zitao took out his mobile phone and pointed at Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled. And didn't intend to bother with Jing Zitao. He took Lin Jiyun's hand and said, let's go. You stop. Jing Zitao shouted. Forget it. Li Dadong hesitated and finally reached out and pulled Jing Zitao's sleeve. Zitao, Jiyun is very happy now. I don't want to create any trouble for her. F***ck. Jing Zitao scolded and looked at Li Dadong with some resentment. But Li Dadong just smiled honestly. When Yang Ming left, he looked at Li Dadong approvingly. This person has a good nature. Today, in this situation, he can still hold back and not find trouble with me. It seems that he isn't the kind of person who is easily bewitched and impetuous. Yang Ming was now short of manpower. He would talk to Lin Jiyun in a while. If she thought it was good, he would hire Li Dadong to come to the company to help. At that time, Lin Jiyun would be the general manager. If Li Dadong came to work, he wouldn't be slacking. Although it was somewhat unfair to Li Dadong, he had to face it sooner or later. He was used to it. Besides, although Yang Ming's jewelry company was only a small emerging company, its future was limitless. It was only a matter of time before it became one of the largest companies in the country. Dadong, today I am giving you face and not arguing with this kid. But, if I see him alone next time, I won't let him go so easily. Jing Zitao said fiercely. It wasn't that Jing Zitao hadn't suffered a loss before, but those losses were from the ruthless people who he thought he couldn't shake. For someone like Yang Ming, he didn't think that he was a ruthless person. Yang Ming, I was so scared just now. Lin Jiyun held Yang Ming's hand and sweated slightly. Hee, why? Are you afraid that Jing Zitao will beat me, or are you worried about Li Dadong? Yang Ming smiled. What? How can I be worried? As Lin Jiyun said this, she quickly changed her words. For so many years, I have always regarded brother Dadong as my own brother. I don't want you to have any conflict with him. I understand. Yang Ming smiled ambiguously. Jiyun, that plate of fried rice was wasted. It seems that I have to trouble you to get me something to eat. Okay. Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words and nodded happily. To be able to do something for Yang Ming, in Lin Jiyun's opinion, she was very happy. I want to taste your cooking. Auntie Shin's cooking is good. I think your apprentice won't be bad. Yang Ming joked. You're making fun of me. Lin Jiyun pouted. If it's not as good as my mother's, you will scold me. I won't. Yang Ming pinched Lin Jiyun's little hand and said, as long as it's made by you, I like to eat it. Lin Jiyun was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming blankly and didn't know what to do. Although the relationship between the two people was somewhat unclear, Yang Ming had never talked to her so intimately and gently. Yang Ming, on the other hand, had completely let go of Chen Mingyan's imperial sword. Originally, he had the attitude of letting nature take its course with Lin Jiyun. But now, he wasn't afraid that Chen Mingyan would quarrel with him after knowing. Yang Ming also had to adjust his strategy. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Jiyun in a daze, Yang Ming asked with a smile. No, nothing. Lin Jiyun was full of joy at the moment. Back at Lin Jiyun's home, Yang Ming sat on the sofa while Lin Jiyun happily went to prepare food for Yang Ming. Yang Ming had nothing to do. He picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. Songjiang's local entertainment channels were full of news of Xia's concert and interviews of Xia's previous programs. Yang Ming, do you like Xia too? After a while, Lin Jiyun came in with a plate of fragrant fried rice. I'm just looking around. Now the TV is full of this program. Yang Ming put the remote control aside and took the fried rice that Lin Jiyun handed over. He smelled it and said, it's so fragrant. I think it's much better than Auntie Hong's. You haven't eaten yet. How do you know? Lin Jiyun asked with a smile, but her heart was sweeter than anything else. Jiyun, the thing I told you last time. It's about coming to the jewelry company to help. Have you thought about it? Yang Ming asked as he ate. Jewelry company? Is it the company that you and Zhang Bin started together? Although Lin Jiyun had never seen Zhang Bin, she also knew about this person from his words. Zhang Bin, these 2 days. Yang Ming hesitated. He didn't want Lin Jiyun to worry, so he lied. Zhang Bin is sick these 2 days. He is hospitalized. There is no one to take care of him in the company. As you know, I am very busy every day. The business in the company is delayed. But, is it okay for me to go? Lin Jiyun was very happy when she heard that Yang Ming asked her to help in the company. However, she immediately thought of Chen Mingyan. The encounter in the flower shop that day, Chen Mingyan still had a lingering fear. What's not good about it? Yang Ming didn't think of Lin Jiyun's thoughts. He thought that Lin Jiyun was afraid that he was a nepotistic person, which would have a bad influence in the company. Or, she was afraid that Zhang Ben would have other thoughts, so he smiled and said, Zhang Ben's girlfriend is also in the company. You can accompany her. When she heard that Yang Ming said the word also, Lin Jiyun's heart was beating fast. What does the word also mean? Does Yang Ming also regard me as his girlfriend? But what would Chen Mingyan think? Seeing that Yang Ming misunderstood, Lin Jiyun couldn't pretend to be stupid. After all, it was easy to go to the company, but if Chen Mingyan knew something, it wouldn't be easy to handle. Yang Ming. I mean, if your girlfriend knows, won't she mind? Lin Jiyun asked carefully. You mean Mingyan? Hee, she knows about your matter. I have told her about your situation. It's fine. Yang Ming said vaguely. As for the situation, only Yang Ming himself knew. Oh. Lin Jiyun didn't ask much, so she nodded. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. She didn't say anything? What do you want her to say? Yang Ming asked with a smile. No, nothing. How would Lin Jiyun know how to answer? She could only forget about it. Well, let's not talk about this. I will take you to the company in a while. You can familiarize yourself with the business first. According to the original plan, we have to launch a series of couple jewelry to the market before Valentine's Day on February 14th, Yang Ming said. If we don't hurry up, it will be too late. Okay. As the two of them were talking, the sound of the door opening came from outside. When they looked up, they saw Xin Yueping coming in with a basket. Little Yang is here too. When Xin Yueping saw Yang Ming, she immediately showed a smile. For Yang Ming, Xin Yueping not only liked him, but she was also grateful to him in her heart. In her own family, such a thing happened. If there was no Yang Ming, this family might have been finished long ago. Therefore, every time Yang Ming came here as a guest, Xin Yueping was very enthusiastic. Hello, Auntie Xin. Yang Ming quickly stood up and greeted her. Sit down, Yang Ming. You don't have to be so polite. Here is like your own home. Xin Yueping said, what do you want to eat tonight? Auntie will make it for you. I just ate. Auntie Xin, Jiyun made me fried rice. Yang Ming pointed to the empty plate in front of him. So you just ate. That's fine. When you are hungry, tell Auntie. Xin Yueping said. Although Yang Ming had advised Xin Yueping not to go out to work, she was also a person who couldn't stay idle. She still worked part-time in other people's homes. But there was plenty of time. She only worked for half a day. Her monthly salary wasn't low, so Yang Ming let her do whatever she wanted. Just like his parents, they couldn't stay idle. Otherwise, with Yang Ming's current financial resources, he would have let his parents travel around the world. Hey! You are also watching Xia's interview? Xin Yueping put the basket in the kitchen, then turned back and sat on the sofa. She glanced at the TV and said. Mom, you know Xia too? Lin Jiyun was stunned. She didn't expect her mother to know the people in the entertainment industry. How can I not know? Xin Yueping smiled and said, the child I worked for was a fan of Xia. The room was full of posters and photos of Xia. It was hard for me not to know her. During the summer vacation, Xia's CDs were displayed. Yang Ming shook his head. It seems that Xia's appeal and influence aren't ordinary. Fortunately, I was soft-hearted at the time and didn't do it. Otherwise, how many of Xia's fans would be in so much pain? If they knew that I killed their idol, then Yang Ming didn't need to show his face anymore. Even if I'm bad *SS, I can't fight against thousands of people. If everyone kicks me, I'll die. Yunair, do you like Xia too? Xin Yueping turned and asked her daughter. I like her very much. I think Xia is very beautiful. She has never had any scandals in the entertainment industry. It's really not easy. Lin Jiyun nodded and said, and Xia's songs are really good. I see that many of you young people like this Xia. Xin Yueping smiled and said, right, I heard that Xia is going to hold a concert here. The child of the family where I work had a big fight with his parents because of this. Big fight? What happened? Yang Ming asked curiously. It's like this. The child asked his parents to buy tickets early, but his parents were busy with work and forgot about it. Now, the tickets were all sold out. They couldn't buy tickets even if they wanted to. The child was angry with his parents. Xin Yueping shook her head. Sometimes, when I think about it, the child is really pitiful. Although his parents made a lot of money and never lacked money to spend, they weren't happy at all. The child is only in junior high school. He can't see his parents all day long. Every concert or some competition, aren't there some people who sell scalped tickets? Lin Jiyun said, his parents can go and buy scalped tickets, right? They did. Why didn't they? The secretary went to find those scalpers on the same day, but the scalpers didn't have tickets in their hands. Xin Yueping smiled bitterly. It is said that the organizer of this concert has an underworld background. Those scalpers don't dare to sell tickets. Yang Ming didn't expect Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan to take precautions against these things. It seemed that the two people had indeed matured a lot, and they were much more meticulous in their work. Although the scalpers sold tickets, which had no effect on their own income, the number of votes was always limited. Those who didn't buy tickets would buy scalped tickets at a high price. This was also unfair to some people. Auntie Shen, how are you doing in that family? Is it still satisfactory? Yang Ming thought about it and asked. It's very good. The people in this family are good. The couple is very busy. I have taken care of the house. They give a lot of money every month, and they never make things difficult for me. Xin Yueping said sincerely, it's much better than the original family. What about the child you mentioned? Asked Yang Ming. The child is also very sensible. He has never discriminated against me. He calls me Auntie Ping. Sometimes, I even persuade the child. The child listens to my advice. We get along very well. Xin Yueping asked curiously, Yang Ming, why are you asking this? Xin Yueping thought that Yang Ming wanted to take the opportunity to persuade her not to go out to work. Nothing. I'm just asking. As Yang Ming said this, he opened his handbag, took out something from it, and handed it to Xin Yueping. Auntie Shen, this is an admission ticket to Xia's concert. Although it is not a VIP seat, it is also hard to get a ticket. You can give this to the child. Ah? Xin Yueping was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. Concert. Aren't you and Yunair going to see it? I still have tickets. Yang Ming pointed to his bag. The organizer of the concert is my friend. He left a ticket for me. This one is redundant. This morning, Ho Zhenhan sent a lot of concert tickets to Yang Ming. There were VIP seats and ordinary seats, and every ticket was reserved. Then, Auntie will thank you on behalf of the child. Xin Yueping quickly took the concert ticket and glanced at the ticket price. She was immediately stunned. This ticket is so expensive. Do you need to pay? No need. I didn't spend any money. Yang Ming waved his hand and said. Through the incident between Bai Hai and Ge Xinyao, Lin Jiyun had already known about Yang Ming's background, so it wasn't very strange. However, Xin Yueping was a little nervous. She heard that the organizer of the concert was the underworld, so no one dared to speculate. Yang Ming actually knew the organizer, and it seemed that his face wasn't small. He actually left a ticket for him. However, when she thought about how Yang Ming easily settled Lin Chongqing's matter in Donghai, it was probably because of Yang Ming's unusual background. So, she was relieved. After talking with Xin Yueping for a while, Yang Ming told Xin Yueping about his idea of letting Lin Jiyun go to the company to help. Xin Yueping was very supportive. Yunair, when you go to Little Yang's company, you must learn humbly. You can't be arrogant just because you are Little Yang's girlfriend. You must keep a normal heart. Xin Yueping said worriedly, you have such a unique condition, you must cherish it. Mom, you can rest assured. I won't. Lin Jiyun's face was slightly red. Her character was also destined that she couldn't be arrogant. "And, it's good that you know." Shen Yueping nodded and said, "Although the company is Little Yang's, after all, it is a partnership between two people. It's not up to your family to decide. Auntie Shen, you can rest assured. Jiyun isn't such a person. I know this best. Otherwise, I can't put her in this position." Yang Ming explained with a smile. Shen Yueping listened to Yang Ming and was relieved. She still believed in Yang Ming's words. The words that should be said had been said. Shen Yueping no longer wanted to be a third wheel, so she got up and said, "I am going to the kitchen to wash the vegetables. You two can play." After Shen Yueping left, Yang Ming hesitated for a long time. He felt that he should talk about Li Dadong's matter. "Jiyun, what do you think of Li Dadong as a person?" asked Yang Ming. "And? Why are you suddenly asking this?" Lin Jiyun was embarrassed. "Didn't I say it before? I have always regarded him as my big brother." "Hee, I'm not asking you this. Why are you nervous?" Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun with a smile. "I mean, what do you think of Li Dadong's character?" "Oh." Lin Jiyun was a little shy. She misunderstood Yang Ming's meaning. She lowered her head and said, "Brother Dadong is a good person. He is a good person. He doesn't have any bad intentions. And, I also observed him carefully. I think his character is still good." Yang Ming continued, "If Li Dadong comes to the jewelry company to help, what do you think?" "Ah? Let him come?" Lin Jiyun was stunned and blurted out, "You're not worried?" "Why would I be worried?" Yang Ming smiled and looked at Lin Jiyun's blushing face. "Ugh. I mean, that." Lin Jiyun stuttered. The words just now were blurted out involuntarily. Now that she thought about it, it was too ambiguous. She quickly explained, "I mean, aren't you afraid that Brother Dadong will deliberately do something to destroy the company?" However, when she said this, Lin Jiyun felt that something was wrong. She had just said that Li Dadong's character was good, and he didn't have any bad intentions. At this moment, wasn't it contradictory? Sure enough, she heard Yang Ming say, "Jiyun, you can't lie. Didn't you say that Li Dadong is a good person? Why did you turn around and accuse him of sabotaging?" I. Anyway, what I mean is, Brother Dadong, he treats me. You should understand. If this is the case, can he work properly?" Lin Jiyun simply braced herself and said, "Some things, if you don't face it, you will never be able to solve it." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Let Li Dadong accept this fact faster, so that he won't be unable to recover. This is the best way." Yang Ming did this for another purpose. That was to show his strength in front of Li Dadong. This was actually for Li Dadong's good. He wanted to let Li Dadong know that Li Dadong couldn't reach his height no matter what. Then, he would stop thinking about Lin Jiyun. "Maybe you are right. Well, then the next time I see Brother Dadong, I will ask him for his opinion." It was almost time. He called Zhao Sisi and learned that the company had been renovated. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were ready to go to the company to take a look. Just as they walked out of the door, they saw Li Dadong and his two friends coming over. The three people were talking loudly. Li Dadong looked very excited. He didn't notice Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, who were not far away. "Xianxia, if you still think of me as your friend, don't mention this kind of thing again. Although I, Li Dadong, am not a gentleman, what you said, I will never do it." Li Dadong said loudly, "It's too despicable. This is too much damage to Jiyun." "Dadong." Xianxia saw Lin Jiyun not far away and quickly reminded him. He didn't want to be interrupted by Li Dadong. "Don't say it again. I will never agree. Don't use the methods of the underworld. Zitao, have you been following your brother in the bath center for too long? Have you been infected with the habits of these hooligans? You weren't like this before. Dadong, look at who is in front of you." Yao Yang saw that Li Dadong was more likely to be exposed, so he quickly patted his shoulder. "Ah?" Li Dadong looked up and saw Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun approaching. He was shocked. "Yang Ming, Jiyun, you too. Li Dadong, I really didn't misjudge you. Yang Ming walked over and patted Li Dadong's arm with relief. Then, he said, you can distinguish between good and evil. Very good. Yang Ming wasn't stupid. From Li Dadong's words just now, he probably heard some secrets. That Jing Zitao wasn't a good person at first glance. How good could his suggestion be? It was nothing more than lobbying Li Dadong to use some despicable means to get Lin Jiyun, but Li Dadong flatly refused. It showed that Li Dadong was a person with strong principles and a sense of justice. He wouldn't be tempted by benefits. F*ck, who do you think you are? Jing Zitao was unhappy just now. If Li Dadong didn't try to dissuade him, he would have already taught Yang Ming a lesson. Now, the meaning of Yang Ming's words was that Jing Zitao was evil, and Li Dadong was good. How could he not be angry? Li Dadong, I advise you. This kind of friend, you don't need it. Don't think that he is helping you. He is harming you. Yang Ming glanced at Jing Zitao coldly. The bullshit ideas he gave you will kill you. Yang Ming's words were indeed true. If Li Dadong dared to have any thoughts about Lin Jiyun, then he would die miserably. Zitao, he is also thinking for me. Li Dadong was a little embarrassed. Yang Ming reprimanded Jing Zitao in front of him, putting him in a dilemma. F*ck off. How many years have I been friends with Dadong? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you. If Dadong didn't plead for you, I can let you lie down today. If I don't destroy you, you won't know how high the sky is. Jing Zitao scolded. Yang Ming squeezed his right fist and then released it. He shook his head and said, I have already said it. You think about it yourself. As for your friend, I don't want to say anything more. In Songjiang, there are not many people who dare to talk to me like this. And those few people were Yang Ming's parents, elders, and his woman. Jing Zitao had a disdainful look. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as Yang Ming. Moreover, those people had the capital to be arrogant. What did he have? He was just a little bigger. If it was a one-on-one fight, Jing Zitao was definitely not his opponent. So, Jing Zitao didn't dare to make the first move without help. He just stood aside and sneered. Right, brother Dadong, I am going to Yang Ming's company. Do you want to come with us? Lin Jiyun suddenly remembered what Yang Ming said to her at home, so she invited him. Company? Okay. Li Dadong didn't think much about what company it was and what the company did specifically. Just because Lin Jiyun invited him, he subconsciously agreed. Jing Zitao on the other side was full of mockery. What company? Dadong, don't be fooled by him. Right, Jiyun, what the hell is going on? What company? Li Dadong reacted at this moment and asked Lin Jiyun, baffled. Alright, Dadong. Can't you see it? Your sister Lin and her boyfriend are making up lies to trick you. Jing Zitao said sourly. No, brother Dadong, what I said is true. Lin Jiyun saw that she was suspected and was a little anxious. Then let's go, Dadong. Let's go and see what the company is like. Jing Zitao was sure that this was just a lie from Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. In other words, even Lin Jiyun was a victim. He was worried that he didn't have a chance to retaliate. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the opportunity had come. He wanted to embarrass Yang Ming. Although Yao Yan didn't speak, he had the same idea in his heart. At this time, he listened to Jing Zitao's words and nodded to agree. If this is the case, then let's go together. Yang Ming glanced at Jing Zitao and Yao Yang. How could he not know their thoughts? But, he didn't say it out loud. Brother Dadong, this. Lin Jiyun was in a bit of a dilemma. She originally invited him, but these two people that Yang Ming hated had to come along. Jiyun, since they want to follow, then let them follow. Yang Ming naturally understood the thoughts of these two guys. When he saw Li Dadong's awkward expression, he simply followed their wishes. I'm sorry. Li Dadong smiled bitterly. Yang Ming didn't say anything. He took Lin Jiyun's hand and walked out of the alley. Are you going to take the bus? Jing Zitao said in a sarcastic tone behind them. Yang Ming's direction wasn't on the main street. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be a taxi passing by. Therefore, Xianxia said, we don't want to squeeze in the bus. Or, tell us the place, and we can take a taxi ourselves. Zitao. Ai. Li Dadong was somewhat helpless, but there was no way. Xianxia had changed. He was no longer the generous and loyal Xianxia when he was in school. Now, Xianxia had become very domineering and arrogant. Yang Ming didn't bother with him. He walked out of the alley, took out the car remote control, and pressed the door lock of the BMW. Xianxia and Yao Yang were obviously stunned. Even Li Dadong was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yang Ming to have his own car. And it was a luxurious BMW X5. Lin Jiyun was clear about Yang Ming's details. At this time, there was no unnatural feeling. First, he opened the door of the passenger seat and let Lin Jiyun sit in it. Then, he said to Li Dadong and the other two people, Big Wax Gourd, get in the car. Oh, yes, didn't you two want to take a taxi? Xianxia's face was full of disbelief at the moment. However, at this point, he had to admit that he had made a mistake just now. No wonder Yang Ming was so calm just now. It turned out that he had the capital to be calm. Xianxia originally belonged to the group of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Now that he saw that Yang Ming had the strength, he began to worry again. I just ridiculed him for a long time. Did Yang Ming hold a grudge? Now, the most important thing was to figure out Yang Ming's background and see how capable he was. Thinking of this, he quickly said, since we have a car, why do we need to take a taxi? Xianxia had overestimated himself. Did Yang Ming hold a grudge? A small fry like him was not worth Yang Ming's vengeance. Shameless people were invincible. Yang Ming didn't expect Xianxia to change so quickly. Although it was strange, he couldn't say anything. Anyway, they weren't lacking. If they were willing to squeeze at the back, then so be it. Dude, what does your company do? On the way, Xianxia couldn't hold it in anymore. He was the one who was jumping around the most. If Yang Ming wanted to find fault with him, he would definitely be the one to blame. Yao Yang didn't say anything. Therefore, he started to feel out Yang Ming's way. When he saw Yang Ming's luxury car, he understood that the company that Yang Ming mentioned was most likely true. Yang Ming snorted and said disapprovingly, if you have eyes, you can see for yourself later. Xianxia was deflated, but he didn't dare to be angry. He usually saw a lot of ruthless people in his elder brother's bath center. He also saw a lot of methods, so he didn't dare to be dissatisfied with Yang Ming. Yang Ming parked the car in the parking lot in front of the jewelry company on the commercial street and then got out of the car. Brother Yang. Several black-shirted young men greeted Yang Ming at the same time. These people were security guards sent by Bao Sanli. They had already recognized Yang Ming's photo before. However, even if they didn't know Yang Ming, they could still recognize this car that was Ho Shenhan's previous car. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. In this cold weather, these people were frozen outside for the safety of the jewelry company. Yang Ming naturally had to ask about their well-being. It's our duty, Brother Yang, said the leader of the black-shirt man. Obviously, he vaguely knew some of Yang Ming's identity. He was particularly surprised by Yang Ming's praise. What's your name? Asked Yang Ming. Yang Wolong. The black-shirt man said. It's still the same family. Do a good job. I won't treat the brothers badly. Yang Ming patted Yang Wolong's shoulder and said. Yes, Brother Yang. Yang Wolong replied quickly, and his eyes were full of excitement. At this time, Yang Ming set off a storm in Xianxia's heart. He really believed that Yang Ming was really not ordinary. However, he began to worry again. It seemed that Yang Ming's strength was definitely not weak. Over there, are the brothers also? Yang Ming looked at the black-shirt men who were walking back and forth in all directions. Yes, they are all brothers sent by Brother Bao to protect the company's safety. Yang Wolong replied. There are so many people. There is no need. Yang Ming thought about it and said, let some of the brothers go and rest first. Brother Yang, how can this be? The company's safety is the first priority, said Yang Wolong. If they go and rest, they can still come back in time if something happens. Let them keep the walkie-talkie with them at all times. If there is a situation, they will immediately support. Yang Ming said, this way, they won't be too tired, okay? But Yang Wolong knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth, but Brother Bao's previous order was that everyone was on alert and couldn't be lazy. What's wrong? What's the problem? Yang Ming looked up at Yang Wolong and said, is it because of Bao Sanli? Yes, Brother Bao told us to be on alert, said Yang Wolong. Didn't Bao Sanli tell you to listen to my arrangement when you are here? Yang Ming said in a cold voice. Yes, Brother Yang. I know what to do. Yang Wolong said quickly, Brother Yang, I thank you on behalf of the brothers. I should be the one thanking you. Aren't you protecting my company now? Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. Li Dadong didn't know who the so-called Brother Bao Bao was, so he didn't feel anything. However, Xianxia was different. His brother opened a luxury bath center. He often had contact with the underworld. For the name Bao Sanli, it could be said that he had heard a lot. Therefore, Xianxia was dumbfounded. If the Bao Sanli that Yang Ming said was that Bao Sanli, then it was just a matter of minutes to kill him. When Yang Wolong left, Xianxia went to Yang Ming's side and whispered, Yang. Brother Yang, the Bao Sanli that you just said, Brother Bao, is that? Brother Bao? Yang Ming looked at Xianxia's appearance and smiled. Probably, it is the one you said. The one from the Nightless Club. Ah. Although Xianxia was already aware, he was still scared at this time. How could he have the opportunity to get in touch with such a big shot like Bao Sanli? However, after the panic, he quickly said, Brother Yang, you are right. I just drank too much horse piss. I was a little confused. Just now, in Brother Yang's BMW, the wind outside blew, and I woke up. If there is anything inappropriate, Brother Yang, you can just treat it as fart. I didn't seem to open the window just now, right? I remember that I turned on the heater. Yang Ming smiled. It's the same. It's the same. Whether it is the southeast wind or the northwest wind, as long as it can wake me up, it is a good wind, said Xianxia. Okay, I know your mind. You are afraid that I will hold a grudge and retaliate against you, right? Yang Ming looked at Xianxia and said. Heh. Xianxia's thoughts were exposed, and he laughed dryly. Don't worry. I am too lazy to care about you. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I am too busy with other things today. I don't have time to trouble you. Thank you, Brother Yang. Xianxia was overjoyed and said quickly. It was reasonable to say that Xianxia was a bit too flattering. However, people who understood the current situation of the Jing family would not say so. The Jing family started their business by relying on the bath center. They did not have a deep background. They just managed it well and caught the opportunity. Moreover, under the deliberate flattery of the Jing family's eldest brother, who was Xianxia's eldest brother, they knew a lot of powerful people. The bath center grew bigger and bigger, and now it had become a full-service club. The Jing family's club was in Donghai. However, there were some problems recently. Because of a small matter, they had a little conflict with a young master from Donghai. However, this young master had a strong background and was known as one of the 4 young masters of Donghai. Originally, they thought that it could be settled with some money. The Jing family's eldest brother found a lot of people, but it was to no avail. Because the other party only had one condition, which was to close the Jing family's club. Xianxia knew about Yang Ming's background and relationship, and suddenly his heart moved. Maybe, he could start with Yang Ming and see if he could find a relationship. Maybe he could. Let the young master of Donghai let the Jing family go. In this way, a bad thing might become a good thing. Therefore, Xianxia was particularly flattering. Zhao Sisi, how is it? Yang Ming walked into the company's door and saw Zhao Sisi, who was busy. Yang Ming, you are here. Zhao Sisi saw that Yang Ming came, so she put down the work in her hand and looked up. It's almost done. It will be done soon. After that, Zhao Sisi said to the employees who were cleaning, you all hurry up. This is President Yang of the company. You all should get to know each other. Hello, President Yang. When they heard that another general manager of the company had arrived, these employees quickly greeted him. Everyone is busy. Yang Ming nodded to these people and said. Seeing the scale of Yang Ming's company, Xianxia was even more convinced. He was convinced that Yang Ming was a person with a deep background, so he took the initiative to pick up the extra rag and help the employees do their work. Yang Ming frowned. Isn't this Xianxia a bit too solicitous? If he was afraid that Yang Ming would retaliate before, then Yang Ming had already said that he wouldn't find trouble with him. Now that he is still like this, it's a bit unreasonable. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Yang Ming thought about it and roughly understood Xianxia's thoughts. This guy definitely wants to take the opportunity to climb up to me, but Yang Ming didn't expect that Xianxia wanted to use Yang Ming to open up a relationship. Li Dadong was a straightforward person who didn't know how to be tactful. He was somewhat inexplicable about Xianxia's sudden change. He couldn't help but wonder, Zitao, what's wrong with you? Previously, Xianxia said those words to Yang Ming behind Li Dadong and Yao Yang's back. It's nothing. Anyway, I'm idle. I just want to lend a hand and see if I can do something. Xianxia said with a smile. Right, Zhao Cici, this is Lin Jiyun whom I mentioned to you. She is also from our school. She is studying economics. She is here to help me manage the company. Yang Ming didn't bother with Xianxia. Since Xianxia was willing to mess around, Yang Ming would just let him mess around. Instead, he turned around and introduced Lin Jiyun to Zhao Cici. Hello, Lin Jiyun. I am Zhao Cici. You can call me Cici in the future. Zhao Cici reached out her hand in a friendly manner. For the identity of Lin Jiyun, she vaguely knew something from Zhang Bin. She naturally had to be friendly to this girl who had an unclear relationship with Ming. Zhao Cici. She was. She Woon. Hello, Cici. Then you can call me Jiyun. Lin Jiyun quickly shook hands with Zhao Cici. To be honest, Zhao Cici's strength was in advertising and publicity. She wasn't very good at managing the company. A while ago, it was Zhang Bin who was busy. After all, Zhang Bin had a father who was the boss. He gave advice and help. It wasn't difficult to deal with some of the company's operational problems. Zhao Cici, on the other hand, was only an assistant. However, in the past few days, Zhang Bing had been hospitalized. The entire company's burden had been placed on Zhao Cici's shoulders, making her somewhat powerless. This time, seeing that Yang Ming found a helper who studied economics in school, she was naturally very happy. Li Dadong, how is it? Are you willing to stay and help in the company? Yang Ming looked at Li Dadong, who was at a loss. The name for him had changed from the original Big Winter Melon to the current Li Dadong. Ah? Me? Me? Li Dadong was stunned. He thought that he didn't hear it clearly. You mean you want to invite me? To come to your company? Yeah. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Do you have this idea? This company? Li Dadong asked with uncertainty. Yes, this is the company. Yang Ming replied. Lin Jiyun is also there? Li Dadong still didn't believe it. She is also there. Yang Ming said affirmatively. Then why do you still invite me? Li Dadong was even more inexplicable. It was reasonable to say that others couldn't hide from their love rivals. They would do everything possible to send their love rivals far away before they would give up. This Yang Ming actually put me next to Lin Jiyun? What does this mean? I'm asking you to come to the company to help. Yang Ming shrugged. I'm asking you to come to the company. Naturally, it is to help. But. Li Dadong was confused. He didn't understand what Yang Ming wanted to do. Is he sincere, or is he testing me? Or is there any conspiracy? Li Dadong, don't think too much. How could Yang Ming not see Li Dadong's concerns, so he said, in fact, Jiyun has always regarded you as her brother. You are now and will be in the future. You two can't be lovers, but it doesn't mean that you can't be family. During this time, you haven't been to Jiyun's house, right? You have been avoiding Jiyun, right? This is not only the result of Jiyun, but also the result that I don't want to see. Now our generation is basically the only child. There are no brothers or sisters in the family. Ji-yoon has a brother who is closer to her than her own brother. It is also a kind of happiness. Now, you are destroying this kind of happiness. So, I have created an opportunity for you. I hope you can grasp it. Of course, whether you are willing or not, you can think about it yourself. I won't force you. Let me think about it. Lee Dadong listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but be a little moved. Yang Ming was telling the truth. During this time, he was indeed avoiding Lin Ji-yoon. Because he was very embarrassed, he didn't know what to say when they met. Lee Dadong regretted his rashness. That day, if he didn't impulsively confess in front of Lin Ji-yoon and her boyfriend, there wouldn't be the awkwardness now. Now that he thought about it, in fact, the relationship and feelings between himself and Ji-yoon were actually very good. Ji-yoon was very dependent on him and regarded him as her brother. It was just as wishful thinking that this kind of sibling relationship would slowly evolve into love. However, all this tacit understanding and beauty would never return. Therefore, Lee Dadong looked for his high school friends to come out for a drink when he was extremely depressed. Now, Yang Ming gave him a chance to repair the relationship with Lin Ji-yoon, but Lee Dadong was hesitant. After all, this was Yang Ming's company. Although Lee Dadong didn't think that Yang Ming was the kind of person who would play tricks behind people's backs, Lee Dadong still felt a bit weird. Okay, I will give you time to think about it. If you think about it, give me an answer. Yang Ming said. Lee Dadong was asked to go back and think about it. Yang Ming stared coldly at Xianxia, who hesitated and didn't want to leave. Why? Is there anything else? No, nothing. Brother Yang, can you give me a contact information? Xianxia asked carefully. Contact information? Why do you want my contact information? Yang Ming frowned. That. It's like this. I saw that Lee Dadong left in a hurry and didn't leave your contact information. Didn't you ask him to consider it? He thought about it. If he didn't have your contact information, how could he inform you? Xianxia said seriously, I was thinking about asking for it for him. It turned out to be like this. Although Yang Ming saw Xianxia's selfishness, he still said his mobile phone number. Xianxia quickly wrote it down on his mobile phone, then he reluctantly got up and left. The designer hired by Old Buffon wasn't ordinary. The jewelry designs were very noble and elegant. Zhao Cixi pulled out some completed samples from the computer and discussed with Yang Ming and Lin Ji-yoon. I think these are good. Let's hurry up and let the factory work. It's going to be Valentine's Day soon. Although we are taking the high-end route, there are many rich couples. Yang Ming said, in the future, you and Ji-yoon will decide on these things. Zhang Ben and I will just leave it to you. Zhang Ben? I don't dare to let him be as leisurely as you. After he is discharged from the hospital, I have to ask him to come over. Zhao Cixi said with a smile. That is your family matter. I won't get involved. Yang Ming waved his hand. Lin Ji-yoon's ability to adapt and learn was very strong. Although she didn't like to talk much, she had the demeanor of a strong businesswoman. Of course, this was just the appearance. Lin Ji-yoon's character determined that she wasn't that kind of ruthless person. This kind of person could do business, but they were bad at controlling their subordinates. They could only use personality charm to infect their subordinates, but they couldn't treat their subordinates too harshly because Lin Ji-yoon couldn't be ruthless. This was her weakness. Lee Dadong, on the other hand, could just make up for Lin Ji-yoon's shortcomings. It could be seen from the usual contact that Lee Dadong was the kind of person who didn't have too many crooked thoughts. He was upright and plain-spoken. He was just suitable for managing the company's personnel and discipline. This kind of iron-faced god, anyone would be afraid of him. Yang Ming was thinking about the company's matters, but Lee Dadong also began to worry about today's matter. For Yang Ming's invitation, should I go or not? Lee Dadong was very hesitant. It wasn't because of his academic problems. People who had been to university knew that the personal time in university was quite ample. Moreover, some subjects weren't very strict, and the lecturers didn't take attendance. As long as you passed the exam, they would turn a blind eye to you. Therefore, going to Yang Ming's company wouldn't take up Lee Dadong's study time. Moreover, for Li Dadong, this was also a very good opportunity. With the saturation of university graduates, finding a job had become a very serious problem. With the popularization of university education, people were no longer very interested in the original senior intellectuals of university students. University students looking for a job were almost no different from ordinary college students or even secondary school students who hadn't been to university. A diploma didn't mean anything. With the saturation of positions, there weren't so many positions for graduates to work, not to mention so many former graduates and unemployed young people. Although Li Dadong hadn't looked for a job, he still saw the reports on TV and newspapers all day long. He still understood the current situation very well. Therefore, Yang Ming's invitation made him tempted. Moreover, Li Dadong also understood that Yang Ming didn't do this to create opportunities for him to pursue Lin Jiyun, but to let him face up to the relationship with Lin Jiyun and walk out of the shadow of feelings. "Brother, where are you?" Li Dadong hesitated for a long time and couldn't make up his mind. So, he decided to call his cousin and discuss it with him. Nowadays, every family was basically an only child. Cousins and cousins were considered the closest siblings. Li Dadong had a good relationship with this cousin since he was a child. Usually, if there was something on his mind, he liked to discuss it with him. "Big brother, it's you. What's the matter?" Li Dadong's cousin picked up the phone and asked. "Bro, are you free? Big brother has something to discuss with you." Li Dadong said. "Oh? That's fine. Wait for me. I will ask for leave from the leader." Li Dadong's cousin said. "Then I will wait for you. Come to my house and drink with me." Li Dadong said. "Do you have food at home?" "Forget it. If he sees us drinking, your dad, my uncle will scold us again." Li Dadong's cousin said, "Come to the food stall behind the commercial street. My treat. I just got a commission today. Let's celebrate." "That's fine. I will be there in 20 minutes. Li Dadong said. "Me too. Let's meet at Old Wang's barbecue stall." Li Dadong's cousin said. Hanging up the phone, Li Dadong's cousin turned and walked into the manager's office next to him. "Manager Liu, my elder brother just called. He is looking for me for something. Can I leave early today?" "No problem. If you have something to do, go ahead." Manager Liu nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Manager Liu." Li Dadong's cousin thanked him, then he turned and left Manager Liu's office. Some people may have guessed it. Yes, Li Dadong's cousin is Li Dagong, Yang Ming's good friend in high school. Manager Liu also vaguely knew about Yang Ming's background recently, so he took special care of Li Dadong. After Yang Ming bought the house, there were many small things and procedures that he didn't have time to do, so he sent Bao Sanli to do it. The last time, Bao Sanli didn't do a good job. He was worried that Yang Ming would look down on him. This time, when he saw that Yang Ming had something to tell him, he quickly went to do it. Originally, these small things didn't need Bao Sanli to do it personally. He could just send an underling to do it, but because it was something that Yang Ming asked, Bao Sanli had to be cautious. Manager Liu didn't know anyone in Songjiang, but he couldn't not know Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli personally came to get the property certificate. Manager Liu was dumbfounded. No wonder Yang Ming was so bad *SS before. He just sat there and didn't speak. Miss Su's boyfriend was so scared. So what if you have an underworld background? Songjiang's biggest underworld boss was an errand boy for Yang Ming. Manager Liu was full of cold sweat. Fortunately, I didn't help Miss Su that day. Otherwise, I would be finished. When Li Dagong rushed to the food stall, Li Dadong just arrived. Li Dadong was familiar with this place. When he was in school, he had nothing to do with Yang Ming and Su Peng. "Brother, you are quite fast." Li Dagong's company wasn't close to here, so Li Dadong said this. "How can I not be fast when I take a taxi?" Li Dagong smiled. "What's wrong? Looking at your expression, you seem to be very depressed. What's the matter? Sit down and talk slowly." Li Dadong said noncommittally. He found an empty chair and sat down. "Okay." Li Dagong wasn't in a hurry. After sitting down, He shouted to the waiter, "Waiter, give me 30 mutton skewers, 10 beef kidneys, 5 mutton chops, and 2 bottles of beer." Okay. The waiter wrote down what Li Dagong wanted and went to prepare it. Let's talk about it. What's going on? Li Dagong pulled out a piece of garlic and said as he cooked. Brother, do you know Lin Jiyun? Li Dadong hesitated and said. I know. Isn't she your childhood sweetheart? Li Dagong was still very familiar with Li Dadong's affairs. Childhood sweetheart. Li Dadong sighed. She has a boyfriend. What? Li Dagong was stunned. What happened? Isn't it you? It would be good if it was me. Li Dadong smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, I also thought about it. Lin Jiyun has always regarded me as a big brother. She never had that kind of feelings. Love isn't something that can be forced. She also has the right to pursue happiness. D*MN, you have thought about it. Why are you still looking for me? Do you have nothing to do? Li Dagong was somewhat inexplicable. He naturally knew that love couldn't be forced. Since his brother had thought it through, what was there to worry about? It's not this. It's another thing. Li Dadong paused and said, Lin Jiyun's boyfriend wants to invite me to his company to help. Lin Jiyun is also in his company. So rich? He has his own company? Li Dagong was stunned. However, I don't understand what you said. Her boyfriend wants you to go to his company? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Of course not, otherwise, I wouldn't be worried. Li Dadong waved his hand. What I'm hesitating about now is whether to go or not. Wait. Why do I feel that it's a bit unbelievable? Does Lin Jiyun's boyfriend know that you like Lin Jiyun? Asked Li Dagong. He knows. Li Dadong nodded. Damn. What kind of idea is this? Why am I so confused? Li Dagong patted his head and said. Brother, in fact, things are very simple. Lin Jiyun's boyfriend knows that Jiyun doesn't like me. She has always regarded me as her big brother. This time, he asked me to go to the company to help. He wants me to wake up and not be addicted to the shadow of heartbreak. He wants me to be able to walk out of it. Li Dadong told Li Dagong about Yang Ming's intention. A real man. A real man. Li Dagong patted his thigh and praised sincerely, then why are you still hesitating? Look at Lin Jiyun's boyfriend. He isn't a narrow-minded person. Since he gave you such a good opportunity, why are you still hesitating? But, I'm afraid that it will only be more awkward after I go. Li Dadong was worried. As long as you know your position, there won't be any awkwardness. Li Dagong shook his head and said, Big brother, if I were you, I would also make this choice. I know. Well, let's not talk about this first. Let's drink. Li Dadong saw that the mutton skewers were served, so he poured himself a glass of beer and said. Okay, let's drink first. Li Dagong also poured a glass for himself, then he picked up the steaming mutton skewers and chewed them. After a few glasses of beer, Li Dadong's face was slightly flushed. He wasn't as troubled as before. The two brothers laughed and talked about other things. Old man Wang, are there any tables? As they were chatting, a few strong men who looked like punks came over and asked the owner of the barbecue stall, Old man Wang. Sorry, it's full. Do you want to wait or come back next time? Old man Wang said apologetically. Old man Wang's barbecue stall was an old time. It was famous among the food stalls. Many people came here to eat. When it was time to eat, there were almost no seats. It's really disappointing. The leader of the strong men scolded and turned to leave. One of his men turned his eyes and glanced at the customers of the food stall. Then, he walked straight to Li Dadong's table. You two occupied such a big table for 6 people. Go and join the people over there. My boss wants to eat here. The underling said directly to Li Dadong and Li Dagong. Here, drink a little wine, talk about your thoughts, talk about your own words, and don't interfere with each other. Who wants to squeeze at the same table with others? At that time, not only would they not be able to talk, but they wouldn't be able to drink happily. Instead, they would be very restrained when eating. Li Dagong frowned. He wasn't a good person in the past. When he was with Yang Ming, he was also a master who could do whatever he wanted. He didn't hesitate to criticize whoever he wanted. However, now that he was on the right path, and his cousin was here, Li Dagong knew his cousin's temperament. He wasn't the kind of person who would stir up trouble, so he didn't act on the spot. Besides, the other party had a lot of people, and there were only 2 people on his side. Although they really fought, his cousin Li Dadong would definitely not sit idly by. After all, he wasn't a fighter. It was almost the same as not having a fighter. We are talking about things. It's inconvenient to be at the same table with others. Li Dagong said to the underling. Hey, you are quite arrogant, aren't you? Do you know what my boss does? In fact, if this happened in normal times, it wouldn't be a big deal. Recently, the higher-ups of Song Jiang's underworld had given strict orders that they were not allowed to harass civilians. However, the underling was humiliated by Li Dagong in front of so many people. He was a little embarrassed, so he left a few words. Do you know what my boss does? After Li Dagong saw Yang Ming last time, he saw the series of things that happened to Yang Ming. He knew that Yang Ming wasn't ordinary now. Most probably, the people in the underworld would give him face. Otherwise, Guo Jianchao, who was said to have an underworld background, wouldn't leave with his tail between his legs. Your boss? You also come out to mingle? The underling was stunned. He thought, don't offend the Dragon King. The most taboo in the underworld was infighting. If it was really one of their own, then if the bosses knew about it, it would definitely not end well. Of course, this boss didn't refer to his boss, but to the heavyweight figures above, which were the underlings of Bao Sanli and Ho Shenhan. Not really. My boss is Yang Ming. Do you know him? Li Dagong said tentatively. Yang Ming? Who is it? The subordinate was a little confused. However, there were too many little bosses in the gang. How could he know all of them? So he asked, where are you from? His subordinates didn't recognize him, but the leader of the brawny men trembled and was shocked. He rushed over and directly kicked his subordinates, F***ck, if there's no place, let's eat at another restaurant? Are you trying to show off your big ass? The underling was kicked to the ground. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he heard his boss respectfully say to Li Dagong, brother, I'm sorry. This underling of mine doesn't know any better. See if I don't kill him when I get back. Sorry for disturbing your meal. This meal is on me. I'll pay the bill. This is not necessary. We haven't finished eating yet. We have to order other things in a while. Li Dagong didn't expect Yang Ming's name to be so useful. He just mentioned it casually, and the matter was solved. Yes, yes. The boss took out his wallet from his pocket and took out 500 yuan from it. He handed it to the barbecue stall's owner, Old Man Wang. I'll pay the bill for these 2 brothers. I'll give you a refund if it's too much. I'll give you this 500 yuan first. No problem. Old Man Wang knew the boss and quickly took the 500 yuan. Barbecue, no matter how much they ate, 2 people couldn't eat 500 yuan worth of food. Besides, even if they ate, Old Man Wang knew that a person like the leader would definitely not go back on his words. Recently, the punks in Song Jiang's underworld were obviously more well-behaved. They paid for their meals and drinks. There were fewer troublemakers. Old Man Wang was also a person at the bottom of the society. He was well informed. He knew that the underworld of Song Jiang had changed. A more decent boss was in power, and the requirements for these underlings were much stricter. These people who came out to do business only wanted stability. They didn't care about the protection fee every month. They were afraid that these people would come to eat and drink for free after receiving the protection fee. Then, they couldn't afford it. The current situation made these people feel very gratified. Every month, they voluntarily paid the protection fee. These people who mingled in the underworld could really play the role of protection. Moreover, they were now very formal. They were nominally the security guards of the security company to maintain the market's security. With these people, the ruffians who didn't pay and fought in the market had stopped a lot. After all, these people who did business got the benefits. Li Dagong saw that the leader was so attentive, so he couldn't refuse anymore. He nodded and said, "Thank you." "What are you thanking for? We're all on the same side." The leader said, "My name is Zhang Penbai. The night market is my territory. If you need a brother in the future, just say the word." The reason why Zhang Penbai told his name to Li Dagong was that he hesitated again and again. If Li Dagong said something bad about him in front of Yang Ming, then he would be finished. Then again, even if he didn't tell, as long as Yang Ming wanted to know, he could simply inquire about whose territory the night market was, and he would know his name. This would be even worse. It was better to confess. Maybe he could climb to a higher position with the help of Yang Ming's relationship. And this Zhang Penbai was the Zhang Penbai from the Immortal Resort. Because he ruined Sui Guangqi's good deed, he was fired. At that time, Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia's analysis was not wrong. Sui Guangqi instructed Zhang Penbai's two underlings to act together, but he didn't expect Zhang Penbai to interfere and mess things up. Under Sui Guangqi's anger, he fired Zhang Penbai. After Zhang Penbai, who was in his 30s, lost his livelihood, and had no other skills, so he followed Bao Sanli and Song Jiang under the recommendation of a friend. He joined the security company and was sent to the market management office of the night market as a security guard. Of course, this was the external name. Zhang Penbai was the captain of the night market's security team. But in fact, it was just a different way of saying it. However, even though it was a different way of saying it, the meaning was completely different. The nature of Zhang Penbai's work changed from the original illegal to legal. The owners also understood what was going on. They really didn't need ordinary security guards. That was to say, Zhang Penbai's group could quickly help them when they were in trouble, so they were willing to pay. Although the current work was not as leisurely as before, it was not bad. At least now the people he followed were more powerful than before. The culprit who caused this incident was Yang Ming. Zhang Penbai naturally paid attention to him. It was because of him that he lost his job. Zhang Penbai had to inquire about Yang Ming's background for many aspects, right? However, once by chance, Zhang Penbai saw the two bosses, Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan, accompanying Yang Ming. The three of them were talking and laughing. Zhang Penbai immediately dispelled the idea of retaliating against Yang Ming. A person who could be accompanied by two bosses, how could he be an ordinary person? Therefore, Zhang Penbai immediately had the intention to befriend him. After all, there was a small dispute between the two. If he could use this matter to make a fuss, it might really become a ladder to his own success. It was precisely because of this that when Zhang Penbai heard that Li Dagong's boss was Yang Ming, he didn't dare to neglect and quickly ran to apologize. "Brother Bai, my name is Li Dagong. I am Brother Yang's high school classmate. At that time I was also with Brother Yang," said Li Dagong. "Gang, then I won't disturb you drinking. Let's talk another day." "Right, this is my business card. The next time you come here to drink, be sure to call me." Zhang Penbai gave Li Dagong a business card and didn't stay any longer. He left with the underling. After walking for a long time, the underling asked in fear and trepidation, "Brother Bai, who is Yang Ming?" F***CK. Zhang Penbai gave the underling another slap and said, "Can you call Brother Yang's name directly? He is a good friend of Brother Bao and Brother Ho." "Ah? Then, am I in trouble?" The underling wasn't stupid. He asked worriedly when he heard it. "Isn't it because I wiped your ass? Be more alert in the future. Don't always cause trouble." Zhang Penbai snorted. "Thank you, Brother Bai." The underling said gratefully, "I won't dare to cause trouble again in the future. It's good that you know. Let's go. Let's find a place to drink and celebrate," said Zhang Penbai. "Celebrate? What is there to celebrate?" The underling said, baffled. "Idiot. Isn't this also an opportunity? Maybe I can meet Brother Yang because of the gang just now," said Zhang Penbai. In the underworld, age didn't matter. The capable ones were the brothers. So, Zhang Penbai was in his 30s. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with calling Li Dagong a brother. On the other side, Li Dadong was very surprised. He frowned and thought about the conversation between his cousin and Zhang Penbai. "Yang Ming, could it be the Yang Ming that I met today?" "Brother, the Yang Ming that you mentioned, what does he do?" Li Dadong finally couldn't help but ask. Yang Ming? When I was in high school, Brother Bao was also my boss. Now, he is quite bad *SS. He drives a luxury car and lives in a mansion. Li Dagong said, there is nothing to hide about this. After a while, he wants to set up a real estate company. He asked me to help. Luxury car? What car? Li Dadong's heart moved. X5. Why? Big brother, why are you asking this? Li Dagong was a bit puzzled. What is X5? Li Dadong didn't know much about the model of the car. He only knew the brand of the car. BMW X5. Li Dagong explained. BMW? Is it that kind of off-road jeep? Li Dadong asked quickly. He still knew the brand of BMW. Yeah, why are you asking this? Li Dagong didn't understand. Blue? Li Dadong didn't answer and continued to ask. Yeah, what's wrong? Li Dagong felt more and more inexplicable. AI. Li Dadong sighed and said, it's him. What do you mean it's him? You know Yang Ming too? Li Dagong was confused. It's him. He is Lin Jiyun's boyfriend. Li Dadong sighed. I say, did you make a mistake? Lin Jiyun's boyfriend? His girlfriend is Chen Mingyan. She is the campus belle of our high school. Li Dagong said puzzledly. And? Li Dadong was stunned. His girlfriend is Chen Mingyan? Are you sure? Wait, did we say it wrong? Don't we know the same person? Li Dagong waved his hand. It should be right. The Yang Ming you know is now studying at Songjiang Industry University, right? Li Dadong said with a strange look. You wait. As Li Dagong said this, he took out his mobile phone and opened the photo album inside. Look. Is it him? You're so paranoid. That's right. It's him. Li Dadong shouted and jumped up. This kid is too timing. I must tell Jiyun. Li Dadong was so excited that he got up and was about to leave. Wait. Li Dagong pulled him back and pressed him to the seat. Why are you in such a hurry? What's going on? Li Dagong thought to himself, it can't be so coincidental, right? Was Brother Yang cheating? If she had known this would happen, she would never have shown him the photo. However, since it had already happened, there was no point in complaining. They could only think about how to remedy the situation. However, things didn't seem to be easy to handle. My brother likes Lin Jiyun. Now that I know such explosive news, how can I hide it? It's him. He's Lin Jiyun's boyfriend. Li Dadong said hurriedly, brother, don't stop me. I have to tell Lin Jiyun now. Don't be fooled by this kid. Why did you fall for it? I'm talking about the past. When we were in high school, we might have already broken up by now. Li Dagong said vaguely. Dagang. You're lying. Li Dadong looked up and stared into Li Dagong's eyes. We grew up together. Do you think I don't know you? When you lie, I can see it. AI. Li Dagong sighed. It seems that I can't hide it. We brothers grew up together. Who doesn't know each other? It seems that I have to find a way to persuade him. Dagang, I know that Yang Ming is your good buddy, but this matter is related to Jiyun's lifelong happiness. I can't just sit by and do nothing. Li Dadong said firmly. Brother, I understand your feelings, but it's impossible between you and Lin Jiyun. Li Dagong persuaded. Brother, I know that even if Jiyun doesn't have Yang Ming, she won't like me. She only treats me as a brother. But the more it is like this, as a brother, I can't ignore my sister's happiness. Li Dadong said, you should understand my feelings. I just want Jiyun to be happy, but Yang Ming is simply hurting Jiyun by doing this. Then what do you want to do? Find Lin Jiyun and tell her directly? Or give her a hint? Li Dagong shook his head and said, do you think that a man and woman in love will believe the words of others? I have to say it even if she doesn't believe it. I have to say it. Li Dadong stood up and said, I'm leaving. You continue to eat here. Brother. Li Dagong wanted to reach out and stop him, but he stopped halfway. I can stop him for a while, but can I stop him for a lifetime? It is urgent to call Yang Ming and inform him. He didn't dare to delay. He quickly called Yang Ming, but he heard the sound of the phone being turned off. Li Dagong slapped his forehead. Bad news. There was a disturbance call just now. It was an insurance salesman. Yang Ming was talking with Xianxia. To prevent being disturbed again, he turned off the phone directly. He didn't expect Li Dagong to call it this time. However, Lin Jiyun didn't turn off her phone. The phone rang. Lin Jiyun glanced at the caller ID. It was Li Dadong, so she asked Yang Ming, "It's brother Dadong. Pick it up." Maybe he figured it out. Yang Ming nodded and didn't care. Oh. Lin Jiyun picked up the phone. Hello, brother Dadong. Jiyun, where are you now? I have something important to tell you. Li Dadong said eagerly. I'm still in the company. Brother Dadong, what's the matter? Asked Lin Jiyun. Can you come down for a while? I have something to say to you alone. Li Dadong hesitated and said. Alone? Lin Jiyun was stunned, then she looked up at Yang Ming and whispered, Brother Dadong said that he has something to say to me alone. Alone? Yang Ming was silent for a moment. Although he was still relatively assured about Li Dadong's character, otherwise, he wouldn't have hired him to help in the company. However, he had to be cautious. He didn't allow Lin Jiyun to have any accidents, so he turned to Xianxia and said, Is there a separate reception room in the company? Yes. Xianxia immediately understood and said to the newly hired secretary, Xiao Ma, do you know about the reception room? I know, Manager Zhao. Secretary Xiao Ma said. That's good. Jiyun, you go to the reception room with Xiao Ma in a while. Let Li Dadong come here to see you, said Yang Ming. In the company, Yang Ming was still not afraid that Li Dadong would do something bad to Lin Jiyun. Okay. After Lin Jiyun finished speaking, she released the hand that was covering the microphone. Brother Dadong, then you come to the company. I will find someone to take you to the reception room. Okay, then you wait for me. I will be there right away. After Li Dadong finished speaking, he stopped a taxi on the roadside and rushed to Yang Ming's company. Originally, Li Dadong usually didn't take a taxi, but this time the matter was more urgent, so he was extravagant for once. Yang Ming didn't think much. Anyway, there were many security guards in the company. The situation in the reception room was monitored in the security room. Li Dadong wouldn't do anything stupid. After Lin Jiyun went out, Yang Ming continued to talk to Xianxia. Does Uncle Zhang know that Zhang Ben was beaten up? Zhang Ben didn't let me say it. Uncle Zhang isn't clear yet. Xianxia sighed. He didn't let me say it, so I can't simply say it. This is true. Since Zhang Ben doesn't want Uncle Zhang to worry, then forget it. Yang Ming said, but this time there is no problem. The security in the company will protect here 24 hours a day. And, this time it is much safer. Otherwise, the employees who just came were a little worried. When they saw so many security guards, they were relieved. Xianxia said. Cici, although I haven't found out who did this, you can rest assured that I will never let go of the person who hurt Zhang Ben. Yang Ming said firmly. I know. You will stick up for Zhang Ben, but if you can't find it, then forget it. Maybe it is a colleague who came to make trouble. Xianxia shook her head and said. Xianxia didn't know the inside story of the matter. Colleague? Probably no one dared to come and make trouble, but Yang Ming couldn't say these words to Xianxia. Li Dadong was taken directly to the reception room by the receptionist downstairs. Lin Jiyun was already sitting inside and waiting. The reception room was partitioned with a large glass. Although the people outside couldn't hear what was said inside, they could see it clearly. If Li Dadong dared to do something that wasn't good for Lin Jiyun, the security guards who were patrolling outside would rush in immediately. Brother Dadong, why are you in such a hurry? Lin Jiyun looked strangely at Li Dadong, who was sweating. Jiyun, do you know Yang Ming? Li Dadong closed the door of the reception room, sat opposite Lin Jiyun, and said directly. Understand? Lin Jiyun was stunned. Brother Dadong, what are you talking about? I mean, do you understand Yang Ming's character? And the people he usually comes into contact with? Li Dadong hinted. I understand. He is my boyfriend. How can I not understand him? Although Lin Jiyun found it strange, she still replied as such. Then do you know that Yang Ming has other girlfriends outside? Li Dadong glanced at the security guard outside the door. Although he knew that they couldn't hear it, he still lowered his voice. Lin Jiyun was shocked. Could it be that Li Dadong knows something? Lin Jiyun's face became a little pale. She didn't know how to answer Li Dadong's question. Her current relationship with Yang Ming was really a bit strange. They were pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, but it wasn't much different from a real boyfriend and girlfriend. At least it gave Lin Jiyun such a feeling. A man and a woman in love probably felt like this, right? Sometimes Lin Jiyun would be confused, but in most cases, she was pretending to be stupid and didn't think about the future of the two people. In fact, she really didn't want to think about it. Her mother was a very conservative person. In her opinion, a girl should be faithful to one person. Her mother had no choice but to accept the relationship between her and Yang Ming. However, if she really broke up with Yang Ming, then her mother probably couldn't accept it. Lin Jiyun was also very clear that her first time was indeed given to Yang Ming. Subconsciously, she also hoped that Yang Ming could continue to pretend like this until forever. However, there was always a big gap between facts and ideals. When Lin Jiyun learned from Yang Ming that Chen Mengyan already knew of her existence, Lin Jiyun had a great sense of crisis and even a sense of guilt. Lin Jiyun never thought of monopolizing Yang Ming. If there was such an idea, she would have already threatened Yang Ming with the original matter. The current situation already made her feel very satisfied. However, Lin Jiyun also knew that the current satisfaction could only be temporary. Let Yang Ming pretend to be her boyfriend for a lifetime? Even if Yang Ming agreed, would Chen Mengyan agree? Lin Jiyun, who had been reminding herself not to fall in love with Yang Ming, suddenly looked back and found that Yang Ming had already occupied a large position in her heart. These words couldn't be said to Li Dadong. Although Lin Jiyun regarded Li Dadong as her own brother, her own things were private things. Never mind him, she couldn't even say it to her parents. Lin Jiyun couldn't explain the cause and effect of the matter to Li Dadong. Otherwise, Li Dadong would definitely ask, when I was in high school, I watched you in school. Where did you get a boyfriend? Who did she give her first time to? Lin Jiyun couldn't answer. She couldn't tell the truth of the matter. Somehow, Lin Jiyun wanted to maintain Yang Ming's image. She didn't want people to know that there was still a period of unpleasantness between them. Jiyun? What's wrong with you? Seeing Lin Jiyun's somewhat bewildered expression, Li Dadong thought that she was shocked by his news. He quickly continued, Jiyun, I just found out. My brother is Yang Ming's high school classmate. The relationship between the two of them is very good. Yang Ming, in addition to you, has a girlfriend outside called Chen Mengyan. I know. Lin Jiyun was at a loss because of Li Dadong. She had to bite the bullet and say it. What? You know? Li Dadong looked at Lin Jiyun with astonishment. Jiyun, what are you talking about? Do you understand what I mean or not? Lin Jiyun didn't know how to answer Li Dadong. Only she, the person involved, understood the intricacies of this. Jiyun, say something? Li Dadong said in a hurry. Brother Dadong, this matter, you don't have to worry about it in the future. There are some things that I can't say. Lin Jiyun shook her head bitterly. Don't force me. Jiyun, why are you so confused? What do you want me to say? You piss me off. Li Dadong said with an ashen face, did he have something on you to blackmail you? Li Dadong saw Lin Jiyun's awkward expression and his heart skipped a beat. Now, what kind of pornographic photos and pornographic discs are flying everywhere? Could it be that Yang Ming also took some videos or photos to blackmail Lin Jiyun? Li Dadong couldn't be blamed for having a rich imagination. This kind of thing wasn't unheard of. On the contrary, it was a lot. To talk about blackmail, it should be that Lin Jiyun had something on Yang Ming, but Lin Jiyun didn't want to blackmail Yang Ming. She shook her head and said, Brother Dadong, don't guess. It's not what you think. What's not? Jiyun, don't be afraid. If something really happens, Brother Dadong will help you. Li Dadong said, we can go and sue him. Sue what? Lin Jiyun bit her lip and hesitated for a long time. I'm the mistress. You. Do you understand? Mistress? Li Dadong was stunned, and then he understood what Lin Jiyun said. Lin Jiyun meant that she was the real third party, Yang Ming's mistress, or lover. This made Li Dadong feel a little inconceivable. He widened his eyes and looked at Lin Jiyun in a daze. Lin Jiyun was a well-behaved girl since she was a child. She had never done anything that was out of line. Moreover, although her character was a bit weak, her principles were very strong. She would never do anything that went against her principles. Jiyun, how did you become like this? Li Dadong was shocked and angry. He was so angry that he was trembling. Lin Jiyun looked at Li Dadong's appearance. She knew that if she didn't tell him the truth today, he would definitely not give up. He might even go to her parents. In this way, things would become big. So, after thinking for a long time, she said faintly, in the beginning, my father had a car accident and urgently needed surgery. My mother and I borrowed money from relatives and friends who could borrow money. However, those people either didn't have money or found a lot of excuses to avoid it. It couldn't be helped. I'm a girl. What capital do I have? In desperation, I could only sell myself. I came to the door of the bar. I wanted to find a customer to sell my first time. Jiyun, how can you do this? Didn't I say it? I will be a tutor. I can definitely give you enough money for the surgery. Li Dadong looked very excited and shouted. A tutor. Lin Jiyun smiled self-deprecatingly. I have also been a tutor. In a month, it's good to earn a few hundred yuan. How long would it take to earn more than 3,000 yuan for the surgery? The surgery can't be delayed. Li Dadong was silent. He knew that Lin Jiyun was telling the truth. Yeah, how can the surgery be delayed? The person who took my first time is Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun said very vaguely. Lin Jiyun wasn't good at lying. She couldn't say the twists and turns in the middle. She could only say it in one sentence. I understand. Li Dadong lowered his head. The expression on his face was unspeakable pain. After a while, he said, but, this doesn't mean anything. I can understand your feelings at that time. You don't owe him anything. You can leave him. And I won't dislike you because of this. Li Dadong said his own heart. Indeed, Lin Jiyun was forced by life to do that kind of thing. Li Dadong could completely tolerate this. Oh. Lin Jiyun smiled and said, thank you, Brother Dadong. I said, between us, it can only be a relationship between brother and sister. I'm just making an analogy. Li Dadong said, I want to say that in this era, whether a girl is, that is not important. I am with Yang Ming, because I can't bear to leave him. When Lin Jiyun said this sentence, she was also shocked. This feeling hidden in the bottom of her heart was finally released in an instant. I like him. But, if you do this, isn't it? What do you want me to say? Li Dadong sighed and looked at Lin Jiyun. Then, do you want to continue like this? Let's take one step at a time. Lin Jiyun shook her head. Do Uncle Lin and Auntie Shen know about these things? Li Dadong was silent and asked. They don't know. I don't want them to know. Lin Jiyun shook her head again. They just know that Yang Ming is my boyfriend. We have been dating since high school. You don't regret it? Li Dadong looked up and tried for the last time. No. Lin Jiyun said firmly. Since she forgave Yang Ming's actions, she had never regretted it. Seeing that Lin Jiyun was so determined, Li Dadong had nothing to say. A woman in love would always be reckless. Like a moth to a flame, it wasn't an empty sentence. Knowing that it was useless to say anything, Li Dadong sighed helplessly. Brother Dadong, can you keep this matter a secret for me? Don't tell my parents, and don't tell anyone. Lin Jiyun looked at Li Dadong with some pleading. Forget it. I'll do as you say. Li Dadong said with some reluctance. Thank you, brother Dadong. Lin Jiyun smiled sweetly. Don't tell Yang Ming, okay? I got it. Li Dadong nodded. Are you coming to the company to help? Lin Jiyun changed the topic. Okay. Li Dadong said, I'm here to cheer for you. If Yang Ming dares to treat you badly, I won't spare him. Hee, then that's it. I'll go back first. Although Lin Jiyun had a smile on her face, her heart was extremely uncomfortable. The words just now were said to Li Dadong, but the real situation was far more complicated than this. Lin Jiyun didn't know how long the relationship between herself and Yang Ming could last. Should I tell Yang Ming about that matter? As soon as this idea came out, it was rejected by Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun would never do this kind of thing to threaten others. Walking back to Zhao Cixi's office quickly, Yang Ming just finished talking to Zhao Cixi and was preparing to find Lin Jiyun. Jiyun, are you done talking? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun, who came in, and asked with a smile. Brother Dadong agreed to come to the company. Lin Jiyun didn't mention the previous matter, but directly said that Li Dagong would come to the company to help. It turns out that he thought it through. That's good. When is he going to come? Asked Yang Ming. These 2 days. Today, Li Dadong's mood was a bit bad. He went back first, but he had already said that he would come to report in these 2 days. Alright then. Cixi, you'll be in charge of this. Just like what we discussed earlier, he'll be in charge of managing human resources and checking attendance, Yang Ming said. Okay. Zhao Cixi nodded. Shall we have dinner together? Yang Ming looked at the time. It was time for dinner. No, I have to go to the hospital to deliver food to Zhangbin. Zhao Cixi smiled and shook her head. Alright, send my regards to Zhangbin. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he stood up and said, we'll leave first. After leaving the company with Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming asked, did Li Dadong look for you to talk about coming to the company to work? Yes, Lin Jiyun was shocked and stuttered. Nothing else? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun's expression and knew that she wasn't telling the truth. No. Lin Jiyun shook her head quickly. Yang Ming smiled and didn't continue to ask. Everyone had the right to privacy. Yang Ming wasn't a gossip king. There was no need to ask so many details. Where are you going? Asked Yang Ming. Aren't you going to accompany your girlfriend? Lin Jiyun asked carefully. Am I not accompanying you? Yang Ming pretended not to understand and reached out to hold Lin Jiyun's waist. I'm talking about Chen Mingyan. Lin Jiyun said helplessly. Oh, you're talking about her? Yang Ming smiled and said, I accompanied her yesterday. Naturally, I have to accompany you today. Do you want to be fair? After getting Chen Mingyan's approval, Yang Ming began to speak and do things boldly. What? Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words. Her heart beat fast, and the tip of her nose oozed fine sweat. Nothing. Are you hungry? Let's go and fill your stomach first. Yang Ming took Lin Jiyun and got in the car. My mother should have finished cooking, right? Let's go back and eat? Said Lin Jiyun. And? Yang Ming remembered this after Lin Jiyun's reminder, so he said, okay, Auntie Shen's cooking is quite good. He didn't know why, but Lin Jiyun blushed particularly easily today. It may be because she exposed her thoughts in front of Li Dadong. Although she didn't say it to Yang Ming, her whole heart was more firmly tied to Yang Ming. After the last time they broke up in the parking lot of the Heavenly World Hotel, Yang Ming didn't contact Xianxia again for 2 days. The people of Mingyang Entertainment were responsible for negotiating with Xianxia about the specific matters of the concert. This didn't require Yang Ming to worry about. What's more, Yang Ming was indeed very busy these 2 days. Early in the morning, the renovation team at the villa called. There was a problem about how to decorate the bedroom. It required Yang Ming to personally decide. Renovation was a tiring job. Although he had already told his intention to the renovation company, when it came to many details, the renovation company would still call and let him personally confirm. In fact, this couldn't be blamed on the renovation company. After all, the renovation was for the residents to see. The renovation workers were satisfied, but the residents might not think so. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they would still call the residents to discuss. In this regard, Yang Ming couldn't help it. He drove to the villa early in the morning. He wanted to drive into the villa's yard, but he didn't expect that a pile of waste wood for renovation was thrown at the entrance of the villa's yard, blocking Yang Ming's way. He frowned. These workers are really too much. Although there will be people from the property management to pick up the garbage at a fixed time every day, they can't pile it up in front of my own yard, right? Just as he wanted to pick up the phone and call the leader of the renovation team, he put down the phone again. He shook his head helplessly and thought about it. These workers have to finish as soon as possible under my urging. How can they have time to care about these little details? Moreover, the property management just said that the useless garbage should be thrown out. They didn't ask for the specific location of the garbage. Seeing that there wasn't much waste wood, Yang Ming parked the car nearby and planned to move the garbage himself. Afraid of dirtying his clothes, Yang Ming took out a military coat that Ho Zhenhan put here from the trunk and put it on. Just as he was moving halfway, he saw Li Yixuan come over with a large bundle of roses. After seeing Yang Ming, he was obviously stunned. Looking at Yang Ming's attire, he remembered what Yang Ming was doing, so he said, "Are you working here?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly and looked at his own attire. It was no wonder that Li Yixuan would misunderstand. However, Yang Ming and Li Yixuan weren't particularly familiar with each other. There was no need to explain to him. If he explained, it would seem that he was hiding something. So, he simply nodded vaguely and said, No way. This work is so hard. Chen Mingyan's family has connections. Can't she just introduce you to a job? Li Yixuan said, "If you don't want to trouble a woman, just tell me. We are brothers. What is there to be embarrassed about? I will find a good job for you." Yang Ming smiled and said, "No need. This is good. If you have something to do, just do it first." "What do I have to do?" "AI." Li Yixuan sighed. "Don't I come here once a day as a routine? She doesn't even answer my phone call. Today's flowers, it seems that I bought them for nothing." "What do you mean by not answering your phone call?" "Bought for nothing? What are you talking about?" Yang Ming was inexplicable. "Wang Xian bought a villa here." Li Yixuan sighed. D***mn, now I finally know why I borrowed money from her. She is not in a hurry to find me to return it. Her family is not short of money. Yang Ming was stunned. Wang Xian bought a villa here? Seeing Yang Ming's puzzled expression, Li Yixuan reached out and pointed. Then, he said, "It's there. It's her new villa." "She has already moved in?" Yang Ming asked curiously. "Yeah, she has lived there for many days." Li Yixuan nodded. Yang Ming patted his head and thought, "It seems that I really misunderstood. The people of the renovation team. There is really a neighbor in the villa next door. I just didn't expect that this neighbor is Wang Xiaoyan. Then, you continue to work hard." Yang Ming was afraid that Li Yixuan would pester him and ask him to continue to teach him how to pick up girls. So, he continued to move the waste. "AI?" Li Yixuan suddenly thought of something. He suddenly patted Yang Ming's shoulder and suddenly shouted, D***mn, it hurts." Yang Ming resisted the urge to laugh. He thought to himself, "Why are you so surprised?" It turned out that Yang Ming was holding a piece of wood in his hand. When Li Yixuan patted his shoulder, Yang Ming let go of his hand. The wood just happened to hit Li Yixuan's foot. He suddenly screamed in pain. "Oh? I'm sorry. You see, when you patted me, I was shocked." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "It's not your fault. AI, it's really F***king bad luck." Li Yixuan grimaced in pain. "How about doing me a favor?" End of chapter 706. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.